As the sun dipped low on the horizon, shadows danced upon the ground. In the village of Konoha, the villagers bustled about, creating a lively atmosphere. It was a tumultuous era, yet this afternoon held a serene calm. Within the Hokage Tower, the end of the workday drew near, and figures hurried along the corridors. "Ah, Nara Shikaku, I hear your son is a prodigy, quite impressive." "Shikaku, I've heard your boy can read at such a tender age, remarkable." The newly appointed head of the Nara clan and advisor at the Konoha General Headquarters, Nara Shikaku, moved through the halls, his weary form greeted by nods from passing ninjas. He forced a smile, acknowledging familiar faces with a hint of fatigue. Lord Hokage, Shikaku, looked up to see a man with golden locks, his gentle smile radiating warmth. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. Following the cessation of the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha had just signed a treaty with Sunagakure. However, it was more accurately described as a surrender agreement from Sunagakure. After Sunagakure relinquished significant resources to Konoha, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, promptly returned to the village, aware of his declining health and waning vigor. He hastened the succession ceremony to avoid the chaos that had plagued the village during the tenure of the second Hokage. Before the influential clans and factions could respond, he passed the mantle of Hokage to his civilian-born disciple, Minato Namikaze. At this moment, the battlefield remained relatively tranquil, as Konoha held a strategic advantage. The fourth Hokage maintained a firm grip on the village, suppressing dissenting voices and ensuring stability, with the support of prominent clans such as the Nara. Thus, their relationship flourished. It is indeed the Hokage. Shikaku raised his gaze, greeting Minato, though his brow remained furrowed with worry. "What troubles you?" Minato inquired, intrigued, for as one of Konoha's few sages, he seldom encountered Shikaku in such a state. "It is my son, Shikamaru." "Speaking of Shikamaru, my student Rin hasn't caused you any trouble, has she?" Minato chuckled heartily. "Not at all. We actually quite adore little Rin. However, I do feel somewhat guilty for troubling the Hokage," Shikaku replied apologetically, earning an easy smile from Minato. As the two exited the Hokage Tower, they parted ways. Although Minato was Hokage, he had yet to relocate, still residing in the quarters designated for Jonin. In contrast, Shikaku, as the newly appointed clan leader of the Nara, inhabited a spacious traditional Japanese courtyard, where upon entering, he encountered a brown-haired girl. Emerging. Rin, Yahiko Rin bore 2 purple markings on her face, her deep brown eyes reflecting determination. Upon seeing Shikaku, Rin's lips curved into a polite yet respectful smile. "Lord Shikaku, Rin, I must express my gratitude for your assistance these days," Shikaku said with a gentle smile, his politeness evident. "There's no need for thanks. I truly enjoy spending time with Shikamaru," Rin replied, her head slightly bowing, a warm smile gracing her features, exuding a youthful charm that momentarily captivated Shikaku. Rin, being quite understanding, bid farewell to Shikaku before swiftly departing. The vast courtyard of the Nara estate felt imposing to the young girl, given its noble architecture and sprawling eaves. The Nara residence was expansive yet sparsely occupied, with only Shikaku, his wife Yoshino, and their newborn son Shikamaru. Shikaku's concerns primarily stemmed from Shikamaru, a boy of remarkable intellect. What father does not take pride in a gifted child? Yet there exists a threshold. Unfortunately, Shikamaru had surpassed that limit. From the moment of his birth, Shikamaru exhibited extraordinary traits. What child does not delight in toys? Yet here was Shikamaru, seated in the courtyard, engrossed in books like a comprehensive history of the continent, legends of the ninja world, the development and inheritance of the one nation, one village system, and wars and peace. Among the 5 great nations, Shikamaru rummaged through the long-forgotten library of the Nara household. Shikaku felt a heavy weight upon his shoulders, knowing the chaos would elicit a familiar reprimand from Yoshino for neglecting household duties. When Shikamaru dragged these tomes back to his room, Shikaku's mind spiraled into despair, unable to comprehend his son's peculiar fascination. What child would gravitate towards such material, while other children babbled and clamored for toys? His own son resembled an old scholar, spending his days in the courtyard, lost in the pages of books. Today was no different. Shikamaru sat cross-legged against the wall of the corridor, perusing yet another volume. Shikaku felt his head near to bursting. At times, Shikamaru seemed wise beyond his years, while at others, he appeared no different from his peers. Take, for instance, the young lady who had just departed, Yahiko Rin, a disciple of the fourth Hokage. Their encounter had taken place the day before the outbreak of the battle at the Kannabi Bridge, when Minato was preparing to lead his 3 students to the front lines. On that day, Rin had been selecting ninja tools in a shop with Minato's other 2 disciples when they fortuitously crossed paths with Yoshino, who was out and about with Shikamaru. An extraordinary scene unfolded. According to Yoshino's account, the atmosphere in the shop shifted dramatically when her son, previously content in her arms, suddenly leaped into the embrace of the young girl. Across from them, as if drawn by an irresistible force, leaving behind a bewildered white-haired boy and an indignant, bespectacled youth. After much effort, Yoshino managed to pry Shikamaru from the girl's grasp. However, once separated, he erupted into tears, wailing for a good 2 hours. Eventually, Yoshino, in desperation, invited Rin to their home. Strangely enough, upon seeing Rin, Shikamaru fell silent. Rin soothed him for 2 hours, but as she prepared to leave, he began to cry anew. With no other option, Yoshino sought the assistance of the 3rd Hokage, requesting that Rin remain in the village to care for Shikamaru instead of participating in the impending conflict. Though Rin was merely a chunin and a medical ninja, her role was not irreplaceable. Yet the 3rd Hokage granted a favor to the Nara clan. In the end, Minato shone brightly during the war, with his 2 disciples also making remarkable contributions. Kakashi single-handedly defeating an enemy squad, while Obito awakened his Sharingan, garnering attention from both Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Little did anyone realize the trajectory of this world had begun to shift subtly. With a sigh, Shikamaru closed the book, his delicate visage glistening with fine beads of perspiration from prolonged exposure to the sun. What troubles you? Is there something you do not comprehend, my little Shikamaru? Nara Shikaku inquired, approaching with a smile, eager to bridge the gap between father and son. Although there was a hint of self-importance in his words, he considered himself a renowned sage of Konoha. With a playful wink and a self-satisfied grin, he added, "At your age, still acting cute." Shikamaru, with his adorably vacant stare, glanced at Shikaku and replied, "I do have some questions, though still quite young." His articulation bore the weight of maturity. Shikaku, unperturbed, crouched before his son and asked, "What is it?" The text detailed that the cessation of the Warring States period stemmed from the implementation of a system where one nation governed a single village, leading to a balance of military power that suppressed warfare. This system effectively dualized the state, intertwining economic and military realms while maintaining distinct boundaries. Although the initiation of conflict lay within the hands of the feudal lords, their actual capacity to oppose and halt battles among ninjas was significantly limited. Military might dictated economic stability. Thus, this system placed the entire ninja class at the pinnacle of the economic chain, despite their lack of tangible output. This signified that once the ninja class expanded beyond the economic capacity of the nation, war would inevitably erupt. However, unlike the Warring States era, where ninja clans plundered land and wealth, the essence of conflict post-implementation centered on addressing the internal overexpansion of the ninja class. This phenomenon was particularly pronounced in barren countries like the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth. In contrast, the affluent lands of the Land of Fire could sustain a greater number of ninjas, which explains the upper echelons of Konoha's aversion to aggressive policies. Perhaps this was the very reason the 2nd Hokage chose the moderate Sarutobi Hiruzen over the hardliner Shimura Danzo for the role of 3rd Hokage. Yet, despite the formidable power wielded by the ninja class, the question remains, why not channel this strength towards economic pursuits? Is it due to the uncontrollable nature of ninjutsu, the constraints of age-old customs, or the influence of the feudal lords and their conglomerates? It is worth noting that Shikaku, as a ninja, possessed a wealth of knowledge compared to others. In fact, many other ninjas deemed him negligent for focusing on fields like herbalism rather than honing his combat skills. However, Shikamaru had just expressed that while he comprehended each word, the collective meaning eluded him entirely. With a feigned air of profundity, Shikaku nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the complexity of the issues at hand. Furthermore, within Konoha, a profound discord existed between ninjas of commoner descent and those from prestigious clans. The upper echelons of Konoha adopted a strategy of suppressing hardliners like the Uchiha, while courting moderates like the Hyuga and fostering mid-tier clans such as the Yamanaka and Nara. By cultivating a substantial number of ninjas from commoner backgrounds through the Ninja Academy, the issue of the ninja class's numerical imbalance could indeed be mitigated. The question arises, what is the ratio of promotions from genin to jonin among the various ninja clans and those of commoner descent? In other words, by cultivating a significant number of ninjas from the common populace, can we expand the base of the lowest tier of the ninja hierarchy and potentially transform this into a deficiency in higher-level combat power under uncontrollable circumstances? If so, what is the time ratio for this transformation? What on earth is this child talking about? Inuki pondered, feeling lost and uncertain of how to respond. He stroked his chin and feigned interest, saying, "This question is indeed intriguing. I had not considered it before." Furthermore, the texts provide a rather vague description of the origin of chakra, merely stating that it is derived from one's own body and can be refined or molded into techniques. However, suddenly he recalled that in his haste to return, he had left some matters unresolved. His conscientious nature stirred a sense of unease within him. Inuki stood up and ruffled Shikamaru's hair. "I must take my leave now. If you have any questions, I shall return to address them." With that, Inuki hurriedly departed the courtyard. Honestly, this boy is utterly unlikable. Can't he inquire about things more befitting his age? Such as why the sky is so blue or why the stars twinkle. As for Shikamaru, he paid no mind to Inuki's demeanor, adjusting his imaginary glasses. The solitude of a scholar. If chakra originates from the divine tree, then is the total amount of chakra on the tree continually increasing or constant? After Kagaya consumed the fruit of the tree and subsequently bore 2 sons, did the total amount of chakra increase? For now, let us attempt to refine some chakra. Shikamaru extended his small hand, whispering softly. He easily found methods of chakra refinement from the Nara family's collection. The text stated that by keenly sensing, one could discern the 2 types of energy within their body, mental and physical energy. By controlling these 2 energies to achieve a certain balance, one could condense them into chakra. However, refining chakra is not a simple endeavor, and each ninja possesses a unique nature in their chakra refinement. With the Nara clan likely having an affinity for shadow manipulation, Shikamaru took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to feel the energy within his body. A gentle breeze swept through the courtyard, causing ripples in the pond before him, as several leaves floated down, carried along by the water's current. The sun approached the horizon, casting golden light into the courtyard, illuminating its final rays. After an indeterminate period, Shikamaru suddenly opened his eyes to find the surroundings somewhat dim. The texts indicated that even if one cannot condense chakra, they can still perceive the energy within their body, which is a necessary element for anyone to become a ninja. Before any individual becomes a ninja, whether consciously or unconsciously, they can sense and even utilize the 2 streams of energy within them. Yet now, Shikamaru was astonished to discover that he could not sense a single trace of energy within his body. Does this imply that he is incapable of condensing chakra? Shikamaru tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, gazing at the distant layers of clouds. What was once a distinct spectrum of colors began to blend and obscure, becoming murky and indistinct. Although Shikamaru possessed a relatively low chakra level, it was merely in comparison to the monstrous Naruto, who seemed to have an unfair advantage. Despite the peculiarities of his timeline in this world, it was rather exaggerated to claim he had absolutely no chakra at all. After an unknown duration, Shikamaru lowered his head, preparing to attempt once more. The energy of the body emanated from his own 13 trillion cells, circulating through his meridians, capable of being sensed by a ninja. Yet, indeed, he could not feel a thing. In his heart, Shikamaru reached a conclusion, and just as disappointment washed over him, an overwhelming pressure suddenly enveloped him from the outside. He wanted to open his eyes, but found it utterly impossible. This force seeped into every pore of his body. It was natural energy. No, this could not continue. Shikamaru awoke to the realization that his juvenile frame could not accommodate such formidable power. "Shikamaru, what are you doing? Come eat." A gentle call from Yoshino startled Shikamaru from his meditative state. At that moment, he was drenched in cold sweat. His once delicate face now pale as if touched by frost. How perilous! Shikamaru mused that had it not been for that sudden exclamation, he might have lost control due to the influx of natural energy. Yet, as he calmed down, further confusion set in. Why was he unable to sense the 2 types of energy within his body while meditating according to chakra training methods, yet could perceive the natural energy from the outside world? Wasn't this supposed to be difficult to detect? How could he perceive it so easily? As if it were freely available? Natural energy is a vital component for the condensation of senjutsu chakra. However, what vexed Shikamaru was that without chakra, merely sensing natural energy was utterly futile. Beneath the unfathomable earth, before the immense outer path statue, Uchiha Madara sat alone on a wooden throne. This once dominant figure in the ninja world, renowned in the same breath as Senju Hashirama, now breathed feebly, relying on a few tubes connected to the outer path statue to sustain his life force. His skin was wrinkled and bore the marks of time, with long bangs obscuring his right eye. Even in extreme old age, Uchiha Madara still possessed strength that surpassed the majority of today's ninjas. Yet, no matter how powerful one may be, they cannot ultimately resist the passage of time. He might be able to eliminate dozens of high-ranking ninjas in an instant. But without those tubes, he would struggle to endure even a minute. Zetsu emerged from the depths, holding a report, which he presented to Uchiha Madara. This lists the members of the Uchiha clan who have awakened their Sharingan over the years. Uchiha Madara took the thin sheet of white paper, glancing at it with a hint of disdain. Is this all? What a bunch of useless fools. Although the Uchiha clan had been marginalized by the higher-ups of Konoha for years, unable to penetrate the core circle, the resources provided by Konoha were plentiful. Accustomed to a life of comfort, the Uchiha members had become quite degenerate. Looking at the scant names on the list, Uchiha Madara let out a faint sigh. My time is running short. Before my demise, I must identify a worthy successor to execute the Moon Eye plan. Must it be a member of the Uchiha clan? Both Konoha and the Uchiha family impose stringent protective measures on those who have awakened the Sharingan. Given our current capabilities, success seems unattainable. Afei shook his head in discontent. To realize the Moon Eye plan, one must possess the powers of both the Senju and Uchiha clans. The Sharingan are sage-bodied. Even the most formidable ninja of this era may struggle to endure one of them, let alone both simultaneously. Has there been any recent activity in Konoha? Nothing significant. Oh, by the way, it is said that Nara Shikamaru, the newly born eldest son of the Nara family, can already read and write before turning one, perpetually clutching a book. As a descendant of a ninja family, he resembles a bookworm, which is rather amusing, don't you think? Afei recounted this as a jest, yet Uchiha Madara remained composed. The Nara clan, too, possesses a faint trace of Uchiha blood. The ability to read at such a young age indicates considerable mental prowess. Most importantly, he is but a child. Transplanting Hashirama's cells should be feasible. This plan might indeed succeed. Unbeknownst to Shikamaru, this small butterfly, not belonging to this world, gently flapped its wings, resulting in a whirlwind of unforeseen consequences. Little Shikamaru, it's been a while. In the courtyard, as Shikamaru wallowed in frustration over his inability to sense his physical energy, a striking young lady suddenly appeared before him. Yamanaka Rin. In the original timeline, at this moment, Rin was to be slain by Kakashi due to Uchiha Madara's machinations. However, owing to Shikamaru, Rin had remained in Konoha for the past few months. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Obito successfully completed their mission and returned to the village. Standing before Shikamaru, Rin beamed with a radiant smile, gazing at the troubled boy with a hint of curiosity. What is the matter? Are you feeling down? Shikamaru opened his lethargic eyes, glanced at Rin, pouted, crossed his legs, and rested his chin on his small hands, clearly discontented. Noticing Shikamaru's indifference, Rin turned around and pointed to a bespectacled boy behind her. By the way, little Shikamaru, today we have an older brother visiting named Obito. Obito? The one who, upon the loss of his beloved, sought to plunge the world into chaos? Shikamaru lifted his head, scrutinizing the somewhat spirited youth before him, who bore no resemblance to the morose figure he had anticipated. Though the boy's demeanor was somewhat awkward, he radiated an aura of warmth and vitality. Once regarded as the underachiever of the Uchiha clan, Obito had awakened the Sharingan during the recent Third Great Ninja War, assisting Kakashi in securing victory at the Kannabi Bridge. He not only emerged as a hero of Konoha, earning the Uchiha clan's esteem, but also found himself eager to present his true self before the girl he cherished, Rin. Obito firmly believed that with unwavering effort, there would come a day when Rin would see him, rather than merely Kakashi, in her eyes. As Shikamaru's vacant gaze fell upon him, Obito's lips curled in disdain. After much effort to seize a day without Kakashi's presence to grow closer to Lin, he was unexpectedly burdened by an additional companion. Lin, it seemed, was likely troubled by the absence of toys. Perhaps we should venture out to select a couple for him. Goodness, this shameless fellow is using his brother's name to flirt with girls. Shikamaru regarded Obito, his expression betraying his annoyance at the scheming leer that resembled that of a lecherous wolf. Thus, he extended his arms, a smile illuminating his round face as he addressed Lin. Hug. For a child merely 2 years younger, Lin harbored no suspicion. Instead, she joyfully lifted him from the corridor floor. How adorable. Isn't that right, Obito? Shikamaru nestled against Lin's tender bosom, casting a knowing smile in Obito's direction. I always suspected this little one was a scoundrel. Lin, look at his expression. Obito exclaimed, pointing at Shikamaru with indignation. Expression? Lin's face reflected confusion as she turned Shikamaru's face toward her, observing the reversion to his innocent demeanor. What's wrong with Shikamaru's expression? It's quite endearing. What the? He clearly wasn't like this just now. Obito retorted, his dissatisfaction palpable. Sister hug. Seizing the moment, Shikamaru rubbed against Lin's chest once more, igniting Obito's fury. Yet he was at a loss for action. What the? This little rascal. I swear if I get the chance. Clenching his fists, Obito glared at Shikamaru, who was playfully sticking out his tongue. After greeting Jiraiya, who was busy with household chores, Lin took Shikamaru and set off for a stroll. Although the nation remained in a state of conflict, the streets of Konoha were only somewhat desolate compared to times of peace. In truth, Konoha could be likened to paradise in comparison to other cities in this world. Following the third Hokage's ascension, substantial resources were allocated towards internal affairs, transforming the village's outdated municipal infrastructure and sanitation. Moreover, after the Wind Country's defeat, a significant portion of its benefits was ceded to the Land of Fire, with a considerable share flowing into Konoha. Everywhere in the market, merchants peddled specialties from the Wind Country, dried scorpions, weasel pelts, puppet dolls, and even uniquely shaped stones. Little Shikamaru, what toys would you like? Sister will buy them for you. Lin exclaimed sweetly, cradling Shikamaru as Obito huffed in discontent. Let us go to the bookstore. The bookstore? Lin paused, perplexed by such an unusual interest for a child of his age, yet she smiled and led him there. Obito, left dejected, grumbled, what a bore. I detest reading. After turning a few corners, they arrived at a quiet street lined with bookstores. Lin casually entered one with Shikamaru, where an elderly man lounged, engrossed in the latest adult literature. Upon noticing the trio's arrival, the old man appeared slightly surprised but quickly donned a welcoming smile. Little Shikamaru, what book would you like to see? The proprietor initially presumed that Stalin and Dato were merely procuring reference books to prepare for their examinations. Little did he anticipate that the purchases were intended for a child cradled in the young girl's arms. This revelation left the owner pondering the peculiar dynamics among the three. The bookstore was modest in size, flanked by 2 narrow walls, and overflowing with books upon its shelves. Shikamaru cast a cursory glance before being captivated by a tome entitled Mythical Era. The allure of this particular volume lay in its cover, adorned with unique script that deviated from the commonly used characters in Konoha, and he could only barely decipher the 4 characters of Mythical Era. Owner, that book. Shikamaru indicated with his finger, speaking up. The owner regarded him with a puzzled expression, replying, this book was acquired at a high price from the Land of Wind. It contains ancient characters from that region. What use could a child like you possibly have for it? Out of curiosity, Shikamaru pouted playfully, feigning a charming demeanor. However, the bookstore owner was not easily swayed. He took the book from the shelf, casting a wary glance at Shikamaru, seemingly apprehensive that the child might inadvertently damage such a valuable ancient manuscript. After all, he was but a child. Yet, ultimately, under the pleading gaze of Xiaolin, the owner succumbed to her enchanting appeal and handed the book to Shikamaru. Alas, it was indeed incomprehensible. Shikamaru leafed through the pages, finding the content utterly inscrutable. The true value of the book resided not in its textual content, but rather in the ancient characters inscribed within, which held significant relevance for those of us who delve into the histories of various nations. Can you comprehend the contents? You're quite remarkable, Xiaolin inquired with curiosity. Of course, the bookstore owner, who had just been caught perusing adult content with a lascivious expression, now wore a bashful demeanor upon receiving her compliment. Yet Dato wore a skeptical expression, which did not go unnoticed by the owner. In an attempt to validate his erudition, he proclaimed, the contents inscribed within pertain to events from a time long past, so distant that ninjas had yet to make their appearance in this world. Ninjas had not appeared in this world? How is that possible? Dato exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, it is as I say. The text reveals that prior to the emergence of ninjas, the concept of chakra did not exist. Only one form of power prevailed, circulating between heaven and earth, which the people of that era could sense and wield. Wow. Is there truly such a peculiar premise in the world of Hokage? Shikamaru mused, pondering whether his brother had inadvertently unlocked some strange truths. The inhabitants of that time were undoubtedly formidable, yet they were embroiled in relentless conflict, plunging the world into chaos until the Sage of Six Paths ushered in an era of peace, the Age of Ninjas. However, even the legends of the Sage of Six Paths remain unverified, let alone events even more ancient. Hence, I maintain that the content herein is of little significance. I see. Xiaolin and Dado seemed to be listening with the mindset of enjoying a tale, yet Shikamaru perceived it differently. The power described by the owner in the book must correspond to natural energy. Before the advent of ninjas, or rather, before the divine tree took root in this land. Could the people of that era truly harness natural energy directly? How did they achieve this? The book claims. The cycles of power in this world are formidable and tempestuous, not something an ordinary person can wield. To harness such power, one must possess a unique methodology. What? Shikamaru exclaimed, capturing the attention of the trio within the bookstore. Fortunately, Shikamaru had mastered the art of appearing youthful. He pouted, his cherubic face aglow with innocence. Curiosity. After all, the bookstore owner, unfazed, took the book from Shikamaru's hands, leafed through its pages, and remarked. The text speaks of 3 methods. One is the resurrection of the deceased, another is the transformation of the living into wood, and the final one is taming. Shikamaru pondered. The resurrection of the deceased likely referred to the technique of Edo Tensei, summoning fallen shinobi from the afterlife, their chakra seemingly boundless, potentially allowing these departed souls to directly convert natural energy into chakra. The transformation of the living into would presumably pertain to the wood release technique. The sage arts learned from the 3 great sanctuaries possess various shortcomings, failing to fully exploit natural energy. Only the first Hokage, who mastered wood release, could instantaneously enter sage mode, wielding an almost limitless reservoir of chakra. Yet, what could the last method, taming, possibly signify? Shikamaru ruminated, perplexed. Natural forces are notoriously volatile. And a practitioner who falters risks being consumed. How could one tame such a force? Who dares to call me a bear again? Darling, what troubles you? Janae asked, wielding a cloth to tidy up the living room, while observing her husband, who sat cross-legged on the tatami mat, seemingly lost in thought and wearing a troubled expression. Shikamaru purchased a book. What is the big deal about buying a book? Janae wiped the short table in front of her husband. Although she was a formidable ninja, since marrying him, she had devoted herself to domestic duties, resembling an ordinary housewife. Though our Shikamaru has peculiar interests, how much could a single book possibly cost? Darling, is it necessary to wear such a gloomy face? Janae, you should take a look at this bill. Shikaka covered his eyes, seemingly reluctant to behold the figures displayed. Good heavens. Initially indifferent, Janae's expression transformed when she discerned the sum, her mouth agape in disbelief. How could one book be so exorbitantly priced? Was her Shikamaru deceived? This was absurd. After all, he was just a child. Janae wore a protective demeanor, as if she sought to defend her son's honor. If he were deceived, that would be one thing. Shikaku, resigned, thought, should he genuinely have been duped by unscrupulous merchants, how could the Nara clan, with its standing in Konoha, not rectify the situation? In truth, the tome Shikamaru acquired, titled Mythical Era, was a priceless, ancient manuscript. The amount on the bill undoubtedly reflected a discount. This boy has an eye for selection. It was imperative that Shikaku did not allow this to continue unchecked. When he found Shikamaru, as usual, he was engrossed in his newly acquired treasure on the corridor by the courtyard. Shikaku inhaled deeply. He could not quite articulate why. But every time he faced this child and beheld his listless gaze, he felt an unmistakable weight upon him. Little Shikamaru, after such a lengthy reading, are you tired? Would you like to play with your father for a while? Shikaka hesitated, contemplating a gentle approach. Shikamaru lifted his gaze, his lifeless eyes glancing at Shikaku, and remarked, learning brings me joy. Occasionally indulging in play can enhance learning efficiency, you know? How old are you? Still preoccupied with games. Have you earned enough for milk powder? Have you gathered enough for your wife's cosmetics? Have you sufficient funds for hiring help? How can you, with nothing to your name, dare to claim you belong to the noble clan of Konoha? Although Shikako had heard this sentiment numerous times throughout his life, hearing it from the mouth of a mere toddler was a first. Who are you calling out? Aren't you the one who constantly stares at the young girls? Such is the folly of mortals. Shikamaru disdainfully adjusted his non-existent glasses, his lifeless eyes rolling in a manner that unequivocally conveyed one sentiment, contempt. At that moment, Shikaku could no longer contain himself. He seized Shikamaru, declaring, "Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Children ought to behave like children and not pretend to be wise beyond their years." Upon uttering these words, Shikamaru burst into tears, wailing uncontrollably. In that instant, he finally embodied the childlike demeanor Shikaku had longed for. However, a hint of confusion lingered in Shikamaru's heart. He had yet to strike, so why was he crying? Yet, in the next moment, Shikaku understood. A pair of hands, roughened by household chores, had firmly grasped his ear, exclaiming, "What are you doing, you rascal? Bullying a child at your age? Jiraiya, it's not what it seems. Please, let me explain." Although Shikaku often consoled himself with the notion that women become gentle in the presence of their beloved man, the reality was that he was indeed under the thumb of his wife. Shikamaru watched as Shikaku was dragged away by Jiraiya, shaking his head, despite Shikaku's visibly distressed expression. His heart brimmed with joy. Shikamaru picked up the fallen Mythical Era. Initially hoping to uncover some clues within its pages, he ultimately felt disheartened, for its contents were unremarkable. Merely a collection of legends. What do you desire? A soul that does not belong to this world. A prolonged sound echoed hauntingly throughout the courtyard. In that moment, Shikamaru gazed around in astonishment. Shikaku and Jiraiya were not far off, yet they remained oblivious to the anomaly, as if they existed in an entirely different realm. "Who goes there?" Shikamaru shouted. One must understand that in the current ninja world, who possess the power to instantaneously tear through the void, moving freely within the layered defenses of Konoha? Are you wondering why you cannot perceive your two powers and thus condense your chakra? A middle-aged man appeared silently before Shikamaru, his expression remarkably calm. This man possessed an utterly ordinary visage, so unremarkable that he would go unnoticed in a crowd. If there were anything distinctive, it was the gentle smile upon his face, exuding a sense of reliability and depth. "You are Uncle Irika." Though their acquaintance had been brief, Shikamaru recognized him. He had previously visited his ramen shop with Obito while out with Rin. However, the figure standing before Shikamaru was no longer the warm, hospitable ramen chef renowned for his exceptional skills. For his eyes were no longer ordinary. Instead, they bore the circular patterns of the Rinnegan. "You are not Uncle Irika? I am Ichiraku, yet Ichiraku is not me. A soul that does not belong to this world. The person before me bears an identical visage to Ichiraku. Yet their tone and demeanor are starkly different, imbued with a detached comprehension of worldly matters." The other party revealed their greatest secret in a single utterance. Yet Shikamaru remained unperturbed, gently placing the book he had been holding aside. In truth, fear did dwell within him, however. He understood that the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable, leaving him with no hope of victory. "You just mentioned that I cannot gather chakra. How do you know this? Your soul does not belong to this realm. Thus you cannot harness chakra, a power intrinsic to the Otsutsuki clan." The Otsutsuki clan's power? They planted the seed of the god tree deep within the earth, nurturing it with the natural energies of this world. Over eons, it gradually matured, yielding the chakra fruit, which is teeming with immense power. The inhabitants of this world possess, to varying degrees, the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths, enabling them to utilize chakra. Yet you cannot, for your soul is not of this world. How do you know this? Shikamaru inquired, puzzled. That is thanks to my unique ability. Ichiraka gestured towards his eyes and continued. My ocular technique allows me to glimpse futures yet to unfold. Take that boy who frequently visits my noodle shop, for instance. Eager, innocent, and diligent, he aspires to become Hokage, yet who would foresee that he would become pivotal in the fate of the entire ninja world? Wow. This fellow possesses such a formidable ability, while I, the protagonist, lack even a golden finger. At this moment, Shikamaru felt immense frustration. However, not long ago, I noticed a shift in the future. I have been seeking the catalyst for this alteration until that day when I discovered your existence. Now, may I inquire what it is that you desire? If I were to say I do not know, would you believe me? Ichiraka chuckled, turning away. His hands clasped behind him, reminiscing about the days when the four of us, siblings bound by brotherhood, were inseparable. The eldest sister, Kagaya, seized the forbidden fruit, attaining divinity, neither born nor perishing. The second brother, Tika, pillaged and extorted, viewing life as inconsequential. The third brother, Waya, devoted himself to cultivation, aspiring to stand atop all beings. Yet I, amidst the tumult of worldly strife, have chosen to remain detached, wandering through the crevices of time. For millennia, I have witnessed the cycles of life and death. As Shikamaru observed this middle-aged man lost in contemplation, he turned and spoke. Very well. Each individual possesses their own choices. Natural energy can be transformed into chakra, and according to your words, to achieve mastery, one must choose the third method outlined in this book. Taming natural energy? Indeed. Ichiraka nodded. Your soul does not belong to this world, and thus is not bound by its rules. Should you agree to assist me? I can impart to you this method, passed down since ancient times, one that even the sage of 6 paths and Kaguya were unaware of. With a gentle gesture, Ichiraku pointed, and Shikamaru felt a surge of power coursing through him. In that instant, his senses heightened, and the surrounding tumultuous natural energy sought to penetrate his being. Yet, at the very moment the natural energy made contact with his skin, it transformed into an unexpectedly gentle force. At this moment, you have mastered this method. However, the natural energies that can be tamed remain scarce. Although you are not bound by the constraints of this world's rules and can effortlessly surpass challenges that are insurmountable for ordinary individuals, the forthcoming cultivation will still rely upon your own efforts. Should the day come when you can fully command natural energy, there would be no need for you to enter a sage mode akin to you and his successors, for you are inherently a sage. Shikamaru pondered for a moment and said, What do you wish for me to do? In that foreseeable future, do not harm Kaguya. Upon uttering these words, the figure of Ichiraku vanished from Shikamaru's sight, and the surroundings reverted to their original state, lush vegetation and the gentle calls of deer. If the medical ninja represents a significant reform pioneered by Konoha and seamlessly integrated into its structure, then prior to this, the Nara clan was renowned in the ninja world for its exceptional apothecaries. The Nara family has long been engaged in deer husbandry, utilizing this foundation to develop numerous medicinal formulas, providing a substantial supply of potions to Konoha's medical department each year. In fact, without the support of the Nara clan, the entire medical system of Konoha would struggle to function. Consequently, from a young age, the children of the Nara family are taken by their elders to a forbidden area not far from Konoha village, where they learn to coexist with the forest. This is a verdant expanse, inhabited by a multitude of deer. Such woodlands are abundant in the Land of Fire, often characterized by winding paths that make it difficult for strangers to navigate out once they become ensnared. In the forest, Shikamaru lay beneath a tree, beginning his cultivation as if he sought to merge with the very essence of the forest. The members of the Nara clan were foraging for medicinal herbs, leaving Shikamaru alone. Despite his tender age, they harbored no concerns. The forest, seemingly desolate, concealed countless watchful eyes. Since that night, when he acquired the method to tame natural energy, Shikamaru had been diligently practicing. He quickly grasped the principle. The divine tree absorbs the natural energy of this world and can convert it into chakra. This principle applies to Shikamaru as well. By merging his physical and mental energies into chakra, a ninja's body would grow increasingly fatigued. However, Shikamaru's ability bypassed the fusion of physical and mental forces, enabling him to directly harness natural energy and convert the tamed energy into chakra. Although the efficiency of this transformation is rather low, it is certainly better than none. As Shikamaru absorbed natural energy, his senses became remarkably acute. In the terrain of the forest, this effect was greatly amplified. For instance, beneath the land, it seemed as though some creature was moving at high speed. The moment he detected this movement, he shed his wooden form and remained cautiously alert. A white, humanoid figure quietly emerged from the soil, and to Shikamaru's astonishment, it resembled a seed sprouting from the earth. White Zetsu. Shikamaru immediately recognized this being, and it appeared to be searching for him. The yellowing eyes of White Zetsu fixated on him, a faint smile gracing its face. You are Shikamaru, aren't you? I have been searching for you for quite some time. In the hidden village of Konoha, a barrier exists, and outsiders attempting to breach it would inevitably be detected. If it were not for this opportunity, White Zetsu would have had no chance to capture Shikamaru. Shikamaru, appearing merely as a child of 1 or 2 years, posed no threat to White Zetsu. For White Zetsu, employing the technique of the mayfly, the earth seemed akin to a vast expanse of azure water, allowing him to traverse effortlessly. Half of White Zetsu's form concealed beneath the ground, he stealthily approached Shikamaru, who was already gripped by intense anxiety. A profound question echoed within his mind. What did White Zetsu want with him? Though capable of absorbing natural energy, the amount of chakra he could convert was insufficient to unleash even a few proper jutsu. Moreover, he had yet to learn any substantial techniques. In the blink of an eye, White Zetsu stood before Shikamaru. Had it not been for the Nara clan's carelessness, achieving his objective would not have been so effortless. A viscous, white substance split from White Zetsu's body, enveloping Shikamaru beneath the tree. Subsequently, White Zetsu consumed Shikamaru whole. The sensation for Shikamaru was peculiar. Within White Zetsu's form, he could still breathe, yet he found himself utterly immobilized. Time passed in a haze, and when Shikamaru finally regained consciousness, he found himself before a colossal statue, beneath which lay a throne. Seated upon the throne was a solitary old man, who approached Shikamaru as he opened his eyes. Was this Uchiha Madara? The immense statue behind him must be the Outer Path Golem. Shikamaru was certain that no one else could embody the essence of Uchiha Madara in this world, with his aged and withered visage, and that half-open Sharingan. Yet, what purpose did Uchiha Madara have in binding him? Shikamaru was filled with perplexity, but Uchiha Madara wasted no time and soon stood before him. Observing the boy, whose eyes bore no hint of fear, a tremor passed over Madara's wrinkled skin. A child of such tender years possessed such formidable spiritual strength. Even among the Uchiha, few could match it. Uchiha Madara seemed taken aback, realizing that his decision to bring Shikamaru here had not been in vain. "Who are you?" Shikamaru inquired softly. Perhaps having lingered here too long, faced with a mere child, there was an almost imperceptible fervor in Madara's tone. "I am Uchiha Madara." "Who is Uchiha Madara?" The old man momentarily faltered, seemingly unprepared for such a question. In his youth, Uchiha Madara would have perceived this as a provocation. Yet, confronted by a child, he exhibited no signs of anger. "I shall be the savior of this world, bringing peace to it." Despite Uchiha Madara's grave demeanor, Shikamaru found it difficult to suppress a laugh. A ruthless tyrant who would endure so much would harbor such thoughts? Foolish villain. Do you possess any awareness of your own identity? You are the archetypal antagonist chronicled in the annals of ninja history. Shikamaru thought in dismay. A savior? Nevertheless, Shikamaru feigned a look of confusion to avoid arousing any suspicion from Uchiha Madara. Madara raised his withered hand and placed it upon Shikamaru's forehead. "You shall become my most vital aid. I will impart all my knowledge to you, enabling you to succeed me in accomplishing the necessary tasks during my absence from this world." What is this rhythm? Shikamaru could only discern that, due to his involvement, Obito remained in Konoha, competing with Kakashi rather than becoming another Uchiha Madara. Yet, why had Madara suddenly sought him out? He was not of the Uchiha clan and possessed no Sharingan. Surely, he should not be the one to execute the Eye of the Moon plan. Observing that Shikamaru remained unresponsive, Madara smiled and slowly withdrew his hand, returning to his throne. Life in the depths was indeed monotonous and dreary. The only figures Shikamaru encountered daily were the enigmatic Uchiha Madara perched upon his throne and the whimsical White Zetsu and Obito. Naturally, the great Uchiha Madara was not one to engage in trivial matters such as child-rearing. Since the leader would not take on such responsibilities, it fell upon the younger brother. However, Shikamaru found himself in utter disarray faced with these two aimless beings, as he was compelled to tread carefully in Madara's presence, perpetually masquerading as a child. Having spent 4 years in this dim underground, Shikamaru had grown quite familiar with them. Although White Zetsu was a product of those who succumbed to the infinite Tsukuyomi, he was not as difficult to interact with as Shikamaru had initially imagined. "Obito, I asked you to bring me cod from the land of lightning, not from the land of water. Why can't you comprehend that?" Below the earth, Shikamaru held a roasted fish, pointing at Obito with evident dissatisfaction. Obito scratched his head, bewildered, and asked, "Is there a difference?" "Of course there is. The texture is entirely different," Shikamaru retorted, his dead fish-like eyes rolling in displeasure. Though this place had no apparent escape, it was not a dead end. Through the use of the shape-shifting technique, White Zetsu could traverse swiftly through underground waterways and plant roots to any location. In fact, it was this very ability that allowed Uchiha Madara to gather information from the outside nations and the shinobi world. Consequently, Shikamaru had White Zetsu procure local specialties from various countries. Over the years, these items had accumulated in the shadowy depths. Indeed, as Madara had initially claimed, he had imparted all his lifetime of knowledge to Shikamaru. Various forms of taijutsu, an array of ninjutsu and jinjutsu, Madara's expertise was vast, encompassing many clandestine secrets of various clans. Throughout these years, he had shared this wealth of knowledge with Shikamaru. Despite Shikamaru being merely a child, nearly incapable of utilizing chakra, Madara seemed in no rush. It is essential to recognize that Uchiha Madara epitomized the archetype of a grand villain. Although his actions were driven by what he perceived as his own brand of justice, they were utterly devoid of any semblance to the justice known to the masses. As a quintessential antagonist, Uchiha Madara was undeniably successful, instigating the Fourth Great Ninja War and executing the Moon Eye Plan, causing the entire world to tremble under his will. Yet, as a textbook villain, he also faced failure. He could scarcely fathom the existence of Kaguya Otsutsuki, which ultimately led to his downfall, allowing her to break free from her seal. Within the cavern, a dispute persisted. The mackerel from the Land of Lightning differed from that of the Land of Water, possessing a softer texture and a more exquisite flavor. Why don't you give it a try? Nara Shikamaru, nearly 4 or 5 years old, held a piece of golden brown grilled fish and pouted at Obito. Taking a bite, Obito shook his head and remarked, "It seems somewhat different." As one of the white Zetsu, Obito had no need to consume food for sustenance. Being a byproduct of the divine tree, white Zetsu could be classified as both animal and plant. It absorbed nutrients from the earth to maintain its energy, unlike humans who must eat intentionally. However, since Shikamaru's arrival, Obito often sought out ingredients to accompany him in eating. The true form of white Zetsu emerged from the roots and settled before Uchiha Madara. All eyes in the cave were drawn to white Zetsu. What has transpired? Madara inquired slowly upon seeing its true form. The Third Great Ninja War has officially concluded. Is that so? Madara smiled, as if the outcome had long been anticipated. Under the leadership of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the village hidden in the leaves achieved a resounding victory. The Wind Country, Earth Country, and Lightning Country had successively signed peace treaties with the Fire Country, resembling a capitulation. Shikamaru stood to the side, seemingly indifferent as he listened. He understood that his premature arrival had drastically altered the timeline of this world. Minato, who should have perished during the Nine-Tails assault on Konoha, was now alive and well as Hokage. Furthermore, the Third Great Ninja War lasted far longer than in the original narrative, with Konoha transforming its advantages into splendid victories through warfare. I am acutely aware of Konoha's hidden strength and the entanglements among these powers. How did Minato manage it? The fourth Hokage had successfully persuaded clans such as the Uchiha and Hyuga to send their elite forces into battle. Except for Orochimaru, all 3 legendary Sannin had returned to Konoha. The Hidden Cloud Village had not anticipated Konoha's ability to mobilize such formidable forces, resulting in their unexpected defeat. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage? It appears he has inherited the will of the Senju. Madara sighed deeply, then turned his gaze toward Shikamaru. Do you believe love can save this world? Saving the world with love? Shikamaru recalled a story about generating power through love and unintentionally chuckled. Is it amusing? Madara's lips curled slightly upwards. I find it so as well. However, this conflict has endured for quite some time. Compared to love, I am more inclined to believe in power. My ancestors, Indra and Ashura, fought bitterly for this very reason. Indeed, this dispute has persisted from the inception of the ninja world until now. Is it possible that both answers are incorrect? Shikamaru whispered. Shikamaru yearned to express that they had been deceived, yet he ultimately restrained himself. Uchiha Madara regarded Shikamaru, and within his seemingly unperturbed gaze, a flicker of intrigue surfaced. What could possibly bring peace to this world, if not love or power? Surprisingly, Uchiha Madara did not exhibit anger. Perhaps the monotony of his subterranean existence had rendered him weary, igniting a spark of curiosity towards the unexpected dialogue. What, indeed, is peace? Shikamaru murmured contemplatively. Madara gradually rose to his feet, appearing somewhat perplexed. The world he had long sought, a realm where no one would suffer harm, suddenly felt elusive in the face of Shikamaru's innocent expression. He had once believed his ideals were clear, yet now they seemed clouded once more. To experience pain is intrinsic to humanity. If one were to exist in a world devoid of suffering, would they still be considered human? As Shikamaru spoke, Madara appeared lost in contemplation, stepping forward as if grappling with profound thoughts. Madara approached Shikamaru, a solemn expression gracing his features. Yet, a long-held conviction whispered within him, affirming his certainty. Ultimately, he turned away, slowly returning to his throne, a solitary throne. In the cavern, there was no day or night, only an enduring darkness. Seated upon his throne, Madara gazed at the peacefully slumbering Shikamaru, pondering the thoughts that occupied his mind. From the earthen depths, Zetsu emerged beside Madara. It had been several years, and the boy's chakra reserves remained woefully scant. Madara, your initial plan, Zetsu began, but a mere glance from Madara silenced him. Despite the ravages of time etched upon his body, the remnants of his formidable presence lingered. That glance alone rendered Zetsu mute. Madara observed Shikamaru's tranquil visage and sighed inwardly. He had initially believed that with Shikamaru's exceptional mental fortitude, coupled with the Hashirama cells he had cultivated, the boy would not fall far short of Uchiha's heirs. In fact, a flicker of hope resided within Madara's heart. Should Shikamaru succeed in transplanting the Sharingan, he could potentially seal his ocular powers within the boy's eyes, facilitating his future resurrection plans. However, Madara's meticulous calculations failed to foresee that this child possessed only a meager amount of chakra. Regardless of the ninjutsu and secret techniques he imparted, without chakra, further discussions were futile. Despite his dissatisfaction, Madara, a formidable figure, would not allow his thoughts to betray him. Nor would he admit that his impulsive decision to abduct Shikamaru had been a folly. Over the years, a semblance of affection had blossomed in Madara towards Shikamaru. Yet, even so, Madara's approach to a pawn devoid of utility was singular: eradication. Shikamaru lay on the ground, his expression devoid of emotion in slumber. Yet he acutely sensed the fleeting hint of malice emanating from Uchiha Madara. Regarding Uchiha Obito, Shikamaru's greatest advantage lies in the fact that his opponent perceives him merely as a child. For years, Shikamaru has been meticulously disguising his true capabilities. He understands that a confrontation with Uchiha Obito is inevitable. Hence, he seeks to delay that moment while amassing greater strength. Throughout these years, Shikamaru has acted in accordance with Obito's intentions. It seems the time has come. In the depths of slumber, Shikamaru murmurs softly, feigning the onset of awakening. Perhaps unable to bear witness to the unfolding events, Zetsu employs the Shunshin technique and departs from the scene. The flicker of emotion that once resided in Obito's heart towards Shikamaru swiftly dissipates, replaced by a surging frustration and agitation at the impending failure of his years-long scheme. Nevertheless, Obito displays no hint of discontent upon his countenance. Even as a child, he maintains the composure befitting a formidable leader, exuding grace. "Come here, child." Shikamaru rises, his face adorned with an innocent expression, his large eyes shimmering with purity as he approaches slowly. Step by step, he draws nearer, attuned to Obito's breath. Seizing the moment when his adversary's body is most relaxed, Shikamaru strikes. The natural energy he has secretly accumulated over the years transforms into chakra in an instant, releasing a surge of power that causes even the aged Obito to flinch. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. The colossal fireball, imbued with a sense of destruction, hurtles towards Uchiha Obito. For the first time, a flicker of surprise graces Obito's face. Yet, it is merely surprise. Despite his frail state, he is not so easily vanquished by a mere fireball. Wind style, Rebound. As the massive fireball approaches, it is met with a powerful gust of wind. With a thunderous roar, the fireball is rendered unrecognizable, ultimately shattering into countless fragments. As sparks scatter and smoke billows, Obito rises, a cautious glint finally appearing in his aged eyes. The child before him is indeed astonishing. The energy radiating from him signifies a vibrant life force. Obito barely utters a word when a sudden jolt in his chest robs him of his strength. Turning to see, he discovers that the tubes supplying his life force to the outer path's golem have been severed. It becomes clear that his previous attack was merely a ruse to buy time, with the true objective now revealed. In this moment, a sense of wariness emerges in Obito's gaze. The child before him possesses a cunning depth that has effortlessly pierced through his most critical vulnerability. Obito attempts to reconnect the tubes, but Shikamaru denies him that opportunity. Shikamaru lunges forward, unleashing a series of rudimentary taijutsu strikes. Ordinarily, Obito would scarcely acknowledge such a trivial opponent. However, at this juncture, with the supply of chakra to the golem severed, even this simplistic martial technique poses a lethal threat to Obito's life. Everything unfolds precisely as Shikamaru had envisioned. Under his assault, Obito teeters on the brink of collapse. Yet, in the final moments of his life, Obito's once three-tomo Sharingan evolves into the Manjiki Sharingan, Tsukuyami. As the eye technique was activated, Shikamaru inwardly lamented his predicament, watching as the world around him began to blur. In the next moment, he found himself transported to an alternate dimension. Before him stood Madara, his visage transformed back to that of his youthful self. Upon seeing Shikamaru, Madara's first utterance was, "So, you have been concealing your true self all along." Madara's expression bore neither the rage of betrayal nor the chagrin of being deceived. Instead, it radiated joy, akin to the exhilaration of uncovering a vast treasure. With a physique to rival that of the Senju clan, coupled with such formidable spiritual energy, given time, one could ascend to become the most powerful ninja in this realm. Uchiha Madara, a man of immense pride, was simultaneously plagued by insecurity. His pride stemmed from his strength, while his insecurities arose from his yearning for acknowledgement. Thus, it was conceivable that he would go to great lengths to gain the approval of others, be it Hashirama, Obito, or anyone else, resorting to any means necessary. Yet now, Uchiha Madara found himself bereft of time, for death was imminent. The power residing within this eye technique, the Eastern illumination, could blur the line between dreams and reality, imprinting the desires of the caster onto the target like an indelible seal. The prerequisite was that the caster's mental strength must surpass that of the target. Therefore, I implore you, become Uchiha Madara in my stead, and at the critical moment, resurrect me to fulfill the plan of the moon's eye. With unwavering confidence, Uchiha Madara unleashed the eye technique. A torrent of potent spiritual energy surged forth, yet upon touching Shikamaru, it could penetrate no further, instead being firmly suppressed by him. No, this cannot be. Exhausted and filled with lingering doubt, Uchiha Madara departed from this world. Thus, from where does your confidence stem? Shikamaru gazed at Madara's lifeless body, shaking his head in resignation. This space did not dissipate. Shikamaru's keen senses detected two distinct chakra signatures lingering within. One was immensely powerful, while the other was shrouded in secrecy. Come forth, Indra. In the wake of Madara's demise, Indra contemplated reincarnation. However, before he could escape this space, Shikamaru pulled him forth. In this realm, Shikamaru suddenly realized that, with sufficient mental fortitude, one could indeed manipulate the very fabric of reality. The formidable chakra yearned to flee, yet it was ensnared within a web of Shikamaru's design, which tightened its grasp with every struggle, ultimately drawing the chakra closer to him, where it was gradually absorbed. In the realm of reality, having consumed Indra's power, Shikamaru opened his eyes. His pupils were clouded and entirely dark, rendering him unable to harness the strength of Indra within him. Even with the harmony of natural energy, the power within his body remained unbalanced. In that moment, Shikamaru resembled a ravenous beast, desperately seeking sustenance. Ultimately, his gaze fixated upon the outer path's demonic statue, the vessel of the Ten Tails, brimming with an abundance of life force. Perhaps sensing Shikamaru's frantic intentions, Black Zetsu could no longer contain himself and appeared before Shikamaru. If the outer path's golem were to be destroyed, how could the resurrection plan for Kaguya ever come to fruition? In that moment, this jester who had nearly manipulated the course of ninja history could no longer maintain his composure. You cannot do this. Before Black Zetsu could finish his words, Shikamaru seized him by the throat. The power of Indra, now consuming him, instinctively sought to eradicate the malicious will before him. After a prolonged unconsciousness, when Shikamaru finally awoke, only Tobi and a multitude of white Zetsu remained by his side. You have finally awakened, Tobi exclaimed, relief washing over him. The outcome of this contest culminated in Shikamaru's resounding victory. Before him stood a host of white Zetsu, yet they were no longer as they once were. Tobi glanced at his hands. The once plant-like flesh rooted in the outer path's golem began to transform, sprouting a semblance of muscle akin to that of animals. What on earth has happened here? Why did Madara die? Who is this black fellow? How did Black Zetsu perish? Shikamaru, still somewhat bewildered, regarded the ground. Observing the white Zetsu gazing at him, he hesitated, contemplating how to weave the narrative henceforth. The so-called Eye of the Moon plan was nothing more than a ruse, a fabrication conjured by Black Zetsu. Ultimately, Shikamaru proclaimed thus: Black Zetsu. Before his demise, Madara uncovered Black Zetsu's existence and his sinister plot, achieving a profound enlightenment. To protect me, Madara chose to perish alongside this fiend. Naturally, before his end, Madara entrusted me with his will and instructed me to lead you towards a glorious future. The white Zetsu exchanged glances, and it remained unclear who knelt first. Subsequently, all the white Zetsu fell to their knees in unison. We pay homage to our lord, Konoha. Under the leadership of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the third great ninja war yielded unprecedented results. As the victors, Konoha reaped immense war reparations. Not only did the prominent clans such as the Uchiha and Hyuga, who had participated in the war, garner substantial profits, but even the ordinary villagers of Konoha felt the benefits of the conflict. Root headquarters, underground chamber. A vast table displayed a world sandbox map, flanked by the third Hokage and the founder of Root, Danzo Shimura. The hardliner, Danzo, wore a pleased expression. It was precisely due to his close collaboration with Hiruzen Sarutobi during the recently concluded Third War that the fourth Hokage could lead the ninjas into battle without concern for the rear. For the sake of victory, Danzo had cast aside the long-standing rift with Hiruzen and temporarily united with him, even reminiscing about the cherished moments of their youth. Hiruzen. As long as we join forces, there is nothing in this world that we cannot achieve. In contrast to Danzo's demeanor, the newly victorious former Hokage bore a hint of sorrow upon his face. We have both grown old. The future of the village must rely on the younger generation. Do you still oppose my proposal to expand the war? Expanding the war benefits no one. In the midst of war, Konoha has reaped the greatest benefits. Should it expand further, it would escalate into a war of national annihilation. At that juncture, not only Sunagakure, Humogakure, and Iwagakure would exert their utmost efforts, but even Kirigakure would no longer remain passive. No matter how strong Konoha may be, it cannot simultaneously contend with the four great nations, even if they were to unite. What difference would it make? Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Danzo's forthcoming words, stating, I understand your aspirations, but we are not like the first Hokage. We do not possess his overwhelming strength. War is a gamble, and no one can predict whether Konoha will emerge victorious next time. Therefore, I implore you to desist. Danzo was about to retort when a member of Root suddenly appeared in the vast conference room. Root, subordinate to Danzo, was beyond the scrutiny of even the Hokage. Upon seeing Sarutobi, the Root member hesitated, unsure whether to speak. Speak quickly, there are no secrets here that the third Hokage cannot know. Yes, replied the Root member. The envoy from Hanzo of the Salamander has arrived secretly. I see. Hanzo of the Salamander? What does he desire? Sarutobi inquired after the Root member departed. Merely to deal with a few pests, Danzo confidently replied. The positions of the Land of Rain and the Land of Rivers are of paramount importance, and Hanzo's firmness can ensure that the Land of Rain maintains neutrality amidst the great nations. Recently, a group named Akatsuki has emerged in that region. Their stance being excessively weak, if they are allowed to expand unchecked, it would be extremely detrimental to Konoha. Owing to the war, I have had no time to address them. Now that the third great ninja war has subsided, it is time to eliminate these pests. Sarutobi nodded and remarked, I am aware of your clandestine dealings with Hanzo. Do not overreach. At the Akatsuki headquarters, Yahiko stated, Lord Yahiko, here is the correspondence from Hanzo of the Salamander. He wishes to leverage our strength to mediate between the three great nations. Excellent, exclaimed Conan, her face alight with joy. If we succeed, our reputation will undoubtedly soar. Yahiko shook his head, expressing, this matter seems peculiar. Although we share a connection to the Land of Rain, Hanzo has never reached out to us before. Why the sudden interest now? Yahiko harbored doubts about the situation, yet within Akatsuki, the overwhelming sentiment was one of jubilation. This presented a golden opportunity. If successful, Akatsuki would gain renown. For Akatsuki, which exists in the crevices between great nations, this was an immense temptation. Nagato, what are your thoughts? To exercise caution, Yahiko sought Nagato's opinion. Although one of the founders of Akatsuki, Nagato had always maintained a low profile. His long bangs obscured his Rinnegan, and upon meeting Conan's hopeful gaze, he slowly responded, I believe this is also an opportunity. The majority within Akatsuki supported the endeavor to mediate, leaving Yahiko reluctant to openly oppose it. Very well. We shall accept this mission. Beneath the starry sky, Nagato and Conan strolled through the forest. Without Yahiko's presence, the atmosphere between just the two of them grew somewhat awkward. The two individuals strolled beneath the night sky for quite some time, with Nagato remaining silent throughout. Nagato, you have a mission to undertake tomorrow. Is there something you wish to share with me? Conan inquired, bending slightly and casting a sideways glance at him. Ah, yeah? Conan looked at Nagato in confusion, causing him to falter in his speech. I will certainly assist Yahiko in completing the task and elevate Akatsuki's reputation. Indeed, I have faith in your capabilities. Conan straightened up and smiled, saying, the teacher has also mentioned that you possess the power to change this world. Although Yahiko doesn't express it openly, he has always acknowledged your potential. Yes, let us head back. Is this the host of the Rinnegan? Shikamaru mused as he observed the two walking below from his elevated position. Standing beside him, Zetsu had gradually regained a humanoid form, no longer resembling a spore-like entity. It had been a long time since he felt such sensations, the feeling of being human. The memories belonging to Zetsu's former human identity had long faded. Yet, now that he had regained a corporeal form, he felt an exhilarating thrill. Shikamaru turned to glance at him. While Zetsu had indeed regained a human body, to call him a man would be an exaggeration. On that fateful day, after consuming Indra and the Outer Path Golem, Shikamaru had fused these forces with the already tamed natural energy, creating a new power he termed shadow manipulation. Zetsu and the others assimilated with the Outer Path Golem, and upon its disappearance, they became entwined with Shikamaru, who had devoured it, perhaps influenced by shadow manipulation. Zetsu and his companions transformed into entities that straddled the line between man and shadow. Zetsu and his companions possessed human forms, thoughts, senses, and appetites, yet they were shadows, capable of merging into darkness, perhaps even for eternity. In a sense, they were more peculiar than the spore-like Zetsu. Thus, they acquired a new name, Shadow Zetsu. Lord, shall we take action? Yes, but not at this moment. With his current strength, attempting to seize Konan from Shimura Danzo and Hanzo the Salamander would be nothing short of folly. However, should they strike at the Akatsuki headquarters and inadvertently provoke Nagato's ferocity, awakening the Rinnegan, the consequences would be far more detrimental. This wretched weather. The sky was overcast, clouds densely packed, suggesting an impending downpour. The land of rain was perpetually drenched, and the Akatsuki members had long since acclimatized to it. Yet, this uncertain weather heightened the tension among the already anxious Akatsuki members. One of them spat and remarked to Konan, "Lady Konan, this bodes ill." Konan surveyed her surroundings. Yahiko had specifically instructed her to guard the path behind the negotiation point for safety, just in case. Stay vigilant. However, Hanzo was no novice and had already seen through Yahiko's strategy. Numerous range shinobi lay in ambush amidst the surrounding forest, trained from a young age to survive in harsh conditions. The range shinobi were particularly adept at assassination and stealth, skills that the hastily assembled Akatsuki members could not hope to rival. The traps Konan had set in the forest were swiftly dismantled by the range shinobi, one after another. In silence, danger has descended, akin to a pack of wolves fixating on their prey. Act now. At the sound of the command, the shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, extending its lethal fangs. The range shinobi, still oblivious to the unfolding events, were silently harvested of their lives. By the time Konan discerned the issue and ventured into the woods for a patrol, the scene bore only the lifeless bodies of the range shinobi and the Akatsuki members, nothing more. This is dire. Although the identity of their benefactor remained a mystery, it was evident that Hanzo of the Salamander harbored ill intentions. Almost instinctively, Konan hurried towards the designated meeting point. "Thank you for your assistance. It has been invaluable. The leader awaits you ahead." As they neared the predetermined location, Yahiko and Nagato encountered Hanzo's envoy. "Your efforts are much appreciated." Yahiko nodded graciously, a practiced smile adorning his face. "Yahiko, Nagato, there is treachery afoot." Just as they were about to enter the ambush set by Hanzo and Danzo Shimura, Konan's voice resonated behind them. The envoy of Hanzo turned, thrusting a kunai towards Yahiko's throat. He was both an envoy and an assassin, prepared for any eventuality. Thanks to Konan's warning, Yahiko was ready. At the sound of her voice, his body tensed, evading the strike. The kunai drew closer. And just as the envoy seemed poised for success, Nagato appeared with lethal precision behind him, delivering a fatal blow. Nagato flashed a reassuring smile at Yahiko, who exhaled in relief. The kunai bore a mottled sheen, indicating it was coated with deadly poison. Even a mere touch could spell doom. Upon reuniting with Konan, Yahiko forewent inquiries regarding the events that transpired and issued an urgent retreat command. As Akatsuki withdrew, they clashed with the range shinobi, drawing the attention of Hanzo. It seems these insects are not as incompetent as we presumed. Danzo, leading the Konoha Umbu, remarked with a tone laced with veiled mockery, which left Hanzo feeling disgraced. Both Hanzo and the Konoha Jonin were astute individuals. To eliminate Akatsuki, they had devised a meticulous plan, ensuring that every aspect of the ambush was thoroughly scrutinized, leaving no room for error. However, the earlier ambush against Konan had revealed a flaw, inciting caution in Akatsuki's leader. Prior to this, Hanzo had assured Danzo that the range shinobi sent to ambush Konan were the elite of his village. Yet, as events unfolded, complications arose. No, these individuals are merely a rabble. Even if my operatives faltered, it should have sufficed to extinguish the threat before it could manifest. Such a situation should not arise unless another force intervened. Hanzo murmured, possessing unwavering faith in his subordinates. "Do you require assistance? If we return empty-handed, I cannot justify this to Lord Danzo." Hanzo glanced at the Umbu Jonin and stated, "The matters of the rain shall be resolved by the rain itself. The ninjas of Konoha merely need to secure the essential intersections. The Jainin, begrudgingly silent, was acutely aware of the identity of the individual before him. A few veiled jabs were sufficient, as he had no intention of seeking discomfort overtly. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the shinobi of Konoha's Umbu swiftly vacated the area, retreating in the opposite direction from the Rain ninjas under Hans's command. Thus commenced the pursuit. As Hans the Salamander had astutely assessed, the members of Akatsuki were merely a hastily assembled group united by a singular belief, even with their training. They were vastly outnumbered and hardly a match for the battle-hardened Rain ninjas. Within a mere day and night, Akatsuki had suffered severe losses. In the depths of the cave, a flickering campfire cast shadows. Damn it! Damn it! As he witnessed the near annihilation of the organization he had painstakingly assembled, brought to ruin by Hans's machinations. Yahiko could not contain his fury, pounding his fists against the rocky wall, creating a harsh noise. Inside the cave, only Konan, who wished to offer comfort but was at a loss for words, and Nagato, whose demeanor appeared cold and detached, remained. For Nagato, as long as Yahiko and Konan were unharmed, nothing else mattered. Yahiko, calm down. We are surrounded by Hans's men. We should first consider how to escape. I can harness the power of my eyes. No, Nagato interjected, but Yahiko swiftly dismissed his objection. Utilizing the Rinnegan's power would inflict severe damage on your body. Moreover, whether it be Hans or the Konoha shinobi, they are currently too dispersed. You cannot ensure complete extermination. If the knowledge of the Rinnegan were to leak, you would face more than just Hans the Salamander. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the cave, heightening the vigilance of the trio. They turned in alarm towards the nearby rock wall, where an unknown figure had seemingly emerged without their notice. Konan and Nagato positioned themselves protectively in front of Yahiko. Do not worry, I mean no harm. Shikamaru's silhouette gradually materialized from the shadows, straddling the line between light and darkness. Who are you? Yahiko demanded. I am someone who can assist you. On what grounds should we trust you? Yahiko pressed further. You may inquire with Konan beside you. Had it not been for my intervention, you would have likely fallen into Hans's ambush long ago. In the dimly lit cavern, observing the trio ensnared in confusion, Shikamaru subtly curved his lips into a smirk. After listening to Konan's explanation, Yahiko found himself harboring even greater animosity towards Shikamaru. What is your true intention? Do you covet the power of the Rinnegan as well? The Rinnegan? Shikamaru chuckled softly. While its power is indeed precious, it holds little significance for me. What do you mean? A youthful voice resonated, echoing in the darkness. Decades ago, Senju Hashirama possessed the might to unify the ninja world. Why then did he distribute the nine-tailed beasts among the nations, ensuring a balance of power among the 5 great countries? The figure shrouded in darkness remained indistinct, appearing like a mirage. Because ninjas are ultimately futile. What nonsense are you spouting? Konan retorted angrily, yet Yahiko restrained her. Please, continue. The futility of the ninja lies in their existence as mere instruments of death, confined solely to the role of a killing machine. The world would continue to function without them, perhaps even flourish in their absence. Had Hashirama Senju unified the ninja world in the past, the ninja would have rotted away during prolonged periods of peace, engaging in internal strife until chaos returned. Presently, the 5 great nations maintain a delicate balance of power, allowing the ninja class to retain a certain vitality while ensuring that the majority of people thrive under the protection of the 5 great ninja villages. However, this equilibrium comes at the expense of the interests of smaller nations, namely, you. Within this cavern, Nagato appeared bewildered by Shikamaru's words, while Konan displayed a struggle within her expression. Only Yahiko bore a countenance of utmost seriousness. Are you curious as to why Konoha has suddenly allied with Hanzo of the Salamander against you? Shikamaru smiled, revealing that the reason lies in your nearly foolish ideology, which eschews the use of force and power to forge peace. In the grand game of the great nations, the smaller ones are mere sacrificial pawns. Lacking a stance is the gravest sin. The position of Amigakure is of paramount importance. Neither Konoha, Sunagakure, nor Iwagakure would allow the leaders of this land to lean towards any other nation. Thus, the dominance of Hanzo is inevitable. Your very existence threatens his rule. And even if Shimura Danzo refrains from action, both Anoki and Raza will inevitably intervene. At this juncture, Shikamaru paused and extended his hand, pointing at Nagato. All exist under the rules established by Hashirama Senju. While the Rinnegan indeed possesses the capability to disrupt these rules, it lacks the ability to create new ones. On what basis do you make such claims? Konan interjected in defense of Nagato. In truth, as long as ninjas remain obsessed with force as the answer to everything. The rules set forth by Hashirama remain the most effective means of maintaining world peace. Regardless of your aspirations for change, you are inexorably steering towards opposition to this world. This is not a matter that can be resolved merely with a pair of eyes. After articulating so much, what is it that you truly wish to convey? Yahiko's expression remained serene, yet tumultuous waves surged within him. Therefore, let us collaborate. Shikamaru's proposal astonished all present, including Yahiko. Collaborate? Neither love nor power can save this world. Only by rendering the ninja less feudal can hope be restored. Shikamaru scoffed, dismissing the notions of love and strength. The true path lies in the development of productive forces. Thus, lend me your strength. Yahiko narrowed his eyes and inquired, what do you wish for us to assist you with? Help me seize the authority of the 5 great nations. Shikamaru declared. In the end, you are merely a power-hungry individual. Conan retorted. Yahiko interrupted her, asking, even if we could aid you in usurping the power of the 5 great nations, how can you ensure that you are the one capable of changing the world? Conan and Nagato gazed at Yahiko in disbelief. You cannot be serious about believing this man's words. Shikamaru stepped forward, emerging into the light. Neither Yahiko, Conan, nor Nagato had anticipated that the one they had been conversing with was, in fact, a mere child. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shikamaru Nara of Konoha. You are from Konoha. Xiaonin regarded Shikamaru with a wary gaze, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. Despite harboring aspirations to transform the world, was he still fixated on the divisions between Konoha and Amigakure? In response to Xiaonin's skepticism, Shikamaru smiled and remarked, you. Xiaonin yearned to counter his words, but found herself at a loss for a retort. I cannot guarantee anything, but you might take a chance. Shikamaru's gaze shifted to Yahiko, a smile illuminating his face, yet Yahiko appeared ensnared in contemplation. Konoha had achieved a decisive victory in the 3rd Great Ninja War. Yet the accumulated animosity only intensified. The higher-ups of Konoha were compelled to navigate a precarious path. If you aspire to reassemble the Akatsuki, this undeniably presents a favorable opportunity. And I can assist you. Hanzo's men are still some distance away, granting you time to deliberate. As he spoke, Shikamaru turned. And just as his form lingered between shadow and light, Yahiko called out to him. Wait. Yahiko addressed Xiaonan and Nagato. You two step outside for a moment. I have matters to discuss with him. Xiaonan and Nagato exchanged incredulous glances at Yahiko's seemingly reckless determination. However, they ultimately could not sway his resolve. Yahiko, not only a close friend to Xiaonan and Nagato but also their leader, remained steadfast. Once they had departed, leaving only Shikamaru and Yahiko within the cave, Yahiko began to speak. The crackling of the fire echoed in the cave, its flickering glow casting a sinister light upon Yahiko's face, rendering it formidable. His tone was unlike anything Nagato and Xiaonan had ever heard, resonating like an echo from a dark abyss. Why choose me? Wouldn't it be easier to control Nagato? Shikamaru met Yahiko's unwavering gaze, noting the intensity with which Yahiko scrutinized him. I've already stated, he lacks the necessary talent. Yet you possess it. The Rinnegan does not encompass everything, while the power to obliterate the world incites fear and envy. It does not allure with the prospect of a better existence. Thus, Uchiha Madara could never surpass Senju Hashirama. Yahiko studied Shikamaru, seemingly attempting to discern his innermost thoughts. They stood in silence for an extended moment, until the flames within the fire pit extinguished entirely, leaving the cave enveloped in profound stillness. Yahiko, what transpired? Xiaonan and Nagato inquired, having sensed the anomaly within the cave, only to be met with an extended silence. As they hurriedly entered, they beheld a radiant light cascading down from the darkness, illuminating the space between Yahiko and Shikamaru. Yahiko knelt slowly, uttering, from this day forth, Yahiko is willing to accept your command. Amidst the swirling smoke and the frantic movements of deer in the forest, the Akatsuki trio, having successfully evaded Hanzo's pursuit, now convened with Shikamaru to deliberate their next course of action. I believe we should rally our forces and return to confront Hanzo the Salamander, overwhelming him completely. Perhaps it was the recent harassment by the Amigakure ninjas, perhaps it was the peculiarities of a woman's cycle, or perhaps a certain individual's incessant presence that irked her. At that moment, Xiaonan exhibited signs of agitation. Can you even defeat Hanzo the Salamander? Shikamaru inquired, tapping his nose in retort. It is all in jest. For he is none other than the legendary Hanzo of the Salamander, a demigod of the ninja realm. were it not for Nagato's remarkable abilities. Who could easily subdue him? What gives you, a mere child, the audacity to claim otherwise? Women possess this curious nature. They often recognize the absurdity of their assertions yet persist in their stubbornness. Of course, had Nagato employed the Rinnegan, he could indeed have vanquished Hanzo. However, his physical form cannot bear the toll exacted by wielding such eyes. Actually, just as Nagato was about to express his thoughts, Konan interjected. Even if Nagato cannot utilize the Rinnegan, is it not within your capacity? Konan exerted herself, determined to prove to Yahiko that the child before them was merely a charlatan spinning tales. This burden can't be placed on me. Shikamaru raised his hands in exasperation, stating, I have never claimed to seek trouble with Hanzo. Our immediate concern is to revitalize Akatsuki. To that end, we should first establish a ninja village to secure funding. Yahiko glanced at Shikamaru and inquired, where do you propose we construct this ninja village? In the land of birds. Shikamaru replied, why there? Konan suddenly questioned. Because the scenery is splendid. You imbecile. Konan furrowed her brow, and had Nagato not intervened, she might have rushed over to strike Shikamaru. Yahiko stroked his chin, noting, the land of birds lacks a ninja village, so establishing one there would indeed avoid conflict. However, the local daimyo is exceedingly conservative, and there are no significant internal strife. How do you intend to persuade them? Thanks to the intelligence network set up by Uchiha Obito, Shikamaru discovered, with minimal effort, the truth about the land of birds. Contrary to external perceptions, there exists a roaming ninja group that has long infiltrated the land of birds, led by the Monkming Zone. He has already set in motion plans to seize power. We can leverage him to gain the trust of the daimyo. Yahiko nodded in agreement, stating, this is indeed an excellent strategy. However, we currently face a shortage of personnel, which complicates our involvement in the affairs of the land of birds. Personnel is not an issue. Shikamaru clapped his hands, and dozens of shadowy figures emerged from the ground, gradually coalescing into human form, clad in ninja attire. Each shadowy figure bore a long sword upon their back, appearing indistinguishable from ordinary ninjas. Yet, both Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan were taken aback. They had not anticipated the presence of so many ninjas concealed around them. Their gazes towards Shikamaru shifted subtly. While personnel may not be a concern, the crux lies in finding an individual of both intellect and bravery to infiltrate the base of these rogue ninjas, secure 1 or 2 witnesses, and present them before the daimyo of the land of birds. Our words would carry weight, but where might we find such a person? Shikamaru's eyes fell upon Konan, whose cheeks flushed as she stubbornly declared, fine, I shall go. Absolutely not. Without a moment's hesitation, Nagato interjected, fully aware of the implications of sending a female ninja into enemy territory. Seduction. This was the first time Yahiko and Konan had witnessed Nagato raise his voice so emphatically. When they turned to look at him, they found him with his head bowed, radiating an overwhelming aura of negativity. I am merely concerned about Xiao Nin venturing out alone. Perhaps it would be best if I accompanied her. Shikamaru cast a knowing look at his companion, remarking that your words only serve to further embarrass her. Indeed. Upon hearing Nagato's words, Xiao Nan's tone became fervent. I can do this. I will prove my strength to you all. Shikamaru clapped his hands and said, in that case, let us first find a clothing store. Xiao Nan glanced at Shikamaru, seemingly perplexed by his intentions, until he explained, just look at your current appearance, dressed in a black robe, covered in dirt, and your hair is a complete mess. How can you possibly entice anyone like this? You jerk. Xiao Nan silently gritted her teeth, clenching her fists. And the more she stared into Shikamaru's vacant eyes, the more she felt an urge to give him a good beating. In the quaint town of Bird Country, they arrived at a clothing store. What do you all think? At that moment, Xiao Nan shed her black robe adorned with red clouds, donning a high-slit silk cheongsam that accentuated her figure. A sense of embarrassment washed over her. With her curvaceous silhouette, elongated legs, and a subtle touch of makeup enhancing her refined features, the ensemble showcased her figure splendidly, capturing the attention of everyone present. Xiao Nan exuded an air of regal confidence, while Nagato lowered his head, unable to meet her gaze. However, both Yahiko and Shikamaru unabashedly indulged their desires. I must say, Xiao Nan's figure is quite impressive, Shikamaru remarked, standing atop a table, eyeing Yahiko, who nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, indeed. You two perverts. Upon hearing their comments, Xiao Nan placed her hands on her hips and scolded them angrily, feeling a bit proud as she turned and entered the fitting room. After purchasing clothes and enjoying a meal, the four of them strolled leisurely through the streets. The crowd moved slowly, but suddenly, Yahiko halted. "What is it, Yahiko?" Shanin turned to inquire. "That person is a scorching release ninja from the Wind Country, Itsang." Following Yahiko's gesture, Shikamaru beheld an exquisite beauty with an alluring figure. He shot a glance at Yahiko, realizing why he could recognize her amidst the throngs of people. Why would a sand village ninja suddenly appear in the Bird Country? This question simultaneously surfaced in the minds of the four. Itsang remained oblivious to Shikamaru and the others, swiftly traversing a secluded alley before entering an izakaya. Inside, a group of Wind Country ninjas awaited her arrival, promptly kneeling before her. "Lady Itsang, what news do you bring? We have bribed several high-ranking officials in the Bird Country, yet their daimyo remains opposed to our assistance in establishing a ninja village. However, there is a fellow named Meng Zong who claims he can help us. Would you like to meet him?" "Meng Zong, you say? Arrange it." "Yes, Lady Itsang." Amidst the mountains, the stream babbled gently as it flowed into the temple. A soft breeze rustled the bamboo leaves, and the sound of water droplets resonated melodiously. High Monk Meng Zong, holding a bamboo cup, knelt on the tatami mat, savoring a sip of the clear tea within. A gust of wind stirred, prompting Meng Zong to set down his cup. "Friends from the Sand Village, reveal yourselves." In a fleeting moment, Itsang appeared before Meng Zong. Gazing at the corpulent monk before him, Itsang felt no reverence akin to that of the citizens of the Bird Country. Instead, a tinge of disdain welled up within him. "Is it you who wish to see me?" "Indeed, Lord Itsang." Meng Zong slowly rose to his feet. Yet he still stood a head shorter than the tall Itsang. With the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, only Kannabi emerged victorious. "I am aware that the Wind Shadow seeks to redress the balance of power, aspiring to establish a ninja village within the Bird Country and to dominate the northwestern territories of the Wind Country. Thus, we may collaborate." "How shall we collaborate?" Itsang harbored no fondness for the man before him, yet for the sake of Sunagekyu's interests, he begrudgingly continued the conversation. The feudal lord of the Bird Country, Lord De Liao, was merely a feeble ruler, while his strategist, Hong Ming, possessed some capability, though not enough to be of concern. As long as the Sand Ninja could eliminate De Liao, I would seize control over the Bird Country. Subsequently, the Wind Shadow's ambition to establish a ninja village here would naturally flourish under my robust support. Ninjas are forbidden from intervening in the succession of feudal lords. This rule was established at the inception of the 5 great ninja villages. The Sand Ninja shall not partake in such conspiracies. If you succeed, perhaps we might consider collaboration then. Lord Itsang. Just as Itsang prepared to depart, Meng Zong called out to him. With Konoha reigning supreme, shall the Sand Ninja truly resign themselves to being trampled underfoot by Konoha's shinobi merely for the sake of tradition? Itsang smiled and disregarded Meng Zong's words. "I have stated that should you possess the prowess to seize power in the Bird Country, Sunagakure may contemplate a partnership with you." With a scoff, Itsang's figure had already vanished from Meng Zong's sight. Within the room, a wandering ninja materialized at Meng Zong's feet. "Chief, what shall we do next? Given our current strength, we are still insufficient to control the Bird Country. These ninjas from the major nations are nothing but hypocrites, pretending to uphold virtue while secretly indulging in corruption. They may suffer more than anyone, yet when the moment calls for action, they refuse to dirty their hands." Meng Zong vented his frustration, turning to face his subordinates. "This is an opportune moment. If we can establish a connection with Sunagakure, we need not continue our aimless wandering. Here is the plan. Inform our contacts within the feudal lord's estate to take preemptive action. If we can assassinate De Liao and his son, the Bird Country, bereft of an heir, will descend into chaos, allowing us to seize control of the situation. At the feudal lord's estate in the Bird Country, the night was cloaked in silence, and the guards patrolled the corridors with quiet vigilance. As the clock approached the late hours, the stillness of the night weighed heavily upon the weary sentinels, causing their once vigilant watch to slacken. In the chamber of the feudal lord, De Liao, the aged and troubled ruler of the Bird Country, lay in slumber, easily startled by the slightest sound. Suddenly, a gasp escaped him as a nightmare jolted him awake. Sitting upright, he rubbed his forehead, the beads of sweat already soaking his back. "Lord De Liao." A soft voice pierced the stillness of the room, rousing the dazed lord to full consciousness. Squinting into the darkness, he discerned the silhouette of an intruder. "What are you doing here?" "Lord De Liao, Master Meng Zong has sent me with a message for you." The figure approached the great heron slowly, step by step, the tatami mat barely making a sound beneath his feet. "Meng Zong, what are you planning to do?" The heron bellowed, Yet the guards outside did not rush in. Give up. They have all been drugged by me, and they will not awaken until morning. As for you, I shall employ a rather unique method to ensure your demise is devoid of pain. As the shadow drew closer, an unprecedented fear gripped the heron's heart. In a panic, he attempted to retreat, but his aged body felt exceedingly heavy, making movement nearly impossible. Die, esteemed lord. A shuriken sailed towards the assassin's back, ending his life just as he was about to strike. Lord Heron. The figure of Yahiko appeared before the lord of the bird country, kneeling at his feet. Who are you? I am a ninja named Yahiko. My companions and I have discerned Meng Zong's sinister plot, and we have come to rescue you, Lord Heron. Meng Zong? Is it truly he? The heron shook his head, still reluctant to believe. No, Meng Zong wields considerable influence as a high monk in this land. Based solely on the words of this assassin and your testimony, I cannot condemn him. Thus, I implore you, grant me and my companions the authority to unearth Meng Zong and his accomplices and reveal his conspiracy to the world, Yahiko humbly requested, bowing his head slightly. The heron squinted his eyes again and asked, Young man, what is it that you seek from me? Indeed, Yahiko bent deeply, his forehead touching the ground. My companions and I have wandered for far too long. If we can thwart Meng Zong's scheme, I beseech you, allow us to establish our own ninja village in the bird country. Preposterous. The heron shouted in anger. It was evident that had he anything at hand, he would have struck Yahiko. Grant me and my companions a chance. Yahiko's head remained pressed firmly to the ground, unmoving. Observing Yahiko's tenacity, the heron felt a stirring within, gradually calming his wrath. Very well. If what you say is true, I shall grant you an opportunity. Thank you, Lord Heron. Yahiko lifted his body and bowed once more. It seemed that this matter had reached a resolution. The next step was to capture one or two of Meng Zong's associates to expose his true nature. From a distance, atop the high wall, Shikamaru observed the scene unfold, murmuring, I am curious, with your sharp tongue, why did you have Yahiko persuade the heron? Are you joking? Shikamaru shrugged, wearing an expression that suggested he found such behavior beneath him. Why would I engage in such obsequiousness and ingratiating smiles? Truly a rogue. Watching Shikamaru's retreating figure, Conan could not help but mutter a soft curse. Have Meng Zong and his associates already made their move? On the mountain, amidst the dense forest, Yitsong gazed at the rogue ninja camp built against the rocky cliff. Yes, my lord. This morning, news arrived from the lord's residence regarding the passing of Lord Heron. Shanren knelt half-heartedly behind Yekong, lowering her head to respond. This detestable fellow certainly acts swiftly. Have we received a reply from the Wind Shadow? The Wind Shadow desires us to act immediately. Following the Third Shinobi World War, there has been considerable discontent regarding the village, and the Wind Shadow hopes for a prompt resolution to provide a satisfactory answer to the nation's financial conglomerates. I understand. Yekong nodded, intending to turn, but his gaze was drawn to a figure outside the base. It was her. Conan had never felt such shame in her life. That insufferable lecher, dressed in a revealing, high-slit, lace cheapao, she adopted an awkward gait she had never tried before, feigning a coy expression as she pretended to pass by the base of the wandering ninjas, all while striving to fully reveal her alluring nature. Remembering Shikamaru's words before her arrival, she wondered why, as a mere child, he could be so vile. Remember, without ample bosom, how can one gather hearts? Though Conan longed to thrash Shikamaru 100 times over, she ultimately remained a responsible ninja. Conan's presence quickly alarmed the reconnaissance personnel outside the wandering ninja base. These hermits, secluded in the mountains, became instantly intoxicated by her presence. Who are you? Conan appeared delicate, resembling a forlorn maiden. I have lost my friends. Could you lead me out of this forest? Her almost pleading tone rendered her even more helpless. Yet, it did not evoke any sympathy from the wandering ninjas. They exchanged glances, a lewd smile crossing their faces. We will first take you to meet our captain. He will escort you down the mountain. Very well. A group of wandering ninjas led the way, with Conan meekly following behind. The leader of the wandering ninjas was a burly man, gnawing on a large leg of lamb as the others brought Conan into the base. Upon seeing her, the greasy grin on his face widened. Who is this young lady? Captain, she is a lost girl who wandered in here, hoping we could take her down the mountain. The man immediately grasped the implication, his smile broadening. All right, you all go rest for a while. I will speak with her after I finish. Once the other ninjas had retreated, the man's expression shifted dramatically. Eagerly wiping his mouth, he stood and lunged toward Conan. Suddenly, the little lamb transformed into a ravenous wolf. The long legs that the man coveted rose like whips, slamming him to the ground. With a single move, Conan incapacitated the captain and began to survey her surroundings, searching for intelligence documents. At last, she discovered a letter signed by Mingzong hidden within the rafters of the room. The contents instructed the wandering ninjas to be prepared for action at all times, regarding the operation plan for the Land of Birds. Conan glanced at it before tucking it away. Who are you? As Conan successfully led the wandering ninja's captain out of the base, Yekong blocked her path. With a commanding gaze that seemed to encompass everything, Yitsong scrutinized the figure of Xiao Nen before him and pressed her for answers. This is not a matter concerning the Sand Shinobi. Upon hearing Xiao Nan's words, Yitsong's curiosity regarding her identity only intensified. It was crucial to note that she was currently on a covert mission and had not donned the headband of the Sand Village. Yet, this woman before her had discerned her identity at a glance. How intriguing. You shall remain with me. Brandishing a kunai, Yitsong surged swiftly toward Xiao Nan. The tension in Xiao Nan's nerves had been taut, as she had prepared for this moment. She was not inclined towards a protracted battle, for they were not far from the base of the rogue ninjas, and lingering too long would inevitably attract unwanted attention. Paper shuriken. The scraps of paper she carried transformed into a flurry of razor-sharp shurikens, hurtling towards the oncoming Yitsong. Having navigated the ninja world for so long, Yitsong had never before encountered such an unusual technique. The paper shurikens, not only swift but also abundant in number, compelled her to exercise caution. She did not charge recklessly ahead. With a deft leap akin to a monkey, she evaded the paper shurikens while beginning to gather fireballs in her hands. Fire release, small fireball. The diminutive spheres of flame, fierce in their appearance, bolted toward Xiao Nan like a tempest. Wherever the fireballs passed, the paper shurikens were reduced to ashes. Xiao Nan had heard of the formidable reputation of the fire release ninja, Yitsong, and upon witnessing her prowess, she dared not let her guard down. Swiftly, she retracted the paper shurikens and retreated at a rapid pace to dodge the onslaught of fire. However, Yitsong provided her no respite. Not only was she a master of fire release, but she also excelled in physical combat. Yitsong closed the distance, relentlessly launching fireballs toward Xiao Nan. With no avenue for retreat, Xiao Nan raised a paper shield to defend herself against Yitsong's attacks. As she found herself cornered, Yitsong's flames intensified, and she struck the paper shield repeatedly, methodically incinerating it. Finally, the moment had arrived. Observing the shield nearing its end, Yitsong smiled slightly, poised to deliver the final blow, when suddenly a barrage of kunai flew toward her from all directions. What is happening? Having gained the upper hand, Yitsong retreated with all her might to avoid the kunai. Once she had safely distanced herself, she realized that, unbeknownst to her, dozens of ninjas had emerged from the surrounding forest. Why had I not sensed their presence beforehand? Yitsong was not a reckless fool. She would not confront overwhelming odds without understanding her adversaries. In light of the dire circumstances, she chose to withdraw. Ingju did not impede her escape. And Shikamaru stepped forward, observing the disheveled state of Xiao Nan. Are you all right? I'm fine. Despite her battered appearance, Xiao Nan had sustained no serious internal injuries. Indeed, the fire release ninja was exceptional, possessing at least the strength of a shadow-level ninja. Currently, Xiao Nan was no match for her. As she watched Yitsong's retreating figure, Shikamaru contemplated deeply. Yitsong's fire release precisely counters your techniques. However, your paper skills have significant room for improvement. With the right training, you may not be at a disadvantage next time you encounter Yitsong. For the first time, Xiao Nan accepted Shikamaru's words without retort, instead nodding silently in agreement. In the depths of the courtyard, Lord Hong Ming. In the heart of the monastery, Mingzong summoned the strategist Hong Ming Yin to his quarters. Master. There was a modicum of respect in Hong Ming's demeanor towards Mingzong. After the customary greetings, Hong Ming broached the subject directly. Master, what wisdom do you seek to impart upon me today? The esteemed Lord Dalu has passed away, plunging the nation into mourning. I, a humble monk, have been reciting the scriptures day and night in hopes that Lord Dalu may swiftly ascend to the Pure Land. Do not trouble yourself, Master. However, the situation in the Kingdom of Birds is indeed worrisome. Indeed, following Lord Dalu's demise, the country has been embroiled in disputes over the succession. Most troubling is the fact that Lord Dalu's only son is but a child, ill-equipped to bear the responsibilities of leadership. Your concern for the nation is commendable. Lord Hong Ming. Surely, if Lord Dalu were aware, he would find solace in your dedication. However, for the greater good of the Kingdom of Birds, you must take care of yourself. Hong Ming regarded Mengzong, a hint of confusion crossing his features. What do you imply, Master? The late Lord Delu held you in the highest esteem. If you were to assume the mantle of ruler over the kingdom of birds, it would undoubtedly be in alignment with Lord Delu's wishes. That is not possible. Hongming shook his head resolutely. Lord Delu's heir remains. Should I assume the title, there would be much dissent. Fear not, Lord Hongming. If you consent, I shall lend my full support to the ensuing matters. What do you mean, Master? The young heir, having lost his father, is steeped in sorrow, a truly tragic tale. As Mengzong spoke, rather than elation, a grave expression settled upon Hongming's face. Master, your intentions have finally been unveiled. What do you mean? At that moment, Mengzong sensed a shift in the atmosphere. But it was too late. As he prepared to rise, 5 shadowy figures materialized within the room. Ninjas. Hongming, you. Master Mengzong, surrender. This monastery is now surrounded by the guards of the Lord, and escape is no longer an option. And what became of this Mengzong fellow? In the midst of the forest, Xiaonan pushed aside the branches and inquired. The Lord of the Kingdom of Birds, Delu, proved to be quite generous. After his allies, including Lu Wan, helped resolve the internal strife, he honored his previous promise by granting a prosperous piece of land for Lu Wan to establish a ninja village. At that moment, the Akatsuki trio accompanied Lu Wan in search of a suitable location to found the village. The charges of conspiring to assassinate the Lord and his heir, plotting rebellion, and harboring private soldiers while secretly manufacturing weapons. Each of these accusations alone would be sufficient for a grave sentence, let alone the multitude of charges presented. Although Lord Delu is known for his wisdom, his mercy would surely not extend to such a transgressor. This is indeed a sorrowful tale, Lu Wan lamented, resting upon Nagato, expressing sympathy for Mengzong's misfortunes. Lu Wan, can't you walk on your own? Xiaonan chided, seeing Lu Wan's relaxed posture as he leaned against Nagato. I am still but a child, Lu Wan retorted, affirming that, as an exceptional player, Nagato's versatility was indeed remarkable. At the very least, the task of pulling a rickshaw would suit him well. Xiaonan, it's quite all right. I am capable. Really, you only know how to bully Nagato. Oh, this is the spot. Shikamaru gently patted Nagato, urging him to halt. The elevated terrain here boasted abundant water sources, making it an ideal location to establish a ninja village that could sustain itself. Yahiko nodded in agreement with Shikamaru's assessment. However, the manpower at our disposal is rather limited. How shall we construct this village? Manpower is not an issue. With a swift leap, Shikamaru ascended to a tree branch and formed hand seals. Shadow technique, shadow flow river. Darkness enveloped the earth, transforming the once bright sky into a dim expanse. The shadows surged like a tide, rippling across the land. This was not mere metaphor. It was a palpable sensation. Conan and the others felt the ground beneath them as the gathered shadows began to flow like a river, rising to their ankles. What is this? Shadows coalesced, and figures began to materialize from within. As the technique dissipated, approximately 1,000 shadow clones filled the forest. The shadow flow river technique allows for the simultaneous summoning of numerous shadow clones from the surrounding area. In terms of sheer numbers, Shikamaru expressed he had never felt daunted. What is the meaning of this immense chakra? By the lakeside, Yakura gazed at the distant forest, aware that the overwhelming sensation just moments ago was no illusion. Several sand ninjas swiftly glided across the water's surface, quickly approaching Yakura. Lord Yakura, the wind shadow summons you to return to the village immediately. No. I must remain here to ascertain information about this new ninja village. At this moment, among the 5 great ninja villages, none have greater advantages than we sand ninjas. But what about the wind shadow? The Chunin exchanged glances, hesitant to voice their concerns. I trust that the wind shadow will understand my intentions. Yakura replied confidently. That scoundrel Yakura dares to disregard my orders. In the sand village, Raza, having just received reports from his subordinates, slammed his hand down on the table in fury. Raza had long harbored discontent towards Yakura's numerous actions. This time, not only did Yakura fail to complete the task assigned to him, but he also allowed an obscure ninja group to take the lead, further incensing Raza. Now, under the pretense of surveillance, he blatantly disregards my commands, showing utter disrespect. Maki observed Raza and sighed inwardly. Ever since the mysterious disappearance of the 3rd wind shadow, both Raza and the prodigious Yakura were considered strong candidates to succeed the 4th wind shadow. Ultimately, due to Yakura's youth, Raza ascended to the role. However, this was not the end of the matter. Since assuming the position of wind shadow, Raza had encountered repeated instances where Yakura, citing the village's interests, consistently defied his orders. Raza perceived this as a challenge to his authority, fostering a growing resentment towards Yukura. Lord Wind Shadow, since Yukura wishes to investigate the new ninja village, it could benefit the village as well. A new ninja village, still in the process of establishment, what intelligence could be gleaned? Raza, despite his lingering dissatisfaction, showed respect towards Maki, his confidant. Although his tone remained somewhat displeased, his words had softened considerably. Please, Lord Wind Shadow, grant Yukura another chance. Very well. However, should Yutsong fail to procure adequate intelligence this time, do not blame me for taking action against her. Nagato, move that door panel over. Yahiko, install this floor. Conan. Never mind. In the corridor of the wooden house, Shikamaru, holding a banana, gazed at Conan's furious expression and decided it wise not to provoke her. In just a month, the entire ninja village had begun to take shape. The basic residences had been completed, with the village constructed in accordance with the surrounding mountains and rivers, rising majestically. From the leader's residence, one could behold the lake below, shimmering like a turquoise gem, filled with the graceful flight of birds, truly a sight to behold. With a sigh of relief, Yahiko secured the final door panel and wiped the sweat from his brow. At this moment, the entire ninja village was established, and all that remained was to bestow it with a name. Subsequently, Yahiko would inform the daimyo of the Land of Birds about the name of their village and seek to acquire commissions to earn income. Yahiko and the others approached Shikamaru to solicit a name. After pondering while consuming half of his banana, Shikamaru proposed, let us call it Hidden Deer Village. And the forehead protector shall bear 2 deer antlers. After some contemplation, Yahiko and the others raised no objections, and thus the name was officially submitted to the daimyo of the Land of Birds. The approval came swiftly, and Hidden Deer Village received official recognition from the Land of Birds, making its debut among the nations. In no time, a myriad of merchants, craftsmen, monks, and officials from the vicinity of the Land of Birds began to send in commissions. With the assistance of the shadows, manpower within the village was not an issue, and various tasks were completed smoothly. Within a few months, they had garnered considerable fame. However, Shikamaru was irked that, while the leader of Konoha was known as the Hokage, the leader of Kirigakure as the Mizukage, and the leader of Suna as the Kazakage, he had already begun to be referred to as the Bird Shadow by outsiders. As the moon hung high in the night sky, inside the leader's residence, water bubbled in a copper kettle. Shikamaru sat at the head of the table, with Yahiko and the others seated beside him. Lord Bird Shadow. Yahiko's words caused Shikamaru to spit out his tea. What Bird Shadow? Just call me by my name. Yes. Lord Shikamaru. Yahiko quickly reaffirmed his address. Over the past few days, the money they had earned had been systematically invested, including the purchase of kunai, explosive tags, shuriken, and other military supplies, as well as acquiring food, fish, soy sauce, salt, meat, and tea from nearby towns. The village had already established 2 warehouses to store these supplies, and under the vigilant guard of the shadows, there should be no issues. Yahiko, you have done well in these matters. The basic operations of the village have stabilized. Now we must address the issue of Akatsuki. As Shikamaru spoke, the 3 present set down their cups and listened intently. The renegade of Nagato must never be exposed. Therefore, I intend for Akatsuki to serve as the village's Umbu, with Nagato as the leader. At this moment, both Yahiko and Conan looked at Nagato with some concern. Yet, he smiled, revealing the renegade beneath his red hair. I have no issues, Lord Shikamaru. However, what is the principle of Akatsuki? Embrace the formidable ninjas, allowing them to conceal themselves as the most elite force of the village. Nagato, you shall be their commander. Do you possess the confidence? Nagato nodded and replied, rest assured. I will lead them to protect the village and safeguard Lord Shikamaru. Shikamaru nodded in acknowledgement, but then he heard faint sounds of movement from above the residence. The noise was subtle, perceptible only to him among those present. Who goes there? As Shikamaru's words fell, the figure above swiftly departed. Yahiko and his companions' expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly pursued. Shikamaru remained seated in tranquil silence, not stirring an inch. Beside him, the silhouette of Akatsuki coalesced slowly from the shadows, whispering a few words into his ear. Yukari? Intercept her. Yes, my lord. Akatsuki nodded and soon melted back into the darkness. In the dense forest descending the mountain, Yukari sprinted swiftly. Within this small village lay an astonishing secret. The Rinnegan, the legendary eye that governs the cycle of life and death, had truly manifested. This intelligence must be relayed back to the village. A flicker of thought surged within Yukari's mind. Yet, she felt an oddity. Why would the wielder of the Rinnegan obey the commands of a mere child? Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of shurikens was launched toward Yukari's path, intended to alter her course. However, Yukari accelerated, deftly evading the pursuit behind her. Just as she believed she was about to shake off her pursuers, a shadow materialized ahead. It was a samurai, clad in traditional attire, brandishing a towering katana that stood taller than a man, blocking her descent. Step aside. In the face of life and death, Yukari summoned all her strength. Scorch release, overheating. A fierce inferno erupted as she unleashed her full power, aiming for a decisive blow. Yet, the shadow wielding the katana skillfully sidestepped her attack, bringing the sword down with ferocity toward Yukari's side. Sensing the imminent danger, she braced herself against the ground, rapidly altering her trajectory. Her body twisted just in time to narrowly evade the strike. Despite this, a trace of crimson marred her clothing. The eye slash? No one from the land of iron can wield a blade like you. Who exactly are you? Akatsuki. In that fleeting moment of offense and defense, Yahiko, along with a cadre of shadow ninjas, had encircled her. Realizing there was no retreat left, Yukari had no choice but to muster her full strength, preparing for a fight to the death, assuming an offensive stance. Awaiting her was a united assault from the ninjas. Though Yukari possessed the prowess of a shadow-level ninja, and even Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato had yet to reach their peak, the overwhelming numbers began to wear her down. Akatsuki, rather than rushing into the fray, observed silently from the sidelines. Just as Yukari was on the brink of collapse, Akatsuki struck. The long blade swept through the air, driving Yukari, who had been cornered by Yahiko and others, toward a dead end. The katana was but a foot away from her, and behind her loomed a towering tree, leaving her with no escape. A Fei did not strike lethally. At a critical moment, he reversed the long knife in his hand, the heavy spine of the blade crashing down upon Yi Tsang, rendering him unconscious. In the darkness of night, observing the arrival of Mayahiko and others who carried Yi Tsang back, Shikamaru smiled and commanded, "Take her to my residence." Amidst the gentle rain, the landscape was shrouded in a misty hue. The rain fell throughout the night, draping the entirety of Konoha village in a veil of water. In the chief's abode, beneath the eaves, Shikamaru held a steaming bamboo cup, gazing at the distant lake shimmering in the rain, taking a leisurely sip of tea. Behind him, the battered Yi Tsang regained consciousness. Unexpectedly, she found herself devoid of iron chains, whips, and interrogation. Instead, she wore a fresh set of clothing. "What do you intend to do?" she inquired warily, eyeing the child on the eaves outside. "Oh, nothing much." Shikamaru set down his teacup. "I wish to extend an invitation for you to join my village." "Humph." Yi Tsang scoffed lightly. "Are you not afraid that I might feign compliance and return the intelligence I have gathered to Sunagakure?" "Futile," Shikamaru responded nonchalantly, gazing at the distant sky as he reclined lazily. "No matter what you say now, Raza will not believe you." "What have you done?" Yi Tsang asked, fixing her gaze upon Shikamaru. "While you were unconscious, someone forged your handwriting and pinned a letter of severance to Raza. I suppose it is now resting on Raza's desk. Do you think such petty tricks can deceive the eyes of the Kazekage?" Yi Tsang raised her head haughtily, her eyes brimming with confidence. "Then let us wager. If you lose, you must agree to join my ninja village." "We shall see." At Sunagakure, inside the Kazekage's office, Raza was in high spirits, humming a tune as he entered with his close friend, Maki. "Maki, our recent missions have gone remarkably well." "Indeed." Maki nodded. "Since the failure of the Third Shinobi War, the village's finances have been strained. These successful missions have undoubtedly alleviated the fiscal issues." "What is on the desk?" Raza inquired, glancing at the documents laid out before him. "According to the messenger, it appears to be from Yi Tsang. Is it intelligence from that village?" Raza retrieved the letter, noticing it addressed, "To my brother Raza, greetings. What is Yi Tsang up to? Why write to me?" As Raza's gaze descended the page, Maki observed the color of his face gradually shift to that of a liver. "What has she written, Kazekage-sama?" Maki cautiously probed. "Very well." Raza's expression steadily regained composure. He rose and commanded, "From this day forth, Yi Tsang is formally declared a traitor to the village, announced as a rogue ninja to all nations." "What? Kazekage-sama, what precisely does the letter say?" "See for yourself." Raza did not hand it over, but instead tossed the letter to the ground. Maki picked it up and read, "Raza, you foolish fool. I have found you displeasing for quite some time. Do you still wish to punish me? Had I not been lenient, would you have ever attained the position of Kazekage? I am done playing with you. Is there not some misunderstanding in this?" "Misunderstanding?" Rosa glared at Maki, Her countenance darkened with displeasure. What misunderstanding could possibly remain? Just look at what is inscribed here. The intent of Yi Song's betrayal of the village is glaringly evident. There is no need for further discussion. Relay this message to the villagers. Yi Song had once been brimming with confidence. To validate her conviction, she had even chosen to remain on the mountain for several days, hoping to demonstrate to Shikamaru that his scheme of discord was futile. Shikamaru, however, had not troubled her, allowing her to enjoy a few days of solace and sustenance. The first task upon descending the mountain for Yi Song was to convey the intelligence of Konoha village. Yet, upon encountering the once obsequious sand shinobi, she was met with an entirely different demeanor. Yi Song, you traitor, what do you intend to return for now? No, that letter was merely. There is no need for further explanation. You, a traitor, have betrayed the village, and we once regarded you as a hero, as those feeble warriors, lacking in combat prowess. Prepared to charge, Yi Song opted for a strategic withdrawal. The Sand Village had numerous outposts in the Land of Birds, yet Yi Song faced one setback after another. Confronted by the defection of her former comrades, she found herself utterly powerless, her pent-up rage devoid of an outlet. Ultimately, she sought out the principal instigator of her plight. I had assumed you could endure a few more days. Who would have thought you would arrive so swiftly? Your popularity is remarkably poor. Do you have no friends in the Sand Village? Gazing at the accusatory Yi Song, Shikamaru shrugged helplessly. You scoundrel, what on earth did you write to the Kazekage? Merely expressing my admiration and respect for him, along with a courteous inquiry about the well-being of his family. No, I refuse to believe that for this. The Kazekage would label me a rogue ninja. The facts are as they are. In front of the chief's residence, Yi Song stared into Shikamaru's unwavering gaze, which only served to further undermine her confidence. Fear and anxiety blossomed within her, stemming from a belief that grew increasingly fragile under Shikamaru's scrutiny. Yi Song took a step forward but stumbled, nearly losing her balance as a shadow-level expert. Staggering, she turned away and began to walk back. Xiaonan, is the hot pot ready? Xiaonan emerged, casting a withering glance at Shikamaru as she watched Yi Song retreat. You bastard, look at the plight you've caused her. And yet you still have the gall to think about eating hot pot. This has nothing to do with me. Shikamaru replied, I merely sent a letter. Any reasonable leader would have verified the information first. Yet, Raza immediately declared Yi Song a rogue ninja, indicating the depth of their enmity. The rain poured ever harder as. Shrouded in darkness, Yi Song walked alone in solitude. Being branded a rogue ninja meant that, from this moment onward, she would be homeless. For the first time, filled with hope, Yi Song felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Allowing the rain to drench her, she wandered aimlessly through the forest. Failing to summon even a trace of chakra for protection. Time passed, and the cold seeped into her bones, her senses gradually numbing. Her legs lost all feeling. With a splash, Yi Song fell into a puddle, her body coated in muck. She had no desire to rise, nor the will to do so. Are you all right? A voice suddenly pierced the darkness, reaching Yi Song's ears. She lifted her head, and Shikamaru's visage gradually came into focus. You bastard. Yekong raised her hand and struck at Shikamaru, but there was no strength behind it. You bastard. With each feeble punch, Yekong continued to vent the fury simmering within her. Ultimately, her anger mingled with tears, leaving Yekong in a state of confusion over her feelings. Clutching Shikamaru's soft body, she wept freely. What? That traitor Yekong has been received by the bird country's Tsuchikage? In the wind country's Sunagakure, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, could hardly contain his rage upon hearing this news. My subordinate must be mistaken. After that traitor Yekong left our outpost, I had someone discreetly follow her. I can assure you, since that rogue ninja entered the Hidden Deer Village, she has not emerged. In fact, we have witnessed her collaborating with the ninjas of the Hidden Deer Village. Preposterous. Raza slammed his hand on the table, his fury palpable. This was not merely a matter of disrespect. It was an outright affront to the entire Sunagakure. Even other great nations would not dare to so brazenly recruit rogue ninjas from foreign lands, let alone a newly established small ninja village. Who is this Tsuchikage? Do we have any specific intelligence? Lord Kazekage, all intelligence regarding the Hidden Deer Village has been solely gathered by Yekong. Now that she has defected, we will require time to collect further information. Useless. Yes. Raza reined in his anger and said slowly, I will draft a letter of negotiation. You are to deliver it to the Tsuchikage. Inform him that, for the sake of friendship between our two ninja villages, we hope he will immediately surrender the traitor Yekong. Yes, Lord Kazekage. But what if the Tsuchikage refuses? The ninja posed a foolish question, met only with Raza's piercing gaze. Yes, Lord Kazekage, I shall act at once. The ninja promptly exited the Kazekage's office. Raza turned to Maki, who had remained silent nearby, and instructed, prepare 10 elite ninja squads immediately and have them on standby. Such a large number? Yekong is no ordinary elite ninja. Moreover, the intelligence on the Hidden Deer Village remains unclear. It is prudent to be prepared. I understand. Hidden Deer Village, the leader's residence. The distant sky was a deep blue, devoid of clouds, and the lake shimmered like a mirror, surrounded by trees resembling an emerald belt encircling its surface. The clouds stirred the winds, flowers awakened the insects, and birds chirped merrily among the branches. It was a picturesque scene that inspired Shikamaru to seize the moment and create a painting. Shikamaru, the letter from Sunagakure has arrived. Konan entered the leader's residence and handed the letter to Shikamaru, who, without even glancing at it, tossed it aside. One need not look to know its contents. It is merely a mix of threats and temptations, seeking to compel us to surrender Yekon. Konan gazed at Shikamaru in surprise as she opened the letter, confirming his assertion. What are you planning to do? The news of the establishment of the Hidden Deer Village has already spread across the 5 great ninja villages. Though the bird country is remote, it is an exceedingly prosperous land. Moreover, this location, nestled between the land of wind and the land of earth, holds immense strategic significance. It is likely that the major ninja villages will send their shinobi to gather intelligence. However, as long as the news regarding the Rinnegan remains undisclosed, there should be no severe conflict between us and the 5 great ninja villages. Concerning the matter of Yakumo, Rasha possesses no substantial evidence. So there is no cause for concern. I understand. How should we respond to Rasha? Our village, Konoha, has always adhered to the principles of unity and friendship, aspiring to maintain a cordial relationship with Sunagakure. Furthermore, we have consistently emphasized that the act of harboring rogue ninjas from other nations is not to be encouraged. Such actions not only pose a tremendous threat to the original villages, but also breed distrust between villages, which is highly irresponsible. Ultimately, our village will definitely play a constructive role alongside Sunagakure in future international affairs. What is this peculiar feeling of hearing yet not comprehending? Konan's gaze fell upon Shikamaru's drawing. What is this? Why are there so many bizarre lines? This is known as postmodern abstractism. What is abstract? It seems you merely drew it incorrectly. Konan teased. Shikamaru shook his head, sighing at Konan's expression. Ah, the world of art is vast and profound. Konan, you, who lack artistic sensibility, should refrain from commenting. What? Clearly, it is your poor drawing skills. Konan retorted indignantly as she walked away. Shortly thereafter, Yakumo entered the room. At this moment, Yakumo appeared somewhat bashful, slowly approaching Shikamaru and saying, I have heard about the matter regarding the negotiation letter. I am well aware of Rasha. He will not let this go easily. Staying here will only bring trouble to this village. You need not worry about that. I have already promised you a place in the village, so there is no need for you to contemplate anything else. What does Rasha amount to? Shikamaru confidently asserted. Are you truly that certain? A flicker of joy crossed Yakumo's face, a feeling that mingled both happiness and concern, which she could not quite articulate. Indeed, Shikamaru set down his brush, turning to face Yakumo. But there is one matter I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Nagato. Itachi. With Shikamaru's call, Nagato appeared in a flash within the leader's residence, while Itachi gradually materialized from the shadows of the room. There exists a secret organization within the village, known as Akatsuki. Its purpose is to absorb powerful ninjas from the ninja world and operate covertly for the benefit of the village. Nagato is the leader, codenamed Zero, and he is Itachi, codenamed Obsidian. Now, I wish for you to join us. Me? Indeed. Shikamaru nodded. Your Kekkei Genkai has considerable potential for enhancement. In the future, you shall undoubtedly become one of the most formidable ninjas in this world. Therefore, I implore you to join Akatsuki. Haha. Since you have requested it, I shall join Akatsuki. Yakumo smiled slightly, a hint of bashfulness coloring her cheeks. Shikamaru extended his hand, retrieving a ring inscribed with the character for void from his sleeve. Yakumo knelt slightly, extending her finger, and Shikamaru placed the void ring upon her hand. This ring contains my chakra and seals the technique of Shadow Flow River. Once you wear it, I will be able to sense your location. Moreover, you may summon the surrounding shadows. I understand, Lord Shikamaru. By the way, I have a task to entrust to you. Please, Lord Shikamaru, give your orders. Yakura slightly bowed his head and spoke. Deliver this painting to the border of the land of birds and to Ban Town, where an art exhibition is currently being held. You must ensure that this painting reaches the hands of the esteemed merchant, Kyuzu. This task has been designated as an A rank. Yakura glanced at the painting, the subject of which was unknown to him, feeling a sense of confusion. A rank. Is there something significant about this task? Or perhaps, is the painting a form of secret code? Or is this Kyuzu a pivotal figure capable of influencing the relations between great nations? None of the above. Observing Yakura's puzzled expression, Shikamaru explained, the art exhibition there is quite renowned, showcasing works from many illustrious artists of our time. Therefore, it is imperative that this painting is delivered to the organizer, Kyuzu, for it to be displayed. Iwagakure. Towering cliffs rise high, their peaks lost in clouds. This fortress, hidden among steep rock faces, would deter even the most ordinary ninja without the need for fortifications. The office building of the Tsuchikage is constructed along the brown rock face, protruding halfway up the mountainside. From the outside, within the vast conference room, the third Tsuchikage is deliberating critical matters with the village's advisory council. Anoki wore a somber expression. The current situation in the village was rather grim. Is the village's financial state still precarious? Akatsuchi nodded and replied, although we have managed to secure some funding through missions, the outlook remains bleak. Despite the feudal lord's efforts to provide support, we are still facing financial shortfalls. Ultimately, the repercussions of the Third Shinobi War have been profoundly detrimental. As the son of the Tsuchikage, Akatsuchi exhibited no signs of arrogance. His remarkable abilities have always made him a pillar of strength for the village. A deep rumbling echoed as a surge of energy coursed through the earth, causing the ground to resonate ominously. Though the tremor was fleeting, it jolted Anoki from his contemplation. What is happening? I heard that the demolition team was conducting an experiment today. Perhaps that is the cause. Akatsuchi chuckled, providing an explanation. Anoki nodded and continued. During this period, let the ninjas of the village exercise caution. Although Konoha has reaped substantial benefits, that scoundrel Danzu may not rest easy. Additionally, we should strive to undertake more A-rank missions. The rumbling intensified, shaking the entire rock face of the Tsuchikage's office. Anoki's expression darkened, prompting Akatsuchi to interject. The number of A-rank missions has indeed increased recently. However, I have heard that a new ninja village has been established in the land of birds. In a remarkably short time, it has gained significant notoriety. Notoriety? What is the situation? According to reports from the land of birds, the Kage of Kageyama seems to have accepted the rogue ninja Yakura from the Wind Country, which has infuriated the 4th Kazekage, who has dispatched 10 elite shinobi squads to seek retribution. That fool Raza has allowed a group of novices to outmaneuver him. Anoki laughed heartily, eager to witness the unfolding drama. A tremendous explosion reverberated continuously across the land, stirring the entire Iwagakure into alarm. Dust swirled in the air as massive boulders crashed onto the rooftop of the Tsuchikage's office, nearly breaching the entire structure. From the mound of earth, Yuki rose, furiously bellowing. That scoundrel Deidara. Lord Tsuchikage, please, temper your wrath. This rogue cannot remain in the village. Otherwise, he will surely bring ruin upon us all. There is a newly established ninja village in the land of birds. Let him wreak havoc elsewhere. Indeed, Lord Tsuchikage. I shall issue orders to Deidara to gather intelligence on the hidden deer village at once. I beg of you. Within a lavish residence, Yakumo clutched Shikamaru's artwork. Her head bowed as she implored a businessman-like man. Jay-Z regarded the girl before him with evident hesitation, though this is the masterpiece of the Lord of the Birds. Our exhibition space is already at capacity. We simply cannot accommodate any additional pieces. Please. Just one spot will suffice, no matter where it is. Yakumo pressed on, her resolve unwavering. At that moment, her mind wandered back through the tumultuous chapters of her life. During her time in Sunagakure, she had faced numerous high-ranking missions. Through trials of fire and peril, none had left her feeling as conflicted as this moment. Yakumo would rather endure another harrowing ordeal than bear the gaze of a middle-aged man in this opulent estate, perhaps out of sheer exhaustion from her relentless pleas. Or perhaps in fear of the emerging ninja village in the land of birds, Jay-Z ultimately acquiesced to Yakumo's request. Very well. Please present the Lord of the Birds artwork for my perusal. Thank you. Yakumo exhaled in relief. Had she known he would agree so readily, she would have revealed Shikamaru's painting sooner. By the way, what is the title of this piece? Yakumo scratched her head, recalling the rather ostentatious name Shikamaru had given it. A hint of embarrassment creeping in as she replied, the title of this painting is Life. Amidst the swirling yellow sands that obscured the view, the elite Jainin, Heisuk, crouched low, sipping salt water from a canteen to recuperate his stamina. "Captain, we are nearing the border of the land of birds. What lies ahead?" Heisuk inquired, listening to his subordinate's report. "It's Ibaraki Town." "Oh, is that the domain of the affluent Jay-Z?" Heisuk slightly shook his head, instructing his team. "Our mission is solely for Yakumo. Remember, do not disturb the financial magnates of the land of birds." Heisuk understood all too well the toll that war had taken on Sunagakure, necessitating a significant influx of funds for recovery. While the land of birds had not previously boasted a ninja village, its local tycoons wielded considerable power. The Wind Country needed to tread cautiously in their dealings with them. Heisuk, a seasoned jonin, hastened toward the seaside tree, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead. "What is the matter? Why the urgency?" questioned the seaside tree with curiosity. "We have discovered traces of the scorpion," he replied. "What?" exclaimed the seaside tree, taken aback. "Our team is currently tracking him, but the scorpion is ruthless and exceptionally powerful. I cannot ascertain whether our people will remain undetected. Thus, we urgently require your decision. Shall we continue the pursuit or withdraw?" "Where is he headed?" "It appears he is making his way to Yuban Town." "What? How fortuitous." "The scorpion is notoriously reclusive. Even within the Sand Village, few know of him. Since his defection, repeated attempts by the Sand Shinobi to apprehend him have ended in failure, marking him as a formidable threat. The scorpion possesses critical confidential information regarding the village. We cannot afford to ignore this. Inform all nearby Jonin teams to assemble at Yuban Town. This time, we must capture the scorpion." "Understood. To Yuban Town. TCH. That old man Inoki, why must I gather intelligence? Do I serve as a mere servant?" Deidara grumbled as he strolled through the bustling streets, a skewer of takoyaki in hand. Though the town was small, it thrived with activity. Various izakayas, inns, and restaurants lined the streets. Although Deidara lacked a keen interest in intelligence gathering, he found ample opportunity for indulgence under the guise of duty. "Excuse me, sir, how does one reach the art exhibition?" he inquired of a vendor. The vendor warmly responded, "Ah, young lad, are you here for the exhibition? Just head west to the end, take a turn, and you'll arrive." This art exhibition invigorated the town, simultaneously benefiting local businesses. Over the past few days, the vendor had encountered a diverse array of individuals, merchants, warriors, monks, and even ninjas. Thus, he was particularly welcoming toward Deidara. "Young man, would you care for some noodle soup?" "Oh, thank you, sir," Deidara replied, momentarily taken aback as he accepted the soup from the vendor's hands. Upon arriving at the venue for the art exhibition, Deidara noted the sparse attendance due to the afternoon hour. The venue was expansive, allowing him to easily blend in. Although the crowd was small, most were gathered in one area. Deidara approached, curious about the heated debate surrounding a painting titled Life. What message did the artist intend to convey? He gazed at the artwork, his eyes widening with excitement. "Are you certain?" questioned the seaside tree from outside the venue as a ninja stealthily approached him. "Indeed, my lord. We have just seen the scorpion enter. His intentions remain unknown." "I understand. This is the domain of the esteemed merchant Kyuzu. Do not act yet. Allow me to inform Lord Kyuzu. As an elite jonin, the seaside tree found it exceedingly simple to locate an individual with the support of his team's intelligence. Before long, he found Kyuzu at a tea house on the street, enjoying tea after his meal. "Lord Kyuzu," the seaside tree addressed him, inclining his head slightly. "Who are you?" Kyuzu inquired. "I am Haishu, a jonin from the Sand Village. At this moment, a rogue ninja of significant rank has infiltrated the venue of your art exhibition. We humbly seek your permission to enter and apprehend him. Initially, we believed that for safety reasons, Jiuzong would acquiesce. However, upon hearing our request, Jiuzong merely shook his head, his expression one of unwillingness. The exhibition hall is adorned with works from various countries, most notably those by renowned artists, not only from the land of birds, but also from your esteemed nation, including the illustrious Minister Akashi and the prominent 17 sons, Boya, whose artworks are also on display. This matter is of great significance. I cannot easily grant your request. Yet, that individual is exceedingly dangerous. Allowing him to enter could lead to unforeseen calamities. In any case, we cannot resort to violence within the venue." Jiuzong's stance was resolute, displaying no sign of wavering. The art exhibition was meant to maintain an atmosphere of tranquility, intended to reflect one's artistic cultivation and respect for the creator's works. However, the debate surrounding life had escalated to a fever pitch. resulting in a continuous hum of voices throughout the hall. As Dida observed the throng engaged in heated discussions, he silently mused, a gathering of provincial minds. Allow me to enlighten you on what true art embodies. Just as Dida was about to adopt a pose of indifference to share his artistic insights, a red-haired individual stepped forward, seizing the moment. This painting proclaims the artistry of life, with every brushstroke, choice of pigment, and the layered scenery all conveying a singular theme, the beauty of existence. The author's ability to depict this eternal beauty signifies an artistic prowess that rivals my own. As Dida listened to the red-haired figure speak, he nodded in agreement, poised to commend him, only for the individual to continue. What, then, constitutes the beauty of life? It is eternity. To convey the timelessness of art is precisely the message the author seeks to impart. No, Dida immediately voiced his dissent, drawing the collective gaze of the crowd, including that of the scorpion in red sand. I concur that the author captures the beauty of life. However, judging by the thickness of the lines, the vibrancy of the colors, and the astonishing impact of the entire painting, what the artist aims to express is that the beauty of life resides in the moment. Only the fleeting beauty can unveil the true significance of existence. The scorpion and Dida exchanged glances, both brimming with disdain. Impossible. While the lines in this painting are indeed thick and powerful, they are rendered with a sense of elongation, meandering endlessly through layers of transformation. That continuous sensation unmistakably speaks of eternity. You have only grasped a fragment. Although the lines are elongated, the overall structure possesses a palpable sense of expansion. Much like an explosion, the momentary impact embodies the true aesthetic of art. Nonsense. You, the instigator. The one with yellow hair. What do you say? The red-haired one. I am addressing you. As it appeared that these two were on the brink of confrontation, a bystander interjected. I heard this painting was created by the artist from the village of Luin. Why not inquire with the creator themselves? The two, suddenly enlightened, exchanged glances. The one with yellow hair, if you dare, come with me to Luin village. Go if you must. Those who do not are cowards. Soon, I shall show you what true art truly is. In the village of Deer Hidden, at the leader's abode, Yitsong successfully completed his task. At this moment, Lu Maru was gathered with Xiao Nan, Yi Yin, and others, enjoying a hot pot meal. Yitsong has returned. Come join us for hot pot. What is hot pot? It is the creation of this fellow. Yet, the flavors are undeniably exquisite. Xiaonan took a slice of deer meat and dipped it into the dual-flavored pot. Before long, a piece of meat, drenched in spicy oil, emerged from the pot. As Xiaonan took a bite, a fiery sensation enveloped her. Captivated by the hot pot, Yitsong soon joined in. Midway through the meal, Yitsong suddenly recalled, Lord Lu Maru, that painting has been exhibited. But everyone is debating its meaning. Lu Maru scratched his head and replied, that day during the hot pot, Xiaonan snatched away all the meat and noodles I love. Truly a beast. The next day, I awoke, reminiscing about those delightful morsels floating in the pot, which inspired me to create that painting. But why name it life? Imagine those delightful meat and noodles being wasted by this glutton. It fills me with sorrow. As a great person once said, a hot pot without meat and noodles is incomplete. And an incomplete hot pot is a desecration of life. Who is that blonde-haired person? On the long, winding road, two figures engaged in a heated argument, piquing the curiosity of the elite jonin from the sand village. Haishu, they emerged together with Scorpion from the exhibition hall, reported a ninja who had been observing Akasuna no Sasori. Where are they headed? Directly towards Deer Hidden village. They refrained from attacking the board town for fear that a chaotic battle would disrupt this quaint locale of the bird country. However, now the sand ninjas had lost all restraint. Haishu, shall we make our move? Yes. Seize Akasuna no Sasori. A team of 10 jonin is a formidable force wherever they may be. Yet, facing their encirclement, neither Akasuna no Sasori nor Deidara displayed any sign of trepidation. You all step back. Haishu commanded the ninjas behind him. Against an opponent like Akasuna no Sasori, relying on numerical superiority is not a prudent strategy. Nearly 100 chunin stood guard on the periphery, ready to assist at a moment's notice. In the heart of the battlefield, only 10 jonin from the sand village remained locked in confrontation with Akasuna no Sasori and Deidara. Our target is Akasuna no Sasori. You may depart. Haishu shed his outer robe, revealing a finely forged suit of armor. In response to the cold words of the sand ninjas, Deidara did not react like a fool. Instead, he covered his mouth, sporting a look of amusement. Some people seem to be in trouble. Akasuna no Sasori's expression was chillingly calm. Aside from his passionate discussions of art, he often bore a stoic demeanor. You are as bothersome as ever. Blonde-haired one, pay close attention. I shall now show you what true art is. With that, a scroll was unfurled from his sleeve as Akasuna no Sasori formed hand seals. Secret technique. 10 Machine's performance. At this moment, the red sand scorpion had yet to transform his corporeal form into a puppet, thus limiting him to the control of merely 10 puppets. Clad in a crimson cloak, the puppets wielded an array of weapons, encircling the scorpion as they faced off against 10 elite shinobi. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Under the scorpion's deft manipulation, the 10 puppets engaged the shinobi with remarkable finesse. As time progressed, the scorpion began to gain the upper hand. Despite the shinobi's impeccable coordination and tight-knit teamwork, they could not match the convenience with which the scorpion controlled his puppets. Moreover, the lifeless puppets were proficient in various forms of ninjutsu and were impervious to fatigue, unlike the Sand Village shinobi, who found themselves lacking overwhelming advantages or decisive strikes against the scorpion's creations. Ultimately, they were drawn into a war of attrition. Deidara, initially an amused spectator, gradually felt a sense of irritation. While battling, the scorpion took the liberty to showcase his prowess to Deidara, clearly dismissing the 10 shinobi as inconsequential. True artistry, as he believed, is eternal. The power encapsulated within the puppets would not fade with the passage of time. Witnessing the scorpion's grand display, Deidara's restless heart became even more agitated. At that moment, while observing the fierce struggle between the scorpion and the 10 shinobi, the middle-ranking shinobi of the Wind Country sought to exploit a fleeting opportunity to surround the scorpion. Boom, 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 at the periphery of the core battlefield. Before the middle-ranking shinobi could approach, a series of explosions sent them flying. As the smoke cleared, Haishu glared at Deidara, furious, and demanded to know who he was and what his relationship was with the red sand scorpion. Haha, behold the artistry of this lord. Only the ephemeral beauty of a fleeting moment can embody the true essence of art. This dispute had initially been irrelevant to Deidara, but driven by his restless spirit. He entered the fray. Yet, he paid no heed to the sand shinobi, instead eagerly striving to prove his artistry to the scorpion. Humph. Mind your own business and step aside. I refuse to yield. This region swiftly transformed into a battleground for the two, each intent on demonstrating their artistry. While the sand shinobi were relegated to mere bystanders, or more accurately, became the focus of their rivalry. Until, by mere chance, Deidara inadvertently injured one of the scorpion's puppets. You with the blonde hair, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Ha ha ha, a mere mishap. Art is rife with such serendipity. However, scarcely had Deidara finished speaking when another violent explosion reverberated through the sky, devastating a puppet that had been entangled with Haishu, obliterating it completely. At this, the scorpion could no longer contain himself. What had been a powerful alliance instantly devolved into a chaotic three-way brawl. Yet, the sand shinobi soon realized that even amid such turmoil, their situation had not improved significantly. In fact, it had worsened. They had transformed from the predators of two into utterly useless prey. The red sand scorpion and Deidara no longer held back, under their full might. This region metamorphosed into a veritable hell of terror. A thunderous explosion reverberated, flames dissipated, and a mist of water enveloped the area, while the sound of thunder echoed, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred remnants. Chaos pervaded the land, the once clear sky now shrouded in darkness due to the swirling smoke. Being amidst this battlefield felt akin to descending into a hellish inferno, a sentiment that resonated deeply within Haishu. Sharing an era with the scorpion of the red sand, one cannot help but ponder whether this was our misfortune. At this moment, the ninjas of the Land of Wind, having long retreated from the fray, sighed in despair. Among the ranks of these sand ninjas, many were familiar with the red sand scorpion. When this prodigious ninja ascended, they could only gaze up in admiration from the shadows. When he betrayed them, they remained mere spectators, still looking up in awe. Now, they mournfully recognized that the past and present bore little distinction, and in fact, the chasm had widened. Let us withdraw, Haishu uttered with a heavy heart, issuing a command he himself was reluctant to voice. The casualties from this battle were too great. Retreat was their only option to regroup. It appeared this mission could not be completed. Before departing, Haishu cast a glance at the red sand scorpion, who regarded the sand ninjas with utter disdain. It seemed the intelligence regarding him warranted a thorough reevaluation. At the precise moment the sand ninjas fully retreated, darkness began to envelop the earth. The fierce clash between the two combatants abruptly shifted as they sensed this anomaly. A swift beam of light erupted from the dark shadows of the ground, completely separating the entangled red sand scorpion and Deidara. The battlefield fell silent as Shikamaru stepped forth, inching towards the two. Would you both grant me the favor of ceasing hostilities? The battlefield was enveloped in tranquility, with only the whisper of the wind remaining. Observing this unexpectedly appeared youth, both Deidara and the red sand scorpion found themselves momentarily perplexed. Despite his youth, the sheer volume of chakra radiating from him was undeniably formidable. Moreover, the silent warrior standing beside him, holding a katana, exuded an aura of uncanny strangeness. Having turned from his standoff with Deidara, the red sand scorpion inquired, "Who are you?" "Shikamaru, leader of the Hidden Deer Village," came the reply. "You are the one known as the Bird Shadow," Deidara exclaimed nonchalantly, leaving Shikamaru momentarily taken aback. "How did this fellow seem to recognize me?" "Actually, we have matters we wish to discuss with you." Despite the confusion, Shikamaru replied, "In that case, let us return to the village to converse." The two exchanged glances, and none voiced any dissent. Amidst the lush foliage and the gentle call of deer, within the dwelling of the Hidden Deer Village's leader, Shikamaru delicately sipped his tea. Before him, the red sand scorpion and Deidara knelt, their expressions grave. "Are you suggesting you wish for me to elucidate the meaning of that painting?" "Indeed. What proclamation does your artwork convey? Is art eternal or merely ephemeral?" Shikamaru lifted his teacup once more, taking a sip. He understood that regardless of whether he answered eternal or ephemeral, both responses could provoke ire. For one might incite a furious reaction from the other. Suddenly, Shikamaru burst into laughter, leaving the two men in a state of bewilderment. "Both of your artistic expressions are flawed. What did you say?" At this moment, both the seemingly indifferent Deidara and the apparently carefree Sasori exhibited signs of displeasure. It appeared that they would not relent unless Shikamaru provided a satisfactory explanation. Shikamaru turned to Deidara and remarked, "Your explosive art indeed possesses a breathtaking beauty in its fleeting moments. However, if I am not mistaken, you employed earth jutsu. Should you encounter a ninja adept in lightning techniques, your art may struggle to manifest, would it not?" Shikamaru's incisive retort left Deidara momentarily speechless, while a subtle smirk appeared on Sasori's face. Then, Shikamaru addressed Sasori, stating, "Your puppet mastery is undeniably remarkable. Yet, puppets are ultimately inanimate. Even if you can preserve all the prowess they possessed in life, they are stagnant and cannot be deemed eternal." "Stagnant, you say?" Sasori murmured, seemingly lost in contemplation. Shikamaru ceased his discourse, allowing time to pass. After a while, Deidara, unable to endure the silence, shattered the tranquil atmosphere and interrupted Sasori's thoughts. "What, then, is your art?" With Deidara's booming voice, Sasori's gaze shifted back to Shikamaru. "In an instant lies eternity. Art will always harbor imperfections and shortcomings. An artist who lacks the vision and courage to recognize and rectify the flaws in their work cannot truly be called an artist. Even an exceptional puppeteer can control a maximum of 10 puppets. This is a fate all puppeteers cannot escape. However, if one were to turn oneself into a puppet, such limitations would cease to exist." At that moment, Sasori looked at Shikamaru and said, "Human existence is fraught with flaws, yet puppets differ. They can accomplish what many cannot. Thus, puppets are far superior to humans. I once believed this, but now I have changed my mind." The gentle breeze swept through the verdant forest, rippling the azure waves of the trees. The mountain wind was refreshing, carrying a hint of chill that dispelled the stifling heat within the leader's residence. In that moment, as Sasori basked in the cooling breeze, he felt transported back to his youth, a warm smile gracing his features. Even the most exceptional puppet requires a master to wield it. Only by continually overcoming one's own shortcomings can one traverse further along the path of puppetry. What a sight! Deidara, observing Sasori's beaming expression, could not help but sneer in annoyance. What in the world is that fool doing? Within the Earth Shadow Tower, Anoki, visibly agitated, slammed the documents in his hand down onto the table. "What has happened?" asked Akatsuchi, bewildered, as he had never seen Anoki so furious. Despite Deidara's usual antics, the Wind Shadow has sent a diplomatic letter, stating that while pursuing the rogue ninja Sasori, they were attacked by our IWA ninja. And that IWA ninja is none other than that fool Deidara. I assigned him to gather intelligence on the Hidden Leaf Village, and he meddles in matters that do not concern him. Is this situation truly that grave? Akatsuchi inquired, puzzled. In the past, the covert machinations among the major ninja villages were quite commonplace, As long as one did not catch a perpetrator in the act, any narrative could be spun. Onoki shook his head and remarked, the relationships among the major ninja villages are exceedingly delicate now, while they appear to be mutually constraining one another. All animosity is gradually being directed towards Konohagakure due to its recent triumph. The land of water, isolated across the seas, maintained an ambiguous stance. However, both the Sand and Cloud Ninja have recently exhibited a willingness to ally, which, if successfully realized, could prove advantageous for us. Yet, with Deidara's current antics, we have undoubtedly found ourselves at a diplomatic disadvantage. Moreover, it provides those dissenters within Sunagakure with a pretext to oppose us, which is decidedly unfavorable. Should we not summon Deidara back to prevent him from causing further disturbances? Wanda suggested. Onoki nodded in agreement, stating, that would be prudent. We must avoid unnecessary troubles. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated, sending plumes of smoke billowing forth as a mountainside crumbled in an instant. Since that day, both Deidara and Sasori of the Red Sand have come to recognize Shikamaru's artistic prowess. As a rogue ninja, Sasori had nowhere to go. Thus, he remained at Shikamaru's behest to delve into the art of puppetry. Deidara, however, seemed to relish the lifestyle of leisure in the hidden village of Deer. Yet Shikamaru insisted that such indulgence was untenable. For Shikamaru, Deidara's explosive artistry was indeed quite beneficial. Lord Deidara, your art truly captivates the senses. A merchant, exuding an aura of affability, approached slowly. This merchant controlled a mining operation that had stalled due to the daunting extraction challenges. However, with Deidara's assistance, all obstacles appeared surmountable. Once extraction commenced, a steady influx of riches would ensue, rendering the previously substantial compensation offered to the hidden village of Deer rather paltry in comparison. The merchant's eyes gleamed with excitement. Initially reluctant to assist in the excavation, Deidara's demeanor shifted as he perceived the admiration reflected in the merchant's gaze, finding it quite meaningful. Deidara ambled along the path leading to the hidden village of Deer after completing his task. A ninja swiftly approached and bowed at his feet. Lord Deidara, Lord Tsuchikage summons you back. The old man seeks me, but I am currently preoccupied. Just tell him that my artistic journey is still long and requires further refinement. I cannot return to the village at this time. But a gust of wind swept through, and before the Iwa ninja could finish, Deidara's figure had vanished from sight. In Konohagakure, Minato Namikaze, perhaps the youngest and most handsome Hokage in the history of the Fire Country, could not be deemed a seasoned politician. In the game of power, he lacked the cunning and strategic depth of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Danzo Shimura. Having led Konohagakure to victory in the Third Great Ninja War, Minato was hailed as a hero by the villagers. Coupled with his striking appearance, he enjoyed considerable popularity among the common ninja. Yet, despite his immense prestige, he possessed no commensurate authority to match it. In the daily administration of Konohagakure, the fourth Hokage is particularly influenced by the three advisors, including Shimura Danzo. However, Watergate harbors no dissatisfaction. Instead, he earnestly seeks their counsel. At this moment in the conference room of the Hokage building, Minato Namikaze has summoned the three advisors. Hokage-sama, why have you called us here? As the advisors settled into their seats, Tonin Shikamaru inquired. It is as follows, esteemed Elder Tonin. Over the past few days, the Umbu have gradually gathered some intelligence. It indicates that the three shinobi villages of the Wind Country, Earth Country, and Lightning Country are showing signs of forming an alliance, while the Mist of the Water Country maintains an ambiguous stance. Regarding this matter, I wish to seek the insights of the three esteemed elders, Minato explained. Mito Gate and Tonin Shikamaru exchanged glances, questioning, has Hokage-sama consulted the third Hokage about this? Minato nodded and replied, I have already inquired with the third. He advised me to first gather the opinions of the advisory council. What does Hokage-sama intend? Tonin asked. From my perspective, this alliance among the three shinobi villages is undoubtedly detrimental to us in Konoha. However, having recently assumed office, I lack extensive knowledge of international affairs. Thus I seek the wisdom of my esteemed predecessors on how we might disrupt the interests binding these three villages. With a gentle smile, amiable temperament, and exceptional talent, it must be said that Minato Namikaze is a commendable Hokage. Yet, it is precisely for this reason that Danzo Shimura harbors resentment. For regardless of Minato's merits, he remains the disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi, not Danzo's own. Throughout his life, Danzo has been in a constant rivalry with Sarutobi, from his apprenticeship under the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, to the struggle for the Hokage position, and even in the choices regarding the village's future development. Their paths have always diverged. And yet Danzo has consistently found himself on the losing side. Sarutobi has lived in the spotlight, while he has remained in the shadows. Even now, among Sarutobi's disciples and successors, each one is a remarkable figure renowned in the shinobi world, while he remains inconspicuous. As Tonen Shikamaru prepared to speak, Danzo preemptively interrupted her, his tone quite stern. The entanglements among the various ninja villages are far from simple. They are the result of decades of bloodshed since the implementation of the one nation, one village system. After the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha emerged victorious. While these villages' desire to unite is indeed a viable strategy, it is not so straightforward. The interests that could bind them together might just as easily turn them against one another. All it takes is a slight maneuver. Maneuver? As Minato gazed at Danzo with a look of inquiry, the earnestness in his eyes prompted a slight scoff from Danzo. Being Hokage requires more than mere victories on the battlefield. The post-war machinations can often be even more perilous. Elder Danzo speaks wisely, Minato responded thoughtfully. Compared to the Fire Country, both the Earth Country and Wind Country are relatively impoverished. A significant portion of the food supply to their ninja villages must be procured from abroad. In contrast, the prosperous Bird Country stands as their ideal choice. Renowned for its temperate climate and distinguished as a fertile grain-producing region. At this moment, the esteemed merchant Jiuzong possesses a substantial stockpile of grain, sufficient to sustain 2 hidden villages and their citizens through the famine that has ensued since the Third Great Ninja War. However, should a portion of this grain be destroyed, leaving only the quantity required by one nation, or even less, the other nation would find itself bereft of alternative food sources in a short span of time. What do you suppose would transpire? Yet, for the citizens of the two nations, would this not seem excessively cruel? Although born into the prosperous land of fire, the commoner Minato Namikaze has long understood the significance of sustenance. Even in the land of fire, once war commences, they often endure periods of hunger interspersed with feasting. Danzo's approach is one that Minato finds emotionally intolerable. Foolish. Observing Minato's apparent lack of insight, Shimura Danzo, in a fit of anger, cursed loudly, brandishing his cane before turning to leave. Mito Kazumi and Nami Koharu exchanged glances, and in light of the somewhat awkward atmosphere, remarked, "Lord Hokage, while Danzo's temperament may be less than agreeable, his suggestions possess considerable merit. I implore you to reflect upon them. The umbu, even the root, are always at the ready." As the sun dipped low in the sky, concluding a day's labor, Minato did not return home, but instead directed his steps towards the residence of Sarutobi. By the tranquil pond, Sarutobi Hiruzen reclined in an armchair, a fine pot of tea from the land of tea by his side, savoring the serene pleasures of retirement. "Is that you, Minato?" Sarutobi did not turn, for he recognized the sound of Minato's footsteps. "Indeed, Third Hokage," Minato replied. "Your steps seem somewhat heavy. Is all well?" "Not entirely," Minato admitted, sharing his concerns, yet Sarutobi remained unperturbed, gesturing for Minato to approach him. As Minato settled before Sarutobi, the elder spoke. "I understand your perspective. However, you must grasp a fundamental truth. Once war ignites, from the lords to our ninjas and samurai, down to ordinary civilians, none are innocent. The deaths and enmities on the battlefield should not be entangled with the aftermath of war. Yet, the boundaries of war are often nebulous. Our capacity to protect, beyond belief, is quite limited." Facing his disciple, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, imparted his wisdom with unwavering patience and tranquility, the setting sun illuminating the wrinkles on his face. "I comprehend now." Minato nodded, his inner turmoil gradually subsiding. Moreover, as Minato conversed with Sarutobi, the twilight deepened, and he prepared to depart when Sarutobi called him back. "I find no substantial disagreement with Danzo's opinions. However, certain details warrant revision." "What do you mean, Third Hokage?" "The ninjas tasked with destroying that grain need not be from our leaf. The Third Great Ninja War has just concluded. Everywhere else is also facing famine. Do you understand?" As the last rays of sunlight faded, shadows began to envelop the land. Under the waning glow, Sarutobi rose and slowly turned his head. The darkness obscured his expression, leaving Minato unable to discern the countenance of his mentor. Stripped of its brilliance, Sarutobi now appeared chillingly unrecognizable to Minato. In the profound darkness of night, under the cold, solitary moon, the forest lay in eerie silence. A tall man stood at the edge of the moonlit woods, utterly still, resembling a statue. This tranquility was disrupted only by the arrival of a cloaked ninja. The man slowly turned, his emerald gaze glinting like that of a predatory beast, ready to pounce. Lord Kakazu, we have verified the intelligence. The merchant Kizoku of the Land of Birds indeed possesses a vast quantity of grain, far exceeding our expectations. Kakuzu stared into the murky expanse ahead, lost in thought. Shall we take action, Lord Kakazu? Our numbers are limited. Even if we manage to seize such a large stockpile of grain, it would be exceedingly difficult to transport it beyond the borders of the Land of Birds without being detected. Suddenly, Kakuzu seized the ninja's throat with a fierce grip, his fingers poised to crush. Yet, just as he was about to enact his fatal intent, the ninja's form shattered, dispersing into droplets of water. Have you prepared a water clone? Quite cautious indeed. Instead of fleeing after employing the substitution technique, the ninja rallied 100 others who had been lying in ambush, surrounding Kakuzu with formidable intent. Indeed, you have all betrayed me, Kakuzu observed, recognizing the faces of those who had once been members of his intelligence network. Despite the betrayal, his expression remained inscrutable. The ninja who had used the substitution technique stepped forward, demanding, Kakuzu, surrender the earth grudge fear. Kakuzu scoffed disdainfully. Is that all you've got? Alone, you are insufficient. But with this multitude of ninjas, we are the ones who have endured suffering under your tyranny for years. Shaking his head, Kakuzu retorted, it seems you still do not comprehend what it means to be a ninja. With tattered garments, for mask-wearing apparitions emerged ominously from behind Kaku, each embodying a fragment of his heart and will. Fire style, head cut. Wind style, pressure damage. Instantly, flames engulfed the area, reducing everything in their path to ashes. The ninjas, who had never witnessed Kakuzu's power, found themselves consumed by the inferno before they could even contemplate regret. Amidst the raging flames, only those skilled in water style managed to survive the onslaught. Yet, after experiencing such a hellish ordeal, thoughts of resistance faded, and they sought to flee. Kakuzu, however, afforded them no such mercy. The lightning-infused masked creature soared into the sky, the flames dissipating, revealing a sinister grin as it gathered its electric chakra, crackling ominously. Lightning style, false darkness. The thunderous spear of lightning, imbued with unparalleled might, descended upon the remaining ninjas below. In mere moments, the lives of the last few were claimed. One by one, Kakuzu approached the leader of the traitorous ninjas, his injuries rendering him incapable of performing any ninjutsu. He lifted the leader with disdainful eyes. In that moment, the essence of a ninja was laid bare, lost in the abyss of hatred, drowning in a sea of slaughter. For what reason, over the years, have I entrusted the crucial affairs of the organization to you? The world of ninjas is inherently unjust. A powerful upper ninja can effortlessly annihilate countless lower ninjas. Yet, your foolishness seems to have mistaken my rewards as a means to defy me. With a slight exertion, Kakuzu rendered the ninja before him silent, observing the chaotic battlefield. Witnessing his years of labor in the organization obliterated by his own hands, Kakuzu felt neither regret nor attachment, merely exhaling a faint sigh. Now, our manpower is woefully insufficient. I implore you, Lord Torikage. Within the leader's abode of the hidden deer village, the affluent merchant Kyuzu bowed deeply before Shikamaru, earnestly beseeching him. Do you wish for our hidden deer village to safeguard a stockpile of grain in your possession? Shikamaru queried, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, following the Third Great Ninja War, many regions have experienced varying degrees of famine. Recently, news of my grain reserves was leaked. How? I cannot fathom. Ninjas from all over have been stirred into action, and my guards alone are struggling to cope. Therefore, I seek your assistance, Lord Torikage. Despite his surprise at Shikamaru's youth, Kyuza held no disdain. To my knowledge, the grain you possess was stored for trade with the sand and stone villages. If that is the case, why not simply request the ninjas from those two villages to provide protection? Would that not be more prudent? A flicker of intrigue crossed Kyuzu's otherwise expressionless face. The matter of my trade with the wind and earth countries is classified. How does Lord Torikage know of it? Shikamaru smiled, and Kyuzu chose not to pursue the matter further. This situation is quite intricate. It pertains not only to my business, but also to the higher-ups of the bird country, who seek to establish mutual understanding with the two great nations. Mutual understanding? Yes, Kyuzu nodded, explaining. The affluent bird country has long been without a ninja village and has maintained peace for quite some time, largely due to its clandestine supply of vast resources to these two great nations. One could say that the bird country has played a precarious balancing act amidst the relations of major powers, using its fragile strength to uphold the delicate equilibrium between them. At this point, Kyuzu's demeanor grew exceedingly grave. Therefore, should this transaction falter, the bird country may find itself repeating the tragic fate of the rain country, becoming a battleground for the great powers' conflicts. So that is how it is. Shikamaru nodded, saying, I can comply with your request. Though you are aware that our hidden deer village is in its nascent stage and faces financial constraints, that is not an issue. Are you not simply adding insult to injury by directly demanding 2 mines from Kyuzu? Konan slowly emerged from the side, watching Kyuzu stumble away, and chuckled. Nonetheless, Konan merely jested a couple of times before sitting down with Yahiko and the others on the clean floor of Shikamaru's abode, awaiting his instructions. For this mission, Nagato, you will lead the entire Akatsuki organization. Yahiko and Konan, take 200 of the elite ninjas with you as well. Understood, Lord Shikamaru. Just as Shikamaru was about to issue further details, Deidara and Sasori of the Red Sand burst in. We heard you have some action planned. What's the fun? Protecting someone's grain? What a bore. It turned out to be rather dull. I had anticipated something intriguing. Deidara wore a discontented expression. And even the Scorpion of the Red Sand displayed a lack of enthusiasm. They were not affiliated with the Akatsuki, nor had they joined any village. However, should this mission succeed, a substantial sum of funding would flow into the village. I noticed that the village's decor was rather monotonous and had contemplated establishing an art gallery. An art gallery dedicated to puppet clay art, perhaps? Before Shikamaru could finish his thought, both the Scorpion and Deidara chimed in. Alas, they exchanged glances, each secretly competing with the other. Shikamaru smiled inwardly, realizing that free labor had arrived. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions echoed as Deidara perched atop the granary, observing the approaching ninjas with a yawn of boredom. Scorpion, how long must we endure this tedious task? The Scorpion sat at the top of the granary, swinging his legs while manipulating his puppets with chakra strings, toying with the ninjas attempting to breach the granary, passing the time. This incident was no trifling matter. These were mere pawns. Perhaps they themselves were oblivious to the fact that they were mere chess pieces employed by the powerful to assess the strength of the granary's defenses. Just wait. The real trouble is yet to come. The Scorpion appeared indifferent, yet his mind was remarkably clear, possessing a lucid understanding of the circumstances. Deidara curled his lip, gazing into the distant night. This evening, it seemed that the group of ninjas attacking the granary had completely retreated. In the night mist, the recently regrouped ninjas lay on the ground, resting. They had not only returned empty-handed, but had also suffered significant losses. What on earth happened? The leader coordinating this ninja squad inquired, gazing at the defeated ninjas with confusion. Lord Firefly, the 2 ninjas guarding the granary were exceedingly formidable, even with dozens of us. We couldn't even catch a glimpse of their faces. What? Firefly exclaimed. Do you know which faction they belong to? They are said to be ninjas from the Hidden Deer Village, the newly established ninja village, the leader murmured. At that moment, a youthful voice emerged from behind. Father, was it not successful? The leader turned to see his son, his face devoid of the usual paternal affection. Smarlu, weren't you instructed to remain in the rear? Why have you come here? I wish to assist you and contribute to the village. Observing Smarlu's earnest demeanor, Firefly felt a flicker of comfort. However, reason reminded him that the battlefield was perilous, a place unsuitable for a child of his age. The village was experiencing a food shortage, and the situation across the nation was similarly dire. Historically, the supplies sent to the village amounted to 50% this year, with the remainder relying on our own efforts. This operation was crucial to the village's survival and could not afford failure. As one of the few elite shinobi in the village, Firefly's face was resolute, bolstering the morale of his comrades. Yet, Firefly was acutely aware that despite the main force being led by his wife, Summer, the ninjas at his side were the village's elite. If they were so easily bested in their initial encounter, future endeavors would likely be fraught with challenges, such as the lament of a small country ninja village. A faint yet discernible sound of mockery echoed through the air. As a seasoned jonin, Firefly's response was undeniably swift. Coupled with the ancestral secret art of the peacock from his village, his prowess surpassed that of an ordinary jonin. In an instant, he pinpointed the source of the sound and launched a surprise attack toward the intruder. However, before Firefly could draw near, he sensed an imminent threat. In the darkness, almost instinctively attuned to the surge of the opponent's chakra, he executed a roll that narrowly evaded the incoming projectile, landing somewhat awkwardly on the ground. As he regained his composure and focused on the object, his eyes widened in shock. The bone pulse. You belong to the Take-Torai clan. The figure emerged from the shadows. Their expression, one of utter madness. Ordinarily, we of the Take-Torai clan disdain to engage with such feeble ninjas as yourselves. Yet, the prize we seek this time is far too significant. What say you? Let us join forces. Upon our success, you may claim your rightful share of the bounty. Firefly regarded the bizarre individual before him. Rationality urged him to sever ties with such a person, for the Take-Torai clan was notorious for their insanity. Nevertheless, recalling the gravity of his mission, Firefly found himself torn. Meanwhile, within the leader's residence of the Hidden Deer Village, all the ninjas had ventured out on their respective missions, leaving only Shikamaru behind, accompanied by a handful of shadow sentinels. Despite the absence of his companion, Conan, which had significantly diminished the quality of his meals, Shikamaru relished the rare tranquility. The gentle breeze swept through the village, and in this era devoid of entertainment, the life of a ninja was often monotonous. With practice in ninjutsu and taijutsu the sole pursuits, even a game of dojutsu was impossible to assemble at that moment. Shikamaru brewed himself a cup of tea and sat on the corridor, gazing absent-mindedly at the night sky. It was quite astonishing that the Lord of the Bird Shadows in the Hidden Deer Village was such a young ninja. As he turned, he noticed a tall figure silently standing beside him. To have evaded my watchful sentinels and arrive here, you must be a remarkable ninja indeed. May I inquire your name? Unperturbed by the unexpected visitor, Shikamaru felt a sense of relief wash over him, as if he finally had something to occupy his time. Kakuzu. The ninja introduced himself, leaving Shikamaru somewhat taken aback. What could this mercenary, obsessed with wealth, possibly want with him? His own head was hardly worth a fortune. What brings you here? Collaboration. Kakuzu stated bluntly, revealing his intentions. You mean? The provisions your underlings are currently guarding. A person capable of establishing a ninja village at such a young age surely possessed remarkable abilities. Kakuzu did not underestimate Shikamaru due to his youthful appearance. Throughout the history of the ninja world, it was not uncommon for young ninjas to wield extraordinary strength and intellect. Then you must be aware of the murky waters you are treading. This is no mere business transaction for the merchants of the Land of Birds. After the Third Great Ninja War, famine has afflicted various factions, with the exception of Konoha. Though the fourth Hokage is young, his strategies are indeed formidable. Just a single piece of information has deepened the rifts among the nations that were already trending towards alliance. The relentless waves of reconnaissance assaults involved not only the obscure rogue ninja factions, but also the shadows of the Mist Ninja. Are you suggesting that I should command my subordinates to refrain from confronting these various forces? Certainly not. Kakuzu appeared rather profound, implying that we should conspire to seize that shipment of grain for ourselves. This truly resembles the machinations of a villain, Kakuzu continued, stating that he had observed over the past few days. While I am unaware of the method you employed to conceal your ninjas, their numbers are indeed substantial. I could discreetly reach out to potential buyers, and you could covertly transport the grain, then set it ablaze to frame those who sought to pilfer it. If we joined forces, we could amass a fortune, and you would undoubtedly gain more than you would lose. What do you think of this proposition? Shikamaru chuckled, gazing at Kakuzu with an expression that conveyed youthful naivete. According to your plan, I would have no need for your assistance. As you mentioned, there is a scarcity of grain everywhere. Am I to fear that I cannot find buyers? Of course. You will argue that the buyers in the black market have their own circles, making it difficult for outsiders to infiltrate. Conducting clandestine transactions without detection is indeed a challenge. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes, taken aback by the depth of cunning exhibited by this seemingly youthful figure. Precisely. But what does it matter to me? This grain can be exchanged not only for money but also for armaments from the land of crafts, technology from the land of snow, specialties from the land of tea, mercenaries from the land of iron, and surely there are traders among the 5 great nations as well. Therefore, to me, you are not a worthy ally. Shikamaru regarded Kakuzu with a semblance of a smile, and the atmosphere grew tense between them. The moon hung high, and Kakuzu looked at the youth before him, suddenly feeling a sense of impotence, neither advancing nor retreating. As an ally, you are evidently inadequate. However, should you be willing to serve under my command, I might reluctantly accept you. What did you say? The cold intensity in Kakuzu's eyes pierced through the thin veil of night, as if he intended to devour Shikamaru whole. There is no need for gratitude. Since your assassination attempt on the first Hokage failed, you slaughtered the village's higher-ups to evade punishment. Yet, you have lost the acceptance of the other inhabitants of Takigakure. No matter how you explain or vent your inner turmoil, in the eyes of the ninjas of Takigakure, you are merely a heartless demon. As a rogue ninja, your blind pursuit of wealth stems from a sense of emptiness, that profound loneliness of being unmoored, looking for death. Observing Shikamaru's dead, fish-like eyes glimmering with provocation, Kakuzu erupted in fury, his form blurring as he seized the youth before him. Rage obliterated Kakuzu's rationality, leaving him devoid of restraint. With a firm grip, he prepared to strike Shikamaru down. What is this? The scene before him was utterly bizarre. As he crushed Shikamaru's throat, the latter transformed into a pool of dark, flowing shadows. The fluid shadows, seemingly tangible yet ethereally light, trickled from Kakuzu's fingertips and fell to the ground. Beneath the moonlight, the flowing shadows appeared substantial, emanating a dark luminescence. For an extended period, Kakuzu had traversed the ninja world, yet he had never encountered such a peculiar ninjutsu. Even during his ambush on the first Hokage, the opponent's extraordinary wood release did not possess this level of strangeness. Enraged, it seemed his suspicions had been confirmed. Kakuzu turned to see Shikamaru, casually resting against a railing with his hands tucked into his waistband. At that moment, Kakuzu had regained his composure and inquired of Shikamaru. What technique have you employed? I have conjured a form from nothingness, infusing it with life, merging yin and yang release. This is the ninjutsu I currently wield, shadow release. A new bloodline limit, perhaps? Although he had never heard of anyone successfully merging yin and yang to forge a new bloodline limit. The spectacle before him was sufficient to reshape Kakuzu's worldview. His expression turned grave, his green-tinted gaze revealing not only ferocity but a hint of something more profound. Do you comprehend the implications of your words? According to legend, only the sage of 6 paths could master the full power of both yin and yang, thus creating this world. Are you proclaiming yourself a deity? Kakuzu hesitated to act rashly. He was uncertain of the youth's true strength. Could he have created this world? Legends, after all, remain mere legends. While the sage of 6 paths, as the progenitor of ninjas, possessed formidable power, it seemed improbable that he could create the world itself. Shikamaru smiled, displaying little reverence for the legendary progenitor of the ninja realm. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed. The youth's demeanor was indeed peculiar. Nevertheless, he refrained from probing further and asked, "Did you just suggest that I work for you? What do you aim to achieve? You agree? I have no interest in serving the weak. Yet your demonstrated strength proves you to be a worthy trading partner. However, if I am to work for you, what will you offer in return? Money, an unimaginable fortune." How does that sound? Kakuzu chuckled, harboring no doubts regarding the veracity of the youth's claims. It's a deal. Paper shuriken. In an instant, countless flexible sheets transformed into shuriken, swiftly dispatching the hidden ninjas lurking within the forest. Conan's mastery of the shuriken was unparalleled, yet the battle was far from over. For ordinary ninjas, Conan's shuriken were indeed lethal. However, the quantity and caliber of the opposing ninjas had surpassed her initial expectations. Just as she believed the battle had reached its conclusion, a ninja surged forth from the shadows, rapidly closing in on her. The figure bore a manic grin, and before he could even approach, a bone spear sliced through the air, aimed directly at her. "Conan, be careful." Both Yahiko and Nagato wished to assist her, but they were entangled by the ambushing ninjas who had been lying in wait. In that fleeting moment, Conan's reflexes faltered. Not only was there the bone spear, but 5 or 6 ninjas also surrounded her from all directions. This was a meticulously orchestrated assault. They had resolved to eliminate a Konoha ninja here and now. As the bone spear drew ever closer, Conan's mind echoed with the image of Shikamaru. If there exists a next life, I would surely strike that mischievous child 800 times. Shadow manipulation, shadow explosion. A dark orb, centered around Conan, erupted instantaneously. While lacking the grandeur of Daidara's clay bombs, its power was no less formidable. The flowing shadows enveloped Conan, isolating her from everything around her. Following this, a violent explosion occurred, sending flying not only the bone spear but also the ninjas besieging Conan. Shikamaru's figure then emerged, standing resolutely beside her. "Do you dare to touch the ninjas of our village without consulting me, the village leader?" The ninja, who had been blasted away by Shikamaru, wore grave injuries but still radiated a fierce battle spirit. "So you are the leader of Konoha? Quite young indeed. Your strength is commendable." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the ninja struggled to rise. "Now that you, the leader, have arrived, it signifies the elite forces of Konoha are present. But do you truly comprehend the power you are up against?" At this moment, the outer line had been compromised. Whether it was Nagato, Yahiko, or even Scorpion and Daidara, They had all retreated behind Shikamaru. In the darkness of the night, ninjas approached, like rivers converging into a lake, drawing ever closer. Once all sounds faded into silence. Under the moonlit night, countless figures surrounded the granary. There were thousands of ninjas here, a force potent enough to annihilate a small nation. Ninjas of Konoha, prepare to meet your demise. The group exchanged glances. Although they had received prior intelligence about the arrival of the Taketori clan, they had not anticipated that this clan, known for their frenzied battles, would exhibit such cunning, uniting all faction-seeking grain. The masked Nagato stepped forward, half-kneeling beside Shikamaru, whispering, "Master, the situation is dire. I can employ the ocular technique." Shikamaru raised his hand to halt him, saying, "They are merely insignificant characters. It is unnecessary to take such great risks and place yourself in peril." Shadow manipulation, shadow flow river technique. Shadows, like silk and water, rose from the ground. The moonlight shone brightly, casting a delicate dreamlike veil. Thousands of shadow clones emerged from the flowing shadows, encircling the 1,000 ninjas around the granary in an instant. In terms of numbers, I have never feared anyone. Attack! Shikamaru declared from atop the granary. The entire Taketori clan, which had set out to seize the grain, was utterly annihilated. In the cold underground chamber of Konoha, when Danzo received this information, disbelief flickered across his icy countenance. However, as the leader of the root, long accustomed to darkness, this moment of astonishment did not linger on his face for long. The ninja delivering the report slightly raised his head, sensing the air around them had grown even colder than before. Previously, we did not allocate our energy and strength towards this new ninja village. In hindsight, that appears to have been a grave error. Dispatch more personnel to monitor Konoha day and night. Their intelligence must be relayed back at all times. Yes, Lord Danzo. The root ninja nodded slightly before swiftly vanishing from the room. Tans let out a soft sigh and slowly approached the bookshelf to retrieve a tome. As he gently flipped through its pages, he found it filled with accounts of the Uchiha clan. Being a member of the Senju clan, Tans, akin to the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, harbored an innate wariness and distance towards the Uchiha. Since the establishment of Konohagakure, the Senju clan had consistently suppressed the Uchiha clan. The second Hokage had even established the Konoha military police force, effectively marginalizing the Uchiha from the core of the village's governance. Although Tobarama chose Hiruzen Sarutobi as his successor, in many respects, Tans resembled a worthy heir to Tobarama, particularly in his attitude towards the Uchiha. If given the opportunity, Tans would unhesitatingly choose to eradicate the Uchiha clan entirely. Thus, over the years, he had been diligently searching for the weaknesses of the Uchiha and the characteristics of their bloodline limit, the Sharingan. However, in contrast to Tan's sentiments, both Hiruzen Sarutobi and his disciple, Minato Namikaze, shared a more lenient perspective towards the Uchiha, especially after Minato ascended to the position of fourth Hokage. Tans perceived his attitude toward the Uchiha as bordering on indulgent. Minato frequently consulted the Uchiha clan leader regarding village security matters and even showed signs of integrating Uchiha members into the core decision-making circles of Konoha. For Tans, this was utterly intolerable. As the door creaked open, Hiruzen Sarutobi strolled in leisurely, wearing a relaxed demeanor. "Tans, is there something that cannot be discussed at my home? Why summon me here?" Hiruzen's teasing tone ignited Tans's irritation, causing his forehead to furrow in frustration. "How dare you laugh? What has your disciple been doing these days? Don't tell me you haven't heard." Tans scowled, shoving the book into the cabinet before turning to confront him. "Is it merely that Minato has grown closer to the Uchiha? It's nothing of great consequence." "Nothing of great consequence?" Tans advanced toward Hiruzen, his anger swelling. "Do you have any idea how much effort the second Hokage expended to keep the Uchiha in check? Do you realize how much I have labored behind the scenes to maintain the stability of Konoha since Tobarama's era? Are you aware that Minato is now intent on disrupting the harmonious order established since the first Hokage's time?" As Tans pressed him with these inquiries, Hiruzen retreated step by step, beads of sweat forming on his brow. At a loss for words, he could only chuckle awkwardly. "Haha, don't jest with me. What do you intend to do about the Uchiha situation? The circumstances are no longer as they once were. I am aware of your stance on the Uchiha. You must understand that although we emerged victorious in the Third Shinobi World War, the animosities we have accumulated are far too numerous. If Konoha remains strong, the other villages will naturally hesitate to provoke us. Yet, should a rift appear, those villages will seize the opportunity, and Konoha will swiftly find itself beset by both internal strife and external threats. Undeniably, there was some truth to Hiruzen's words. However, for Danzo, it was merely a matter of some reason. Politically, he made moderate concessions to the Uchiha clan, ensuring that the majority of its members would remain content with their current lives. After all, the prosperity of Konoha was not solely their concern. It was intrinsically linked to the honor and disgrace of the Uchiha clan. The remaining individuals would be personally mediated by the Hokage. In this regard, Minato had always performed admirably. The Uchiha could not be trusted. Sarutobi, at this moment, was aware that Minato's intentions were to integrate Uchiha Fugaku into the core decision-making body of Konoha, a matter that the second Hokage had always been wary of. And so what? The Hokage, who had presided over Konoha for decades, chuckled softly. The current Sarutobi Hiruzen was not the exhausted third Hokage who had been compelled to resume his duties due to the Nine-Tails incident, tirelessly striving to uphold the declining village. With his own disciple, Minato, at the forefront and free from the entanglements of complex affairs, Hiruzen's vitality and strength were not far from their peak. Even if Uchiha Fugaku joined the core, the advisory council's votes remained 3-1. What was there to worry about? Once this door was opened, would the other clans remain idle? The Hyuga clan would surely have similar demands, and even the Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Inuzuka, and those clans allied with them would aspire to join the core. Moreover, do you truly believe the ambitions of the Uchiha clan would cease here? Speaking of the Nara clan, have there been any updates on Shikamaru, the son of Yoshino? He seems to have vanished entirely, despite the prolonged search. There has been no sign. Just as he was about to continue, Shimura Danzo appeared to realize something, seizing Sarutobi's collar. Do not divert the topic. The Uchiha clan has produced numerous talents in recent years, such as Obito, Shisui, and Itachi, most of whom resonate with the ideals of the first Hokage and have inherited the will of fire, wishing to protect Konoha. I harbor no concerns there. I am also well aware of Uchiha Fugaku. While he possesses some talent, he pales in comparison to Uchiha Madara and cannot stir significant turmoil. As for the Hyuga and other noble families, they have long since become integral parts of Konoha as a whole. Furthermore, we, the older generation, are still alive. May it be as you say. In the village of Konoha, at the leader's residence, we wish to formally join the Hidden Leaf Village. Deidara and Sasori knelt before Shikamaru. Speaking earnestly, Shikamaru was somewhat taken aback, but did not immediately agree. He turned to Deidara and asked, Sasori is fine, but you are a rock ninja. If you join us, you will instantly become a rogue ninja. Are you truly willing? Ever since that night I witnessed your art, I have intended to join the village. The tension from those silent explosions and the aesthetic beauty of art that leaps from the page are simply unparalleled. The village itself is unimportant. As long as I am by your side, I believe my artistic journey will become even more splendid. I feel the same. Instantly summoning 2,000 shadow clones. My puppet technique still requires improvement. Sasori nodded earnestly. I understand. Shikamaru retrieved the rings inscribed with the characters for Jade and Green from his sleeve, presenting them to Sasori and Deidara. This is the emblem of the secretive organization, Akatsuki, within our village. Akatsuki only recruits the most formidable ninjas from the ninja world. Your mission is to guard me and fulfill the clandestine orders I issue. Lord Shikamaru. The two individuals, previously seated, bowed low, akin to samurai pledging their loyalty to their lord, and spoke slowly. The clan leader has summoned us back to the village. Following the directive from the Hidden Mist Village, the Takeburi clan, tasked with seizing provisions, has witnessed the complete annihilation of their frontline forces, with the remaining reinforcements now gathered together. Impossible. So many of us have perished at the hands of the Hidden Deer Village. This grudge must be avenged. When discussing the casualties among their kin, the Takeburi clan leader's face bore not only anger, but also an eager thirst for battle. The ninjas of the Takeburi clan are often referred to as madmen. Death, a reason that halts the majority of ninjas, holds little weight for the Takeburi clan. To them, it is as inconsequential as a fleeting thought. Fighting, destruction, until death. This is the creed of the Takeburi clan. Thus, the clan leader utterly disregarded the orders of the Mizukage, gathering all clan members, including Kimimaro. This time, if we cannot flatten the Hidden Deer Village, we vow to not rest. Ha ha, how amusing. If we could capture the leader of the Hidden Deer Village alive, how delightful that would be. To let him experience the destruction of his village firsthand, his expression would surely be entertaining. Despite having recently endured significant losses and the deaths of their kin, the members of the Takeburi clan displayed no sorrow. Upon hearing news of a new battle, They discussed it as if it were an intriguing tale, a bizarre and exceedingly strange scene. From afar, atop a cliff, Orochimaru observed all of this. Unable to discern the purpose of battle, yet existing solely for the sake of combat, the Takeburi clan is indeed a fascinating entity. Lord Orochimaru. Do you hold a particular interest in the Takeburi clan? Beside Orochimaru, Kabuto stood respectfully, inquiring. For Kabuto, Orochimaru is a uniquely significant presence. He admires and even idolizes him, being a fervent follower. Having followed Orochimaru for an extended period, Kabuto rarely witnesses this particular expression from him, akin to the excitement and confusion one feels just before achieving a long-sought breakthrough in research. No, in a certain sense, the Takeburi clan is merely a remnant that has survived from the chaotic era of the founding. Though rare in this age, they possess little intrinsic value. Orochimaru has always exhibited great patience with his subordinates and disciples, much like with his research subjects. However, Kabuto is an exceptionally unique individual. Orochimaru recognized his potential, which far surpasses that of his other disciples and subordinates. In a sense, Kabuto is someone with whom he can engage as an equal, rather than merely a tool for experimentation. So, what is it that you value? The Hidden Deer Village? That newly established village? Indeed, to defeat a host of ninjas attempting to seize provisions is indeed remarkable. However, what concerns me more is the jutsu employed by their leader that night. What is so extraordinary about it? To summon such a multitude of creatures in an instant is indeed extraordinary. Moreover, the nature of his ninjutsu. At this point, Orochimaru refrained from continuing. Ever since departing from the Hidden Leaf Village and becoming a rogue ninja, he has traversed various nations in search of fascinating experimental subjects. The recent food plundering incident stemmed from turmoil among the great nations, a matter of which Orochimaru is acutely aware. On the night when the ninjas besieged the granary, he observed everything keenly. Through the distant night mist, he was astonished to realize that he was entirely ignorant of the techniques employed by the individual atop the granary. While other ninjas might tremble at the unknown, for Orochimaru and Kabuto, it represents the most exquisite of wines, awaiting their indulgence. So, your suggestion is to seize one of those summoned creatures amidst the chaos caused by the Takarabe clan's assault on the Hidden Leaf Village? Orochimaru cast a glance at Kabuto, a faint smile of approval gracing his lips. However, with the combat prowess of the Takarabe clan, will we truly be afforded such an opportunity? A hint of concern flickered across Kabuto's face. Fear not. The Takarabe clan possesses the strength to contend with the great ninja villages. The moonlight, as delicate as gossamer, enveloped the entire Hidden Leaf Village. Between the mountains and fields, the hues of the lake shimmered hazily. The leader's residence was perched high above the village, where the mountain breeze brought a chilling touch. Despite this, no charcoal fire burned within to provide warmth. Shikamaru stood at the center of the room in his position as leader, while Kakazu knelt before him, the slender fingers adorned with a ring bearing the character for North. Lord Shikamaru, as you anticipated, the food has been safely transported beyond the borders of the Land of Birds, and it seems that the Hidden Leaf has no further intentions of intervening. As a great ninja village, the Hidden Leaf has ample opportunities to disrupt the Sand and Rock Ninja Alliance. There is no need to become overly entangled in any single matter. Indeed, compared to the ninjas of smaller nations, those from larger nations possess inherent advantages. Even after betraying the village for an extended period, the feeling of helplessness in the face of the Hidden Leafs might remain deeply etched in Kakuzu's memory. Sensing his own unease, Kakuzu, who had initially held his head high, leaned forward slightly and inquired, "What shall we do next?" Strike at the food supplies of the Land of Wind, disguise ourselves as members of the Hidden Leaf Sambu, and then sell the food to the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning. Shikamaru's previously half-closed, lifeless eyes suddenly widened, and he lowered the bamboo cup he had been holding. Kakuzu's green eyes glimmered with insight as he remarked, "So, Lord Shikamaru's intention is to have these great nations confront one another amidst their mutual suspicion." Precisely. The alliance between the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth is not a favorable choice for our village. The act of plundering is not particularly difficult. At this moment, the Sand Ninja have already accepted that batch of food, which is likely their most vulnerable time. I can also reach out to buyers in the black market. However, completely concealing our tracks will be challenging. No matter. The animosity among the 5 great nations runs deep. Even if they later investigate the source of the food, they will only uncover information from their own channels. Unless they share the intelligence they acquire, they will never discover that we orchestrated this scheme. I understand. Kakaza nodded. In the distance, a cacophony of sounds echoed. Has anyone clashed with the shadow sentry outside the village? Shikamaru murmured. From the shadows, a figure of Afu stealthily whispered a few words into Shikamaru's ear. The Take-Torai clan has not retreated to the land of water. Instead, they have gathered forces and are mounting a grand assault on the mountain? Shikamaru scoffed, visibly displeased. A bunch of lunatics. Generally speaking, when a mission fails, ninjas opt for retreat rather than relentless pursuit. However, the Take-Torai clan clearly shows no intention of adhering to the unwritten rules of the ninja world. At that moment, members of Akatsuki began to materialize into the leader's residence. Kneeling before Shikamaru in readiness for combat. In the darkened forest of the night, the sound of cries echoed. The village of Konoha was perched high amongst the trees. And from above, one could see numerous Take-Torai ninjas entangled in conflict with the shadows. As they descended the mountain path, the once constructed homes and livestock pens were now engulfed in flames. The Take-Torai ninjas had taken destruction to its utmost extreme, leaving no purpose in their wake, wherever they passed. Not a blade of grass remained. Flames erupted, and the forest began to blaze, swiftly encircling the entire village of Konoha. The Take-Torai clan's objective was simple, to obliterate Konoha entirely, not just its ninjas but the village itself. The Take-Torai ninjas, inheritors of the bloodline limit, the Shikatsumiyaku, were predominantly masters of taijutsu, exhibiting formidable combat prowess. Their bizarre fighting styles and techniques rendered them nearly impossible to anticipate. Yet, their adversaries were the shadows, an even more enigmatic existence. When the Take-Torai ninjas extended their fingers to pierce the shadows, they did not witness the bloodshed they anticipated. Nor did their opponent exhibit the agony of death. It was as if they had been absorbed into an infinite abyss. Those shadows, upon receiving fatal wounds, became fragmented, their forms dissipating into chakra, ultimately merging back into the darkness. The battle raged on, and the Take-Torai ninjas gradually discovered that those they had seemingly dispatched returned to the fray. The shadows were beings transformed by the infinite Tsukuyami from ancient times, gradually regaining human form through Shikamaru's chakra influence. Although they had lost the memories of the bygone era, their combat styles were etched into their very beings, complex and ever-changing. A manner of fighting that even the adept Take-Torai clan had never witnessed. Before long, the Take-Torai ninjas found themselves embroiled in chaos across several battlefields leading up the mountain, struggling to cope. Nevertheless, on the grand scale of the battlefield, the Take-Torai clan maintained the upper hand. This meticulously planned ambush saw the Take-Torai clan mobilizing nearly all their strength, even deploying the long-considered secret weapon, Kimimaro. In the midst of the turmoil, Orochimaru, accompanied by Kabuto, maneuvered through the battlefield, continuously seeking opportunities. Finally, he spotted an opening and swiftly dispatched a Take-Torai ninja with his technique. In a matter of moments, he employed a sealing technique to restrain the movements of the shadow he was engaged with. Orochimaru executed two ninjutsu in rapid succession, a seamless display of prowess. He rose from the ground, suddenly furrowing his brows as he glanced up at the clear sky, his expression darkening. Water release, Rain Tiger's free technique. Nagato stood in the center of the village square, hands forming seals. With immense ocular power in motion, the previously sparse clouds in the sky began to gather, coalescing into dense formations. As the clouds expanded beyond a certain threshold, they seemed unable to bear their own weight, releasing droplets of rain that soon extinguished the flames consuming the mountainside. Nagato could infuse his chakra into the rain, enabling him to perceive all within it. As the rain spread through the forest, the meticulously orchestrated ambush by the Take-Torai clan was rendered futile. The ninjas of the Take-Torai clan, hidden within the woodland, were fully exposed to Nagato's perception. Behind him, the members of Akatsuki received his orders and moved towards the mountainous outskirts of the village. Orochimaru, who had been patiently waiting for the battle to intensify in order to exploit the chaos, felt an instinctive sense of danger as the rain began to fall. "How intriguing!" exclaimed Kabuto, standing beside Orochimaru. The rainwater created a barrier, separating the forest from the outside world. From a distance, the mountains housing the village of Konoha appeared like an island amidst the rain. Indeed, quite fascinating, Orochimaru hissed, his serpent-like pupils narrowing. With the onset of the rain, the battle had reached its conclusion. Having comprehended all the arrangements of the Take-Torai clan, Nagato swiftly devised a counter-strategy. The tides of battle shifted dramatically as the Take-Torai clan, once believed to hold the advantage in the shadows, found themselves on the defensive, systematically dismantled by the members of Akatsuki. At the peak of the conflict, Orochimaru turned away. Expressing his disinterest, "Let us depart, the battle is over." Kabuto adjusted his glasses and quickly followed suit. "Lord Orochimaru, you seem quite pleased this time. The secrets of Konoha are indeed plentiful." As dawn broke, the once tumultuous forest returned to silence. In the upheaval, the vast majority of the Take-Torai clan's ninjas had been eradicated, save for the beleaguered Kimimaro, surrounded by a throng of Akatsuki members, fighting with all his might. He was the sole Take-Torai ninja to breach Konoha's defenses. Encircled by Akatsuki, he was at their mercy, yet none moved to strike. Perhaps it was the stubborn expression on Kimimaro's face, or the clarity mingled with sorrow in his eyes. Or perhaps the Akatsuki members saw a reflection of their own past selves in him. "Shall we continue the fight?" Shikamaru made his way from the leader's dwelling to the center of the village square. Both Akatsuki members and the shadowy figures parted to allow him passage until he stood before Kimimaro. Though Kimimaro appeared older than Shikamaru, he was clearly at his limit. "To fight for the Take-Torai clan is the purpose of my existence." Yet, in the tumult of the previous night, the Take-Torai clan had met its demise. In that moment, as Shikamaru's words fell, Kumaru found himself engulfed in a fleeting confusion. Were there truly no clan members left? He glanced around, shadows flitting by. Yet none bore the familiar visage of his kin. In an instant, a profound sense of solitude gnawed at his spirit. A battle devoid of meaning, a death without purpose. Would you still press on? If you cease your resistance, I can grant you passage down the mountain. There is no need for such turmoil. Why? As the victor, why would you choose such a path? Is it out of pity? Having lived his life within the Takakuri clan, Kumaru was utterly perplexed by Shikamaru's choice. "I owe you no pity. You must discover your own reason to continue living. In truth, had it not been for your clan's relentless pursuit, we would not find ourselves in this predicament." After a night of relentless rain, as the sun began to rise, a radiant smile graced Kumaru's face. "You are truly an intriguing individual." In that fleeting moment, Kumaru summoned all his strength, charging forth, his fingers elongated like blades, aimed at Shikamaru. With a gentle sigh, Shikamaru summoned the figure of Akatsuki, who wielded a great sword that swiftly ended Kumaru's life. Blood dripped from his lips, yet a satisfied smile emerged on Kumaru's face. "Thank you. Now, I can reunite with my clan." As the mountain breeze gently wafted into the leader's residence, the prominent merchant Kyuza knelt before Shikamaru, his demeanor profoundly sincere. Following the incident at the granary, the reputation of the Hidden Deer village had soared, leading to an exponential increase in commissions. Not only that, but even requests typically reserved for the great nations were now being directed toward the Hidden Deer. "Are you suggesting that we, the Hidden Deer village, dispatch ninjas to assist in establishing a trade route from the land of snow to the land of water?" Indeed, Kyuzu lifted himself briefly before kneeling once more. "Such a prestigious commission must be sought by many other villages of great nations. Why choose us?" "Yes, initially, I sought the assistance of the Sand Ninja village. However, not long ago, a shipment of grain meant for the Sand village was unexpectedly intercepted while passing through our land of birds. This incident has severely strained relations among the great nations, and the Sand village is presently unable to lend us aid. Thus, I implore you, Lord Shikage." "I understand." Shikamaru nodded. "Our village can provide assistance, but in return, we must receive appropriate compensation. I have prepared the remuneration due to the ninja village." "You misunderstand, this time. I seek no monetary reward." Kyuzu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Shikamaru. It was known that this man had single-handedly dismantled 3 of his mines. "I desire our village to utilize all the facilities of your esteemed merchant association along this trade route, and, furthermore, to hold a stake in your trade endeavors." Kyuzu's brow furrowed immediately. Although he had anticipated that the matter would not be so straightforward and had prepared ample compensation, he had not expected such insatiable demands from the other party. After much contemplation, Kyuzu ultimately shook his head, stating, "Lord Shikage, you are indeed unlike any other ninja I have encountered. They may be enthralled by the allure of brute force or the lavish pleasures that wealth can bestow. However, the ninjas have never harbored any desire to directly engage in commerce for monetary gain. Possessing formidable power, they could easily resort to outright plunder if they so wished. Yet, even with this understanding, I cannot acquiesce to your request. Why? Because I am uncertain of the transformations that might ensue once this path is embarked upon. The most dreadful scenario would be the complete subjugation of all trade endeavors to the will of the ninjas. This is something I would prefer to avoid." and I believe the feudal lords of various nations would concur. Cuz is a merchant, yet he lacks the cunning and mercenary traits typically associated with his profession. Candidly expressing his concerns, Lord Cuz has evidently misinterpreted my intentions. Shikamaru chuckled and remarked, I do not seek to exploit your wealth through such means. Rather, I wish to facilitate changes that would yield greater benefits for both our village and your esteemed trading association. What does Lord Torayuki imply? You have likely heard that recently. The ninjas of the Take Torai clan launched an assault upon the mountain, igniting fires everywhere, and it was only due to a torrential downpour that our village was spared. Indeed, I have received this news through various channels. Now, allow me to reveal that this downpour was not a natural phenomenon, but rather a ninjutsu employed by the ninjas of our village. What are your thoughts now? Cuz's eyes widened in astonishment, more so than when he first heard Shikamaru mention a lack of monetary demands. Our village's ninjas possess the ability to manipulate the weather through ninjutsu. Ninjutsu is not merely ascribed to warfare, as it can indeed serve productive purposes. A monumental shift is destined to occur in this world, whether it be in a decade or perhaps just around the corner. So what say you, Lord Cuz? Shall we seize this opportunity before the tide of time washes over us? Cuz swallowed hard, feeling an uncontainable wave of uncertainty wash over him. Yet an instinct within urged him to trust the words of this youthful interlocutor. If what Lord Torayuki asserts is true, I am willing to accept your terms. In a darkened cavern, illuminated by flickering lights, there lay the shadow clone captured by Orochimaru upon a stone platform. At this moment, the shadow clone lay unconscious, while Orochimaru, engrossed in his research, examined the skin cells of the clone on an adjacent lab table. Kabuto, Orochimaru's assistant, approached with his experimental tools in hand. Orochimaru paused in his work, marveling. This is truly remarkable. The cellular properties of this summoning are distinct from the organisms of this era, possessing the ability for infinite division. What? Kabuto exclaimed incredulously. Does this imply that this summoning could persist indefinitely, even achieving immortality? Orochimaru shook his head and replied, if my deductions are correct, this summoning hails from a distant past, preserved through some means until now. However, this does not equate to eternal life, as the infinite divisibility of these cells is regulated by a specific compensatory mechanism. What do you mean? Kabuto inquired. I do not yet comprehend what this compensatory mechanism entails. However, it is certain that it is related to that so-called shadow of the bird, although I have only witnessed his prowess once. The nature of his chakra is remarkably unique. Even among the myriad of secret techniques passed down in the Hidden Leaf Village, I have never encountered anything quite so extraordinary. It could potentially be a new bloodline limit. Bloodline limit? Yakushi Kabuto remarked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Among the various known bloodline limits, is there one capable of altering the cellular structure of living beings in such a manner? Aside from yin release and yang release, no other nature of ninjutsu or bloodline limit should be able to achieve such feats. Indeed, but what if this bloodline limit is a fusion of yin and yang release? A bloodline limit that could rival the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. No, it may even surpass it. That is impossible. Yakushi Kabuto stammered. Orochimaru, as expected of his reputation, remained unfazed. From the shadows, Shikamaru's figure slowly emerged, and with a casual gesture, he sent forth shadows that penetrated the body of the shadowy figure. The figure's eyes suddenly widened, and he rolled over, kneeling before Shikamaru. Master, please, you may leave now. Orochimaru observed as the shadowy figure vanished into the darkness, his serpent-like eyes narrowing. It seems this summoned entity possesses a specific technique that allows you to locate it. Ever since that fateful night of battle, I have noticed that one of my subordinates was in a somewhat remote location. It turns out he was taken by Lord Orochimaru. Yakushi Kabuto stood guard before Orochimaru, eyeing the child who was even younger than himself with apprehension. Do not be anxious, Kabuto. Lord Bird Shadow likely harbors no ill intentions. Indeed, I have come here to seek collaboration with Lord Orochimaru. And what form shall this collaboration take? I hope that Lord Orochimaru's research can undergo a significant transformation, shifting its focus towards minimizing the uncontrollability of ninjutsu, repurposing it for various forms of production. And what shall I gain from this? That which you could not obtain in the Hidden Leaf. Without inquiring further, Orochimaru smiled and replied, I accept. As this transaction concluded, Shikamaru's silhouette once again melded into the shadows. In the midst of Yakushi Kabuto's astonished gaze, Orochimaru sighed deeply. After all these years, it seems that the Nara family has produced an extraordinary figure. Is that the Hidden Deer's village? A tender child lay cradled in his mother's embrace, raising his hand to gaze longingly at the distant mountains where the hidden deer's village was nestled, among the mountains and waters, shrouded in mist. The hidden deer's village sat like a treasure amidst gems, exuding a certain grandeur. Indeed, that is the hidden deer's village. It was the ninjas of their village who cleared the road of bandits, allowing us to arrive here safely. Bai's mother, a beautiful and graceful woman, spoke with a smile. Keep your voice down. This is not our village. In stark contrast to Bai's mother, his father spoke with an undertone of unease and impatience, even harboring a subtle disdain. Despite possessing some level of ninjutsu, Bai's father rarely identified himself as a ninja. In fact, he held a deep-seated aversion to the ninja class. This sentiment was not unique to him. Many villagers from the water country shared similar views, believing ninjas to be the instigators of war, the true perpetrators of destruction and calamity that plagued their lives. A serene smile graced Bai's mother's face as she gazed at him, gently admonishing, "Your father is displeased. Do refrain from provoking his ire." Bai responded with a sweet smile, obediently nodding in acknowledgement. This caravan hailed from the land of water, en route to the capital of the land of birds. Bai's family, alongside the villagers from their hamlet, accompanied the domestic trade group, intending to exchange precious items such as pearls and crystals from their village for food and furs from the land of birds. The Cusa Merchant Association boasts considerable economic strength, possessing assets across various nations and utilizing the ninja from Deer Hidden Village to facilitate trade routes. Soon, the trade route became bustling with caravans from numerous countries, all seeking to barter their regional specialties for sustenance. However, Bai's father's caravan faced considerable challenges. Following 3 ninja wars, food had become scarce in many regions. Even where abundance existed, it was earmarked by the feudal lords of various nations as special provisions for noble estates and ninja villages. The capital of the land of birds was the ultimate destination for this caravan, as they had heard that it still harbored a significant stockpile of food available for trade. "Father, how much longer until we arrive?" Bai inquired, noticing his mother appeared fatigued. He leapt from her embrace and trailed behind his father. "Perhaps 2 more days of travel." His father replied, his face reflecting paternal affection. "Lord Shikamaru, over 300 wandering ninjas have newly arrived in the village. We have already constructed shelters for them." In the chief's residence, Yahiko reported to Shikamaru, seated before him. Shikamaru nodded. Relying solely on the shadow strikers to substitute the village's regular forces was evidently a temporary measure. Seizing the opportunity, he resolved to recruit the numerous wandering ninjas nearby. Though their skills varied widely, with Yahiko leading them, a certain degree of strength could be maintained. "Excellent. The daily management of these ninjas will henceforth be your responsibility, Yahiko." "Yes, Lord Shikamaru." Yahiko appeared somewhat exhilarated. For an extended period, the village's strength had been commanded by Nagato of Akatsuki, while Shikamaru directly led the shadow strikers, though he held the title of the village chief's right hand. He had scarcely any ninjas at his command. Now, however, the situation had changed. Deer Hidden Village was actively recruiting a substantial number of conventional ninjas. Despite their varied backgrounds and skills, including spies sent by various ninja villages, these factors bore little significance to Nagato, as Shikamaru's recruitment was not intended for combat purposes. Orochimaru's research had begun to yield results, allowing the ninjas of their village to undergo training and learn to control their jutsu. While Shikamaru and Yahiko deliberated, Konan approached briskly. "Lord Shikamaru, there has been an incident. A caravan from the land of water encountered bandits." "Encountered bandits?" Shikamaru questioned, perplexed. "Then we must dispatch our village ninjas for assistance." "No," Konan shook her head, indicating that Shikamaru should address the matter personally. "Why?" "Father." In the depths of Bai's gaze lay a profound uncertainty, for he discerned an unfamiliar expression etched upon his father's face. The young Bai struggled to comprehend his father's current state, a tumultuous blend of fear, tension, and the rage of betrayal. Just moments ago, a band of marauders had brandished their weapons against Bai's family, yet he had summoned an icy technique, vanquishing them one by one. Now, the road bore the chilling remnants of blood-stained ice pillars, extending for several meters, still exuding a frigid aura. The astonished expressions of the bandits in their final moments lingered vividly in his mind. Was this the bloodline limit? Had you been deceiving me all along? Bai's father cast a puzzled glance at his wife, Bai's mother, whose face was marred only by anguish. The villagers, once united in their resolve against the thieves, now instinctively distanced themselves from Bai's mother, their grips on their weapons tightening. Even Bai's father, unbeknownst to himself, had unwittingly created a significant divide between him and his wife and child. "Listen to me," Bai's mother implored, rushing to grasp her husband's sleeve. only to be forcefully brushed aside. I cannot accept a monstrous wife like you. In a fit of rage, Bai's father raised his dagger and thrust it toward his wife. Blood stained her garments, yet he showed no sign of halting. His eyes, now a vivid crimson, burned with madness. After mercilessly striking down his defenseless wife, his gaze turned to Bai, devoid of any paternal affection. Bai looked at his father and the surrounding villagers, unable to fathom why those who had once showered him with kindness now appeared so merciless. No, please, you cannot harm Bai. In a haze of desperation, Bai's mother pleaded. But her cries fell on deaf ears. Their singular focus was on the creature before them. With each step the villagers took forward, Bai retreated another. He could sense the atmosphere thick with bloodshed and his mother's anguished pleas, a wave of fear washing over him even as a formidable power surged within. Stay back, he cried, and from the ground, ice pillars erupted. Acting purely on instinct, Bai unleashed a high-level ninjutsu. This time, the ice pillars expanded beyond the scope of his previous encounter with the thieves, piercing the bloodthirsty villagers one by one. When Shikamaru and a cadre of ninjas arrived, the once bustling road lay silent, save for Bai, curled on the ground, trembling, amid a scene of desolation where no life remained. Months had passed. Who was responsible for this carnage? In the Wind Shadow's office, Raza bellowed in fury, met only by the oppressive silence of the assembly and the hushed, elite jonin. The jonin exchanged glances, uncertain how to respond, ultimately resorting to silence. If possible, Maki too wished to remain mute. However, Raza denied him that opportunity. As he surveyed the quiet assembly, Raza's gaze ultimately fell upon his trusted aide. Maki cleared his throat, adjusting his tone, and stated, "We have conducted an investigation into this matter. The majority of the grain stolen from our village has found its way into the black markets of the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning. Evidence left at the scene suggests it may have been the work of Konoha's Umbu. However, if that is the case, it seems rather conspicuous, does it not? What do you imply?" Luo Sha cast a sidelong glance at Maki, whose expression appeared far from favorable. Someone is impersonating the Umbu of Konoha, intending to instigate a conflict between us and Konoha. Ultimately, Maki reached this conclusion, which was nearly as inconclusive as saying nothing at all. The jounin present engaged in fervent discussions, yet none could proffer a viable answer. Konoha, Iwa, Kiri, Kumo, each target lay before them. And while Luo Sha regarded each with suspicion, he possessed only scant evidence to substantiate his concerns. Foolishness. At that moment, Chiyo, seated at the head of the table, rapped her knuckles upon the surface, silencing the assembly. "Lord Kazakage, I believe it is unnecessary to linger on this matter, for we cannot ascertain the outcome solely on our own." "What do you mean?" "Our adversary is exceedingly astute, cleverly manipulating the mistrust among the great ninja villages. From our perspective in Sunagakure, it may appear that Konoha is the instigator. Even if we perceive this as a facade, we remain oblivious to the true culprit orchestrating the chaos behind the scenes. I have recently acquired 2 pieces of intelligence. The Umbu of Kumobikure is covertly investigating the domestic black market for grain supplies and has discovered that they are being transported by merchants from the Land of Earth, after which these merchants vanish without a trace. In contrast, Iwagakure's findings reveal that the grain infiltrating their black market originates from the Land of Water. The Land of Water remains insular, and Kirigakure has consistently adopted a policy of isolation. This indicates that our opponent has woven an intricate web around us. Relying on a single thread makes it exceedingly difficult to discern the true source of this grain. Only by cross-referencing the clues we possess with those from other nations can we differentiate truth from deception. Yet, this is a formidable challenge. Who could it be? Who possesses the audacity to manipulate such vast schemes beneath the noses of all nations? Luo Sha murmured to himself. He harbored numerous suspicions, yet none could be confirmed. As Chiyo had articulated, it was impossible for Sunagakure to compare their evidence with that of other ninja villages. The enmity between the nations is palpable, and should one of the other 4 great ninja villages be the culprit, this matter would descend into a vicious cycle. Chiyo shook her head slightly and remarked, "Rather than expending our energy on futile pursuits, it would be wiser to direct our focus toward new horizons. What do you suggest?" Konoha. Chiyo's demeanor was grave. This elder, who had played a significant role during the 3rd Great Ninja War, now exhibited a trace of concern in her eyes. That village has been somewhat active of late. Moreover, the situation with the grain has yet to be resolved. Luo Sha murmured. The theft of grain had rendered his circumstances quite dire. Recently, he had channeled all his efforts into diplomatic negotiations among the nations, vaguely hearing that Konoha had been making quite an impression, alongside a notable decrease in commissions within the village. Furthermore, if we allow this to persist, Konoha will inevitably evolve into a significant threat. Therefore, before their power solidifies, we must take action to eliminate them. Surely, Noki would be willing to assist us in this endeavor. As Chiyo concluded her statement, the assembled jounin erupted into a fervent discussion. The distinction between the great ninja villages and those of lesser nations lies primarily in the vast disparity of national strength and the lineage of the ninja. Only a potent bloodline can give rise to formidable ninjas, a truth that even the most democratized village, Konoha, cannot refute. As long as a village harbors the remnants of a powerful ninja clan, it can, despite temporary setbacks in warfare, cultivate a sufficient number of elite shinobi, or jonin. Within a decade or so, this creates an insurmountable chasm that small ninja villages cannot cross. Thus, even though the hidden deer village has garnered attention, and their so-called leader has even accepted the defector from Sunagakure, Yezakura, Raza has never perceived it as a genuine threat. Grandma Chiyo, are you perhaps being overly anxious? This sentiment was not expressed by Raza, but rather articulated by Maki, who delicately conveyed her thoughts on behalf of the majority of jonin present. Sister's concerns are not unfounded. From the night we successfully thwarted the various factions seeking to seize our provisions, to the downfall of the Take-Torai clan, and now, their alliance with the prominent merchants of the Land of Birds, there is an ominous inclination towards dominating the Northwest. If we do not intervene, they will inevitably extend their influence into our territory. Following the Third Shinobi World War, the daimyo has expressed considerable dissatisfaction with us, leading to a significant reduction in supplies to our village. The number of ninjas in our village will dwindle over the coming years. We need not expend our energy on inconsequential matters. With the conclusion of the meeting, Chiyo's advice was ultimately dismissed by Raza. As Chiyo and Aizo walked home, Aizo sighed. It seems the rumors hold truth. The Kazekage is intent on forming an alliance with Konoha. Our Kazekage, it appears, will readily comply as long as he is offered some benefits, completely disregarding the fact that the advantages granted by Konoha were originally seized from our Sunagakure. What shall we do now? Aizo pondered, fully aware that Chiyo's son had fallen at the hands of Konoha's White Fang, and thus understood her intrinsic reluctance to collaborate with Konoha. The fourth Hokage of Konoha is a remarkable individual, and both Sarutobi and Danzo will seize this opportunity to ameliorate Konoha's dire circumstances since the Third War. Therefore, regardless of how excessive our requests may appear, Konoha will strive to fulfill them as best as they can. I thought you would oppose this, sister. Aizo shook his head, observing her solemn expression and intending to shift the topic. Have we received any news from Scorpion? Since his last appearance in the Land of Birds, there has been no word. I suspect he may have gone to the hidden deer village. Upon mentioning this, Chiyo turned her gaze towards the Kazekage Tower standing resolutely amidst the wind and sand, and sighed. Mark my words. Raza will inevitably regret the decision made today. Brother Shikamaru. A sweet voice echoed through the courtyard as the princess of the Land of Birds, Tsuru, trotted over and dashed into the embrace of Shikamaru, who had followed Yuhiko. Tsuru, petite yet exquisitely delicate, resembled a porcelain doll. To outsiders, Shikamaru appeared merely as Yuhiko's attendant, yet the young Tsuru paid no heed to such social distinctions. At this moment, she neither comprehended nor cared. You mentioned during your last visit that you would bring me something amusing. Hurry up. Julu's cheeks flushed, her face brimming with anticipation. Did I ever promise such a thing? Shikamaru mused inwardly, faintly recalling that during his previous visit, he had been unable to refuse this little girl as persistent pleas. Faced with her eager gaze, he felt reluctant to admit that he was merely placating her. He glanced around and picked up a bamboo stick from the ground. The shadows danced like blades, as Shikamaru's chakra resided within, sharp as the finest sword. He manipulated the shadows, shaping the long bamboo into a bamboo dragonfly. Do you see this? It's called a bamboo dragonfly. Shikamaru rubbed his hands together, and the dragonfly took flight. Zhu Lu's eyes widened in astonishment, her face radiating admiration. Brother Shikamaru, you are truly amazing. Indeed, it was impressive. At such a tender age, he could wield chakra with such precision. The village was indeed home to many prodigies. Lord Hongming, the most trusted strategist of the Land of Birds, emerged from the building, his demeanor contrasting sharply with Zhu Lu's unabashed admiration as he bore a deep sense of vigilance and skepticism. Lord Hongming, has Lord Dalla finished the audience? Yuhiko slightly bowed his head, reluctant to elaborate on Shikamaru's identity. In truth, Only a scarce few were aware of Shikamaru's status thus far. Not yet. In fact, Lord Dalu summoned you precisely for this matter. Is it related to us? Yuhiko inquired, somewhat perplexed, yet refrained from pressing further. Accompanied by Shikamaru, he swiftly entered the building, leaving behind the frostbitten Hongming and the cheerful Zhu Lu. Inside, Lord Dalu occupied the head seat, his brow furrowed. His son, Lu, sat beside him, displaying a semblance of righteous indignation. To his left sat a girl and a middle-aged man. Lord Dalu, the task you entrusted us with has been successfully accomplished. Let us not rush. This is Asama, one of the 3 esteemed doctors from the Land of Snow. Lord Dalu introduced the 3 doctors, yet the higher-ranking girl remained silent, indicating that Lord Dalu knew little of her identity. Our sovereign is benevolent, placing the welfare of the people above all else. Who could have anticipated that his kindness would invite the calamity of murder? The treacherous rebel, Fenghuan Nuda, usurped the throne. I yearn to vanquish the traitors. Yet my strength is insufficient, forcing me to flee. I hope that your esteemed lord can extend a helping hand to assist us in vanquishing the traitors. Yuhiko turned slightly, glancing back, only to see Shikamaru nodding in agreement. I fail to understand, if Fenghuan Nuda has committed such heinous acts, why do you not seek justice from the lords of the Land of Wind or the Land of Earth? To speak candidly, I have already dispatched envoys to both nations. Yet I did not even catch a glimpse of the lords. Great nations are often driven by greed, seldom embodying benevolence. Reluctantly, I must venture forth once more to seek assistance from the Lord of the Land of Birds. The Land of Snow is perpetually blanketed in snow, impoverished to the core. Requesting resources and military aid without offering equivalent returns is unwise, for the lords are not fools. Shikamaru rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, this is truly excessive. Such vile scoundrels deserve to be exterminated. The son of the great heron, El, was filled with fury, as though someone had usurped his rightful place. The great heron wore an expression of incredulity, as if to ask, are you foolish? It is important to note that while the snow country may be impoverished, its soldiers possess formidable combat prowess. He summoned Yuhiko precisely because he found it difficult to refuse outright and sought to use Yuhiko's words to convey his rejection. We, the village of Lyn, can offer our assistance. To everyone's astonishment, it was not Yuhiko but a small child behind him who took the initiative to speak. No one anticipated that this unassuming child would preemptively determine the course of events. At that moment, all present were rendered speechless, whether it was the sovereign, the great heron, or the esteemed Asama doctors. May I inquire as to your identity? The first to regain composure was a girl from the Asama family, her curiosity evident in her voice. I am Nara Shikamaru, the village chief of Lyn. The girl was momentarily taken aback. She did not grasp the significance of the Nara surname. But the astute Akihiko understood. The Nara clan was among the earliest to join the prominent families of Konoha and continues to hold a crucial position within it. The child before them was none other than the enigmatic figure known as the Bird Shadow, and he was indeed Nara Shikamaru. In an instant, Akihiko felt as though thunder had struck within him, leaving him dazed and bewildered. He had contemplated uncovering the secrets of Lyn village and had investigated the identity of the child who had persistently accompanied Yuhiko, yet he had come up empty-handed. Now, Shikamaru had unveiled his identity in the most astonishing and straightforward manner possible, indifferent to the thoughts of those present. This was a blatant display of contempt, akin to a powerful beast surveying insignificant insects from above. The girl, however, did not dwell on such matters. Seeing Shikamaru's forthrightness, she adhered to the etiquette befitting a noble and said, forgive my rudeness. I am the princess of the snow country, Kazahana Koyuki. Your Highness. The Asama doctor exclaimed urgently, attempting to intervene, but Kazahana Koyuki raised her hand to stop him. Lord Shikamaru has already pledged his assistance to us. I cannot conceal my identity any longer. Yet, I am puzzled as to why, despite the great nations deeming the snow country remote and impoverished, you have so readily offered your support. It was evident that although Kazahana Koyuki was young, she possessed remarkable courage. With her tender age, she bore an enchanting beauty that, when combined with her audacity, rendered her irresistibly captivating. There was no need for convoluted explanations. Our village of Lyn possesses the capability to reclaim the throne that rightfully belongs to you from your uncle, Kazahana NT. That is sufficient. Kazahana Koyuki gazed at Shikamaru, her eyes sparkling with hope. Though this child was youthful, his tone was exceedingly commanding and assertive. Then I humbly request your assistance, Lord Shikamaru. In an instant, as all gathered were caught off guard, Kazahana Koyuki deeply bowed before Shikamaru. In the snow country, Kazahana Nt sat upon the throne that rightfully belonged to his brother, surveying the cowering subjects below him with a glint of disdain in his eyes. These individuals were originally vassals to his elder brother, though he managed to seize the position of the lord through sheer force. He could not compel them to acknowledge him from the depths of their hearts. Yet, Fu Huanutao remained indifferent. He adhered to the belief that might is paramount. Much like the most traditional of ninjas, for it is only the weak who place their hopes in the mercy of their adversaries. Is there anything else? Fu Huanutao cast a glance, and the people below did not dare utter a word. My lord. Lang Yishuebing entered the hall. One of Fu Huanutao's most trusted confidants and the mastermind behind the recent coup. His treatment was worlds apart from that of the others present. What news? Fu Huanutao appeared as calm as before, yet only he knew the tumultuous excitement that surged within him. Lang Yishuebing was about to deliver the most anticipated news regarding his niece, Fu Huashaoshui. Fu Huanutao waved his hand, and the assembly breathed a sigh of relief as they exited his line of sight. In the now desolate room, only Lang Yishuebing remained. The esteemed Dr. Asama had taken Fu Huashaoshui to the land of birds, and at this moment, the village of Luyin had agreed to assist her. What? Never had a piece of news so visibly stirred Fu Huanutao's emotions. In his eyes, the land of snow held little of value to attract the covetous gaze of others, save for the hidden treasure. It was quite possible that Fu Huashaoshui had disclosed this secret to the ninjas of Luyin village, thereby securing their aid. Although Luyin village was a newly established settlement, its recent actions had instilled considerable apprehension in Fu Huanutao. The proximity of a formidable force near his own territory was decidedly unfavorable for one who was intent on external expansion. Threats. This notion had already taken root in Fu Huanutao's mind, and due to Fu Huashaoshui, it was gradually magnifying. Inform the lord of the land of birds that should he be willing to go to war to protect Fu Huashaoshui, I shall grant his wish. Yes, my lord. Lord Delu, that Nara Shikamaru is exceedingly presumptuous. Hong Ming, seated beside Lord Delu, expressed his concerns. The elderly Delu shook his head, replying, I understand your perspective, but I must advise you to abandon this course. Why? Hong Ming queried, bewildered, unable to fathom how Delu could overlook the threat posed by the so-called bird shadow of Luyin village. Why do you think he openly revealed his identity before us? There is but one explanation. He simply does not care. This servant understands. Yet, we cannot remain idle. His actions in the land of birds have far exceeded the bounds of a ninja leader's conduct. If we do not impose restrictions, what will become of your authority as lord? I even suspect this is a ploy by Konoha to expand its influence. Delu shook his head, stating, that seems unlikely. If it were Konoha, they would not employ such gentle tactics. However, one thing perplexes me. Why has he chosen to assist Fu Huashaoshui? On this matter, Hong Ming too found himself at a loss. Logically speaking, it is unwise to provoke a conflict with the Snow Nation for the sake of a fallen princess. Should we suffer defeat, the hard-earned reputation of Deer Hidden Village would be utterly lost. Conversely, a victory would yield no substantial benefit from the windflower and snow. Unless... A sudden realization struck Hong Ming as he turned his gaze towards Dalu, his expression graver than ever before. Unless he is indifferent to the outcome of the war, seeking merely to ensnare the bird nation into his machinations for the purpose of seizing its power. Is that so? Dalu, uncertain, reflected Hong Ming's thoughts. He merely posited a hypothesis. If this were indeed the case, what course of action should we take? We must prevent this war from occurring. Hong Ming pressed his hands firmly against the ground and leaned slightly forward, whispering into Dalu's ear, we could dispatch an envoy to the Snow Nation. Inform Windflower of our unwillingness to be adversaries, and secretly offer him snow of Windflower, all for the sake of fostering goodwill between our nations. You shall be entrusted with this matter. Dalu hesitated for quite some time, but ultimately acquiesced with a nod. In the chief's residence of Deer Hidden Village. Since accompanying Shikamaru on the mission to the Bird Nation, Yahiko had been perplexed by Shikamaru's insistence on aiding Snow of Windflower. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he finally asked, Lord Shikamaru, I do not understand. I perceive your confusion. However, the Snow Nation is not as feeble as you might assume. The daimyo of the Snow Nation, Windflower, has been secretly developing a heating device capable of drastically altering the geography of the Snow Nation, and it is nearing completion. Is this true? Yahiko exclaimed. Shikamaru nodded, explaining that the Snow Nation's weakness stemmed from the scarcity of habitable and arable land within its borders. With the advent of this heating device, the Snow Nation would undergo a monumental transformation, potentially emerging as the most formidable power among its neighboring states. Among the nations? Could it surpass the wind and earth nations? Yahiko queried in disbelief. Certainly, they cannot achieve this alone. Yet, with our assistance, their aspirations may well become reality. Shikamaru's words revealed immense ambition, igniting a fervor within Yahiko. What shall we do next? While in the Bird Nation, Dalla did not voice any objections. However, I doubt he would support our endeavors. Yahiko remarked diplomatically. Shikamaru's declaration of his identity and decision to aid Snow of Windflower had seemingly left Dalu, known for his wisdom, speechless and inactive, indicating the depth of his apprehensions. The decayed ninja system, the avaricious Daimyo, and their retinue had long since plunged this world into chaos. A fate unaltered by the wisdom of a single individual. What did I say when I first met you? As long as ninjas remain obsessed with brute force, the grand system established by Shinja Hashirama remains the best choice for this world. Indeed, the time for change has arrived. Dalla's attitude held no significance. Our plans for Deer Hidden Village would remain unaffected. I understand. Do you seek peace? Foolish individual. Upon receiving the secret missive from the Kingdom of Birds and the assurances from the other party, Fenghua Nuteo displayed not joy, but rather a hint of disdain upon his countenance. Will this not be a stratagem devised by the daimyo? Asked Langya Shueping, standing before him with a measure of concern. Fenghua Nuteo gently shook his head, a smirk playing upon his lips. I am all too familiar with individuals like the Great Egret, though they profess to act in the interests of their nation's populace. When confronted with true peril, they reveal themselves to be pathetically feeble, much like my foolish brother. What course of action shall we take? Langya Shueping inquired. The latest chakra armor is nearing completion. Let us showcase the might of our snow country to these foreign ninjas. Inform the Great Egret and Hongming that I shall acquiesce to their demands. However, to demonstrate their sincerity, I wish for them to send the Great Egret's son, Lu, to engage with us prior to any transactions. What do you imply? In the shadowy confines of the castle, Fenghua Nuteo stepped forward, a cruel smile illuminating his face. Our ninjas from the snow country shall infiltrate the vicinity of the capital of the Kingdom of Birds, and during the gathering, we shall capture the heir, Lu. Subsequently, we shall storm the capital. By eliminating both the daimyo and his heir, the Kingdom of Birds shall become our hunting ground. With the power of the chakra armor, even the 5 great nations will pose no threat. In such a scenario, that so-called Hidden Deer Village will be rendered ineffectual, having lost its object of allegiance. Langya Shueping bowed his head, excitement radiating from him. According to this plan, we must ensure that the number of ninjas they can muster remains limited, so as not to arouse suspicion. Yet, he exhibited no trepidation, confidence etched upon his features. Summon blizzards and hail, and inform them that the time to act has arrived. Yes, daimyo. Before any formal negotiations commenced, Fenghua Nuteo wished to have the young lord initiate discussions with them. In the castle of the Kingdom of Birds, Hongming presented the secret correspondence to the Great Egret, his expression clouded with concern. The Kingdom of Birds was prosperous, its castle rising 4 stories high, adorned with watchtowers, exuding an air of majesty from the outside. For the sake of discretion, they were currently situated in the highest chamber of the castle. Where is the meeting to take place? The Great Egret inquired. In the outskirts beyond our capital, Hongming replied, noting the Great Egret's anxiety. If the other party intends to employ any trickery, they should ideally distance themselves from our power center. This matter should pose no inherent issues. Even so, there lingers within me a sense of unease. It seems that this endeavor is progressing too smoothly. According to our intelligence, the ruler of the snow country, Fenghua Nuteo, is not easily swayed. Let us take precautions. We shall deploy troops in the vicinity and dispatch the most elite samurai from the daimyo's estate for protection. In the outskirts of the capital of the Kingdom of Birds, amidst a secluded forest, Lu awaited alongside the samurai from the daimyo's estate. The youth's face bore the marks of anxiety. As the heir to the daimyo, this was his inaugural appearance on the international stage, confronting foreign envoys. Though this was a clandestine transaction, under Hongming's guidance, Lu reluctantly accepted the situation, all for the benefit of the Kingdom of Birds. The actions currently undertaken diverge greatly from the education he received in his youth, yet a flicker of eager anticipation resides within Lu's heart. The surrounding warriors stand resolute, exemplifying their admirable qualities. In contrast, Lu gazes around, akin to a fledgling bird recently liberated from its cage, curiosity igniting within him for all that surrounds. Are you Lord Lu, the envoy from the land of snow? Wolf Fong Avalanche, clad in a crimson garment, approached alone from the opposite end of the forest path. Lu straightened his posture, the noble etiquette instilled in him since childhood remaining intact despite the turmoil within. He vaguely discerned the emblem of the land of snow upon the stranger's attire, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, "Indeed. I have come to welcome the envoy from the land of snow." "Welcome? That will not be necessary." Wolf Fong Avalanche had been a distance away moments ago, unnoticed by the gathering. Now, as he drew near, the warriors beside Lu suddenly realized that his attire was not merely red, but stained with blood. A palpable aura of malice permeated the forest, and the elite warriors under the command of the Lord of the Bird Kingdom swiftly formed a protective circle around Lu. "Signal for help. It is already too late. The individuals you had positioned around are already dealt with by our snow shinobi." Wolf Fong Avalanche advanced step by step towards Lu, unfazed despite the overwhelming numbers before him, as if he were merely taking a leisurely stroll. More accurately, it was as if a cat were toying with a captured mouse, relishing the moment before the inevitable conclusion. "Protect Lord Lu and retreat. We will hold him off." The leader of the warriors shouted urgently, brandishing his katana as he charged forward. The energy of chakra flickered along the blade's sharp edge, a technique capable of cleaving even boulders, yet when faced with Wolf Fong Avalanche, it failed to even graze his garments. What is this? Faced with such a scenario, the leader of the warriors found himself momentarily at a loss. As danger approached, he instinctively retreated. Ancient weaponry. Wolf Fong Avalanche regarded the warrior leader, who had proven to be among the finest of fighters. Yet despite his utmost effort, he could not breach the protective barrier of chakra armor. This is the power that you foolish warriors and ninjas have persistently overlooked. Your adherence to tradition and refusal to embrace change will inevitably lead to your obsolescence. Allow me to demonstrate the strength of our land of snow before your demise. Clad in chakra armor, Wolf Fong Avalanche formed hand seals and called out sharply. Snow release, Wolf Fong Avalanche. The temperature plummeted, and several colossal ice wolves materialized from thin air. This snow ninjutsu, named after himself, wielded immense power even in the Bird Kingdom, a land devoid of snowflakes. The giant wolves charged forth with unparalleled ferocity, unstoppable by any warrior in their path. Seizing the momentum, Wolf Fong Avalanche surged ahead with remarkable speed, sweeping Lu away amidst the chaos of snow and ice. Why? Lu struggled to open his eyes, his mind weighed down by excruciating pain. What foolish beings you are! Whether it be wind, flower, or snow, or your Bird Kingdom, we snow shinobi possess the capacity to seize all that we desire. Why then would we engage in trade with you? With a slight tightening of his grip, Wolf Fong Avalanche extinguished the life of the young man before him. With a careless toss, he discarded the corpse of the heron and turned his gaze towards the wounded samurai surrounding him, embarking on his journey of slaughter. Explosions erupted, transforming the once serene capital of the Bird Kingdom into a veritable inferno in the blink of an eye. What is happening? What on earth is occurring? In the residence of the Lord, the great heron, who had been awaiting the return of his son, stood up and gazed at the billowing black smoke beyond the courtyard, inquiring aloud. At that moment, neither the samurai guards nor the waiting ministers could provide answers to their lord. As a powerful feudal lord, witnessing his domain descend into chaos while remaining oblivious was akin to being both blind and deaf. Nothing could incite greater anger and fear in the great heron than this. Go quickly investigate. Though the Bird Kingdom was a small nation, the Lord's estate possessed an abundance of elite warriors among its ranks. Some were even capable of rivaling the upper ninjas from the 5 great ninja villages. As a multitude of samurai dispersed to gather information, in stark contrast, Hongming hurriedly approached the great heron with small, quick steps. What news? Upon the arrival of his most trusted advisor, the great heron's expression softened considerably. My lord, the young master, what has happened to the heron? The great heron anxiously inquired, noticing the sorrow etched on Hongming's face. The young master has been slain by the ninjas of the snow country, and not a single one of the accompanying 100 samurai survived. At this moment, the ninjas of the snow country have infiltrated the city, wreaking havoc. We do not yet know how many ninjas from the snow country have entered our land, but judging by their assault, it seems Fenghua Nuteo intends to obliterate our Bird Kingdom entirely. Hearing that his son had been murdered by the ninjas of the snow country, the great heron nearly lost consciousness, gasping for breath. My lord, Hongming stepped forward to support the great heron, urging, at this critical juncture for the Bird Kingdom, you must hold on. Ultimately, the great heron, seasoned by trials and tribulations, was not completely overcome by sorrow. Quickly, protect Juha. I have already lost one heir. I cannot allow another to fall into danger. Furthermore, the sudden assault from the snow country must have been executed with a relatively small force to evade our notice. Concentrate 30,000 troops near our capital and assemble the border forces on standby. Though anger surged within him, the great Heron did not succumb to irrationality. On the contrary, he remained more lucid than ever. Fenghua Nuteo could not possibly gather all the troops within the kingdom to attack the Bird Kingdom. He must be planning a surprise attack with a crack unit of ninja soldiers. If he were to eliminate both the great Heron and his successor, the Bird Kingdom would descend into internal strife, allowing him to exploit the chaos. Additionally, issue a strategy order to Luin Village, requesting they dispatch ninjas to protect Juha. My lord. Hongming was about to voice a concern but was silenced by the great Heron. We have underestimated the ambitions of that madman, Fenghua Nuteo. We cannot afford further mistakes. While this situation was instigated by Fenghua Nuteo, he is not the only one seeking to benefit from the turmoil. The Bird Kingdom is a prized territory, and should it fall into chaos, the surrounding hungry wolves will surely desire a piece of the pie. At this moment, the great Heron desperately required the strength of Luin Village. For the great Egret, the issues concerning Luin Village may merely be internal matters. Yet the tempestuous Windflower is intent on obliterating his nation. The minister understood. Hongming nodded slightly, expressing a hint of resignation. Your Highness. Inside the inn, Dr. Asama rushed into the room of Windflower Xiaoxue, disregarding any semblance of decorum. What is happening? Why is there such a commotion outside? Windflower Xiaoxue peered out the window. Her gaze swept across the chaos-filled streets, teeming with rioters and billowing smoke. It is Windflower Nuda. He has dispatched ninjas to assault the capital of the Bird Nation. Dr. Asama panted, his spectacles askew. Though a warrior, his strength lay not in combat. Otherwise, he would have found himself on the assassination list the moment Windflower Nuda instigated the coup, rather than fleeing with Windflower Xiaoxue. What? Windflower Xiaoxue turned, clutching her purple crystal necklace, a pivotal treasure of the Snow Nation. Your Highness, we must flee. While the people of the Bird Nation remained oblivious to Windflower Xiaoxue's worth, Dr. Asama was acutely aware that if Windflower Nuda had resolved to act, his first order of business upon breaching the city would be to locate Windflower Xiaoxue. Flee. Yes. We shall escape to Luin Village. The strength of the ninjas there is formidable. Even Windflower Nuda would hesitate to provoke them. Seeking to escape, are we? A mocking laughter echoed, prompting Dr. Asama to shield Windflower Xiaoxue behind him. Who is it? A female ninja materialized within the room. Her extraordinary attire and visage instantly recognizable to Dr. Asama. Heron Wing, blowing snow. Lord Nuda has made meticulous preparations. You cannot evade him. Your Highness, hurry. Dr. Asama yearned to emulate the loyal subjects of films, guarding his sovereign. Yet, his feeble combat prowess was insufficient to fulfill that aspiration. With a swift motion, Heron Wing, blowing snow, sent him crashing through the window with a single kick. Dr. Asama. Windflower Xiaoxue rushed to assess his condition, but before she could reach the window, a blonde-haired ninja leaped in. Who are you? In her panic, Windflower Xiaoxue stumbled to the ground. Ah, I am Deidara, a ninja from Luin Village, sent by my lord, the Shadow of the Bird Nation, to protect Windflower Xiaoxue. Is that so? Upon learning he was a ninja from Luin Village, Windflower Xiaoxue visibly relaxed. What has become of Dr. Asama? The man with glasses? He is fine, merely suffering from a few broken ribs. Observing the casual exchange between the two, Heron Wing, blowing snow, was thoroughly incensed. Ice release. Ice prison technique. The short distance allowed the protruding ice pillars to swiftly encase Deidara within. Heron Wing, blowing snow, was momentarily taken aback. The skirmish had progressed unexpectedly smoothly. The reputation of the so-called Shadow of the Bird Nation was indeed notable, yet the minions dispatched were lacking. Before she could bask in her triumph, a shadow darted into the room, seizing Windflower Xiaoxue. What is happening? A resounding explosion erupted, engulfing the entire inn in flames. Fiercer than any inferno within the city. This is art. Not far from the inn, Deidara gently set down the delicate FK-SH Setsu, admiring his own masterpiece. After days of training in the Hidden Leaf Village, the recent explosion of his clone was particularly powerful. He gazed at the individual before him, then shifted his gaze to the inn that had been engulfed in flames in an instant. FK-SH set aside inwardly, pondering whether this was the true nature of the ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village. Was such a ruthless individual truly a subordinate of Shikamaru, who was even younger than herself? The inn where FKSH Setsu resided was a grand establishment meant to accommodate foreign guests in the land of birds. A veritable architectural landmark. Now reduced to ashes, the only reward for Deidara was the sound of his own admiration. Thick black smoke billowed as Kuratsuki Fubuki, donning her chakra armor, struggled to fly out of the window from FKSH Setsu's room. Had she not been agile enough to activate the armor's energy shield at the moment of the explosion, she would have surely perished in the inferno. Even so, the violent aftermath of the explosion had left her chakra armor in tatters, with her wings barely holding together as she made her arduous descent to the ground. Deidara observed Kuratsuki Fubuki in the sky, clicking his tongue in surprise at the capabilities of this female ninja. Aren't you going to pursue her? FKSH Setsu, half collapsed on the ground, looked at Deidara, her face still pale with lingering fear. It was not merely the explosion that had shaken her, but rather Deidara's ninja techniques. To the common folk, ninjas were often seen as ruthless criminals due to the terrifying power they wielded. However, even the elite genin among ninjas would find it challenging to obliterate such a massive structure in an instant. This man, by his effortless demeanor, clearly exerted little effort. He was a perilous individual, having endured years of hardship following the destruction of her homeland. FKSH Setsu had never encountered someone like Deidara before, someone who inspired both terror and dread. Being in his presence made her heart race. My companion, Torihikage, once said that safety must always come first, Deidara remarked, seemingly oblivious to the fears that troubled FKSH Setsu, lost in his own thoughts. The battle raged on, intensifying with each passing moment. In this world, ninjas represented an unconventional force, although their overall numbers paled in comparison to the armies of feudal lords. Their impact was unmatched by any regular military. Standing atop the central tower, Shikamaru surveyed the chaos that engulfed the city. Even with the ninja corps dispatched by the Land of Snow, they had transformed the capital of the Land of Birds into a hellish landscape. Nagato stood beside Shikamaru, his face obscured by a mask, his body trembling slightly, as if stirred by the unfolding events. Having grown up in the Land of Rain, he was well acquainted with the devastation wrought upon great nations, believing his heart to be as unyielding as stone. Yet, the difference between shattering something already broken and fracturing something once whole brought forth a distinct impact. FK sure truly is a madman. With such a meager force, he dares to invade the capital of another nation. Is he exceptionally audacious, or does he possess some hidden advantage? As Shikamaru contemplated these matters, Nagato's voice broke through his thoughts. Lord Shikamaru, over there? As the host of the Rinnegan, Nagato possesses an astute sense of perception. Following the direction indicated by his finger, Shikamaru discerned a group of ninjas advancing towards the daimyo's mansion. Were they ninjas from the Land of Snow? What assurance did they have of breaching the heavily guarded residence of the daimyo? The daimyo maintained a cadre of ninjas, employing their abilities for endeavors that were inconveniently overt. Yet, simultaneously, the daimyo remained vigilant against them. Although the Land of Birds is a minor nation, its mansion was still equipped with specific arrangements to counter ninjas. Unless one infiltrated the daimyo's mansion for an extended duration, akin to what Mengzong had previously done, it would be exceedingly challenging to seize it suddenly. Let us act. Nagato formed hand seals, and in an instant, the Akatsuki members dispersed throughout the capital of the Land of Birds received their orders. Quell the turmoil in the capital of the Land of Birds and eliminate the snow ninjas. Nagato, you will command the Akatsuki members here. I shall personally visit the daimyo's mansion. Possessing the Rinnegan, Nagato had an exceptional capacity for perception. By coordinating the strength of Konoha, he could achieve remarkable results with minimal effort. Before the daimyo's mansion, upon seeing a dozen snow ninjas charging forward, the samurai guarding the estate immediately surrounded them. To counter ninjas, the elite warriors of the daimyo's household had largely mastered the secret arts of sealing chakra, supplemented by machines covertly acquired from the Land of Snow designed for sealing chakra. In a mere skirmish, the attacking snow ninjas suffered considerable losses. For ninjas, the requirements and levels for learning illusion techniques are exceedingly high, while the effectiveness of ordinary taijutsu is limited. Consequently, based on their chakra attributes, the majority of ninjas tend to master one or two powerful ninjutsu. If they could be deprived of their chakra, and thus their ability to utilize ninjutsu, how could they possibly contend with samurai seasoned in physical combat? It is indeed ironic that this device, developed by our Land of Snow to counter enemy ninjas, is now wielded against our own. At the entrance of the daimyo's mansion, a burly man caught a machine thrown by a samurai with one hand, smirking before crushing it effortlessly. Ice release, twin dragon blizzard. The man formed hand seals. And the artificial lake of the daimyo's mansion suddenly erupted with two massive pillars of water. These water columns solidified into ice, transforming into two colossal dragons. In that moment, the air was thick with ice and snow, resembling the depths of winter, blanketing the entire vicinity of the daimyo's mansion in white, controlling the two ice dragons. The man obliterated everything that stood before him in a blizzard. The formidable gate of the daimyo's mansion shattered into two halves, and the man, with a triumphant smile, strode inside. Along his path, no samurai could withstand his advance, and he made his way directly to the front of the Great Heron. "Is it you?" The Great Heron instantly recognized the figure before him, the daimyo of the Land of Snow, Kazahana Naruto. The position of a daimyo is exceedingly rare, with only a handful of individuals occupying such a status worldwide. Among these few, Kazahana Naruto was undoubtedly an anomaly, being a daimyo who had deigned to learn the lowly techniques of ninjas. For those of the daimyo class, this undoubtedly diminished their overall standing. "You scoundrel! How dare you show your face before me? Do you think that by killing me, you can usurp the land of birds? The great lords of the 5 nations will not idly observe as an aberration like you acts with impunity. Though the great egret is wise, it is not without its temper, especially in the presence of adversaries. Those foolish lords? They only know how to scorn the so-called lowly ninjas. Yet they have never truly acknowledged their formidable power. This is precisely the reason for your failure today. So perish. Ice release, twin dragon blizzard. Ice release, twin dragon blizzard." Just as the tempestuous Windflower Rage commanded 2 colossal ice dragons to collide with the great egret, the air suddenly crystallized into 2 massive snow dragons, positioned opposite the ice dragons of Windflower Rage. Narrowing his eyes, Windflower Rage beheld a striking young boy standing alone atop a nearby rooftop. Bloodline limit. Windflower Rage gazed at the boy on the roof, his long black hair flowing and appearing no older than 10. How youthful. The ability to conjure 2 enormous snow dragons without reliance on any external conditions is undoubtedly a manifestation of the bloodline limit. The immense energy emanating from his lineage was on full display through the 2 magnificent snow dragons hovering in the sky, showcasing their power before Windflower Rage. While both wield ice release, snow ninjas predominantly depend on their external environment rather than inherent talent from their bloodline. Only in frigid terrains can the snow ninjas fully harness their ice release. This fact, augmented by the newly developed chakra armor, allowed Windflower Rage and his subordinates to temporarily mitigate the environmental effects. However, no bloodline ninja could wield ice release with such potency at any time or place. The ninjas of the Hidden Deer Village? Windflower Rage chuckled, directing the ice dragon to collide with the snow dragon controlled by White. In the wake of their fierce clash, the swirling snowstorm dispersed like a spinning top, losing its gravitational pull as it scattered in all directions. In this tumultuous collision, none could escape unscathed, save for Windflower Rage. Utilizing the cover of the blizzard, he swiftly advanced towards White. Thanks to the innovative chakra armor he wore, Windflower Rage's strength far surpassed that of a typical warrior, increasing it by dozens, even hundreds of times. Although White was young, his rigorous training alongside Shikamaru had honed his reflexes to a razor's edge. Anticipating Windflower Rage's assault, he nimbly leapt upward like a monkey, deftly evading the most lethal strike. Ice release, 1,000 killing water surge. Countless droplets of water coalesced from the air, transforming into slender shards of frost, as fine as needles, striking towards Windflower Rage at astonishing speed. A foolish ploy. Windflower Rage merely smiled, not even turning around. The 1,000 icy needles, capable of piercing flesh and bone, shattered against the energy shield he had conjured. Windflower Rage pivoted and struck, landing a blow squarely on White's abdomen. In that critical moment, White formed a hand seal with one hand and invoked body flicker technique to evade the attack. Even so, his figure wavered precariously in midair. The residual force from Windflower Rage's strike forced him back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth before he barely managed to regain his composure. In the past, the impression of the Great Lords was that J-Nin represented the pinnacle of ninjas. Their numbers were few, and they were exceedingly difficult to confront. Yet they were not invincible. Now, however, what Windflower Rage exhibited was power far surpassing that of J-Nin. The heart of the great egret felt as if it were tightly bound by something. Is this the true strength of a ninja, as Windflower Fury had just mentioned? On the rooftop, Windflower Fury stood upright, gazing down at the vast courtyard whereby lay injured on the ground. a glimmer of admiration flickering in the corner of his eyes, a kind of appreciation akin to a cat toying with a mouse. What of the bloodline limit? What of genius? They still lay defeated at his feet. If only this young man were granted sufficient time, he might grow to rival him. Unfortunately, Windflower Fury would not afford him that time. Die, he exclaimed, propelling himself off the ground. Intending to use physical techniques, deemed the most useless of tactics among ninjas, to end the life of a prodigy. The blade flashed, a massive katana rising from the shadows, slicing horizontally toward him. Windflower Fury instinctively sensed the threat and unfurled his chakra energy shield. To his surprise, the chakra armor that had proven invincible in previous battles was forcefully bent and distorted by the warrior's long sword. The tremendous force compelled Windflower Fury to retreat several paces. A phase figure slightly shifted, and Shikamaru leaped in from the outside, landing before Bai. My lord. Bai gradually rose, bowing behind Shikamaru. The relationship between Bai and Shikamaru differed fundamentally from that of most ninjas within the Akatsuki, resembling more the bond between a feudal lord and his vassals during the Warring States period. You are the leader of the Hidden Deer Village? Windflower Fury could hardly believe that this rising star of the Hidden Deer Village was merely a young lad. A fey, entertain him. Yes, my lord. Bai slowly stood beside Shikamaru. A fey, wielding the katana, advanced, executing the most mundane of techniques. Yet Windflower Fury found them exceedingly difficult to counter. The once invincible chakra armor seemed to encounter its nemesis, gradually dulled with each strike. For the first time, Windflower Fury found himself in such a dire predicament. His rage boiling over as he summoned all his strength to punch a fey away, momentarily halting his assault. As he turned to face Shikamaru, Windflower Fury's eyes simmered with contemptuous hatred. Though his chakra armor was formidable, it had an insurmountable limit. Beyond that threshold, the machine ceased to operate. Moreover, while his armor could defend against ordinary ninjutsu and illusions, it was helpless against physical techniques. As if Windflower Fury were invisible, Shikamaru spoke slowly, explaining things to Bai. Listening to this young man belittle the chakra armor he had painstakingly crafted, Windflower Fury's anger began to dissipate, replaced by a cold smile. With a turn, he advanced towards Shikamaru, and this time, a fey did not impede him. Shikamaru tilted his head slightly and extended his hand. The shadow on the ground danced like a human form, suddenly swelling and transforming into flowing shadows. The flowing shadows surged toward Windflower Fury like sand. Ninjutsu is useless against me. Windflower Fury had not reveled in his triumph for long when he noticed a smile forming at the corner of Shikamaru's mouth. This is not ninjutsu. As Fenghua Nuteo came to his senses, he realized that the young man before him intended to confront him with ninjutsu. An overwhelming surge of chakra enveloping him. What was his intention? A sense of absurdity washed over Fenghua Nuteo. Did the opponent not comprehend that his chakra armor could seal chakra? Yet, soon enough, the smile faded from his face. As Shikamaru had indicated, the chakra armor inevitably had an insurmountable limit. The opponent was evidently planning to use an immense quantity of chakra to shatter his defenses. How could this be possible? Fenghua Nuteo watched as the watery silhouette infiltrated his armor, relentlessly devouring every component of it. With a resounding crash amidst a flurry of sparks, he found himself utterly bereft of will. Shikamaru, having absorbed Indra's spiritual energy along with the life force of the Outer Path's golem, harmonized and transformed the vast chakra within his body, evolving into his current form. Shikamaru emerged from his contemplation, and in the distance, the great heron that had been supporting itself finally succumbed. Brother Shikamaru. The young Shuri, having just exited her chamber, rushed towards him upon seeing him waiting in the courtyard. Under the vigilant gazes of Akami and the assembled retainers, Shikamaru gently placed his hand on Shuri's head. The lord of the bird country, struck down by the dual tragedies of losing a child and external invasion, had finally succumbed to illness. Before passing, he entrusted the title of lord to his only daughter, Shuri. Yet, being still so young, Shuri found herself overwhelmed by an inexplicable weight of responsibility, desperately seeking support. Shikamaru caressed her head, speaking softly, "Do not be afraid. Your brother Shikamaru will assist you from now on." The little girl, her cheeks flushed, looked up at him, as if she had found a pillar of support. "I know brother Shikamaru will certainly help me. Not long ago, when Fenghua Nuteo stormed the lord's estate, Shuri had been present. In that critical moment, Shikamaru had halted the seemingly formidable villain, an image indelibly etched in Shuri's heart. In her eyes, Shikamaru had already formed a powerful impression. He seemed capable of overcoming any obstacle. Though her thoughts might appear naive and humorous, to the retainers nearby, they were fraught with peril. With the young lord at the helm, it was inevitable that the policies of the bird country would fall under the dominion of the retainers, a customary practice throughout the nations. However, should this young lord develop an emotional inclination towards a dominant ninja leader, it would undoubtedly spell trouble for them. Lord Burshadow. Lord Great Heron, please enter. The room was dim and tranquil, with long curtains draping down to obscure the blazing sunlight outside. The Great Heron lay upon the tatami mat, thick blankets covering him. Upon seeing Shikamaru enter, he exerted himself to sit up, his complex gaze fixed upon him. At first, I believed that the young Yahiko was the leader of Konoha. I never anticipated that the true leader would be you. The Great Heron's voice was frail, and after uttering these words, he appeared as if he had just run 1,000 meters, breathless. Shikamaru remained silent. In truth, the Heron held no expectations that Shikamaru would respond. He merely sought to express his confounding thoughts. Subsequently, you revealed your identity to us. I had discreetly dispatched individuals to investigate in Konoha and discovered that the heir of the Nara clan had mysteriously vanished in his youth. Both the Nara family and the upper echelons of Konoha have been searching for him. Thus, it is impossible for you to be sent by Konoha. Now, may I inquire as to your true intentions? Are you, like the traitor Mengzong, aspiring to usurp the title of the daimyo of the Land of Birds? His voice, laden with resentment, belied the gentle countenance of the Heron, whose eyes, at that moment, resembled those of a fearsome demon, instilling terror. If I desired the position of daimyo, why would I save you? Rest assured, the title of daimyo of the Land of Birds shall eternally belong to the Heron. As if attempting to discern the truth from Shikamaru's demeanor, the Heron found the youth before him inscrutable. Ultimately, the Heron lay back upon his bedding, exhaling deeply. Regardless of your intentions, the chaos wrought by the madman Fuhua will undoubtedly facilitate certain matters. Go forth. I know that Akamitsu cannot hinder you, and neither can the multitude of advisors outside. Shikamaru lowered his head slightly, turned, and prepared to depart when he was called back by the Heron. No matter what the future holds, protect the Heron well. In the dimly lit room, the Heron's voice resonated. In that moment, he ceased to be a wise ruler and became simply a father, aged and concerned for his children. Shikamaru did not look back after the Heron finished speaking. He exited the chamber directly. My Lord Daimyo, thank you for your patience. Outside the capital of the Land of Birds, several carriages awaited. By the long road, Fuhua and Xiao Shue had been waiting for quite some time when Shikamaru finally appeared. Before this youth, who was even younger than herself, Fuhua Xiu Shue felt a tumult of emotions. On one hand, Shikamaru had just saved her, making him her savior. Yet, on the other hand, the power he possessed filled her with trepidation. The formidable presence of Fuhua had seeped into her very marrow, forged through the harrowing coup she had experienced in her youth and the years of wandering that followed. Yet now, everything Fuhua had built lay shattered in the hands of this boy. Lord Shikamaru. Bowing respectfully before him, Fuhua Xiu Shue expressed her reverence. With the death of Fuhua, she would return to the Land of Snow as its newly appointed queen. Nagato, Yakura, Deidara, and Scorpion. Shikamaru called softly, and from the seemingly empty sides of the road, for ninjas clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds materialized. They knelt behind Shikamaru, prepared to heed his commands. My Lord Daimyo, although the traitor Fuhua has been defeated, remnants of his factions still linger in the Land of Snow. For your safety, these four will protect you until the remnants of Fuhua are eradicated from Konoha. Thank you. Lord Shikamaru. Fuhua Xiu Shue did not refuse, for there was truly no need to. Her feelings toward Shikamaru were complex. The overwhelming sentiment was gratitude. With this, the daimyos of the two nations now rest in our hands. Yahiko, who had been trailing behind Shikamaru, gazed at the departing convoy and spoke slowly. I have commanded Nagato to integrate the snow ninjas for the benefit of our hidden deer village. Consequently, among the numerous small nations in the northwest, there is no longer a formidable ninja force. Lord Shikamaru, what shall we do next? The Business Association of Kyuzu will smoothly establish its presence in the Land of Snow, and thereafter, matters will not require the resolution of martial force. Kakuzu. Shikamaru called out, and Kakuzu's figure appeared beside him. Use wealth to bribe the feudal lords and their retainers, persuading them to permit our hidden deer village to establish a branch of the ninja village within their territories. Should we succeed, the influence of our hidden deer village will expand throughout the entire northwest. I understand. Kakuzu nodded and vanished once more. Lord Shikamaru. Those feudal lords and retainers are exceedingly greedy. They may not easily consent to our establishment of a branch ninja village. Yahiko expressed his concerns. Indeed, it will require considerable time. Shikamaru nodded and suddenly turned to Yahiko, asking, "Have you ever considered joining Konoha?" "What?" Yahiko responded incredulously. "In Konoha village. The Uchiha clan is bound by bloodline, while the Senju clan is united by the will of fire. According to tradition, you, Konan, and Nagato are all disciples of Jiraiya. This means that you are all, in essence, descendants of the current third Hokage and the legitimate heirs of the Senju clan. What does Lord Shikamaru mean? In Konoha village. Historically, only ninjas from the Senju clan have been eligible to serve as Hokage. Do you comprehend?" A gentle breeze blew, rustling the grass along the path. Shikamaru smiled slightly. Yet the implication of his words heightened Yahiko's awareness. On the elevated fields, Orochimaru and Shikamaru stood side by side, gazing at the crisscrossing paths and the undulating fields, and could not help but marvel. Is this truly the land of snow? Orochimaru had visited the land of snow many years prior, and at that time, his only impression was of a desolate, icy wasteland. Yet now, the vast fields were adorned with flourishing green sprouts. Formerly bandits of the mountains had laid down their swords and picked up hoes, laboring in the fields. Not far away, ninjas from the Hidden Deer village were employing earth techniques to carve out deep ditches, collecting water for irrigation. These ninjas possessed average abilities, likely only capable of achieving the rank of Chunin at best. Orochimaru's keen perception quickly discerned that the ninjas of the Hidden Deer village were not particularly skilled. According to the traditions of the ninja world, such ninjas could hardly be deemed exceptional. On the battlefield, they would merely be fodder. Their lack of prowess meant they did not, like elite ninjas, devote their energies to honing their techniques and engaging in combat. They only needed to learn a few useful techniques, which sufficed. In this way, they both avoided the peril of the battlefield and could relish the joys of life. Is mediocrity not a form of fortune? Orochimaru regarded Shikamaru with surprise, saying, "I have never encountered such a theory before. It is quite intriguing. Is that so?" A smile graced Shikamaru's youthful face, and he offered no further explanation. That must be the heater constructed by Kazuhana Sakura. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, gazing at the enormous machine in the distance. It is this very heater that has transformed the surrounding icy expanse into fertile land. Orochimaru descended from the ridge, making his way along the path toward the heater. The heater's heating range remained insufficient. Do you possess any means to enhance it? Orochimaru had dedicated considerable time to studying this heater, from dawn until dusk, and as night fell, the surrounding streetlights illuminated the area. Shikamaru could no longer contain himself and inquired. For someone as technically inclined as Orochimaru, if unbroken, he could likely continue his research indefinitely. The structure of the heater was indeed intricate, yet improvements could be made. I could expand its heating range, but there exists a dilemma. What is it? Energy. Orochimaru's expression turned grave. While I can enhance this machine to broaden its range, there are limitations. If I am not mistaken, you desire to transform much of the land of snow into fertile land akin to this place. Shikamaru nodded, refraining from contradiction. The northwest of the land of snow is an expanse of endless ice and snow, with most of its territory nestled at the foothills, blanketed by frost. Theoretically, your ambition is achievable. However, discovering a suitable alternative energy source is no simple task. With a faint smile, Shikamaru stepped forward, the night breeze caressing him as he sat upon the steps. In truth, I have already identified a substitute energy source. All that is needed is for you to improve or even replicate this heater. What? Orochimaru was somewhat incredulous. During the recent research, he had contemplated numerous methods, none of which proved effective. The vastness of the land of snow rendered such a small heater utterly inadequate for transforming the entire icy domain into fertile soil. In this world, what energy source could rival chakra? And what entity possesses chakra in near limitless quantities? The tailed beasts. Orochimaru's serpent-like eyes widened, no longer merely astonished but filled with fervor. He sensed the madness of Shikamaru's plan, yet in his words, there was neither fear nor hesitation, only boundless excitement. Among the 9-tailed beasts, the 2 tails, 4 tails, and 5 tails possess a significant proportion of fire attribute chakra, with the 2 tails exhibiting the purest form. Orochimaru pondered step by step, already devising a plan for Shikamaru. I could design a device whose seals can harness and output the chakra of the tailed beasts. Attaching such a device to the heater would greatly enhance its efficiency. If we constructed 5 or 6 of these, it would suffice to cover the majority of the land of snow. Should this plan succeed, the national strength of the land of snow could multiply severalfold, elevating it to a status rivaling the 5 great nations. As Orochimaru spoke, his serpent-like eyes gleamed with intensity. However, accomplishing this is not the challenging part. The true difficulty lies in extracting the vast quantities of tailed beast chakra from the two tails. Aside from Jinchuriki, there exists nothing in this world capable of truly containing that boundless chakra. Moreover, even if we manage to extract the chakra of the two tails, how could we further refine it? This remains a perplexing issue. As a technology enthusiast, Orochimaru completely bypassed the practical concerns of how to hunt the two tails and avoid the retribution of the hidden cloud village thereafter. In his eyes, the formidable two tails Jinchuriki seemed merely a piece of meat on a chopping board. The question at hand was not how to capture a fierce beast, but rather how to prepare the flesh of this beast. Observing the fervent Orochimaru, Shikamaru found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After much contemplation and a prolonged silence, he finally turned his gaze towards Orochimaru. Since you have proposed this plan, surely you possess a method. The technique I have recently developed can indeed strip away the chakra from the Jinchuriki and subdivide it. What manner of technique is this? Orochimaru's eager expression vividly reflected the insatiable curiosity of a tech enthusiast. Shadow sealing prison. Without forming any seals, Shikamaru summoned a slender black column of light that transformed into a prison gate. As the gate opened, a gentle, flowing shadow emerged, swiftly entwining itself around Orochimaru's hand. Orochimaru did not resist. He could distinctly sense his chakra being drawn away, gradually detaching from him. This is the technique I have researched, capable of separating and sealing the chakra of a ninja. Is this natural energy? Orochimaru gazed at Shikamaru, his face a mask of astonishment. At this moment, the small prison gate in midair had closed and vanished from sight. Precisely. Shikamaru did not deny it. Moreover, even if he had, Orochimaru would remain unconvinced. His boundless curiosity as a tech aficionado only further piqued. This technique can separate and seal the chakra of the tailed beast within the Jinchuriki, and the Jinchuriki will not perish due to the beast's extraction. Thus, as long as the operation is conducted discreetly, the Cloud Ninja would have no means to trace it afterward. Just as Shikamaru was elucidating his plan, Orochimaru's attention shifted entirely elsewhere. A sealing technique constructed from natural energy? How could I have overlooked this aspect? Before Orochimaru, a new realm seemed to unfurl, casting Shikamaru aside. In a cozy abode adorned with vibrant decorations upon entering the foyer, one would find a spacious hall featuring a long round table. The open kitchen nearby invites the host to gather numerous friends for tea and meals. Adjacent to the narrow corridor lie several suites, neither overly spacious nor cramped, designed to accommodate distant relatives and friends. This modest dwelling epitomizes the aspirations of the average ninja class, brimming with vitality and embodying all that this class cherishes: friendship, familial bonds, and even love. Within the Hidden Leaf Village, such humble homes abound, commonplace yet significant, symbolizing the village's robust economic strength and proclaiming its prosperity. Just as the Hidden Leaf proclaims, the will of fire endures, ever-living, and perpetually transmitted. Yet, this particular residence belongs to the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. His wife, Kushina Izumaki, is presently bustling about in the kitchen, hosting her husband's mentor, one of the legendary Sannin of the Hidden Leaf, Jiraiya. Minato Namikaze, a Hokage from humble origins, unlike the previous three, had no illustrious background or the innate talent that typically begets ninja prowess. Thus, even after his election as Hokage, he chose not to relocate to the affluent district inhabited by the elite families of the Hidden Leaf. Firstly, the chilling atmosphere has always been unwelcome to Minato Namikaze. Secondly, the prominent clans of Konoha, led by the Uchiha and Hyuga families, still maintain a significant divide from the ninjas of commoner descent. The doctrine of bloodline supremacy is an unyielding tenet shared by the ninja clans. In their eyes, it is inconceivable for a ninja hailing from the common folk to possess formidable strength. The boundary of bloodline is an insurmountable chasm. Minato Namikaze, renowned for his mastery of space-time ninjutsu, is among the few elite shinobi capable of wielding such techniques since the second Hokage. Yet, in the eyes of the Uchiha and other noble clans, his prowess is merely attributed to happenstance or luck. Kushina's meat soup remains as delightful as ever. Jiraiya set down the bowl in his hands, patting his round belly, feeling a warmth envelop him. Minato wore a gentle smile, resting his chin on his hands as he gazed at his mentor, the man who imparted to him the essence of the ninja way. Jiraiya-sensei, how long do you intend to stay this time? Perhaps until your succession ceremony? I heard that the alliance ceremony with Tsunagakure will occur around the same time. Jiraiya appeared nonchalant, his carefree demeanor suggesting an indifference to the world around him. However, Minato understood that beneath his mentor's childlike exterior lay a fervent heart, deeply concerned for those he cherished. Although Minato had ascended to the position of Hokage, the ceremonial inheritance that should have accompanied this title had yet to be conducted. It seemed as if the higher-ups of Konoha had collectively lost their voice, allowing Minato to occupy this position while denying him the recognition he deserved. For, during that ceremony, all elite shinobi of Konoha, including those from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, would be required to pledge their loyalty to the new Hokage. Not to mention the intricate web of vested interests, compelling those proud ninjas of noble lineage to swear allegiance to a Hokage of commoner birth was, in itself, a formidable challenge. Recently, Konoha's higher-ups received a promise of alliance from Sunagakure to demonstrate the friendship between the two nations and to impress other countries. They sought to orchestrate a grand ceremony. In tandem, they recalled that their Hokage had yet to hold an inheritance ceremony. Thus, they decided to combine the two events. Minato was acutely aware of the dissent regarding his role as Hokage within the village. His mentor, in truth, wished to shield him from the impending storm. Minato, do you remember? When that old man Sarutobi suggested holding the inheritance ceremony, the look on Danzo's face was priceless. Just thinking about it makes me want to laugh even now. Jiraiya couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. It was well known that for the brooding Danzo, among Sarutobi Hiruzen's 3 disciples, only Orochimaru was to his liking. Is that so? That must have been quite amusing. At that moment, Kushina approached with a platter of fruits, her face adorned with an uncontainable smile. By the way, where has Naruto gone? Jiraiya suddenly recalled. Having not seen Naruto's figure throughout their journey, he is probably off playing somewhere. Kushina sighed, her voice tinged with a hint of exasperation. Due to Shikamaru's influence, Obito did not succumb to darkness, nor did the Nine Tails attack transpire. Consequently, Naruto, the so-called underdog, ascended to the status of a true prince. As the son of the 4th Hokage, he was born with a proverbial golden key in his hand. Furthermore, with Minato Namikaze being a beloved Hokage among the villagers, Naruto's standing rose significantly. Frustrated, Naruto's small figure rushed in from outside, hurriedly making his way to the table to grab a cup of water, gulping it down eagerly. What happened? Kushina asked, looking at her son with a hint of indulgence. I saw someone bullying a little girl on my way back. He exclaimed. Did you help her? Kushina inquired, gently ruffling Naruto's fluffy golden hair. I intended to assist her, but Sasuke asked if I liked the girl. I got so angry. How could I possibly like her? Her eyes were completely white. It was terrifying. So, in the end, I didn't approach her. From the Hyuga clan? Minato and Jiraiya exchanged glances, questioning what happened next. She was rescued by someone named Shikamaru. Nara Shikamaru? While Naruto might have been unfamiliar with the name, Minato and Jiraiya recollected it vividly. After all, the name of this mysteriously vanished child from 4 or 5 years ago still lingered in the archives of the Konoha Anbu. A target that must be located. A grave expression flickered across Jiraiya's gaze. Why did this long-lost individual choose to return at this precise moment? Setting aside the question of authenticity, the timing alone warranted suspicion. Moreover, he had not received any intelligence from the Nara clan, implying that this child had sought them out rather than the other way around. Was there anyone else with Nara Shikamaru? Jiraiya turned to Naruto, asking. Naruto scratched his head and replied, that guy seemed to have a very beautiful girl with him, claiming she was his retainer. Did you know? Sasuke turned red the moment he saw her. A retainer? Jiraiya murmured, reflecting on this somewhat archaic term. After all, since the first Hokage ended the Warring States period, such terminology had not graced the ears of the populace for quite some time. Regardless, it appeared that Konoha would soon become quite lively. Jiraiya shook his head, directing a knowing smile at Minato. Before returning to Konoha, Shikamaru had envisioned many possible scenarios for the future: a tearful mother, a father exuding pride yet concern, the now grown and graceful Rin Nohara, and Obito Uchiha, who, despite awakening the Sharingan, bore a foolish expression. He also imagined Kakashi Hatake, who appeared aloof but was inwardly quite passionate. Indeed, when Shikamaru returned to the Nara household, many of his anticipated events unfolded as expected. In the days following his return, after experiencing initial confusion and commotion, the atmosphere transformed into a jubilant celebration. The Nara clan, one of Konoha's prestigious families, welcomed congratulations from the heads of the closely associated Yamanaka and Akimichi clans. Nara Shikaku, rather shamelessly, seized upon the grand tidings of Shikamaru's return as a pretext to indulge in revelry for 3 consecutive days, dragging along Yamanaka Ino and Akimichi Choji right under Nara Yoshino's watchful gaze. Known for his strict adherence to domestic rules, he had audaciously relished this newfound freedom. Subsequently, numerous noble clans within the Hidden Leaf Village expressed their felicitations, and during the first month of Shikamaru's return, the threshold of the Nara household was nearly worn down by visitors. As anticipated by Shikamaru, the various factions of the village were fixated upon him in those initial days, particularly the root organization led by Danzo, which scrutinized his every move. However, they found nothing amiss. Just as Shikamaru had fabricated upon his return, he had wandered for an extended period and fortuitously encountered the wandering ninja Haku, who ensured his safe return to the village. Being still quite young, Shikamaru adeptly evaded certain details, utilizing amnesia as a clever ruse to his advantage. Following the initial month of commotion, the Nara family enjoyed a period of tranquility, and Shikamaru found himself considerably more at ease. Yet, there was an unforeseen development during his absence, despite the Nara family's ongoing search. As one of the noble clans of Konoha, it was inconceivable for the family head to remain without an heir. Thus, in Shikamaru's silence, through the combined efforts of Nara Shikaku and Yoshino, they welcomed another offspring into their family. In the courtyard, the sound of bamboo leaves rustling filled the air. Shikamaru lay on the floor of the corridor, weariness etched upon his face as he gazed at the precocious child before him, his sister, Nara Tamamo. "Do you possess the strength to be my elder brother?" This was the first sentence spoken by his sister upon their first meeting, perhaps inheriting the Nara family's renowned intellect. Young Tamamo exhibited remarkable talent. Not only had she achieved a level in ninjutsu and jinjutsu that most could scarcely aspire to, but she also completely bypassed the somewhat mediocre appearance inherited from Shikaku. Despite her tender age, Nara Tamamo was undeniably a beauty, one of exceptional allure. Tamamo brought over a towering stack of books that surpassed her own height, placing them before Shikamaru. "What are all these?" Shikamaru, initially intending to take a nap, was roused by his adorable sister's antics. He absent-mindedly picked up a volume and began to peruse it. With her hands on her hips and a sheen of fine sweat adorning her delicate face, she proudly proclaimed, "These are fundamental materials regarding shadow techniques and medical ninjutsu from our Nara family, along with my notes from years of studying ninjutsu and jinjutsu. I had no intention of teaching you, you know. I'm usually quite busy. However, both father and mother persistently implored me, leaving me no choice." Tamamo slightly tilted her head, casting sidelong glances, her demeanor suggesting, "Oh, my foolish brother, do come and express your gratitude." Faced with the overwhelming stack of dense materials, Shikamaru felt his head spinning. Ultimately, he spoke with a hint of delicacy. "Well, to be honest, I harbor no interest whatsoever in the shadow techniques and medical arts of our family. You may inherit them." A gentle breeze wafted by, and upon hearing Shikamaru's words, Nara Yuki's bright, expressive eyes momentarily glazed over with tears. The extensive materials she had devoted so much time to preparing had been summarily dismissed by her foolish elder brother. "If you choose not to learn, so be it. After all, my time is limited." Yuki shouted in frustration before turning on her heel and departing. "Lord, is this really too much? Bye." Kneeling beside Shikamaru with an afternoon snack in hand, remarked. Shikamaru took a bite of a pastry from the tray and sighed. With so much information, how could I possibly find the time to review it all? Moreover, having her constantly by my side to instruct me would be quite inconvenient. He sat up, lifted a cup of tea, and inquired, "What news?" "As you anticipated, Shimura Danzo has directed his investigations squarely at me. Each time I venture out, he has someone closely tailing me. To dispel the suspicions of that old fox Danzo is inherently a challenging endeavor." Shikamaru chuckled, seemingly unconcerned, adding, "Besides, in Konoha, the true source of worry is not Danzo." At the tranquil pond, as the sun descended in the west, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, lounged in his grand chair, a steaming cup of tea resting on the small table beside him. He swayed leisurely, resembling a leisurely elder with nothing to occupy his time. The evening sunlight was beautiful, with clouds stacked high, glowing brilliantly. A solitary bird called out, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, it erupted in a dazzling display of light, momentarily blending reality with illusion. A youth appeared behind Hiruzen, kneeling slightly. "Third Hokage, what is it like to join the Umbu, Itachi?" Hiruzen inquired as casually as if engaging in small talk. "It is quite challenging," Itachi responded. Hiruzen smiled, saying, "In the Umbu, What you witness is the most authentic visage hidden beneath the prosperous facade of Konoha. The avarice of the feudal lord's retainers, the relentless conflicts among nations, and even the entanglements of the various clans, including the Uchiha, within Konoha. You have come to understand the darkness of humanity quite clearly during your time in the Umbu. Now, can you share your thoughts with me? Itachi took a deep breath and declared, regardless of the circumstances, I will protect the village. You have not disappointed me. Now, I have a task for you. With the alliance ceremony between our village and Sunagakure approaching, Nara Shikamaru's sudden appearance has left me feeling quite uneasy. Keep a close watch on him and miss no detail. Understood. Konoha truly is thriving. Shikamaru and Bai strolled along the streets of Konoha, teeming with pedestrians. Konoha, rather than merely being a village, resembled a bustling metropolis. It boasted an abundance of resources, an array of complex overcrowding issues, a persistently high population, and the most formidable ninja force in the world. After the Third Shinobi World War, while other regions grappled with the rapid decline in population and scarce resources, the upper echelons of Konoha found themselves preoccupied with the swift acceleration of prosperity. Where shall we go, my lord? Asked Shiro, trailing behind Shikamaru. Although currently clad in male attire, her delicate features betrayed the spirited essence typically possessed by women. I've heard there's a delightful barbecue place nearby. Shall we go and see? Shikamaru and Shiro turned a corner, and before they could traverse the narrow alley, the prominent sign of the barbecue restaurant came into view. However, before they could reach it, a group of children was embroiled in a scuffle within the alley. Shikamaru scanned the scene and recognized Naruto and Sasuke, leading a band of second-generation ninjas from Konoha, engaged in a brawl against another group of their peers. Since the Ninetales incident had not transpired, the current host of the Ninetales remained Naruto's mother, Kushina, perhaps due to the absence of the Ninetales chakra influence. Naruto had remarkably inherited the exceptional looks of his parents, Minato and Kushina. Not only was he strikingly handsome, rivaling Sasuke at his side, but it was also said that his talents were quite impressive. Nara Tamaki had taken over Shikamaru's position among the Konoha 12, forming a new generation of the Ino Shikicho trio alongside Yamanaka Ino and Akimichi Choji. Naruto's displayed prowess from a young age positioned him among the elite of the Konoha 12, effortlessly dispelling any notion of being a slacker. The skirmish among the rambunctious children concluded with a victory for Naruto and Sasuke's side. Just as Naruto, sporting a few bruises, shouted exuberantly, Sasuke, standing beside him, suddenly caught sight of Shikamaru and Shiro. More specifically, his gaze lingered on Shiro, causing his face to flush slightly, rendering him noticeably quieter. At that moment, Naruto seemed to have noticed Shikamaru as well. Look, it's Shikamaru and Shiro, he exclaimed. Shikamaru smiled in return, only to see Naruto bounding over, boisterously declaring, Shikamaru and Shiro, we were just heading to the barbecue place up ahead, come with us. It's on me. The current Naruto was markedly different from the one Shikamaru remembered. Yet the one aspect that remained unchanged was his affable demeanor. Although Shikamaru had only encountered Naruto 2 or 3 times since returning to Konoha, the current Naruto felt as familiar as an old friend. I've heard this place is quite good. We were just about to go. The barbecue here and Uncle Ikaku's ramen are my favorites. We should visit Uncle Ikaku's ramen shop together sometime. Leading the way, Naruto moved ahead, with Shikamaru and Shiro following, while Sasuke lingered at the back, casting occasional glances at Shiro. Upon entering the barbecue restaurant, they were greeted by the sight of the Ino Shikicho trio, with Akimichi Choji indulging in skewers of grilled meat. Is that Tamaki? Perfect, let us sit together. Naruto seemed quite familiar with Shikamaru's sister, Nara Tamaki, pulling Shikamaru and the others along to join them. Upon spotting Shikamaru, Tamaki huffed softly and turned her head away, treating him with indifference. With Naruto's incessant chatter, the group of Konoha's young ninjas, though previously unacquainted, quickly grew more familiar with one another. As the remnants of the feast lay scattered across the table, with only bones remaining, Naruto reclined comfortably, caressing his belly. Thank you for the delightful meal today, he exclaimed. No need for thanks, really. Naruto appeared quite stuffed, resembling a drowsy frog, his gestures languid and relaxed. How about this? Next time, I'll treat you all at my home. My mother's culinary skills are exceptional, Shikamaru proposed with a smile. Upon hearing this, Nara Shikamaru scoffed lightly. You may not be aware, but during this time of year, our family must venture into the forest to gather herbs. Both my father and mother are occupied. The house is always chaotic during this period, leaving little opportunity for my mother to entertain Ino, and the others. "Oh, is that so?" Shikamaru replied, sighing with a hint of regret. At that moment, Sasuke, who had been silent, mustered the courage to speak. "How about this? I invite you all to my home. My mother's cooking is also quite good." After making his invitation, he cast a glance at Sakura, who sat beside Shikamaru. However, the collective response from the group, including Naruto, reflected a sense of discomfort at the prospect of visiting the Uchiha residence. I have something to attend to that day. I probably won't be able to make it." Choji suddenly stood up, repeatedly expressing his apologies. Ino and Nara Shikamaru exhibited similar reluctance. Finally, it was Naruto's turn. He stood up as if recalling something important. "Oh no, my mother is waiting for me at home to have dinner," he exclaimed. "Shikamaru, Sakura, Sasuke, see you tomorrow." At that moment, Naruto resembled a well-behaved child, hastily rising and almost fleeing the barbecue restaurant. Sasuke, feeling a tinge of disappointment, lowered his head, his expression despondent. It wasn't that Naruto and the others harbored any ill feelings towards Sasuke. Rather, the Uchiha clan was notoriously insular. The mere thought of the atmosphere within their household caused Naruto and the others to feel overwhelmed, prompting their hasty farewells. "Thank you, Sasuke." Shikamaru, seated across from him, offered a slight smile of gratitude. "Then it's settled. I will come to see you all tomorrow." Upon hearing this commitment from Shikamaru, Sasuke's expression brightened, his fair face flushing adorably. As the sun set, after parting ways with Sasuke, Shikamaru and Sakura walked home along a secluded path, seldom frequented by passers-by. Suddenly, Shikamaru halted. "Speaking, you've been following us all this way. Why not reveal yourself?" In a flash, Itachi Uchiha appeared before Shikamaru, brandishing a short sword. "What do you intend to achieve by using my brother?" Itachi's voice was icy. He was no longer the remorseless figure who had annihilated the Uchiha clan. He was still capable of feeling, having overheard the conversation in the barbecue restaurant. He understood that Shikamaru had purposely broached the topic to bait his brother. "Are you concerned that I might harm your brother if I visit the Uchiha household?" Shikamaru replied with a smirk, choosing to disregard Itachi's presence as he continued onward with Sakura. As he gazed at the distant silhouette of Shikamaru, an inexplicable unease filled Itachi's heart. Just ahead, at the break of dawn, Sasuke arrived at the Nara household, eagerly pulling Shikamaru and Hinata along to the Uchiha clan's enclave. The Uchiha family had been relegated to the periphery by the Senju clan, residing in the most remote area of Konoha. However, despite its marginalization, the surroundings were remarkably beautiful. In fact, nestled within the residential complex of the Uchiha clan was an artificial lake, a testament to the considerable investment made by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, in an effort to push the Uchiha clan out of the core circles. It could be said that he had allocated such a substantial tract of land to the Uchiha clan for their unrestricted development, effectively allowing them to establish a village within a village. Of course, Senju Tobirama would not grant such leniency to the Uchiha clan without ulterior motives. At that time, it may have seemed that the Uchiha clan had gained a significant advantage, claiming nearly half of Konoha as territory. However, as Konoha expanded and an influx of newcomers poured in, the village's boundaries shifted outward, rendering the Uchiha's territory increasingly akin to a depression in a pond, with the looming threat of being submerged. Moreover, nearly all members of the Uchiha clan had joined the Konoha police force, precluding their access to the core of Konoha's power. Consequently, the Uchiha clan found themselves unable to influence the village's decisions or redirect its resources in their favor. Thus, over the years, what was once one of Konoha's most prominent clans had gradually been marginalized. Perhaps the villagers still recognized the Uchiha clan as the largest noble family. But if this trend continued, it would only be a matter of time before they were forgotten in obscurity. Senju Tobirama truly was cunning. As Sasuke made his way to his home, Shikamaru contemplated this notion silently. Sasuke's mother, Mikoto Uchiha, was a gentle woman who warmly welcomed Shikamaru and Hinata upon their arrival. "Yesterday, Sasuke mentioned that he would have friends over today, and I thought he was joking. I'm quite surprised to see him making friends outside." In Mikoto's eyes, her son was merely a shy and obedient child, completely unaware of the high esteem in which Sasuke was held among his peers in Konoha, being one half of the village's formidable duo alongside Naruto Uzumaki, a presence that none dared to provoke. "What are you saying, mother?" Sasuke, feeling a bit embarrassed in front of his mother, retorted with annoyance. "All right, you two chat. I'll prepare some fruit," Mikoto said, rising with a gentle smile as she carried a tray. "Thank you, Auntie, for your hospitality." The three conversed for quite some time until Fugaku Uchiha returned home from his duties with the Konoha police force. Shikamaru exchanged a knowing glance with Hinata. Sasuke, the scenery near your home is quite lovely. Would you take me to see it? Sure. Sasuke readily agreed, rising to his feet. Noticing Shikamaru's lack of movement, he asked, Shikamaru, aren't you coming? Ah, you two go ahead. I'll stay here for a while. Sasuke did not think much of it, and swiftly left with Hinata. Uchiha Fugaku had changed his attire, intending to visit Sasuke, only to discover that the room where Sasuke and his companions were supposed to be was now occupied solely by Shikamaru. You are Nara Shikamaru. Uchiha Fugaku had long been aware of Shikamaru's impending arrival. As the captain of the Konoha Guard, his sources of intelligence far surpassed those of Uchiha Makoto. Noticing Sasuke's absence, Uchiha Fugaku directly inquired, Speak. What brings you here? A brooding aura enveloped Uchiha Fugaku's stern visage, instilling a sense of fear, which was among the reasons even Naruto and the other resilient youths hesitated to visit Sasuke's home. Naturally, I am here on behalf of the Nara clan, Shikamaru replied, pouring Fugaku a cup of tea and gesturing for him to sit, as if he were the host of this gathering. Uchiha Fugaku, taken aback, nevertheless took a seat. The Nara clan? Have they not always allied with the Hokage's faction? Shikamaru smiled, unhurried in his response, lifting his teacup to glance toward the courtyard beyond. Itachi, come out. Uchiha Fugaku bellowed, and Uchiha Itachi's figure materialized within the room. I care not whose orders you follow. Leave this place at once. Uchiha Fugaku's voice was severe. Itachi cast a glance at the composed Shikamaru, and, feeling the weight of his father's authority, reluctantly exited. The Uchiha clan, like the Senju, were among the founders of Konoha. Yet now the Senju faction firmly held the reins of power, leaving the Uchiha increasingly marginalized. As the clan leader, do you not feel a sense of urgency? Shikamaru inquired. Observing Fugaku, who then smiled, the gloom dissipating from his countenance. The Uchiha clan is part of Konoha. We shall protect it, come what may. Had Shikamaru not been privy to the unfolding narrative, he might have been swayed by Fugaku's earnest performance. The sincerity on his face was not easily feigned. Thus, the best means of safeguarding it is through rebellion? Shikamaru set down his teacup, speaking with a languid drawl. What did you say? At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku's expression was nothing short of captivating. Yet, not long after, tranquility returned to his features. How utterly disgraceful. You once betrayed Uchiha Madara, and now you seek to resurrect his original schemes? In response to Shikamaru's derision, Uchiha Fugaku nearly harbored thoughts of silencing him, but at the last moment, he restrained himself. What do you truly know? The words inscribed on that monument are false. Shikamaru's proclamation struck Uchiha Fugaku like a bolt from the blue, resonating within his heart. The Uchiha clan's greatest secret had been so effortlessly unveiled by this youth. Perhaps had you followed Uchiha Madara in the past, success might have been within reach. However, as it stands now, even if you were to succeed in a coup, the villagers would never accept you. Moreover, the Senju faction has long since prepared for your machinations. Thus, abandon this endeavor. Uchiha Fugaku remained silent for an extended period, seemingly pondering something profound. He gazed at Shikamaru, rose silently, and a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. So, your purpose in coming here today was merely to act as an emissary for the Senju faction? Perhaps we made a grave error in the past, yet now we shall not repeat it. I would never stoop to such triviality. Faced with the murderous intent emanating from Uchiha Fugaku, Shikamaru remained utterly unperturbed. I have already stated that I come for the Nara clan. What is it that you desire? My ambition is to elevate the Nara clan to stand alongside the Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga as the fourth great clan of Konoha. Hence, my purpose here is to forge an alliance between the Nara and Uchiha clans. Suddenly realizing my own lethargy, I present this second installment. Within the quietude of the room, cicadas stirred outside. Upon hearing Shikamaru's words, a hint of scorn flickered across Uchiha Fugaku's visage. Do you understand why the great clans have attained their status? It is due to the bloodline limits. Shikamaru's calmness surpassed Uchiha Fugaku's expectations, igniting an even deeper intrigue within him. Indeed, it is the bloodline limits. The prowess of a ninja is not solely achieved through effort. Some attributes are inherited through lineage, immutable and unchangeable. The Senju clan's formidable sage body, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, and the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. These three bloodline limits surpass the capabilities of the vast majority of ninja clans and even eclipse any other bloodline limit. It can be asserted that ninjas hailing from these three families possess a starting point far superior to that of their peers. While the Nara clan shadow techniques are indeed formidable, they fall short of rivaling the aforementioned bloodline limits. Uchiha Fugaku's implication was clear. The Nara clan lacks the essential prerequisites to be considered a great clan. Shikamaru chuckled and inquired, "Then, how are bloodline limits birthed?" It is said that under certain extraordinary circumstances, a ninja can fuse two or more distinct types of chakra within their body, akin to the wood release of the first Hokage. Subsequently, this transformation becomes encoded within their bloodline, inherited by future generations. Shadow technique, dark river flow. As Uchiha Fugaku finished speaking, a dark, flowing shadow erupted from Shikamaru's own shadow, rapidly engulfing the entire room and sealing all windows and doors. Uchiha Fugaku remained unfazed. Turning to Shikamaru with a question, "What is this?" "This, my friend, is my bloodline limit, a novel ninjutsu that merges yin and yang release, shadow release." Shadows danced across the walls and floor, rendering the room entirely isolated from the outside world. Uchiha Fugaku's demeanor grew serious as he realized that in this confined space, his eyes transformed unimpeded into the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Shadow release? A new bloodline limit, perhaps? Uchiha Fugaku gazed at Shikamaru once more, but this time, his expression had shifted entirely. A power that combines yin and yang release, a force said to exist only within the legendary sage of six paths, the progenitor of the ninja world, possessing such strength. The Nara indeed merit an alliance with my Uchiha clan. However, once our two clans unite, what shall follow? Shikamaru dispelled his technique, restoring the room to its former state. Initially, the Uchiha clan chose to betray Uchiha Bido, aligning themselves with Konoha. Now, should you seek rebellion once more, regardless of its success? You have already forfeited the moral high ground. Such an endeavor will not only fail to garner the approval of other ninjas in the village, but will also deepen the fractures within your own Uchiha clan. Thus, the first step is to abandon that foolish rebellion plan. Persuade the staunch elders within your clan. If you find yourself unable to sway them, I can assist you. Shikamaru chuckled softly, yet the implication in his tone caused Uchiha Fugaku to draw a deep breath. What lies ahead? In the Hidden Leaf Village. The Senju clan has long held the reins of power, although Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo appear at odds. Any other clans attempting to ascend to the upper echelons will undoubtedly face obstruction from them and the advisory council. However, within the Leaf, there are more clans vying for influence than just the Uchiha and Nara. The Hyuga clan also seeks a place at the center of power. At the opportune moment, we could ally with them to exert pressure on the Senju clan. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and replied, "The Senju clan's grasp on power is more stable than you might imagine. Not just we Uchiha, but even the Nara, Hyuga, and several other middle-tier clans have been infiltrated by them. Indeed, the Senju's hold is remarkably secure. However, they possess a fatal weakness." "Weakness? What is it?" "Roots. Take care. Come visit again soon." As the sun set, Uchiha Makoto and Sasuke stood at the entrance, warmly conversing with the departing Shikamaru and Ino. "What delightful children. Don't you think so, dear?" Makoto turned around to find her husband in the courtyard behind her, inquiring, "Are they charming?" Uchiha Fugaku, gazing at Shikamaru's receding figure, sighed meaningfully and departed. "My lord, did Uchiha Fugaku agree?" Ino asked as she followed Shikamaru along the path. "Fugaku has indeed consented to ally with us. However, he insists on holding some form of alliance ceremony." Shikamaru was perplexed as to why Uchiha Fugaku cared about such trivialities. The alliance ceremony between ninja clans is an ancient and sacred tradition, symbolizing the friendship between the two families. Fugaku's willingness to engage in this ritual signifies his genuine commitment to the alliance with our lord. Unlike Shikamaru, Ino was somewhat aware of the anecdotes stemming from the Warring States period regarding alliances among ninja clans. Currently, there are no issues in the Hidden Leaf. The movements of the two from the Akatsuki have already been monitored. Now, only Yahiko remains. "My lord, is there any cause for concern regarding Lord Yahiko?" Ino inquired anxiously, trailing behind Shikamaru. "This is a gamble. Although Yahiko is prepared, the risks are substantial. Yet, I believe he will ultimately secure all the stakes. What truly worries me is Orochimaru. That fellow wishes to visit the Leaf in person." "What?" Ino exclaimed in surprise, aware that Orochimaru was not part of Shikamaru's plan. "He mentioned that my time in the Leaf would surely be lively, and he didn't want to miss it." Shikamaru gazed at the scenery ahead, feeling a headache coming on. Despite Orochimaru's thorough understanding of the Leaf, during the alliance ceremony between the Leaf and Sand, the village would undoubtedly be on high alert. It's likely that Jiraiya and Tsunade will also be present. If his whereabouts were to be revealed, it would certainly lead to complications. Could Orochimaru have ulterior motives? Unlike other ninjas, Orochimaru has neither joined the Akatsuki nor is he a member of the Hidden Sound Village. In regard to this individual, I harbors a sense of trepidation. What are his intentions? Naturally, Shikamaru does not believe that Orochimaru is merely bored and seeking entertainment. Whatever has captured Orochimaru's attention must be of significant importance. The fact that he would risk so much to infiltrate Konoha only piques Shikamaru's curiosity further. Regardless, preparations must be made on Yahiko's end. The fourth Kazekage Raza has already set forth, and the time of his arrival in Konoha is approaching swiftly. I understand, my lord. I nodded in affirmation. What is the matter with these ninjas? The oppressive heat of the afternoon lingered, yet there was an unsettling chill in the air. The two members of the Wooden Clan had traversed for quite some time, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. She had accepted the command of the third Raikage, to venture to the borders of the Land of Fire to rendezvous with a contingent of Cloud Ninjas, intending to teach that fence-sitter, Raza, a lesson. Due to Shikamaru's butterfly effect, the Third Great Ninja War, which commenced as minor skirmishes among the 5 great nations, had ultimately devolved into a full-blown confrontation between the Wind and Lightning countries against Konoha, with no conclusive victory achieved. Consequently, the Third Raikage, did not engage in a prolonged battle against the 10,000 ninja of the Earth Country for 3 days and nights. He still comfortably occupies the Raikage seat. The Third Raikage possesses the most formidable lightning release in the history of Kyomogakure, capable of subduing the 8 tails single-handedly. His method of suppression is not reliant on wood release or jinjutsu like Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara. Rather, it is his immense chakra that confronts the tailed beasts directly. The Third Raikage is known for his volatile temper. Otherwise, he would not have established such a remarkable record. Upon hearing that Raza of the Sand Village intends to ally with Konoha, he was immediately filled with rage. In A's eyes, Sunagakure was once a comrade alongside Kyomogakure and Iwagakure in opposing Konoha's tyranny during the Third Great Ninja War, just days after the war's conclusion. Having received a modicum of favor, Raza, with his pronounced brows and large eyes, betrays them. Thus, the Third Raikage resolved to teach Raza a lesson and summoned a cadre of elite Cloud Ninjas, including the 2 members of the Wooden Clan, planning to ambush his escort before Raza could enter the Land of Fire. However, before she could reach her destination, she was ensnared by a group of peculiar ninjas. The 2 members of the Wooden Clan have been striving to evade the relentless pursuit of these ninjas, yet all efforts have proven futile. In their previous brief skirmish, the 2 finally discerned that the 9 ninjas encircling them, though few in number, were formidable adversaries. Particularly concerning was the masked individual who had been shadowing her, who had yet to reveal their capabilities. Surround them, Nagato commanded softly, as the 8 accompanying Shin accelerated their pace, fanning out around the 2 members of the Wooden Clan. The Shin were derived from the white Zetsu, altered by Shikamaru's influence of shadow manipulation. They hail from ancient times, having succumbed to the infinite Tsukuyomi. The strength of the Shin varies greatly, yet the 8 following Nagato are among the elite. Although they lack the memories of their past lives, they retain the power they once possessed. Nagato, whose form was once a blur of rapid motion, became a streak of afterimages as he leapt, cornering the 2 members of the Wooden Clan who had attempted to break free from the encirclement. Who are you? The 2 wooden figures regarded Nagato with vigilance. Puzzled by the emergence of such an organization within the shinobi world, bold enough to openly hunt the Jinchuriki of the 5 great nations, Nagato remained silent, merely observing the 2 wooden figures. This demeanor greatly displeased the proud and formidable female Cloud Ninja. I had no intention of engaging with you. But if it comes to this, defeating you will still yield the answers I seek. The 2 wooden figures had the ability to completely control the chakra of the tailed beast within them, seamlessly transitioning into their beast forms. In an instant, the blue chakra belonging to the 2 tails surged forth from her body. Within a remarkably brief moment, the transformation was complete, and a colossal blue beast materialized before Nagato and his entourage, engulfed in azure flames. Among the 9-tailed beasts, the 2 tails excelled particularly in physical combat. Despite its immense size, the beast was not cumbersome. With a deft touch of its toes, it lunged towards Nagato in an instant. As the 2 tails prepared to strike with its fiery claws, Nagato gently extended a hand and invoked Shinra Tensei. The attack, which had been unleashed at its peak, visibly slowed. As if repelled by an unseen force, sending its massive form hurtling over 100 meters away, devastating the forest in its wake. Flames roared uncontrollably, yet Nagato's expression bore a hint of weariness. Despite possessing the formidable physique of the Uzumaki clan, the toll of utilizing the Rinnegan was substantial, particularly with the technique of Shinra Tensei, which demanded an immense amount of chakra. It was somewhat taxing for Nagato in his current state. The 8 shadows did not linger. Seizing the moment as the two tails was cast aside. The Jinchuriki is not entirely synonymous with the tailed beast. Although the two wooden figures could manifest their beast form and mitigate most external attacks, they were defenseless against Shinra Tensei. It was evident that they had sustained injuries from the prior onslaught. Struggling to regain her footing, the two tails found no respite, as the 8 shadows, adept in martial arts, descended upon her like meteors, crashing down onto the beast's back, pinning her once more to the ground. The two wooden figures succumbed to this overwhelming force, collapsing entirely. The 8 shadows executed a swift maneuver, leaping off the back of the two tails. Shadow style, multiple hell gates technique. The 8 shadows formed seals, and behind them, 8 colossal gates of hell erupted from the ground. As the gates slowly opened, dark, flowing shadows emerged, coiling around the massive form of the two tails, binding it completely. At this juncture, the two wooden figures had yet to revert from their beast form, and they beheld the formidable ninja who had inflicted such grievous harm upon them. However, unlike the ninjas beside him, he did not employ sealing techniques. Instead, he formed seals with his hands and struck the ground. As intricate seals emerged on the earth's surface, a shadow materialized silently before the two wooden figures. "My lord, you seem to be progressing rather smoothly. What? This terrifying ninja is not the leader of these individuals? And who, then, is this shadow?" Within the confines of the prison gates, the pull of the flowing shadows intensified, as if they sought to tear apart the two wooden figures. Just before losing consciousness, such a thought flashed through her mind. Shikamaru gazed at the two wooden beings, now freed from their tailed beast transformation and plunged into a state of unconsciousness. The existence of Akatsuki still required secrecy, and ninjas like Sasori and Deidara, with their obvious backgrounds, could not be deployed. Thus, he entrusted Nagato with the task, which proved effective. "Nagato, this is merely my projection and cannot be sustained for long. Remain vigilant nearby. I must seal the two tails swiftly." "Understood, my lord." The 9th prison gate erupted from Shikamaru's back, towering above the other 8. 9 flowing shadows enveloped the bodies of the two wooden figures, gradually seeping into her being, penetrating the seal of the two tails. In an instant, the light and shadows around Shikamaru shifted. The next moment, a massive crimson gate swung open before him in the dimly lit environment, revealing the terrifying gaze of the two tails, who stared intently at Shikamaru as he approached. In the shadowy space, water pooled on the ground. Shikamaru stepped forward, the otherwise empty and boundless expanse echoing with the sounds of footsteps and dripping water. This amalgamation brought a semblance of life to the desolate surroundings. This watery prison was the manifestation of the seal for the two tails, a tool designed to confine the creature. The relationship between the two wooden figures and the two tails was remarkably harmonious. Correspondingly, within this watery prison, the two tails was unshackled by chains, enjoying a relative freedom that allowed it to easily lend its chakra to the two wooden figures. "Who are you?" the two tails demanded, its fierce eyes scrutinizing the black flowing shadows that had infiltrated the water prison. "Nara Shikamaru." The two tails was unfamiliar with this name, yet it felt a strange familiarity with the tendril-like shadows surrounding it. "This is a power unique to Yui. How did you acquire it?" Shikamaru smiled, advancing slowly under the watchful gaze of the two tails. "Otsutsuki Yui created you with this power, but that does not imply that this power originates solely from him." As Shikamaru drew closer, the formidable pressure emanating from him compelled the two tails to instinctively strike out with a paw. The terror of the tailed beasts lay not only in their boundless strength but also in their chakra, which was akin to a venom that no ordinary ninja could withstand. However, as the two tails made contact with Shikamaru, his form dissolved into shadows. When he reappeared, he had moved even closer. Upon touching the flowing shadows, the two tails recoiled as if scorched by fierce flames. Yet, the black shadow seeped into its arm like poison. A piercing scream echoed, as the two tails experienced an unprecedented fear. "No, this is not Yui's power. You possess no physical form, only consciousness. Otsutsuki Yui created you. And rather than being the masters of this chakra, It is more accurate to say he intended for you to manage the vast chakra of the 10 tails within this space. And what of that? With a faint smile, Shikamaru slowly spoke. Since ancient times, you have wandered this world. Although you were once sealed, none have truly succeeded in annihilating you. Do you comprehend why? In contrast to the immense form of the 2 tails, Shikamaru's physique appeared as mere dust. Yet, it was precisely this minute speck that instilled fear within the 2 tails, causing it to retreat step by step. By harnessing natural energy to balance the yin and yang, you were birthed from the formless void. For ages, no other being has managed to disrupt this equilibrium. Naturally, no one has the capability to obliterate you from the intangible realm. What do you intend to do? Thus, perish. As Shikamaru's words echoed, the myriad shadows enveloping the space surged forward with haste. The dim, yellow-hued realm shattered like glass in an instant. The 2 tails sought to resist, yet found itself powerless. Unbeknownst to it, the black streams of shadow cascaded into the space like water. The waters rose slowly, filling the realm entirely, submerging the 2 tails within. The seal on the Jinchuriki was broken, releasing the immense chakra of the 2 tails. In the reality beyond, the shadows entwined with the 9 gates no longer concerned the wooden beings. The chakra-laden form of the 2 tails was extracted from within the wooden figure by the 9 shadows. It fell gently to the ground. This marked the first time in many years that the 2 tails beheld the scenery of the real world. Yet it would also be the last. Seal. Shikamaru's projection roared, and the area of the 9 shadows rapidly expanded, forming a colossal spherical black shroud that enveloped the gigantic form of the 2 tails. As the power surrounding the black sphere intensified, its volume diminished. The 2 tails, akin to a drowning soul amidst tumultuous waves, struggled and flailed desperately, seeking a breath of survival, ultimately becoming one with the ocean. As the sphere continued to shrink, the 2 tails summoned its last reserves of strength, extending its head beyond the shroud, emitting a fierce roar. The black sphere in the sky vanished, and the 9 gates once again retreated underground. The wooden beings lay on the ground, and the figures of Pain and Shikamaru disappeared from sight, leaving the surroundings eerily tranquil as if nothing had transpired. In the village of Konoha, Shikamaru absent-mindedly rubbed his ear, still resonating with the final wail of the 2 tails. He realized that the 2 tails had issued a warning, alerting the other tail beasts to impending danger. With a soft meow, a bright blue cat materialized beside Shikamaru in the quiet room, its appearance delightfully adorable. As Shikamaru stroked its soft fur, he pondered, "What should I name you? Perhaps, Tail Beast?" The cat meowed again, showing no signs of dissent to its master's choice, instead affectionately clinging to Shikamaru. On the earth, the other 8-tailed beasts promptly received the message from the 2 tails. On the broad pathway, the lively killer bee, rapping and singing as he walked, suddenly sensed the surge of chakra from the 8 tails within him. He sat on the ground, his consciousness enveloped in the seal. Within the sealed space, Kannabi had never encountered such a manifestation of the 8 tails. Its enormous tentacles quivered as if in trepidation. "What troubles you, Nibi?" he inquired. The voice of Nibi was deep, and the expression on its face left Kannabi somewhat perplexed. "It is sorrow, Nibi." "So, the tailed beasts can indeed communicate?" Kannabi mused. "Nibi must be lamenting over the Jinchuriki of the Woodman. After all, the Woodman is not nearly as amicable as I am." It was as if he were addressing a queen, a sovereign indeed. Unbeknownst to him, the expression on the 8 tails' face bore a weighty significance. Yet he continued with a carefree demeanor. Though tailed beasts could convey messages, they were limited to simplistic and easily identifiable signals. The warning Nibi had just imparted carried but one meaning: danger. Has something happened to the Woodman? Kannabi's flamboyant demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. It likely isn't so simple. Something capable of eliciting such a warning from Nibi must possess the power to annihilate us tailed beasts. Annihilation? Indeed. Ordinarily, we tailed beasts can sense each other's chakra, yet now, one of the 8 chakra connections that link me to the others has diminished. Regardless, I must relay this information back to the village. In Kanahagakure, at the Hokage building, Minato Namikaze hurriedly arrived, pushing open the door to find the advisory council assembled in his office. Even the retired 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had come with a grave expression. "Minato, trouble is afoot. I am already aware. I have heard that the Jinchuriki of the 2 tails from Kumogakure has been attacked. When she was discovered, the seal containing the tailed beast within her had been released, and the 2 tails has mysteriously vanished." Shimura Danzo regarded Minato with a penetrating gaze. Do you understand what this implies? Hiruzen cast a sideways glance at Danzo, privately reflecting on how this old man never missed an opportunity to challenge his student. The equilibrium maintained among the 5 great nations relied upon the balance of the tailed beasts. Now that this balance has been disrupted, it could potentially herald a new crisis. If we mishandle this, the world may descend into chaos. Hiruzen sighed inwardly, contemplating his student's overly righteous disposition at times. Hokage-sama, it does not end there. Tsunade's brows furrowed. Although her youthful beauty had faded, hints of her former allure still lingered. The Jinchuriki system was established by the first Hokage, laying the groundwork for post-war order. The 9-tailed beasts represent not only military might, but also the identity of great nations. If a tailed beast were to sever its bond with its Jinchuriki, the Jinchuriki would undoubtedly perish. Yet, this time, the Jinchuriki of the Woodman remains alive and well. Tsunade, there is no need for such circumlocution, Danzo interjected, turning his gaze to Minato. What does the potential collapse of the world have to do with us in Konoha? It was the first Hokage who shared the research on the Jinchuriki sealing technique with the other nations. Although the other villages have made some modifications to the sealing techniques provided by the first, the fundamental techniques remain unchanged. The sudden disappearance of the Two Tails has cast a shadow of suspicion upon us, with all other ninja villages likely to believe that Konoha has covertly intervened. It seems we had a contingency plan, providing them with a flawed Jinchuriki system, only to reclaim the tailed beasts later. Shimura Danzo stepped forward, his stern countenance emanating an aura of intimidation towards Minato Namikaze. As a result, the previously easing international tensions would spiral into chaos, and even Sunagakure, which had contemplated an alliance with us, would hesitate. In the worst-case scenario, the nations of wind, earth, water, and thunder might unite against us, presenting a situation far more dire than the Third Shinobi World War. However, no evidence exists to implicate Konoha. I heard that when the Cloud Ninja arrived at the scene, they found nothing but 2 wooden figures, and even their recollections yielded scant useful intelligence. The critical question is not who committed the act, but rather who possesses the capability to do so. While few ninjas can suppress a tailed beast single-handedly, they cannot do so without leaving a trace. Finally breaking his silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward, addressing Minato with a tone infused with wisdom. The only individuals capable of such a feat, aside from the first Hokages would release, are the Uchiha clan. Uchiha? The atmosphere in the office turned icy in an instant, with all present, except Minato, displaying unusual expressions. Within the walls of the Hokage building, the Uchiha have always been a sensitive topic. Both wood release and Sharingan are unique bloodline limits exclusive to Konoha, and ultimately, all external scrutiny will fall upon us. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Outside of Konoha, in the Nara clan's ancestral forest, Nara Shikamaru was leisurely feeding deer alongside his playful companion, a small cat named Yoro. Unbeknownst to him, a significant crisis was unfolding outside, triggered by his very actions. Uchiha Fugaku, guided by Akatsuki, hurriedly arrived at Shikamaru's location. Observing Shikamaru's relaxed demeanor, Fugaku's first words were, "Did you have a hand in this?" "What?" Shikamaru asked, gently stroking a nearby deer, which let out a soft, contented sound. These deer had entered into a covenant with the Nara family, a bond of mutual guardianship. Do not feign ignorance. You must be aware of the Two Tails' disappearance. At that moment, Yoru leapt gracefully onto the deer's back and then onto Shikamaru's shoulder, settling comfortably there under Fugaku's watchful gaze. I am indeed aware. However, the Two Tails' disappearance is not comparable to that of the Nine Tails. Why the urgency? How can I not be urgent? Aside from the wood release of Senja Hashirama, only the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan can easily control a tailed beast. The people of Kumogakure will undoubtedly turn their accusations towards us. To be precise, only those Uchiha who have awakened the Mangeki Sharingan possess the right to control tailed beasts. Among the current Uchiha, how many can activate the Mangeki? Perhaps only you. And even you may not possess such formidable ocular power. I am not in the mood for jesting. Perhaps others remain unaware. But I am cognizant of your bloodline limit's ability to control tailed beasts. However, having spent these days within the confines of Konohagakure, how can I possibly rush to that location? Shikamaru, with an air of innocence, shrugged his shoulders, his eyes resembling those of a lifeless fish, evoking a sense of irritation in Uchiha Fugaku. Regardless of the circumstances, as an ally of the Uchiha clan, you must devise a means to resolve this crisis. Uchiha Fugaku seemed resolute in holding Shikamaru accountable for the situation, insisting that he propose a solution. Do you deem this a crisis? The corners of Shikamaru's mouth lifted slightly as he fed the deer, only to have the foliage devoured completely. Is it not? The disappearance of the two tails is not comparable to that of the nine tails. Even if the ninjas within the village suspect the Uchiha clan's involvement, they would not openly voice their suspicions. In fact, some bellicose ninjas might even perceive this as a covert operation orchestrated by the higher-ups of Konoha. Provided you manage this adeptly, you could transform this crisis into an advantage. An advantage? For a prolonged period, the Uchiha clan has been viewed unfavorably within the village. Seizing this opportunity, you could magnificently demonstrate the Uchiha clan's commitment to safeguarding Konoha, thereby altering their perception of us. If we can gradually shift the villagers' and the elite ninjas' views of the Uchiha clan from that of closed-mindedness and selfishness, it would significantly reduce the barriers to our ascent within the upper echelons of Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku regarded Shikamaru and slowly nodded in agreement. Within a modest tavern on the border of the Land of Fire, two figures, the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, lay feebly upon a futon. The tavern was not large, yet it was currently filled to the brim with cloud ninjas. In the center, a cast-iron stove bubbled with boiling water, the steam rising akin to the tumultuous emotions of Killer Bee, who was exceedingly anxious. The Jinchuriki of the Two Tails had lost her tailed beast. Though her life was not in jeopardy, she was left in a state of extreme weakness. When the cloud ninjas arrived at the scene, she hurriedly recounted the details of the ambush before succumbing to a deep slumber. With a soft whimper, the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails awoke from her unconsciousness, and a throng of cloud ninjas immediately surrounded her. Killer Bee grasped the hand of the Jinchuriki and inquired, "Are you all right?" With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at her concerned comrades and uttered her first words, "I am so hungry." Unlike Killer Bee and other Jinchuriki, she possessed the ability to control the chakra of her tailed beast, thus earning the trust of her comrades in the village. Though the tavern was small, the food was served promptly. The Jinchuriki, newly awakened, surprisingly had quite the appetite. Observing her voracious consumption, Killer Bee asked, "Weren't you on a diet? Aren't you afraid of gaining weight by eating so much?" The Jinchuriki shot him a disdainful glance, along with the clean bones of her meal. As they awaited her to finish, Killer Bee finally asked, "What transpired, Two Tails?" The atmosphere grew heavy, and the earlier exuberance of the Jinchuriki's feast diminished considerably. I was attacked by a group of peculiar ninjas. The majority excelled in taijutsu and possessed exceptional strength. Yet one among them was particularly terrifying. The two individuals, reminiscent of the wooden figures, felt a lingering trepidation. Terror? Karabi was genuinely astonished to hear such a word escape the lips of these wooden beings. Indeed, the wooden figures nodded in agreement, acknowledging their carelessness, yet the strength of their adversary was formidable. Even in my tailed beast transformation, that ninja struck me with a single blow, leaving me gravely wounded. Subsequently, the remaining 8 ninjas collaborated to suppress me, rendering me utterly defenseless. Can you discern their origins? At that moment, a coarse voice resonated from outside. The third Raikage appeared alone at the entrance of the tavern. The third, in this world. While the number of ninjas may be considerable, the ninja realm remains a small circle. Generally, the most powerful ninjas hail from a select few established clans within the various ninja villages, with rare exceptions. The wooden figures wore solemn expressions, shaking their heads in frustration. Despite their days of entanglement with me, I could glean nothing of their lineage. In our battles, they relied solely on physical techniques, which were exceedingly peculiar and bore no resemblance to the styles propagated by the major ninja villages. Such meticulousness? The third Raikage, stroked his chin thoughtfully. Lord Raikage, who could have orchestrated this? The gathered cloud ninjas turned their gaze towards the third Raikage, hoping to glean an answer from their leader. The crucial query is not who executed this, but rather who possesses the capability to do so? Who provided the Jinchuriki's techniques? In today's ninja world, who can so effortlessly control tailed beasts? The third Raikage's eyes shimmered with a dark intensity, starkly contrasting his usual volatile temperament. In this moment, he transcended the role of a mere elite ninja. He embodied the leader responsible for the welfare of thousands of ninjas in the Cloud Village. Senju, Uchiha. The first to react was Karabi, who often appeared somewhat erratic. The third Raikage cast a reassuring glance at Karabi, patting him on the shoulder. This time, I shall personally visit Konohagakure. If I do not return, inform your adoptive brother that he is to be the fourth Raikage henceforth. In the ancestral grounds of the Uchiha clan, the spacious room housed the stone tablet, tampered with by Kaguya, embedded in the wall. Flanking the tablet were the Uchiha clan's fan emblem and the Nara clan symbol. The alliance ceremony between ninja clans is steeped in antiquity. Shikamaru accompanied Uchiha Fugaku to partake in this ritual. The Uchiha clan was notoriously insular and traditional, yet its leader, Uchiha Fugaku, approached these ceremonies with great solemnity. Alliances between clans are privileges reserved solely for their leaders. At this moment, the Nara clan's leader was not Shikamaru, yet Uchiha Fugaku remained unfazed. The true strength of a clan is not determined by the number of its members but by its elite combat prowess. In Fugaku's eyes, Shikamaru represented the future of the Nara clan. The two sat beneath their respective clan symbols, drinking and pledging their alliance, formalizing the bond between their clans. The gathering was sparse. Aside from Uchiha Fugaku, only his two trusted elders and a few elite descendants were present. Their existence serves to ensure that the alliance can endure even in the event of unforeseen circumstances befalling Uchiha Fugaku. In contrast, Shikamaru's side is rather sparse. Aside from Shiro, there is not a single member from the Nara clan present. Wait, just as Shikamaru and Uchiha Fugaku were completing the final step of their alliance ceremony, a voice interrupted from within the Uchiha clan. Shisui, what are you doing? An elder of the Uchiha clan inquired. I merely have a question. On what grounds does that child seek to ally with us, the Uchiha? To be considered an elite among the Uchiha, one must possess not only exceptional strength but also a pride that surpasses their peers. This was not just Shisui's query but the collective doubt of all the elite youths present. Faced with such skepticism, Uchiha Fugaku showed no sign of anger. Instead, a smile graced his lips. He raised his hand to silence Shisui and the others. The alliance between our clans necessitates the exchange of vows. Shikamaru, observing the insincere smile on Uchiha Fugaku's face, inquired, what do you desire? Do you know why the oaths of ninja clans during the Warring States period were referred to as blood oaths? Blood oath? Indeed. A blood oath signifies a connection of bloodline. For ninja clans, nothing is more reliable than this. Uchiha Fugaku clapped his hands and called out, Izumi. A young girl clad in a kimono entered from outside, her appearance sweet yet tinged with sorrow. Clan leader, from this day forth, Uchiha Izumi shall be your concubine, accompanying you and following your commands. Furthermore, any offspring you have with her must bear the Uchiha surname. This is the token of our alliance. Shikamaru lowered his head, unable to accept such a fierce custom that had persisted since the Warring States era. He longed to shout, but I am still a child. Smack. A pile of thick books was placed on the short table in front of Shikamaru. Nara Tamaki, hands on her hips, glared at Shikamaru, who was playfully teasing a cat. What is this? Shikamaru inquired, setting down the cat toy. This is the material for the entrance examination to the Ninja Academy. Father has stated that the enrollment for this year's Ninja Academy has already concluded, so you will have to wait until the next session to join us. Enrollment? Is this? Shikamaru glanced at the books on the table and then at Nara Tamaki. She nodded, a triumphant grin on her face. Indeed. These are the examination papers from the Ninja Academy over the years. Mother has tasked me with supervising you to ensure you complete them all. Don't think of slacking off. I will be here to monitor you the entire time. Nara Tamaki chose a cushion and sat opposite Shikamaru, her bright eyes sparkling as she focused on him. Also, I don't know how you managed to charm Sister Izumi, but she actually said she likes you. Although Sister Izumi is older than you, someone like you, to win the affection of such a beauty as her, you must cherish it. Do you understand? It seemed that Nara Tamaki had a close relationship with Uchiha Izumi, and now she was standing up for her friend. Shikamaru found himself in a state of resignation as he flipped through the myriad of books strewn across the table. The contents were utterly bewildering. This cannot be right. What kind of ninja academy requires its students to study potion making and mental fortitude training right from the outset? He glanced at his sister, for the material was evidently rooted in the medical techniques and shadow arts of the Nara clan. Stop your rambling. Nara Tamaki huffed with pride. As the rightful heir of the Nara family, how could one be deemed a complete fool? This was in accordance with our parents' strict expectations, putting pressure on you. It was clear how much she held on to her past rejection. Reluctantly, Shikamaru picked up a pen and began to write fervently on a stack of examination papers. The weather was oppressively warm, and the room was semi-open, connected to the courtyard by a mere curtain. A gentle breeze rustled outside, causing the bells on the eaves to chime softly. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached, and White rushed in, pausing abruptly upon seeing Shikamaru engaged in his work. What is going on? White swiftly knelt beside Shikamaru and whispered, Orochimaru has arrived and wishes to meet with the master. What are you two whispering about? Tamaki exclaimed, eyeing Shikamaru. With the heat so intense, it's the perfect time for hunting. White told me he wanted to catch some snakes in the woods outside Konoha. Shikamaru chuckled. Snake meat, you say? I've heard it's quite delectable. How about this, since you've been at it for quite some time? I'll join you in the hunt. Tamaki stood up, visibly excited. Let us split up and gather Naruto, Sasuke, and Choji to join us in the hunt. Sounds great. Tamaki agreed without hesitation. I'll go fetch Ino and Tenten. As she left, Shikamaru patted White on the shoulder and said, distract my troublesome sister, will you? I'm counting on you. Leave it to me. White readily accepted this daunting task. The heat swelled, yet within the dense thicket, a chill lingered. Orochimaru's nature resembled that of a serpent, favoring cool, dark places. Each time he arranged to meet Shikamaru, it was always in a foreboding locale. Here. Shikamaru tossed a scroll into Orochimaru's hands. Is this the chakra of the two tails that you sealed? Orochimaru unfolded the scroll, studying the sealing techniques with a hint of surprise. This is a small fraction of the two tails chakra that I extracted. While it amounts to little compared to the nearly boundless chakra of the two tails, it is sufficient for you to create the initial sealing device. Orochimaru tucked away the scroll. Speaking languidly, you have indeed succeeded. However, such an act will undoubtedly stir a tempest. How do you intend to conclude this? To conclude? Shikamaru smiled. When the sky falls, there will be a tall person to support it. This matter is not one for me to worry about just yet. All the blame will fall upon Konoha. Yet no one will possess a shred of evidence. Consequently, tensions among the nations will inevitably rise. I have heard that the third Raikage has arrived in Konoha with his elite shinobi, followed closely by the Kazekage. In name, the Raikage attended the succession ceremony of the fourth Hokage, yet it was evident to all that he had come to seek retribution. The third Raikage? Suddenly, a figure appeared amidst the trees with a soft meow. It deftly climbed the branches and elegantly perched itself upon Shikamaru's shoulder. Orochimaru cast a glance at the creature. His eyes betraying a flicker of surprise, he could discern no anomaly in this cat. However, how could an ordinary feline evade the traps he had meticulously set within the forest to arrive here? Orochimaru prudently diverted his curious gaze and resumed the previous conversation. The third Raikage was notoriously irascible, accompanied by elite jonin of fearsome reputation. It appeared that if he did not receive a satisfactory offer from the higher-ups of Konoha, a tumultuous upheaval would ensue. Coupled with the indecisive Raza, the leaders of Konoha must be experiencing considerable distress. Moreover, the disappearance of the two tails would trigger a chain reaction. Every village possessing a tailed beast would feel precariously vulnerable, intensifying their protective measures toward their Jinchuriki and prompting them to seek answers at the source of this turmoil. Are you suggesting that a Wagakure and Kirigakure would also send representatives? They have already dispatched their teams, and the lineup is remarkably formidable. Leading the Awagakure contingent is the explosive release ninja, Kuratsuchi, accompanied by the Four Tails, Son Goku. Meanwhile, the team from Kirigakure consists of the 7 ninja swordsmen and the 6 tails. Utakata. It seems they share a common objective with the third Raikage, seeking to leverage this incident as an opportunity to alter the adverse conditions and treaties established post-Third Shinobi World War. Should the higher-ups of Konoha refuse to acquiesce, they might conspire to create chaos within the village. The primary duty of a ninja is to fulfill intelligence gathering and assassination for their lord. A select few elite ninjas can wreak substantial havoc. The upper echelons of Konoha cannot afford to be complacent. Regarding the instigator of these events, Shikamaru casually shrugged and glanced at Orochimaru. Furthermore, the chaotic state of Konoha would undoubtedly facilitate the achievement of your objectives. As Shikamaru's words hung in the air, the cold atmosphere of the forest intensified, and Orochimaru's serpentine eyes narrowed imperceptibly. The dense, intertwining branches of the woods obscured the light, and the chilling air weighed heavily. With Shikamaru's statement, the tension between the two escalated. Orochimaru subtly bent his body, shifting his stance into one of combat readiness. It was evident that whatever compelled one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, to return to Konoha was no trivial matter. Shikamaru smiled, showing no concern for Orochimaru's demeanor. You are far too knowledgeable. Orochimaru slightly extended his hand, and a shuriken was swiftly launched, grazing Shikamaru's temple before hurtling toward the shadows behind him. It seems that the traps you set have proven ineffective. Shikamaru offered a slight smile, but Orochimaru furrowed his brow, choosing to disregard it. He formed hand seals, and the shuriken multiplied, soaring toward the dim shadows nearby. In that obscurity, a ninja suddenly emerged, deftly retreating with nimble steps. However, the shuriken formation controlled by Orochimaru had no blind spots, and the ninja seemed to have realized this. In a moment of crisis, he formed hand seals. The water prison technique. A massive sphere of water emerged from thin air, completely enveloping the ninja's body, successfully defending against Orochimaru's lethal strike. A mist ninja, perhaps? Shikamaru mused as he observed the distant water sphere from his perch on a branch. At that moment, Orochimaru had already launched an attack against the ninja. It was evident that Orochimaru was particularly concerned about the secrecy of this mission, unwilling to tolerate any mishaps and intent on extinguishing all threats in their infancy. Shikamaru remained on the branch, watching the unfolding drama. As one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Orochimaru was typically engrossed in research on ninjutsu, but once he took action, he was swift and decisive. In a mere instant, Orochimaru had formed hand seals and unleashed 4 or 5 ninjutsu techniques, each more peculiar than the last, executed from increasingly cunning angles. Typically, ninjas who ventured to gather intelligence excelled in stealth and reconnaissance, a fact Orochimaru was well aware of. Thus he aimed for a swift kill without prolonging the confrontation. Yet, under Orochimaru's relentless assault, the ninja appeared to maneuver effortlessly. In fact, during a brief interval between Orochimaru's attacks, the ninja seized the opportunity to counterattack, forcing Orochimaru back. Witnessing Orochimaru being repelled, Shikamaru leapt down from the branch and quietly advanced 2 steps, eyeing the vigilant ninja ahead. You certainly do not seem like a mere pawn. I never anticipated that Nara's heir, who had just returned to Konoha days ago, would be colluding with a rogue ninja. Though colluding might be too strong a term. It was merely some exchanges. Shikamaru chuckled, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. The ninja glanced around, and when Shikamaru reappeared, he was already behind him, subtly creating a pincer movement with Orochimaru. I also did not expect that the infamous Kisame Hashigaki of the Mist Village would be reduced to a mere informant. Kisame was taken aback, clearly surprised that the other could recognize his identity, prompting him to become even more vigilant. Gathering intelligence, you say? Kisame revealed his shark-like, formidable teeth and replied, though this is Konoha, you are far more afraid of exposure than I am. Orochimaru's brow furrowed slightly. Kisame's words struck a chord with his thoughts. In the minds of Konoha's higher-ups, Orochimaru posed the utmost danger, not solely due to his formidable strength but also because of his intimate familiarity with Konoha. Thus, if Orochimaru's whereabouts were to be leaked, Konoha would not rest until they pursued the matter to its conclusion. He is a perilous individual, a thought flashed through Orochimaru's mind. Just as he began to contemplate how to eliminate Kisame in the shortest time possible, Shikamaru spoke up. What if we make a deal? A deal? I have heard of Kisame Hashigaki and am aware of your prowess. Teaming up with Orochimaru, we might have a chance to subdue you swiftly. But it would undoubtedly create a significant commotion, enough to alarm the entire Konoha. With that, Shikamaru shrugged and widened his deadpan eyes. Therefore, we propose to let you go. And you need not make a scene. In any case, before the Mist Ninjas could extract benefits from Konoha, there was no apparent conflict with Orochimaru. How about that? The shark-like eyes of Kisame Hashigaki fixated intently on Shikamaru, observing the seemingly flawless smile on his face, yet finding the child before him unfathomable. I concur. The two turned their gaze towards Orochimaru, who waved his hand and declared, in that case, let us disperse. Having received Shikamaru and his companion's assurance, Kisame swiftly vanished from the glade. For me, there indeed lies no conflict between us. However, for you, is it truly wise to let the Mist Ninjas become aware of your existence? Shikamaru did not respond to Orochimaru's inquiry, but merely smiled faintly. A shadow glided silently through the forest, revealing half of a humanoid form before dissolving into the earth's dark embrace like mud. It seems you have already made preparations. Orochimaru approached Shikamaru leisurely, gazing at the spot where the shadow had vanished. Do not forget, for a ninja, gathering intelligence and infiltrating enemy lines is a fundamental duty. With that said, do you have your own informants within the hidden mist village? Orochimaru's low, husky voice emerged gradually. Before he could finish his thought, a sound from the distance captured his attention. It appears the traps you set are utterly ineffective to prevent Konoha's people from detecting his presence. Orochimaru had established precautionary traps within the woods. However, at the moment his traps began to sound an alarm, the raucous noise from afar had already reached them. It could be said that Orochimaru's traps were of no use whatsoever. Hearing the somewhat familiar sounds echoing from the distance, Shikamaru inquired, can you summon 2 non-venomous snakes? Orochimaru was taken aback, glancing at the approaching figures, sensing something amiss, and replied with a deep-seated anger, no. Immediately thereafter, Orochimaru's figure vanished without a trace. Almost simultaneously, led by Sai, a group of Konoha's young ninjas, including Nara Shikamaru, materialized before him. Upon seeing Shikamaru, it was not Nara Shikamaru who first took offense, but rather Naruto Uzumaki. He pointed at Shikamaru and exclaimed loudly, "What the heck? Sai said you had something to attend to. I never expected you to be so cunning. Arriving here ahead of us. You must be planning to outshine us in the upcoming hunt, right?" Shikamaru exhaled deeply. Although his arrival altered many circumstances, some things remained unchanged. For instance, Naruto's intellect. In the depths of the forest, a gentle stream flowed. This area, being low-lying, accumulated water, eventually forming a small lake upon the surface. The trees surrounding the lake had stood for many years, with some even dating back to ancient times. The roots of the ancient trees were thick and tangled, with some even breaking through the soil to extend into the lake. Perhaps for an ordinary person, this place was dark and damp, nearly unbearable. Yet for the Mist Ninjas, it was imbued with a sense of security. The Mist Ninjas excelled in water techniques. A location abundant in moisture significantly amplified the potency of their water jutsu. More importantly, those proficient in water techniques could blend their presence with the water, making it exceedingly difficult for others to detect them. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon stood atop the surface of the water, wielding the 7 most extraordinary ninja blades, with the remarkable sharkskin greatsword strapped to his back. The figure of the dry persimmon Zabuza swiftly approached, his toes lightly tapping the lake's surface, covering the vast distance in an instant. Arriving before the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon at the lake's heart. "What news do you bring from your reconnaissance?" "I have uncovered vital intelligence regarding Konohagakure." Nara Shikamaru, the recently reclaimed heir of the Nara clan, has conspired with the rogue ninja Orochimaru. While their intentions remain unclear, we can undoubtedly exploit this to our advantage. Nara Shikamaru, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon, regarded Zabuza with skepticism. If memory serves, Nara Shikamaru has yet to attain even the rank of a genin. What makes him worthy of colluding with Orochimaru? This information is irrefutable. I have clashed with Orochimaru myself. Furthermore, Shikamaru's movement is exceedingly peculiar, suggesting his strength has at least reached the level of a jounin. In that case, you faced Orochimaru and emerged unscathed? The expression of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon darkened, his long hair extending and solidifying like 1,000 needles, shooting towards the now closed dry persimmon Zabuza. The ability to conceal one's murderous intent, rendering it undetectable to the opponent, is a fundamental skill of a jounin. Yet, as the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon launched his assault, Zabuza's reflexes proved even swifter. In a critical moment, Zabuza had no time to form seals and could only retreat rapidly. However, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon showed no intention of allowing Zabuza to escape. He drew his sharkskin sword, synchronizing his form with the speed of a needle. Zabuza had successfully evaded the needle-like strikes and was about to submerge into the depths. Yet the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon remained relentless. With a sweeping slash, the barbs of the sharkskin blade tore through the bandages, rending Zabuza's flesh and leaving a gash upon him. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon did not relent, unleashing a powerful severing strike, incessantly battering Zabuza with the sharkskin blade, siphoning his chakra. Wounded grievously from the dual onslaught of the sharkskin blade, Zabuza barely managed to distance himself from the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon's attack range. Half collapsed upon the water's surface, he propped himself up with his hands, blood dripping from his lips and mingling with the water, quickly vanishing from sight. I did not divulge any intelligence. Why? The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon was taken aback. Despite knowing his subordinate's formidable prowess, he could not fathom how Zabuza had evaded his meticulously prepared lethal strike. It seems you still do not comprehend the essence of a ninja. Devotion to the village. Sacrificing everything for its sake. That is the path of a ninja. Zabuza, heavily injured, spoke with a tinge of frailty. I once thought the same. Yet, in that battle, my perspective shifted entirely. Gazing upon you now, I see a reflection of my former self. In that confrontation, we, the 7 ninja swordsmen, lost 4 of our number. And the adversary was merely a genin proficient in taijutsu. From that moment forth, I understood that in this world, nothing is more ephemeral than the existence of a ninja. Observing the increasingly feeble figure of Kisame Hashigaki, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon momentarily set aside his murderous intent, expressing the grievances that had accumulated within him over the years. Ninjas are but mere tools. The village cares not for the lives of these instruments, only for whether they accomplish their missions. Upon our arduous return to the village, when that group of scoundrels learned that the illustrious 7 ninja swordsmen had been felled by a mere chunin, 4 slain and 3 grievously injured, what do you suppose their expressions were? You could never fathom the tumult of emotions we experienced at that moment. The Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon regarded Kisame with palpable disdain. Do you wish to know why I intend to kill you? It is because someone has paid for your life. You are merely an Umbu ninja. Your death is inconsequential. He raised the Samahata, poised to strike. Yet, in an instant, the once feeble aura of Kisame transformed. He struck out at the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon with a powerful palm. As the demon's massive frame faltered, Kisame seized the Samahata from his grasp and delivered a devastating blow that pierced through his body. Why? The corners of Kisame's mouth curled into a cunning smile. The world of ninjas is a realm of deception. Have you not yet comprehended? My earlier words and feigned weakness were merely ploys to lower your guard. I never anticipated you would be so foolish as to fall for it. With the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon dispatched and the Samahata in his possession, Kisame, standing upon the water's surface, felt an unexpected sense of desolation. His gaze dimmed as he observed his reflection mingling with the crimson waters, reflecting on the demon's words. Are ninjas truly ephemeral beings? Before he could ponder further, his forlorn eyes sharpened once again. Who goes there? Shadows danced along the shore as Akatsuki emerged. He regarded Kisame without any immediate action, instead forming hand seals to summon the projection of Shikamaru. No wonder you are renowned, Kisame. You have slain the infamous Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon. You seem entirely unperturbed that I spared your life. Despite the projection's indistinctness, Kisame easily discerned Shikamaru's voice. In contrast to the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon, he approached Shikamaru with heightened vigilance. The pufferfish demon had become a soulless tool. How could he ever pose a threat to you? Shikamaru advanced step by step, haunted by a past failure, ensnared by the allure of greed. The Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon is no longer the formidable foe he once was. What do you wish to convey? Do you desire to tread the same mundane path he did? Shikamaru extended his palm, revealing a ring inscribed with the character for South. Become my tool. What do you say? Intriguing. You wish for me to be your instrument. What purpose do you seek? I merely aspire to usurp the authority of the 5 great nations. Do you intend to make an enemy of all ninjas in this world? A slight smirk tugged at Kisame's lips. At that moment, a swarm of mist ninjas swiftly approached. Surrounding the scene, they beheld Kisame wielding the Samahata amidst a pool of blood, demanding answers. Kisame Hashigaki, what have you done? If you are alive, come find me in Konoha. Shikamaru tossed the ring in his hand towards Kisame Hashigaki, who caught it deftly. Subsequently, Shikamaru's projection vanished without a trace. Had the representatives from all the other ninja villages arrived, apart from the hidden mist village? Within the Hokage Tower, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, gazed through the glass window at the bustling crowd below and suddenly sighed. Minato, are you prepared? There was an undeniable hint of concern in Hiruzen's tone. In a sense, this was a significant trial, a test for the newly appointed young Hokage. Leading the delegation, the 3rd Raikage, along with elite ninjas from the Earth and Lightning countries, had gathered. Coupled with the indecisive Wind Daimyo, Raza, they formed a vast web of relations. Hoping to leverage the matter of the Two Tails to compel Konoha to relinquish the substantial benefits it had acquired after the 3rd Shinobi World War. At the very least, they sought to alleviate the dire post-war circumstances faced by their respective villages. This time, not only the Senju clan but also the ordinary ninjas of Konoha were watching to see if this young Hokage could safeguard the interests of the village beyond the battlefield. I am ready. Minato Namake's face broke into a warm smile. Regardless of the situation, he approached everything with gentleness. Hiruzen nodded, suddenly recalling something, and inquired, "Where is Jiraiya?" "My master mentioned he had found some new materials and was preparing to gather them," Minato replied. "What time is it?" Hiruzen felt a twinge of exasperation regarding his disciple. How could such a carefree person have trained Minato, who was so gentle and composed? "Don't worry, my master knows what he is doing. Rest assured, 3rd Hokage," Minato reassured. "Let us proceed." Before the formal succession ceremony of the 4th Hokage, Konoha hosted a symposium between the Hokage and representatives from various villages, aimed at resolving disputes prior to the ceremony. The doors opened, revealing the 3rd Raikage, the 4th Wind Shadow, and the explosive released ninja from the land of Earth. Along with the 4 Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, already seated in the guest area. Meanwhile, in the chairman's seat sat Konoha's advisory council, including Danzo Shimura. "Thank you for journeying from afar. I apologize for any shortcomings in our hospitality," Hiruzen stated, sitting beside Minato. "There is no need for such formality. Konoha has been quite gracious in its reception," the third Reikage, replied. The atmosphere in the conference room was somewhat frigid, aside from Raza, the fourth wind shadow. No one spoke. Sat back in his seat, casually resting one arm on the backrest, exuding an air of arrogance. "Let us dispense with meaningless pleasantries. I believe everyone is aware of the recent disappearance of our village's two-tails Jinchuriki. I wish to ask, does Konoha intend to disrupt the world order that has been established since the first 5 Kage summit? I, too, am eager to understand this." Another voice interjected as the doors swung open, revealing the six-tails Jinchuriki, who sauntered in, holding a smoking gun, appearing quite disheveled. His attire bore several tears, indicating he had recently endured a battle. He found a seat, and all eyes turned towards Minato, who occupied the prominent position at the head of the table. "This incident was not orchestrated by Konoha, nor do we possess any intention of disrupting the world order," Minato declared, his expression tranquil, yet his voice unwaveringly assertive. "Do you take us for fools?" The third Reikage rose, slamming his hand down on the table with such force that half of it shattered into splinters without the aid of jutsu. "Apart from you, Konoha, which of the current great shinobi villages possesses the capability to quietly seize the tailed beast from the Jinchuriki?" As the atmosphere grew tense with confrontation, the fourth Kazekage interjected. "There is no need for Lord Reikage to be so incensed. Since the first 5 Kage summit, it has been understood among the great shinobi villages that we must collectively uphold the order of this world. Although we have endured 3 shinobi world wars, the resolve to maintain the spirit of that conference has never wavered. A crucial aspect of this is the distribution of the 9-tailed beast by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, which has preserved the balance of power among the villages. The disappearance of the 2 tails, coupled with the scars left by the recent wars, could easily exacerbate distrust among the villages and ignite new conflict. Thus, we must first remain calm." The third Reikage, having acknowledged Rasha's suggestion, resumed his seat. Though they appeared adversarial, an unspoken synergy emerged between them as they advanced step by step. "We require Konoha to provide the original sealing techniques for the Jinchuriki for analysis. Furthermore, if possible, we should form an investigative team regarding the disappearance of the 2 tails," Yukitaka exhaled, smoke curling from his lips. "We share the same sentiment. To ease the tensions between the villages, cooperation is essential," the only woman in the advisory council, Nara Shikamaru, added. "You and Konoha bear the greatest suspicion in this incident. To clarify the matter, concessions must be made," spoke a ninja from the land of Earth, slowly. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the room chilled once more. "Very well." Minato Namikaze responded decisively, his calm demeanor surprising everyone present. "Konoha is prepared to cover all expenses related to this investigation and is willing to amend the terms previously signed with the villages post-war." His expression was earnest, yet his tone unwavering. In that moment, even the previously heated third Reikage softened. This was a prearranged concession by Konoha's higher-ups, intended to ease the strains among the shinobi villages. Is it truly possible to reclaim what was unattainable on the battlefield at the negotiation table? A mocking laughter echoed from beyond the door, causing the high-ranking officials of Konoha to furrow their brows. "Who is it?" the third Reikage demanded, standing once more. "The strongest clan of Konoha, the Uchiha." Uchiha Fugaku strode in, the guards outside unable to halt his advance. "Uchiha Fugaku, what brings you here?" The most vociferous in opposition, Shimura Danzo, stood up, questioning him loudly. "The matters of Konoha are the concerns of my Uchiha clan." Uchiha Fugaku disregarded Danzo entirely, directing his gaze towards the irate third Reikage. Upon his entrance, he swiftly overshadowed the illustrious Namikaze Minato. "Throughout the 3 great wars, how many of our Uchiha kin perished at the hands of the Cloud Shinobi? With mere ethereal notions, do you intend to extort benefits from us, the denizens of Konoha? Have you sought the consent of our Uchiha clan? What is it that you desire?" Confronted by the formidable Uchiha Fugaku, the third Reikage seethed with fury. "Matters among ninjas need not be resolved with mere words. Let us engage in battle. Should I be defeated, the Uchiha clan shall cease to concern ourselves with this matter. Conversely, if I emerge victorious, the Cloud Shinobi shall no longer broach this topic with Konoha." Once bustling with attendees, the conference room now lay desolate, occupied only by Saratobi Hiruzen and 3 members of the advisory council. Outside, The once clear skies had succumbed to ominous clouds, and the sunlight dimmed. As if a gust of wind could scatter the clouds and release the gathered raindrops. What is going on with this Uchiha Fugaku? At last, Shimura Danzo could no longer contain himself and spoke. For Konoha's upper echelon, conceding some benefits to various ninja villages was inconsequential. Their true concern lay with the Uchiha. As long-standing rivals and allies of the Senju clan, the Uchiha were founding members of Konoha, viewed with trepidation by the upper echelons of the Senju lineage. This assembly convened to demonstrate Minato's capabilities as Hokage and his unwavering efforts for the village's peace. Yet, with Uchiha Fugaku's unexpected intrusion, all of this seemed to dissolve into nothingness. "Do you think Uchiha Fugaku can best the brash third Raikage?" asked Nara Shikamaru, echoing the unvoiced doubts of the others present. The third Raikage was renowned for his unparalleled strength, having subdued the Eight Tails on multiple occasions, and was hailed as the mightiest user of lightning release. Uchiha Fugaku, a mere junior among them, had his strength well understood by those present. Should he triumph, the Uchiha clan's prestige and influence within Konoha would soar. However, if he were to falter, the Uchiha would become the subject of derision among Konoha and the other ninja villages. In a certain sense, the upper echelons of Konoha harbored a greater hope for Fugaku's defeat, yearning for a return to their anticipated order. It is difficult to ascertain. Mito Kazumi adjusted his glasses, pondering how Uchiha Fugaku could dare enter the conference room without absolute confidence. The Uchiha have always been self-assured, ever since the second Hokage relegated them to the police force. They have yearned to participate in the village's deliberative assemblies. Yet, I never anticipated that Uchiha Fugaku would take such a perilous gamble, placing the village's interests at stake. Danzo's tone was tinged with disdain. Among those present, none harbored more extreme sentiments toward the Uchiha than Shimura Danzo himself. Nara Shikamaru cast a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had remained silent by the window since the beginning. "Hiruzen, what are your thoughts?" "You may leave. I wish to reflect in solitude." Gazing out at the foreboding sky, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply and spoke. "Hiruzen." Danzo stood up abruptly, his voice urgent. "The situation has reached such a point that not only the ninjas from the neighboring villages but also our own people in Konoha are closely observing this competition. We cannot intervene. It is beyond our control. Let us watch the developments unfold." Shimura Danzo intended to voice his thoughts, but was halted by the nearby Tsurugi Koharu, who shook her head. Ultimately, she exited the conference room alongside the other two members of the advisory council. The atmosphere in the room became significantly quieter. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen found no solace. A shadow flickered, appearing behind him. "I harbor no objections to the duel between Uchiha Fugaku and the third Raikage. In fact, to some extent, I welcome the transformation of the Uchiha clan, hoping they can fully integrate into Konoha, much like the Senju did in the past. However, it is imperative that they become Konoha's Uchiha, rather than Uchiha's Konoha. Do you grasp the distinction, Itachi?" Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to face the half-kneeling Uchiha Itachi, his expression grave. "I am acutely aware of your father's capabilities and the clandestine machinations of the Uchiha clan. Yet, I must admit, your father's recent conduct has taken me by surprise. I wish to uncover what has truly transpired. My instincts suggest that my father's transformation is linked to Nara Shikamaru," Itachi replied slowly. "Nara Shikamaru, you say?" In the darkened sewers, Orochimaru's figure moved with purpose. Orochimaru had once concealed a series of forbidden jutsu studies from Konoha's higher-ups. After these investigations were discovered and halted by the third Hokage, Orochimaru was forced to flee. At that time, Konoha's leadership, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, believed that Orochimaru's research had been entirely sealed away. Little did they know, following his failure to compete for the position of the fourth Hokage, Orochimaru had foreseen his fate and had preemptively backed up some of his significant findings. In his hasty escape, he had not managed to retrieve all of these backups. Upon reaching the end of the passageway, Orochimaru halted, retrieving a sealed box buried in the sewer, and sighed with relief at the sight of the untouched contents within. The glint of a blade flashed, and an unforeseen danger approached from the side, prompting Orochimaru to evade hastily. As he discerned the individual before him, realization dawned. Nara Shikamaru. "Step forward." Footsteps echoed as Nara Shikamaru approached, accompanied by the bandage-clad Kisame Hashigaki. Akatsuki member Zetsu retrieved an object from the box and, under Orochimaru's tense gaze, tossed it to Shikamaru. It was a test tube containing some flesh and tissue. A sly smile crept across Shikamaru's face as he remarked, "The illustrious Sannin, Orochimaru, braving danger to infiltrate Konoha. merely for a test tube? Your subordinate stealth techniques are indeed astonishing. Only a select few can achieve the level of skill demonstrated by Zetsu. As Shikamaru advanced, he noted, given your evident concern for this test tube, the original owner of its contents must surely be remarkable. Let me take a guess, Senju Hashirama, perhaps? At the moment Shikamaru uttered the answer, Orochimaru visibly trembled, his face a mask of confusion. How did you deduce that? You, much like the third Hokage, possess an almost encyclopedic knowledge of every jutsu in this world. However, this is not the end. Before you lies an insurmountable chasm, the bloodline limit. Orochimaru candidly expressed this, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation. You wish to transcend the limitations imposed by your own bloodline. In Konoha, the only things worthy of your attention, aside from the Uchiha Sharingan, are the first Hokages would release. It is evident that this does not pertain to the Sharingan. You truly understand me. Orochimaru swallowed hard, his pupils slightly dilating, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Shikamaru smirked, tossing the test tube back to Orochimaru. I am disinterested in these matters. Remember to deliver the sealing device I requested on time. Furthermore, I must inform you that your whereabouts have been discovered by Jiraiya. He is searching for you. With that, Shikamaru departed, accompanied by Kisame Hashigaki. Within the dark, foul-smelling sewer, Orochimaru remained silent for a prolonged moment, and a flicker of sorrow unexpectedly surfaced in his cold eyes. That fool Jiraiya, has he yet to give up? The square in front of the Hokage building was now teeming with ninjas. They gazed at the center of the square, where Uchiha Fugaka stood on one side, facing the third Raikage on the other. The strongest clan in Konoha? The third Raikage, renowned as the mightiest lightning ninja, chuckled, crackling blue lightning dancing around him. Oh, has the time come? Among the onlooking ninjas, the most exhilarated was Might Guy. As a fellow practitioner of taijutsu, he had long heard of the third Raikage's legendary prowess. Now, with the chance to observe this battle up close, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Teacher, what has appeared? Beside Might Guy stood a boy who looked remarkably similar in attire and features, Rock Lee. Lightning chakra enveloped his body, forming a protective layer of electricity around him. The lightning release chakra mode significantly enhances the user's defense and speed, enabling the practitioner to employ the lightning body flicker technique. Kakashi slowly approached the edge of the square, standing beside Might Guy. Ah, no wonder you are my most significant and eternal rival, the Azure Beast. Kakashi, have you also come to witness this youthful contest? Kakashi disregarded Might Guy's earlier comment, responding, this is more than just a contest. It is a battle for survival. With a thunderous explosion, the square erupted in a cacophony of sound. In mere moments, the confrontation on the field escalated to a fever pitch. The Uchiha clan excels in fire release, and Uchiha Fugaku is among its elite. However, when he unleashed the great fireball technique against the third Raikage, his opponent did not even flinch, effortlessly dispersing the fireball with a single punch. The third Raikage charged forward, engaging Uchiha Fugaku in a fierce taijutsu duel. In an instant, Uchiha Fugaku found himself at a disadvantage. Kakashi, have you returned to your training? A sweet voice called out, and Rin Nohara appeared beside Kakashi without his notice. Though the battle raged intensely, Rin's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Kakashi. The somewhat intimate proximity stirred discomfort in Obito Uchiha, who was following behind Rin. Kakashi, you have returned. Obito Uchiha forcefully inserted himself between Kakashi and Rin Nohara, rudely pushing Rin aside while feigning calmness as he greeted them. Kakashi nodded, ignoring the two beside him, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the arena. In many respects, Kakashi's focus on this match surpassed even that of Might Guy. As an exceptionally rare ninja endowed with the ability to manipulate all 7 chakra nature transformations, much like the third Hokage, he theoretically possessed the potential to utilize every jutsu in existence. However, this mastery demanded time, a considerable amount of it. The time required to refine all 7 chakra nature transformations to their utmost perfection was by no means a simple multiplication of the time taken to master a single nature by 7. Without the Sharingan, Kakashi no longer had to concentrate his training on the manipulation of in-type chakra solely to harness its power, nor did he need to squander vast amounts of his chakra to sustain the eye. The Sharingan only truly reached its full potential in the hands of a Uchiha. In a certain sense, Kakashi without the Sharingan might even be stronger than Kakashi with it. The third Hokage paid particular attention to this disciple of his, for in Kakashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw reflections of his own past and glimpses of his former student, Orochimaru. A genius. a prodigy far exceeding his peers. Perhaps in an effort to atone for his own regrets and failing to guide Orochimaru onto the righteous path, the third Hokage took special care of Kakashi, allowing him early access to various secret jutsu within Konoha's archives and providing ample resources for his training. Now, Kakashi possessed a wealth of jutsu knowledge that far surpassed that of anyone else present. What remained was for him to choose his own path as a ninja. Thus, observing battles between ninjas served as an effective means for him to enhance his own understanding. Both the Third Raikage and Fugaku Uchiha were elite ninjas of the highest caliber. Such expert duels were indeed a rarity, even in times of war. I hope Fugaku is unharmed. Thanks to Obito's timely intervention, Rin's gaze finally shifted to the battlefield. Under the relentless onslaught of the Third Raikage, Fugaku Uchiha appeared to be retreating steadily. How swift! The figures of the two combatants were almost reduced to mere lines on the battlefield. Even with the Sharingan activated, Obito struggled to catch sight of the Raikage's movements. Though he could just barely perceive Fugaku's form, a sense of worry crept into Obito's mind. He was acutely aware of Fugaku's words from their earlier meeting. Should Fugaku, as the clan leader, be defeated, the reputation of the Uchiha clan would suffer greatly. The surrounding ninjas could already discern the unfolding situation on the battlefield. Unless a miracle occurred, Fugaku's defeat seemed merely a matter of time, particularly in the minds of the advisory council from the Leaf Village, who sighed with relief. The Third Raikage truly lived up to his reputation as the strongest lightning-style ninja, and Fugaku was indeed a formidable opponent. Among the spectators surrounding the square, some were merely there for entertainment, while others found amusement in the spectacle, but none were as fervently passionate as Might Guy. No, this is not right. At this moment, Kakashi Hatake murmured softly, drawing the attention of those around him. Although Fugaku Uchiha was still at a disadvantage, his already near-limit speed surged even higher. No one understood the incredibility of this situation better than Kakashi, who possessed chakra of 7 natures. He knew more than any ordinary ninja how arduous it was to elevate one's strength beyond its inherent limits. Yet, astonishingly, Fugaku Uchiha had achieved this with apparent ease. Among the gathering of powerful ninjas, this shift did not go unnoticed. Even the Third Raikage ceased his assault, creating distance from the formidable opponent, Fugaku Uchiha. Fugaku, however, refrained from pursuing. He stood firm against the Third Raikage, much like at the onset of the battle. The only difference was that the square had been utterly ravaged. At this juncture, many ninjas were taken aback to discover that the blood-red eyes of Fugaku Uchiha were no longer in the form of the 3 Tomo. It was the Mangeki Sharingan. Shimura Danzo exclaimed in astonishment. Simultaneously, a shadow of foreboding enveloped the faces of all the high-ranking Konoha officials present. The Mangeki Sharingan? From the stone faces of the Hokage above, the square before the Hokage building appeared as minuscule as a leaf. Orochimaru approached Shikamaru's side, immediately recognizing the power that Fugaku Uchiha currently wielded. Upon the square, a colossal flow of chakra surged, with the initial form of Susanu's arms and ribcage manifesting around Fugaku Uchiha. Susanoo, the Uchiha truly harbors formidable power. Orochimaru had only glimpsed the records of Susanoo within Konoha's secret scrolls, yet he recognized it, a power lost to the Uchiha clan since the days of Madara Uchiha. Orochimaru's face reflected an unabashed greed for such power, yet reason prevailed within him. Was this confrontation with the Third Raikage orchestrated by you? Though unaware of Shikamaru's alliance with the Uchiha family, Orochimaru instinctively felt that the mastermind behind this battle was none other than Shikamaru, who sat observing from the Hokage rock. How could you think that? I am well aware of Fugaku Uchiha's capabilities. He is certainly not a man to entertain such thoughts. A confident expression graced Orochimaru's face. Since Madara Uchiha's departure from Konoha, the remaining Uchiha clan members had languished in compromise. Apart from scheming in the shadows, they possessed little prowess. I had thought you were always envious of the Uchiha clan's power. I did not expect you to speak of them so disparagingly, Shikamaru remarked. Somewhat surprised. I indeed covet the Uchiha's power. This strength, stemming from an ancient bloodline, is both the source of their might and the reason for their decline. No matter how foolish an Uchiha may be, once they awaken the Sharingan, their strength surpasses that of ordinary ninjas. However, the Sharingan does not equate to everything. At this moment, Orochimaru had entirely suppressed the greed that arose upon witnessing Susanoo, speaking with utmost composure. The tide of battle in the square has undeniably shifted. The Susanoo behind Uchiha Fugaku has transformed into its initial form. The conflict has transitioned from a disadvantageous position to a state of equilibrium. Shikamaru was taken aback by Orochimaru's understanding of the Uchiha clan, which was far from what he had anticipated. He was even more astonished to hear him assert that the Sharingan does not equate to omnipotence. "Do not forget who my teacher is," Orochimaru chuckled, gazing at the bewildered Shikamaru before delivering an answer that left him perplexed. "Do you ponder why the third Hokage is revered as the strongest Hokage? Is it due to his power surpassing that of the first, or for having developed more jutsu than the second? Neither. It is because he achieved what even the legendary sage of the shinobi and Uchiha Madara could not." "What?" Shikamaru stared at Orochimaru, increasingly confounded. The third Hokage had completely turned the tide of the battle at the Valley of the End and improved the dire state of Konoha, both internally and externally. Through decades of development, he forged alliances, leading Konoha to unparalleled glory, eclipsing the other four great ninja villages. The fear of Konoha's overwhelming strength was one of the catalysts for the outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War. In those days, Uchiha Madara was a figure of immense power, yet many ninja villages harbored dissent against him. Fast forward to now. The third Raikage was reduced to begging at the gates of Konoha, a feat that even Madara had not accomplished. Shikamaru understood that it was due to his own actions that Konoha did not fall during the Third Shinobi World War. Since the onset of the First Shinobi World War, Konoha had preserved a vast reservoir of elite ninja strength, untouched by the sudden assault of the Ninetales. Indeed, Konoha could be said to be basking in the zenith of its power. Yet, Shikamaru still found it hard to fathom that Orochimaru, while speaking of his teacher, conveyed a tone that was imbued with a mixture of reverence and trepidation. When it came to the art of manipulating the various clans of Konoha with the deftness of a puppeteer, the third Hokage surpassed both the first and the second by far. In the presence of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the youthful Uchiha appeared as innocent as a babe. "Then why did you choose to defect?" Shikamaru inquired. "Even after conducting so many forbidden experiments, the third Hokage ultimately spared your life. If you had remained in Konoha, you would have likely stayed in the roots, much like Shimura Danzo, spending most of your time hidden from the sun, yet still able to pursue your desired experiments. Our aspirations have always diverged. He yearns to inherit the will of fire, while I believe the survival of the individual holds greater significance." In the square, the battle had reached its climax. The third Raikage unleashed his so-called strongest spear, the Hell Stab, a technique that seemed capable of rending the heavens. Yet, amidst the blinding lightning, all signs pointed to an impending conclusion. Ultimately, the third Raikage's most formidable spear failed to breach the defenses of Susanoo. Even though Uchiha Fugaku appeared thoroughly exhausted, the prolonged maintenance of Susanoo had drained his chakra to near its limits. I concede, at this moment, the third Raikage still possessed a vast reservoir of chakra and could have opted for a war of attrition against Uchiha Fugaku. However, this was not the battlefield. His dignity forbade him from achieving victory through such a seemingly unscrupulous means. The square erupted in cheers, predominantly from the ninjas of Konoha. I shall honor my commitment and refrain from mentioning the disappearance of the two tails to Konoha from this moment forth. The third Raikage turned to leave, yet was halted by the fourth Hokage. "I shall fulfill my promise to you, regardless of the circumstances. The vanishing of the two tails poses a significant threat to us." A gentle smile graced the face of Minato Namikaze. The third Raikage remained stoic, departing without a backward glance. Upon the Hokage Rock, a breeze wafted through as Orochimaru suddenly cast his gaze aside. Not far from them stood Jiraiya, his expression grave as he observed him. Shikamaru watched the two of them, shrugging in exasperation. "Now that you have returned to Konoha, what do you intend to do?" "I merely wish to reclaim what I left behind here." Their reunion, marked by past camaraderie, was far from the harmonious bond they once shared. Orochimaru chose not to linger, his figure flickering away from the Hokage Rock. Jiraiya, seemingly intent on avoiding an irreparable situation, pursued him. Before departing, he cast a meaningful glance at Shikamaru, who remained seated atop the Hokage Rock. The battle in the plaza had concluded, and Uchiha Fugaku struggled to depart from the scene. Amidst the sparse crowd, Kakashi Hatake stood still, his gaze fixed upon the seemingly dazed Obito Uchiha beside him, a tumult of emotion swirling within. Is this the power of the Sharingan? News of Orochimaru's invasion of Konoha swiftly spread from the vigilant shinobi guarding the Hokage Rock. Many witnessed Jiraiya's pursuit of Orochimaru. The Hokage Rock, typically devoid of visitors, had seen its security heightened in response to this incident. In tandem, they identified a third individual entangled in this affair, Nara Shikamaru. Consequently, he was detained. Within the Konoha Guard, Uchiha Shisui regarded the young man before him who was indulging in the Uchiha clan's public funds with a sense of complexity. Here, apart from him, none were privy to Shikamaru's alliance with the Uchiha clan. Over recent days, the transformations within the Uchiha clan had not escaped the watchful eyes of the young Shisui. Like Itachi, he was reluctant to witness the Uchiha clan sever ties with Konoha entirely or to openly tread the path of rebellion. It was this very individual who had instigated change within the Uchiha clan. Conversely, Shisui harbored concerns about the potential direction this young man might lead the clan. Presently, the clan leader exhibited an alarming degree of acquiescence to this child. "What on earth are you doing here, running to the Hokage rock for no reason?" Nara, Kazuki, and Yoshino hurried to the Konoha police department, relieved to find Shikamaru sitting there unscathed. "Kazuki-senpai, if you sign this, you can take him home." Uchiha Shisui produced a document and presented it to Kazuki. "Thank you, Shisui." Just as the family prepared to depart, Uchiha Itachi, flanked by two Umbu, obstructed their path. The first to speak was Uchiha Shisui. "Itachi, what are you doing?" "By the order of the Hokage, we must take Nara Shikamaru back for an examination." "What?" Nara Yoshino, upon hearing that these individuals intended to take Shikamaru to the Umbu, immediately tensed up and shielded him behind her. "Orochimaru is a dangerous individual. We must ensure he has not tampered with Shikamaru." Uchiha Itachi elucidated the rationale, and it was Nara Shikaku who first acquiesced. He grasped Yoshino's hand and allowed Uchiha Itachi to take Shikamaru away. Within the expansive laboratory, dozens of ninjas maintained the operation of immense apparatuses. The yellow-green light flickered intermittently, and thick pipes twisted and coiled, branching into numerous small conduits that connected to the chair occupied by Shikamaru. From an observation platform embedded in the wall, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed through the glass at Nara Shikamaru, who was undergoing examination below, his eyes filled with curiosity. Soon, the scarred Sanai Ibiki entered the observation platform holding a report. "We have conducted a thorough examination of Nara Shikamaru. There are no abnormalities detected, and we believe Orochimaru has not manipulated him." "That is good." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. However, when he turned back, he noticed Sanai Ibiki seemed hesitant to speak. "What is it?" Sanai Ibiki took a couple of steps forward, lowering his voice as if fearful that his next words might escape. "The chakra nature of Nara Shikamaru is quite peculiar. Our speculation suggests it could be a new Kekkei Genkai." "Kekkei Genkai?" After initially being taken aback, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly regained his composure. "Seal this information. All ninjas present who are privy to this must be isolated." "Third Hokage, even so, we cannot keep this hidden for long." Sanai Ibiki glanced at the two root ninjas in the laboratory below and added, "Let us conceal it for as long as possible." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed softly. The emergence of a new Kekkei Genkai, if leaked, could plunge the entire Konoha into peril. In the forest, two figures darted through the trees. Orochimaru and Jiraiya had exchanged blows several times, yet it always ended abruptly, with Orochimaru eager to escape. This area was far from Konoha, near a bustling trade route teeming with people. "Jiraiya, I have already stated that I have come to Konoha to reclaim my own belongings. Are you not aware that you have become an exceedingly dangerous individual? Everything you do is abnormal." "Fool, I have longed to take you down." Jiraiya laughed heartily, his form appearing intermittently on branches, nimbly colliding with Orochimaru in midair. "Since that is the case, do not blame me." Clearly vexed by Jiraiya's persistence, Orochimaru flicked his forked tongue and cast a serpentine gaze toward the approaching trade route, where a group of merchants was passing by. Wind release, great breakthrough. The great breakthrough required no hand seals. Virtually any ninja possessing wind affinity chakra could utilize it with training. However, its potency varied according to the user's skill. In Orochimaru's hands, it was akin to the might of a tornado. "Do you truly think this technique will be of any use against me?" As Jiraiya's words lingered in the air, Orochimaru abruptly turned, directing the fierce winds towards the pedestrians on the street. "You truly are a scoundrel." At that moment, Jiraiya had no choice but to alter his path. Positioning himself before the bewildered crowd, he summoned a wall of earth to thwart Orochimaru's assault. By the time the confused bystanders comprehended the situation, the earthen barrier Jiraiya had conjured had already faded away, and Orochimaru's figure had receded into the distance, nearly vanishing from Jiraiya's sight. Just as he was about to pursue, he suddenly recognized a familiar silhouette among the crowd. "Jiraiya-sensei." The voice, somewhat subdued, belonged to Yahiko, who Jiraiya last saw as a small boy yet to reach maturity. In the blink of an eye, he had grown significantly taller. "What brings you to Konoha? What of Nagato and Konan?" Unbeknownst to Jiraiya, The attack by Danzo on the Akatsuki had gone unnoticed, and within Konoha, few were aware of his ties to the organization's leader. He understood all too well the value of the Rinnegan, and he knew that if news of Nagato possessing it were to leak, the repercussions would be dire. I have come for revenge. What? What has transpired? Are you truly unaware of this matter, given your position within Konoha's upper echelons? That reassures me. The last thing I wish is to stand opposed to you, my teacher. Yahiko exhaled deeply, and in a flash, he vanished, his figure akin to Orochimaru's retreating form. At that moment, Jiraiya faced a dilemma: should he pursue his former student or his long-lost friend? It seemed that everyone was a source of concern. As the cool night set in, the summer evening was particularly raucous. Shikamaru had been taken by the Yambu, yet the Nara household felt little ripple from the event. Although the Nara clan was merely a mid-tier family in Konoha, they had maintained a cordial relationship with the Senju clan, and Shikaku was renowned as the strategist of the fourth Hokage. After dinner, Yoshino busied herself with the dishes, while Shikaku read a book with calm composure. Only Nara Tsubaki, under Yoshino's approving gaze, assisted Shikaku with the tidying up. Typically, Tsubaki would have retreated to her room by this hour to review her ninjutsu studies, but today, she felt a sense of unrest, frequently glancing towards the door, listening intently for any signs of activity. What troubles you, Tsubaki? Are you worried about your brother? Yoshino inquired with a smile, noticing her daughter's change in demeanor. Not at all. Tsubaki pouted, her delicate face tinged with a hint of crimson. Mother, do you think that villain named Orochimaru might actually harm my brother? There's no need to worry. Konoha boasts the finest medical system in the world, Yoshino reassured her daughter, though her calm facade concealed her own anxieties. After all, this was Orochimaru, Konoha's most wanted criminal. Who could predict what he might do? Observing the worried mother and daughter, I stood by, wanting to speak but ultimately refraining. The creaking of the front door echoed through the home, stirring the emotions of the Nara family. As Shikamaru entered unscathed, his family gathered around him, only to notice that Sarutobi Hiruzen followed closely behind. Third Hokage, what brings you here? Nara Shikaku inquired, somewhat perplexed. Although the third Hokage was known for his amiable disposition towards the ninjas of Konoha, he seldom visited the homes of the prominent clans. What, am I not welcome? Sarutobi chuckled, stepping into Shikaku's study amidst his reluctant greeting. Watching the two men, Yoshino turned to Shikamaru and asked, what transpired? Nothing much. We're just going for a stroll. Shikamaru shrugged, beckoning Shiro to accompany him outside. Feeling aggrieved by Shikamaru's lack of conversation, Nara Tamaki stormed back to her room, muttering, that foolish brother. I was so worried about you earlier. In the study, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Nara Shikaka sat facing each other, the third Hokage's expression heavy with unease. Shikaka was a core member of the team that Sarutobi had configured for his successor, Minato Namikaze. Having followed Sarutobi for quite some time, Shikaku had never before witnessed such a troubled countenance. Third Hokage, is the situation dire? Shikaku asked, concern etched on his face. Sarutobi shook his head. Orochimaru has not interfered with Shikamaru. What I need to discuss is another matter. Shikamaru has manifested a new bloodline limit. The word struck Shikaku like a clap of thunder, leaving him momentarily speechless. Finally, he managed to ask, is that true? It has been confirmed. I have already ordered a strict confidentiality regarding this news. However, as you know, such matters cannot remain concealed for long. Historically, whenever a new bloodline limit emerges, it creates significant upheaval, sometimes even putting Konoha in peril. While the higher-ups may impose stringent secrecy, among our own, such defenses are often ineffective. The reaction of the various clans in Konoha to the emergence of this new bloodline limit is unpredictable. Third Hokage, what do you imply? Shikaku's expression darkened. If this information were to leak, various factions would undoubtedly take action. Throughout history, villages have resorted to extreme measures in their quest for bloodline limits. We must arrange a comprehensive surveillance and protection plan for Shikamaru. However, this plan requires your approval. I understand. Please proceed. Third Hokage. Under the starry night, in a secluded clearing, Hatake Kakashi diligently practiced ninjutsu and taijutsu. The world recognized him as a prodigy, having ascended to Nin at the tender age of 12. Yet, what many overlooked was the immense effort Kakashi exerted. The battle between Uchiha Fugaku and the Third Raikage had a profound impact on Kakashi. The power of the Sharingan was laid bare that day, as the Uchiha clan defended the village's interests, gaining not only renown but also deepening the apprehension of Konoha's upper echelons. However, all of this felt distant to Kakashi. His singular desire was to grow stronger. The brilliance of the stars illuminated the night sky. The blue electric light crackled as Kakashi gradually channeled chakra from within his body, accompanied by his swift movements. His hands glimmered like sharp blades, effortlessly slicing through the numerous thick wooden stakes that stood in his path. "Oh, have you made improvements to Chidori?" Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, appeared before Kakashi, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Fourth? Tomorrow is the Hokage succession ceremony. What brings you here at such a late hour?" To be honest, I was a bit worried about you, so I came to check," Minato replied, observing the remarkable feat of his disciple. Noting how each thick wooden post had been severed in an instant, the cuts impeccably smooth. "I was inspired by the match between the third Raikage and my predecessor, Fugaku. Thus, I made some modifications to Chidori," Kakashi explained with a chuckle. "I sacrificed some speed for an increased output of chakra, reshaping the lightning into a flatter form." "Indeed. Kakashi, you are a genius. If it were Obito, he would hardly conceive such a thing," Minato praised, his voice resonating with admiration. As a master of ninjutsu, he recognized the advantages of Kakashi's technique at a glance. "Obito, that fool." "True enough," Kakashi replied, a smile spreading across his face, seemingly influenced by the atmosphere of the moment. "Honestly, I have some concerns. Kakashi, you are a prodigy, yet not all geniuses can appropriately confront the power they possess. Much like Orochimaru, who always troubled Jiraiya-sensei. However, seeing you now, it seems my worries are unfounded." Minato sighed in relief, gesturing towards the severed wooden stakes. "Have you noticed how much your sensory abilities have improved?" "Sensory abilities?" Kakashi questioned, somewhat perplexed. "Indeed, even though you have reduced the speed of Chidori, not everyone can navigate direction amid such high velocity. Human sensory perception is more profound than the limits of bloodline abilities. Possessing exceptional sensory skills is a key to entering that realm." "What realm?" "Time-space ninjutsu." Minato smiled slightly, producing the Flying Thunder God technique and presenting it to Kakashi. "Where there is light, there is darkness. The leaf's umbu embodies this principle to its utmost. Established by the second Hokage, this division aims to inherit the dark legacy left by the ninja of the Warring States era. Assassination, destruction, surprise attacks, and the theft of significant items, these tasks, which cannot be accomplished under the sun, are entrusted to the umbu, Lord Jiraiya, to maintain control over this elite killing force. The higher-ups of the Senju clan instituted a stringent monitoring system for the umbu. Although their actions are shrouded in secrecy, they leave behind operational records after each mission. On this night, the umbu archives were being guarded by Uzuki Yugao, who was quite surprised to see Jiraiya hastily enter. Uzuki Yugao was a stunning beauty, and whenever Jiraiya encountered her, he would instinctively tease her. She had long since grown accustomed to his flirtations. Though Jiraiya was lecherous, he lacked any vulgarity. However, today, Jiraiya's expression was serious, and upon seeing Uzuki Yugao, he exhibited none of his usual levity or absurdity. "I need to retrieve the umbu's mission records from the Land of Rain. Lord Jiraiya, you lack the necessary authorization. Although I have never witnessed such a serious demeanor from you." Uzuki Yugao remains steadfast in her duties and does not permit you to peruse the documents so easily. Jiraiya, despite his illustrious standing in Konoha as the disciple of the third Hokage and the mentor of the fourth, holds no official position within the village and lacks the authority to access files reserved for the higher echelons of Konoha. I shall request the required permissions from the elders shortly. Trust me, this matter is of paramount importance to the security of Konoha. In just a few hours, the succession ceremony for Minato will commence, and it may be too late by then. Ultimately, Uzuki Yugao, not one to be overly rigid, consented to Jiraiya's request. "Follow me." "Lord Jiraiya, the umbu files are still entirely comprised of paper records," and she led him to a corner of the archives, stating, "The files pertaining to the Land of Rain should be located here." "Thank you." Jiraiya expressed his gratitude and immediately began his search. The archives contained a vast repository of information dating back to the establishment of the umbu, an overwhelming sea of documents. Fortunately, the materials were categorized by year, significantly narrowing Jiraiya's search. "Yugao, why has this umbu mission record been deleted?" After a prolonged search, Jiraiya finally uncovered a faint clue. "Oh, I recall this mission. It was a joint effort between the umbu and Root. I am unaware of the specific details, but subsequently, the third Hokage ordered the deletion of this mission record." "The Elder?" As the sun rose, its rays dispelled the chill of the night, illuminating the entirety of Konoha. Even though the sun had not yet fully ascended, preparations for the high platform had begun in the square before the Hokage building. Within the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having toiled throughout the night. Finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Despite Nara Shikamaru's youth, Hiruzen believed he too could inherit the will of fire and become a guardian of Konoha. However, before that could transpire, Hiruzen needed to place all uncontrollable variables under his watchful eye. Recent anomalies within the village indicated a connection to Shikamaru, while lacking evidence. This did not deter Hiruzen from forming a series of hypotheses and seeking validation. Thus, upon receiving Nara Shikaku's approval, Hiruzen returned to the Hokage building that very night, seeking an unoccupied office to devise a comprehensive surveillance and protection system aimed at Shikamaru. The distant sounds of commotion reached his ears, and Hiruzen shook his head, self-deprecatingly remarking, "It seems I have grown old. My vigor is not what it used to be." Just as he was about to rise and prepare for the Hokage's succession ceremony, Jiraiya hurriedly burst in. "I have something I wish to inquire of you. On that day at Hokage Rock, you observed Nara Shikamaru in the company of Orochimaru. What were your impressions of Shikamaru? Now is not the time to dwell on such matters. What actions has Danzo undertaken in the Land of Rain? What is the nature of this deleted mission record?" Sarutobi Hiruzen had never seen Jiraiya like this before, a blend of seriousness tinged with urgency. Given the passage of time, Hiruzen took a moment to recall the details as he examined the files Jiraiya had brought. Tobirama informed me of an organization named Akatsuki in the Land of Rain. Their growing influence poses a significant threat to the clandestine interests of Konoha, prompting a request for extermination orders. What is it, Jiraiya?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. Jiraiya sighed deeply, standing in silence for a considerable time before he slowly replied, "During the Second Shinobi World War, I took on 3 disciples in the Land of Rain, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. I later learned that upon reaching adulthood, they established an organization called Akatsuki to fulfill their ambitions. Yesterday, while pursuing Orochimaru, I encountered Yahiko outside Konoha. He expressed a desire for vengeance, evidently targeting Konoha. At that time, Tobirama informed me that the mission had failed, due to Hanzo's negligence. The leader and key members of Akatsuki managed to escape." Noticing Jiraiya visibly relax, Sarutobi Hiruzen found it difficult to share in this relief. His dark circles seemed to deepen, and he was enveloped in a state of anxiety. "Recently, in preparation for the Hokage succession ceremony, we procured numerous materials and, coupled with the influx of ninjas from various countries, a significant number of personnel have entered Konoha. If Yahiko entered Konoha through legitimate channels, the barrier surveillance unit would be unable to detect him." As Sarutobi pondered this, he glanced at Jiraiya, who seemed hesitant to speak. "Jiraiya, are you concealing something?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, well acquainted with his disciple, asked. "I discovered the Rinnegan on Nagato. Its specific abilities remain unknown for now. However, if not just Yahiko, but all 3 of them have come to Konoha, the outcome is unpredictable." For the safety of Konoha, Jiraiya ultimately divulged the information he had been withholding. "What did you say?" Even the seasoned Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. His entire body displayed a clear pause before he stated, "It is too late to halt the succession ceremony. We must devise remedial measures as swiftly as possible. Notify the Umbu, Root, the Konoha Guard, the medical department, and the interrogation department, and place everyone on high alert. If Akatsuki truly launches an attack, we must minimize the damage." At that moment, the entire Hokage building seemed to descend into an extraordinary flurry of activity. Konoha, rather than merely a village, resembled a bustling metropolis, a highly militarized fortress. Due to the 4th Hokage's succession ceremony, the atmosphere in the village was one of jubilant celebration. Streets and alleys were adorned with banners, and shops were bustling with sales. The sound of raindrops echoed, and the courtyard was lush with greenery. The morning sun was not harsh, but radiated a particularly dazzling warmth. Before dawn, Shiro fetched a large bucket of water from the courtyard, adding some herbs to brew a fragrant, invigorating tea. Shiro ladled a spoonful of tea from the pot, carried it into the house, and handed it to the drowsy Shikamaru. Upon sipping the tea, Shikamaru felt a surge of clarity wash over him, dispelling his fatigue. "Lord, preparations have been made on Yahiko's side." Shiro leaned closer to Shikamaru, lowering his voice. "If all goes well, the division of the Senju clan will occur today." Shikamaru smiled quietly, yet he was soon interrupted by the hurried sound of footsteps in the corridor. With a sudden whoosh, the paper sliding door swung open, and Nara Tamaki rushed in, followed closely by Ino and Tenten. "Baka and I-san, the streets are bustling today. Would you care to join us for a stroll?" Tamaki seemed to have a remarkable rapport among the Konoha 12, as not only Ino and Tintin, who shared a close bond with her, but also Haruno Sakura and Hyuga Hinata were her regular companions. There are too many people. I have no desire to join the commotion. It would be far more pleasant to lie at home and sleep. Shikamaru reclined, gazing at the ceiling, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. The technological advancements in the ninja world were indeed polar opposites. While they could create miniature missiles, conveniences such as air conditioners and refrigerators seemed conspicuously absent. Suit yourself, Tamaki retorted angrily, just as another series of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Uchiha Sasuke appeared, his face pale, seemingly breathless from a long sprint. Tamaki, slightly puzzled, inquired, "Sasuke, weren't you with Naruto and the others? The agreed meeting time hasn't arrived yet. What brings you to my home?" "Naruto." As Sasuke struggled to catch his breath, the ever-astute Shiro offered him a cup of tea. Leaning on his knees to steady himself, Sasuke's previously ashen face flushed slightly upon noticing Shiro. "What has happened to Naruto?" The atmosphere grew tense, with everyone except Shikamaru expressing concern. Naruto wouldn't he dare take this opportunity to cause trouble at Hokage Rock, would he? Before Sasuke could respond, Shikamaru, lounging on the tatami mat, appeared unfazed by Naruto's typical antics. "How did you know?" Sasuke gazed at Shikamaru incredulously. "Let us put that aside for now. We must prevent Naruto from escalating the situation." A sense of unexpected maturity crossed Tamaki's youthful visage as she hurriedly rallied her companions to exit. "Shiro, you stay with them." "Yes, my lord." In the plaza before the Hokage building, a throng of people had gathered, creating a vibrant scene. On a three-tiered platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the fourth Hokage stood side by side at opposite ends. Just below them were the senior officials of Konoha, including Jiraiya. At the lowest level, the clan leaders of Konoha's prominent families stood, including Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hayashi, Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Inoichi, Akimichi Chuza, and other elite jounin. These elite shinobi from noble lineages were the backbone of Konoha, occupying significant positions across various departments. Beneath the platform, a modest assembly of ninjas, including jounin and others, gathered, their numbers not overly large, predominantly consisting of ordinary jounin. The traditional ninja clans exhibited vast disparities in internal strength. Controlling the upper echelon jounin within a clan equated to wielding power over the entire family. In combat, lower-tier ninjas possessed little to no defense against their jounin counterparts. In Konoha, the impact of status derived from strength was minimal. Even in a village as substantial as Konoha, the number of elite shinobi, those of the J-nin rank, remains a minority when compared to the larger population of Ch-nin and Genin, as the backbone sustaining the village's operations. The lower ranks cannot be subjected to the ruthless exploitation reminiscent of the Warring States-era ninja clans. The high-ranking officials present, including numerous J-nin, bore expressions taut as a tightly drawn string. What was intended to be a grand celebration for the inheritance ceremony was abruptly halted due to unforeseen circumstances. Although the square was filled with people, the atmosphere was markedly subdued in comparison to the anticipated fervor. Shimura Danzo's countenance was far from pleasant. As a senior figure within Konoha, he quickly learned of the Akatsuki's intent to attack and was aware that 3 of their leaders were disciples of Jiraiya. Observing the nearly ferocious Jiraiya, Danzo could only secretly hope that the Akatsuki would escalate the situation, allowing him to assertively address the matter later. The most unfathomable outcome for Danzo would be if Jiraiya's 3 students survived, which would be decidedly disadvantageous for him. Jiraiya was equally anxious. Everything had been meticulously arranged. And the assembled shinobi were, rather than merely attending the inheritance ceremony, concentrated in the square for the convenience of the Hokage's high command. Almost all of Konoha's elite forces had gathered, and Jiraiya was not concerned about whether Akatsuki could achieve their objectives. His fear lay in the possibility that Yahiko and his companions might escalate matters beyond control, leaving him unable to safeguard his 3 students. The optimal resolution would have been to locate and thwart them before they could cause a disturbance. Alas, time was no longer on Jiraiya's side. He realized the truth far too late. Cursed Danzo. At that moment, Jiraiya shot a resentful glare at the 2 seats away Shimura Danzo, venting his frustration. Danzo merely turned his head lightly, feigning ignorance. The inheritance ceremony proceeded with methodical precision. Everyone moved as if mechanized, following their designated roles. The 3rd Hokage passed his hat to Namake's Minato, while the elite J-nin pledged their loyalty to the new Hokage. The crowd stood in the square, where not even a breeze could be felt. The arid climate intensified as the sun ascended, bringing an increasingly palpable heat that weighed upon the hearts of all present. Each ninja had received news of an impending attack on Konoha and was prepared to eliminate any lurking threats. Yet, the serenity of the moment was almost torturous. With a resounding crash, a plume of smoke erupted from the distant buildings. A collective sigh of relief washed over the assembled crowd as they turned their gazes toward the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, standing on the high platform. His golden hair shone brilliantly in the sunlight, and the young, handsome visage of the new Hokage was now serious and composed as he slowly raised his hand, issuing a command. Action! In an instant, the previously quiet square erupted with movement as the shinobi sprang into action at the Shadow's command. As the smoke billowed, the high-ranking officials of Konoha visibly exhaled in relief. Konoha Village possesses a highly efficient enemy response system, capable of swiftly evacuating civilians and deploying ninjas during an assault by enemy ninjas, allowing for a rapid counterattack thereafter. As the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, issued the order for action, ninjas dispersed across the square. Each jonin was assigned a specific area alongside corresponding responsibilities. The existence of these myriad individual entities ensures that the higher echelons of Konoha maintain a firm grasp of the overall battlefield situation. Go now. Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed the gathered clan leaders. These individuals held prominent positions within various departments of Konoha and commanded numerous clansmen. Among them, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans were particularly noteworthy, boasting the largest numbers and many elite forces that were not subject to Konoha's command. Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hizashi exchanged glances before heading towards their respective clan strongholds, with the elite jonin having departed. The expansive square was left with only the senior officials of Konoha and their accompanying guard ninjas. Plumes of smoke billowed from various locations within Konoha. This was a premeditated attack, requiring Konoha's ninjas to meticulously inspect each incident site to ensure that no explosive tags or other hazardous materials had been planted by the enemy. This endeavor demanded considerable resources from Konoha. However, a faint smile graced Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Jiraiya, your disciple is truly exceptional. Hiruzen's words carried no hint of sarcasm, but rather genuine admiration. The architect of this assault undoubtedly belonged to the ranks of outstanding ninjas, possessing a rare strategic acumen even within Konoha. The enemy had cleverly utilized a small amount of smoke to divert a significant portion of Konoha's forces, obscuring their true intentions. Hiruzen remained uncertain of the enemy's ultimate objective. Nonetheless, such tactics suggested that the infiltrators were not numerous. Is this really the time for such remarks? The tone of Shimura Danzo was decidedly unfriendly in response to Hiruzen's words, which hinted at an appreciation for talent, causing Danzo to grow wary. The atmosphere in the square became somewhat awkward, with all of Konoha's senior officials remaining silent save for Jiraiya, who merely huffed in response. Atop Hokage Rock, Naruto Uzumaki, armed with paint and a brush, found himself confronting a multitude of small creatures. The recent disturbances below had not captured the attention of the oblivious Naruto. Are you all going to hinder me? He declared, brandishing his brush with an air of defiance. Naruto, this isn't the time for that. Look below. It seems something unusual is occurring in the village, Nara Shikamaru urged from the forefront of the small group, observing the rising smoke with concern. What? Even you, Shikamaru? Naruto exclaimed, frustrated. Watch out. A ninja swiftly maneuvered atop Hokage Rock, wielding a massive scythe, aiming a strike at Naruto. Though the small group had all undergone basic training in their respective clans' ninjutsu and could perform some rudimentary taijutsu, they felt utterly powerless against such an attacking ninja. Just as Naruto was on the brink of death, Bai swiftly intervened, kicking away the opponent's scythe and rescuing Naruto from the edge of peril. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? The previously carefree Naruto suddenly turned serious, glaring at the ninja wielding the scythe and demanding answers. I am called Haiden, tasked with annihilating your Leaf Village. As Haiden's words fell, dozens of ninjas materialized behind him. The leader of these ninjas appeared displeased with Haiden's actions, stating, Haiden, who authorized you to attack them without permission? Haha, I found that little brat exceedingly annoying, so I thought I'd take care of them. Haiden, with a rough temperament and a sinister expression, fixed his bloodthirsty gaze on Naruto. Despite facing such a multitude of foes, Naruto exhibited no signs of fear. Just as he was about to retaliate, Bai restrained him with a hand. They are exceedingly dangerous. You must leave first. I will hold them off here. Bai, contemplating the sudden appearance of these ninjas, was puzzled by the situation. What are you talking about? We cannot leave you here. Such amusing little brats. Haiden licked his lips and charged at Bai once more, engaging him in close combat. The leader of the ninjas, somewhat exasperated, scratched his head. Though their plan had yet to commence, he waved his hand and ordered, "Eliminate these brats." On the nearby rooftops, several figures emerged, clad in attire markedly different from that of the Leaf Village ninjas, lacking headbands. Have they finally arrived? The elite guards of the Leaf Village immediately surged forward. Most of these ninjas were from the Umbu, their faces concealed by distinctive masks. However, the Leaf Village's higher-ups were perplexed, as these dozen or so ninjas only seemed to be employing kunai filled with explosive tags that they had prepared in advance. Bang, bang, bang. Many of the explosive tags were neutralized by the guards, yet a few escaped, landing on the ground and detonating violently, further ravaging the already damaged square. What is happening? Are they all rogue ninjas? Minato Namikaze mused, observing from a distance. The ninjutsu employed by these ninjas appeared to be the most ordinary and widely known techniques. Aside from the explosive tags they carried, they posed little threat to the ninjas of the Leaf Village. After hurling their prepared explosive tags, they turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. Pursue them. The command was issued by Danzo Shimura. At that moment, the root members, who had been lying in ambush around the square, sprang into action to chase the fleeing ninjas. Is that all there is to it? A cloud of doubt lingered on the faces of the Leaf Village's higher-ups, including Jiraiya, who could not help but wonder, "Yahiko, what on earth are you plotting?" As he watched the fleeing ninjas, Minato looked up towards the Hokage Rock, his adeptness in space-time ninjutsu granting him exceptional perceptive abilities. In the third generation, did you notice that something has been amiss at the Hokage Rock since just now? Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, then turned to say, "Everyone should have retreated to the underground shelters. Aside from a few guarding ninjas, there shouldn't be any targets worth attacking there." At that moment, Kushina rushed over from a distance, exclaiming, "Naruto, Naruto. They are currently at the Hokage Rock." What? Water release. 1,000 killing water surge. At Hokage Rock, Bai stood alone, blocking the invading ninjas from Konoha, including Haiden. He condensed water into needles, scattering countless sunban like a storm. The sunban, originally made of water, pierced the leading ninja as if they were forged from iron. How is it possible to wield such powerful water techniques without a water source? Though Haiden was brutish, he possessed a calm intuition in battle that was rare among ordinary individuals. The young boy from before was undoubtedly a precious sacrifice in his eyes. "Can you hand this little brat over to me?" Haiden glanced at the ninja leader beside him, inquiring. "Do as you wish, but our time is limited. Rest assured." Haiden licked his blood-red tongue, a fierce bloodlust gleaming in his eyes. For one who possesses immortality, he harbored no fear of injury or bloodshed. In fact, he was indifferent to the jutsu that ordinary ninjas feared and revered. Haiden brandished his blood-stained scythe, charging forward, unleashing high-intensity taijutsu from the outset. Faced with the onslaught of attacks akin to a tempest, Bai could only manage a meager defense. Despite possessing the bloodline limit, Bai's training was not greatly different from that of ordinary ninjas. Most of their energy was devoted to mastering ninjutsu rather than taijutsu. "You all retreat." The Konoha ninjas found themselves nearly defenseless at that moment. While Bai fought Haiden, he also had to protect the others, quickly finding himself at a disadvantage. Truly, he does not regard me with any respect. Haiden swung his scythe, relentlessly advancing. Bai could only continue to retreat, evading the glinting blade. When facing a ninja skilled in taijutsu, the best strategy is to create distance and then triumph with powerful ninjutsu. In fact, Bai was attempting just that, time and again. He dodged and retreated, yet he ultimately failed to achieve his tactical objective. Haiden clung to him like a stubborn gum, following wherever Bai went. He is formidable. In this state, I am no match for him. No, to be precise, even in a normal state, I am currently no match for him. Seizing a moment of opportunity, Bai finally found a chance to push Haiden back with a water dragon bullet. However, Bai was not in good condition. The series of ninjutsu and taijutsu had drained a significant amount of his chakra and stamina. Haiden, on the other hand, appeared quite relaxed, wielding his scythe with abandon, staring at Bai with a touch of madness. Though he felt guilty towards them, there was nothing to be done now. Kill. The ninja leader faced the group of Konoha ninjas with a pained expression. After all, regardless of how deeply the ninjas become ensnared in the path of carnage, it is ultimately unfathomable for them to extinguish the lives of such innocent children. A lingering sense of remorse would surely reside within their hearts. Nevertheless, the ninja leader, gazing at the ascendant sun, resolutely made his decision. In an instant, those ninjas who had been recuperating while watching the spectacle transformed into frenzied beasts. Charging towards the children of Konoha. Ice Release, Black Dragon Blizzard. At this critical juncture, Hakuto summoned forth a colossal ice dragon. With its emergence, the temperature atop the Hokage rock plummeted dramatically. Beware, they are bloodline limit ninjas. The leader shouted, casting aside any remnants of guilt. Now solely enveloped by vigilance as he felt the penetrating chill. The ice dragon danced through the skies, drawing the attention of all ninjas in Konoha to the extraordinary sight. What is happening? Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured softly. Beside him, Minato Namikaze could no longer contain himself and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to Hokage Rock. As time passed, the Umbu began to return one by one, capturing the assailants who had attacked the plaza. Speak. Who are you? And why have you come to assault Konoha? Danzo Shimura confronted one of the bound attackers. To his surprise, fear was etched on their faces. Having overseen countless captives throughout the years, Danzo was accustomed to extracting information through various means, yet this time, he found himself facing a group utterly paralyzed by terror. Speak. He demanded once more, as the attackers, their legs trembling uncontrollably, stammered. We were hired by a young man who paid us handsomely to strike the plaza amidst the chaos in Konoha. He instructed us to throw a pile of explosive tags and then escape. The ninjas were not lying. Danzo, seasoned in the ways of the root organization, could easily discern the truth. At that moment, he glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his brow furrowing in deepening perplexity. What, precisely, were the intentions of that boy named Yahiko? Danzo Shimura, perish. At that instant, an Umbu escorting one of the assailants suddenly drew a short blade, lunging it towards Danzo. The proximity was so close that Danzo had no time to evade or employ any ninjutsu. The unfolding chaos in the plaza revealed to all the true intentions of the boy named Yahiko. As the blade plunged down, blood stained the plaza. At a crucial moment, Jiraiya intervened, shielding Danzo from the lethal strike. Sensei Jiraiya, what are you doing? Yahiko exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had not anticipated that Jiraiya could thwart his meticulously prepared assault at the last moment. I understand the hatred that dwells within you, but this is not the way to settle it. Danzo quickly distanced himself, commanding his subordinates to apprehend Yahiko. Old man, leave Yahiko to me. Jiraiya intercepted a member of Root and turned his gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. What are you saying? He is a dangerous individual with intentions to assault Konoha and must be handed over to the interrogation department for questioning, Tsunade exclaimed, seemingly incredulous at Jiraiya's whimsical thoughts. Let Jiraiya handle it. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen, standing atop the platform amidst Tsunade's dissatisfied protests, made his final decision. Yahiko stood motionless, observing all that unfolded before him, Jiraiya's selfless determination, Tsunade's simmering frustration, and Hiruzen's steadfast resolve. A gust of wind swept through the raucous square, yet Yahiko remained unsettlingly calm. Shikamaru, is this truly your devised method to facilitate my integration into Konoha? With a resounding boom, a tremendous explosion once again plunged the square into silence. In that instant, Yahiko gazed at the billowing smoke in the distance, astonished at the unfolding chaos. The courtyard, lush and vibrant, was rendered meaningless by the reverberating blast. Shikamaru, initially savoring herbal tea and breakfast, found the relentless explosions nearly collapsing the ceiling of the Nara residence. Dust swirled in the air, carrying the faint scent of gunpowder. Shikamaru glanced at the dust-laden pastries on the table and remarked, is it still possible to enjoy a meal? A handful of Nara clan members rushed in, and upon seeing Shikamaru's tranquil demeanor, they anxiously conveyed, Lord Shikamaru, the village is under attack. Lord Shikako has sent us to escort you to the shelter. An attack? Who is assailing us? Observing Shikamaru's composed expression, the Nara clan members felt a strange illusion, as if he were no mere child. It was still unclear, but the enemy had executed a large-scale bombing of the village. Fortunately, the third and fourth Hokages had preemptively evacuated the villagers to underground shelters, resulting in minimal casualties. Though it seemed an inopportune moment for detailed discussions, the Nara clan members answered Shikamaru's inquiry. A large-scale bombing, you say? Shikamaru peered beyond the courtyard, where thick smoke billowed and the ominous rumble echoed, as if the entire village were engulfed in a sea of flames. Konoha maintained strict regulations regarding explosive tags. Only a limited number could be procured from the ninja tool shop. The logistics of preparing such a multitude of explosive tags and successfully smuggling them into the village were utterly implausible. Unless what? unless the attackers possess internal channels to acquire such a large quantity of explosive tags. A smile crept upon Shikamaru's face, rendering the situation increasingly intriguing. Internal channels? Are you suggesting that these assailants are not foreign ninjas, but rather individuals from the Land of Fire? Do not forget, in preparation for the Hokage's succession ceremony, numerous craftsmen, merchants, and even ordinary citizens from the Land of Fire have entered Konoha. Their goods and materials were not subjected to rigorous scrutiny. That cannot be. Our Konoha has protected the entire Land of Fire from the ravages of war. Why would they turn against us? The members of the Nara clan, emotionally, expressed their dissent towards Shikamaru's words. Shikamaru smiled, choosing not to comment on the Nara clan's naive sentiments. Indeed, the village hidden in the leaves has shielded the Land of Fire from the ravages of war. Yet, who instigated this conflict? The power of ninjas is overwhelmingly formidable. Even a mere genin can effortlessly dispatch dozens of ordinary individuals, let alone the chunin and the elite jounin who stand at the pinnacle of their prowess. To many, ninjas are merely monstrous beings ensnared in a cycle of bloodshed. Perhaps so. Shikamaru shrugged, opting not to dwell further on the topic with them. Let us proceed. There exists no specific formation among ninjas. The 5 of them arranged themselves, 3 in front and 2 behind, with Shikamaru safeguarded in the center. At that moment, the streets of Konoha were shrouded in dust, the once bustling shops now devoid of life, appearing desolate, save for the enemy ninjas lurking atop the rooftops. The policy established by Konoha's higher-ups is to prioritize human life over material possessions. As long as people can survive to the fullest extent, Konoha can rebuild, regardless of the extent of destruction suffered during the war, and may even emerge more prosperous than before. After all, the Land of Fire occupies the largest and most fertile expanse of land in this world. The daimyo of the Land of Fire will spare no effort in supporting Konoha, supplying it with resources to maintain its governance. A cacophony of harsh, jarring cries pierced the air as the enemy ninjas, having spotted Shikamaru and his companions, swiftly surrounded them. Destruction and slaughter could easily evoke the darkest recesses of the human heart. These ninjas wreaked havoc in Konoha, mindlessly setting fires and laying waste without remorse. They had long forsaken the light within humanity, each of them resembling wild beasts. They are from the Nara clan, they declared as their prime target. Lord Shikamaru, be cautious. The elite ninjas guarding Shikamaru were all from the Nara clan, including a jounin among them. However, the sheer number of assailants was overwhelming and continually increasing. 2 ninjas cornered Shikamaru against a wall, while the remaining 3 valiantly resisted. A small creature, Yu, gracefully leaped onto Shikamaru's shoulder, seemingly unfazed by the chaos of battle. Its playful spirit undeterred. Just as the sparse defensive line formed by the 3 was about to be breached, Yu tensed, leaping down to the ground, its pupils dilating, poised to act. At that critical moment, the assailants were suddenly ambushed from behind. A large contingent of Hyuga clan ninjas arrived, with their leader, Hyuga Hisashi, easily subduing the attackers. Who are you? The assailants, feeling the overwhelming force of the attack, inquired in terror. The strongest clan of Konoha, the Hyuga. As Hyuga Hisashi announced his name, his Byakugan scanned the corner where Shikamaru stood, his brow furrowing in concern. What is happening? That chakra. Hisashi's hesitation lasted but a moment. After neutralizing the assailants, the jounin from the Nara clan quickly approached. I truly appreciate your assistance, Lord Hyuga. I am escorting my clansmen to the sanctuary. You are welcome to join us. Among those being escorted by Hinata Hyuga, her figure stands out prominently. Shyly, she hides closely behind Hinata, her cheeks flushed, glancing at Shikamaru before quickly lowering her gaze. The vast throng advances towards the refuge, encountering Sakura Haruno and her family along the way. However, the numerous members of the Hyuga clan do not find themselves at an advantage. Rather, they face even more attackers. The enemy ninjas unleash a plethora of explosive tags in their assault, putting even the Hyuga clan at a disadvantage in battle. The children are safeguarded in the most secure area. Beside Shikamaru stand Hinata and Sakura, both visibly anxious. As the defensive struggle prolongs, the conflict has evolved from initial frontline skirmishes into chaotic melee, rendering the core area increasingly perilous. Ninjas excel at sensing danger, and though young, Hinata can feel the ominous atmosphere surrounding her. Amidst the tumultuous crowd, she glances at Shikamaru, takes a deep breath, and her small face suddenly turns serious. Stepping forward, Hinata assumes the stance of the gentle fist, her large eyes radiating unwavering determination. Shikamaru, I will protect you. Her petite, yet resolute figure stands before him. In this chaotic melee, where bloodlust permeates the air, not everyone can maintain composure, especially a young girl. I will not allow anyone to harm you, Tamaki's brother. It seems that driven by her sense of duty as Tamaki's dear friend and inspired by Hinata's courage, Sakura also steps forward, her face resolute. Shikamaru contemplates the profound bond of friendship among women while a sudden question arises in his mind. Am I truly perceived as so fragile in the eyes of these two little warriors from Konoha? Observing the two girls before him, destined to shape the fate of the ninja world, he feels an overwhelming sense of disparity. This script is amiss. Die, you ninjas of Konoha. The assailants hurl kunai embedded with explosive tags, recklessly obliterating the defenses of the Hyuga clan. With bloodshot eyes and a frenzied expression, one attacker charges into the defense line, penetrating the core area guarded by the Hyuga. As the assailant draws nearer, Hinata surprisingly feels a sense of relaxation wash over her. She repeatedly recalls the taijutsu techniques her father taught her. Gentle fist. As the assailant swings the kunai down, Hinata suddenly strikes, advancing half a step forward and landing a blow to the assailant's abdomen. The attacker, struck hard, curls up like a shrimp in boiling water. Impressive, Sakura exclaims, witnessing Hinata topple the assailant, who foams at the mouth, convulsing. These ninjas are indeed monstrous, young and old alike. Observing this scene, the attackers on the periphery spit onto the ground, cursing in outrage. The individuals assaulting Konoha possess a complex composition, many being hired mercenaries driven by desperation. These reckless souls, accustomed to living on the edge, exhibit no fear of death. However, upon witnessing the formidable techniques of the Hyuga clan, a sense of dread burgeoned within them, prompting thoughts of retreat. At that moment, a faint yellow light suddenly illuminated the sky from the direction of Hokage Rock. A piercing shriek echoed, causing the very ninjas who were besieging the Hyuga clan to withdraw in haste. Well done, my daughter Hinata. Though Hyuga Hizashi had been engaged in battle with the attackers, his gaze remained steadfastly on his daughter. Despite his stern exterior, he was undeniably a devoted father. Now, with a gentle hand brushing her head, a smile spread across his face. Lord Hyuga, this is not the time for celebration. The atmosphere around them turned eerily quiet and cold. As the enemies retreat, left behind a scene of carnage. The ground was soaked in blood, and the air was rife with a nauseating stench. The once bustling streets lay in ruins, ravaged by the earlier confrontation. As Hizashi regarded his daughter, a hint of amusement flickered on his lips. The attitude of the opposing forces was clearly lacking in respect, yet it also bore no trace of arrogance. Hizashi observed an unusual calmness in Shikamaru that was atypical for someone of his age. What? That group of ninjas did not retreat despite significant casualties. Yet they fled upon seeing the signal. This can only mean that the leaders of this assault on Konoha harbor even greater ambitions. Atop Hokage Rock, the massive ice dragon dissipated, leaving a layer of frosty white upon the surface of the rock. Haku appeared nearly exhausted, half kneeling on the ground. Heiden's bloody scythe approached Haku's neck but was thwarted by an intervention. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, thrust his kunai forward and executed a swift kick to repel Haiden. However, Minato's gaze was not fixed on the arrogant Haiden, but rather pierced through the crowd to rest upon the ninja leader. It's you. Despite having only encountered the ninja leader a few times, Minato recognized him instantly. He was Hamaru, one of the 12 guardian ninjas, alongside Asuma Saratobi, the third Hokage's youngest son. Did you orchestrate all of this? Minato's tone was harsh. Though known for his gentle demeanor, he was not weak. Anyone seeking to harm Konoha or his family would face his merciless wrath. Indeed, Hamaru did not deny it. Instead, he looked at Minato with intrigue. The last time I saw you, you were merely a subordinate. I never anticipated that our next encounter would find you elevated to the esteemed position of Hokage. What is your motive behind this? Minato questioned. The Hokage is an unnecessary entity. The power of Konoha should reside with the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Are you mad? To destroy the entire village for such a reason? Hamaru's indifferent yet resolute words reached Minato's ears, igniting a flicker of anger within him. To obliterate the Hokage lineage entirely, such sacrifices are indeed inevitable. It is precisely due to your presence that the Land of Fire has plunged into the chaos of war. Once the power of the Hidden Leaf Village falls into the hands of the daimyo, it shall flourish beyond its former glory, without a trace of remorse for his actions. The individual known as Hamura spoke with an air of excitement. Who are the assailants you brought to the village? In response to the opponent's evidently deranged words, Minato Namikaze maintained his composure and inquired. You likely remain oblivious. Due to the outstanding performance of the Hidden Leaf Village during the Third Ninja World War, certain ministers of the Land of Fire have grown increasingly wary of us. Otherwise, from where would I have procured the funds to recruit these ninjas and warriors? Lord Hokage. At this moment, the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf finally arrived at Hokage Rock. Take these children to the shelter. I shall deal with the situation here. Additionally, inform the third Hokage that one of the attackers is Hamura, a member of the 12 Guardian Ninja. Observing the ninjas escorting the young ones away, Hamura made no attempt to intervene. Instead, he coldly chuckled, "It is too late. Today, you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the upper echelons of the Hidden Leaf are destined to perish." "What did you say?" "Hiden, eliminate him." Hamura offered no further explanation. Following the command, Hiden brandished his blood-stained scythe and charged towards Minato Namikaze. Beyond the towering mountains, the Hidden Leaf Village came into view, engulfed in flames. The young Asuma Sarutobi halted his hurried steps, turning to his companion, Konoha. "Have we arrived too late?" Konoha shook his head and replied, "Hamura is far too reckless. I did not expect him to actually attack the leaf. Regardless, we must stop him. What a splendid spectacle." The fourth Kazekage, Raza, raised a cup of wine, admiring the billowing smoke outside his window. The sounds of explosions echoed continuously, reducing the Hidden Leaf Village to near ruins. As an ally of the Hidden Leaf, Raza felt nothing but schadenfreude amidst the turmoil, while the rest of the village faced the ravages of war. The inn that hosted foreign friends remained untouched by the assailants. Maki stood behind Raza and asked, "The Hidden Leaf has dominated for so long. Who would have thought they would be caught off guard this time? I wonder who orchestrated this?" Raza swirled the crimson liquid in his wine glass, gazing at its deep hue with a smile. "The Hidden Leaf truly is a splendid place. Such exquisite wine is a rarity in our sand village." "Lord Raza?" Maki queried, puzzled by the sudden shift in the Kazekage's discourse. Observing the chaotic scene, a glimmer of greed flickered in Raza's eyes, an insatiable desire for the Hidden Leaf. Nevertheless, he ultimately restrained himself and refrained from ordering his subordinates to join the fray. The third Raikage had already departed. Given his temperament, he would not resort to further actions after publicly conceding to Uchiha Fugaku. As for the Rock and Mist villages, we are currently residing in the same inn as them. They have yet to make any move. It cannot be them. But who could it be? Maki was increasingly perplexed. Aside from the 4 great ninja villages, who else would possess the audacity to launch an attack on Konoha? In this world, only ninjas can vanquish other ninjas. Yet, the annihilation of a ninja village may not solely rest in the hands of ninjas. The feudal lord of the Land of Fire, Maki exclaimed in astonishment, only to feel a sense of disquiet. Konoha had always been a formidable instrument in the hands of the daimyo. Why would he act against it? The village had displayed an exceptionally conspicuous presence during the Third Ninja War, so much so that even its master found it somewhat troublesome. "Isn't this an excellent opportunity for us?" Maki said excitedly. However, Raza shook his head and smiled wryly. "Maki, after all these years managing the affairs between Sunagakure and the Land of Wind, do you still not comprehend? Whether they are the daimyo or their retainers, they are all slippery scoundrels. I dare say, regardless of who emerges victorious in this war, the daimyo of the Land of Fire will extricate himself unscathed. Moreover, after battling Konoha for so long, are you still unaware of the hidden prowess they possess? How could these individuals possibly contend with the likes of Sarutobi Hiruzen?" Raza's voice was calm, yet tinged with a sense of regret. It seemed that had he been privy to this assault in advance, he would not have brought merely a handful of genin to Konoha. On the high platform before the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the embattled village of Konoha, feeling a profound sense of desolation. Over the years, he had witnessed Konoha's growth into what it had become today. Yet, a single conflict threatened to obliterate all that progress. "Old man." At that moment, a familiar voice reached his ears, pulling Sarutobi from his reverie as he recognized the approaching figure. "Asuma, what brings you here?" "The daimyo sent me back. The attackers on Konoha are the 12 Guardian Ninja, and their leader is Hama." "That young man?" Sarutobi recalled Hama, a stubborn and radical youth. Hama had made extensive preparations to confront Konoha, hiring ninjas, one of whom possessed the ability of immortality. Immortality? What is the story behind that? According to our intelligence, he hails from Takigakure and, after joining a cult, has gained this immortality, allowing him to wield the forbidden technique, the reanimation of the dead. However, we are unclear about the specific effects of this technique. Did anyone truly survive that ritual? Sarutobi murmured, then turned to Asuma. "Where did you acquire this information?" We secretly infiltrated the residence of a retainer closely associated with Hama. From him, we obtained the list of personnel involved in the attack on Konoha. Among them, one Haiden has been especially noted as a dangerous individual. This is dire, Sarutobi suddenly exclaimed, looking towards the Hokage rock, where Minato had already ascended. Should he encounter Haiden? Unaware of the latter's capabilities, he might suffer a grave setback. Danzo, you are in command here. Jiraiya, you will accompany me to the Hokage rock. Sarutobi glanced at Shimura Danzo, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. In the pursuit of safeguarding the interests of the Hidden Leaf Village, Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen have consistently aligned themselves. However, Jiraiya harbored concerns for Yahiko, who was restrained nearby, and heard Sarutobi Hiruzen assure him, "Do not worry. Yahiko will not come to harm." With Hiruzen's promise, Jiraiya felt a weight lift from his heart as he accompanied Hiruzen toward the Hokage rock. A gentle breeze swept through, revealing the disarray atop the Hokage rock. The figure of Namikaze Minato stood tall, his golden hair shimmering brilliantly under the sun. He was a majestic sight, standing firm like a mountain. Opposite him lay the assailants from the Leaf, including their leader, Hoshigaki Kisame, sprawled on the ground. Only Haiden, with his immortal body, remained in combat, despite being subjected to Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. At that moment, Haiden appeared exceedingly irritable. Minato was akin to an elusive fly, visible and audible, yet unattainable. Not only could he not inflict harm upon Minato, but he was also incessantly tormented by him. The third Hokage, my teacher Jiraiya, this ninja is exceptional. My attacks have no effect on him, Minato observed as he noted the arrival of Hiruzen and Jiraiya. Haiden, this ninja possesses immortality, and if he obtains your blood, he can initiate a ritual that inflicts the same injury upon you, Hiruzen remarked, well acquainted with Haiden's capabilities. Thus, it seems we must resort to sealing techniques. As Jiraiya's disciple, Minato had forged a pact with the Toads of Mount Myaboku, and although he was not yet able to utilize Sage Jutsu in practical combat, he had mastered formidable sealing and summoning techniques. Haiden, you should leave. While you are indeed powerful, those 3 men before you are beyond your capability to confront, Hoshigaki Kisame advised from the ground. With a dismissive sound, Haiden heeded Kisame's counsel and departed without a second thought for his comrades. As Asuma Sarutobi observed Kisame lying on the ground, he sighed and remarked, "This encounter has concluded, Kisame." Kisame responded with a wry smile. "I never anticipated that your Hidden Leaf Village would be so well prepared, but do not assume this is over. Brother." At the entrance of the underground hideout, Shikamaru Nara and his companions fortuitously crossed paths. True to their resilient nature, these young ninjas exhibited an indomitable spirit, unwavering even in the face of their homeland's devastation and the horrors of war. Their boundless energy and youthful vigor shone brightly, embodying a tenacity that remained steadfast amidst significant upheaval. In a sense, these young ninjas of the Hidden Leaf were anything but ordinary. They could be deemed extraordinary. "Brother, where have you been? Don't wander off. It's dangerous outside. Do you understand?" Nara Shikamaru's voice brimmed with concern, yet Shikamaru found it somewhat off-putting. Why did it sound as if he were being treated like a pet? Nara Shikamaru paid no heed to Shikamaru's attempts to speak, quickly merging with her circle of friends to discuss various topics. "Is that true? Hinata, have you mastered the gentle fist technique? Have you also saved my foolish brother?" Competition and gossip are eternal themes among girls. Despite their tender age, they remain unchanged. However, Shikamaru has finally discerned the origins of Hinata and Sakura's perception of his brother's frailty. "Let me tell you, thanks to you, my lazy brother, who rarely pays attention, has never even glanced at the family as shadow techniques." The flames of war seem to have extinguished, the once resounding explosions in the Hidden Leaf Village now barely audible. The ninjas of Konoha have achieved successive victories, and tranquility has returned. Members of the Uchiha clan appeared at the entrance of the refuge, led by Uchiha Fugaku, followed closely by Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Upon seeing Sasuke, both Uchiha Fugaku and Sasuke visibly sighed in relief. Sasuke, resembling an eager puppy, leapt into Itachi's embrace, reveling in his brother's comforting touch. It was evident that Sasuke felt more warmth from his elder brother than from the stern Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hizashi stood face to face. The leaders of these 2 prestigious clans did not exhibit the anticipated tension. "How have things been? The area I was responsible for has been resolved." "Mine too." The 2 spoke in a tone of familiarity and ease, reflecting a harmonious, yet subtly competitive spirit. Although the Hyuga clan may lack the formidable strength of the Senju, it was clear that the proud Uchiha still held a deep respect for them. "It's still too early to celebrate. Shikamaru stepped forward, speaking slowly. Hyuga Hisashi had already noticed Shikamaru, not only due to the peculiar chakra he perceived with his Byakugan, but also because of Shikamaru's demeanor during their conversation. There was no hint of the typical awkwardness between a child and an adult. Instead, it was refreshingly casual. What is going on? It intrigued Hisashi that Uchiha Fugaku's attitude towards this child was equally noteworthy. Hisashi was well aware of the Uchiha's arrogance, yet here stood Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, addressing the child with a tone of inquiry. The retreat of the opposing force is rather peculiar, and I do not believe it was merely due to heavy casualties. In fact, I suspect it was a strategic withdrawal. Are you suggesting that these attackers have concealed formidable tactics? Just as Fugaku finished speaking, a sudden disturbance arose beside Shikamaru. Waibai, in a crouched position, revealed sharp claws from its delicate paws, gripping the ground tightly. Shikamaru had never witnessed such a reaction from Waibai before. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Only a tailed beast could provoke such a response. A deep and oppressive roar resonated in the ears of the ninjas of Konoha. Everything around them remained unchanged, eerily silent. Yet, an ominous sense of pressure lingered tightly around the gathered ninjas. Another roar echoed. The furious roar seemed to echo from a distant realm. Yet it remained vividly etched in the hearts of the crowd, refusing to dissipate. Hurry to the shelter. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku had already grasped the gravity of the situation and shouted to those around him. Not only the nearby children, but even the ordinary ninjas needed to seek refuge. In the face of the tailed beast, the number of ninjas was insufficient to tip the scales of victory. With the third roar reverberating, a gray mud turtle with 3 tails abruptly appeared in the sky above Konoha. Its colossal form trembled as it gained its freedom, intent on obliterating everything in its vicinity. These bastards, have they conspired with the mist? Hyuga Hisashi cursed vehemently, yet he directed his clan and the nearby ninjas to retreat to the shelter. Alas, it was already too late. The location where the 3 tails emerged was far too close to the entrance of the shelter. So close that a mere sweep of its hand could flatten everything here. Both Hyuga Hisashi and Uchiha Fugaku were consumed by urgency. While they could potentially survive the assault of the 3 tails, many of their clansmen lacked the ability to contend with the tailed beast. Damn it. If it weren't for the excessive consumption of my ocular power in the last battle, I could have activated my Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku muttered bitterly, resentment evident in his tone. In that moment, the overwhelming majority present felt that death was merely a heartbeat away. Then, in an unexpected turn of events, the anticipated attack did not materialize. Time seemed to freeze. The 3 tails stood motionless, its gaze piercing through the distance. What is happening? Perhaps no one comprehended the unfolding situation. But Hyuga Hisashi, with his Byakugan activated, and Uchiha Fugaku, wielding his Manjiki, could sense it. The 3 tails' gaze was fixated on none other than Shikamaru in the crowd. Shikamaru, too, was observing the beast, and with a mere glance, the 3 tails subtly recoiled. Was it afraid? In that moment, an absurd realization dawned upon the leaders of Konoha's 2 great clans. Could a tailed beast truly experience fear? Quickly, lead everyone to the shelter. Uchiha Fugaku's voice rang out once more, urging the hesitant crowd into action. On Hokage Rock, the fallen Hamura let out a hoarse laugh, as though mocking the gathered ninjas of Konoha. Just watch. The 3 tails will destroy Konoha for us. You are truly mad. Asuma's voice resounded, unable to fathom Hamura's reckless actions. Third Hokage, Sensei, look. Minato pointed towards the 3 tails, and the faces of the previously solemn Konoha ninjas suddenly transformed. They realized that after a brief pause, the 3 tails had not unleashed widespread devastation. Instead, it turned and fled Konoha at great speed. In the dark, desolate dungeon, silence reigned. Konoha had just endured a cataclysm, and everyone was preoccupied with reconstruction efforts. Even the dungeon appeared sparsely populated. Jiraiya descended step by step into the depths of the dungeon, his face devoid of the usual mirth and whimsy, replaced instead by an air of solemnity. He gradually approached a chamber at the end of the corridor, where Yahiko was seated upon the ground. Upon seeing Jiraiya, Yahiko slightly lifted his gaze, the light in his eyes fleeting, yet he remained silent. Why have you come to Konoha? To avenge Akatsuki. Their exchange was starkly devoid of warmth, as if the words were spoken by entities devoid of humanity. I have conducted my inquiries into the merchant caravan you infiltrated upon your arrival in Konoha. They have close ties to the mastermind behind the recent assault on the village. Among the 3 of you, you are the most astute compared to Nagato and Konan. With your capabilities, it is implausible that you fail to notice their anomalies. If your intent is truly revenge, why not wait until they strike, when Konoha is thrown into chaos? Yahiko regarded Jiraiya, and a smile broke through the icy facade of his countenance. You are indeed worthy of being my teacher, Jiraiya-sensei. Hence I say, the last thing I desire is to be your adversary. Jiraiya remained silent, awaiting Yahiko's response. The air was thick with an intangible tension. Yahiko could easily sense the faint aura of menace emanating from Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sensei, do you believe that endless destruction and the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents equate to vengeance? Yahiko spoke slowly, rising from the ground as the smile vanished from his face. What form of retribution do you envision? For me, the annihilation of the organization I once founded, Akatsuki, at the hands of Konoha's higher-ups, alongside the deaths and dispersals of former comrades, cannot render my past endeavors invalid. To Konoha, the Umbu is a clandestine organization, and its actions may not be readily condemned by the villagers. However, the root, hidden within the Umbu, engages in deeds that even the people of Konoha would find difficult to accept. Thus, the most effective means of vengeance is to unveil the actions of the root before the eyes of all in Konoha. Is that so? So you have manipulated me? Jiraiya smiled gently, neither affirming nor denying Yahiko's words. Indeed, due to your connection, the deeds of Danzo concerning Akatsuki have now become widely known, have they not? Colluding with Hanzo of the Salamander, instigating war without restraint. There are no secrets that remain hidden forever. His transgressions will ultimately be revealed. A ninja who loses the trust of their comrades is, in essence, as good as dead. Is this your notion of revenge? Jiraiya smiled slowly, his gaze reflecting the concern of a mentor for his pupil. You are exceedingly naive. Regardless of Danzo's vile reputation, the root he leads will continue to exist. The foundation of Root's existence is not trust. Rather, it stands in stark opposition to the will of fire. Konoha requires the root to accomplish tasks shrouded in darkness that even the Umbu cannot undertake. This is the very purpose of its existence. Having said this, Jiraiya turned his attention to Yahiko and inquired, one final question. Where are Nagato and Konan? We became separated during that attack. I have not heard from them in quite some time. Gazing at Yahiko, Jiraiya found himself yearning to discern the veracity of his words. However, in the end, he relinquished the endeavor. It could be said that this outcome was anticipated by Jiraiya, and indeed, he took pleasure in it. As he turned to depart, he heard Yahiko call out behind him. What intentions do you harbor towards me, Konoha? I have come here to ascertain whether you pose a threat to Konoha. At present, you are far from that threshold. Henceforth, as my disciple and a ninja who has previously committed grievous acts against Konoha, you shall be required to join the Umbu, undertaking perilous missions fraught with danger. You will be subjected to meticulous surveillance, devoid of freedom, and your conditions will be even worse than that of a prisoner. Should you survive and pass the Umbu's trials, you may ultimately reside in Konoha like other ninjas. As Jiraiya continued to distance himself, vanishing at the end of the dungeon corridor, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Yahiko's mouth. No threat. Teacher Jiraiya, you remain rather naive. At the Uchiha clan settlement, Uchiha Fugaku sat in the courtyard, his expression grave as he regarded Shikamaru across from him. Is it truly you who is responsible for the disappearance of the two tails? Shikamaru, exasperated, looked at Uchiha Fugaku and thought, so, you risk exposure merely to summon me here for such a fruitless inquiry? Although he struggled to grasp the full meaning of Shikamaru's words, Uchiha Fugaku maintained his solemn demeanor. Allies are those we can rely on in times of crisis. Allies of the Uchiha must be forthright with us, and vice versa. Aren't allies meant to be exploited? Shikamaru rolled his eyes, taken aback by the naivety of a clan that had endured the tumult of the Warring States period and still persisted today. Shikamaru let out a soft whistle, and Wire leaped down from the high wall, landing beside him. Uchiha Fugaku cast a curious glance at YR, inquiring, "What is this?" "Look through the Sharingan again," Shikamaru replied, stroking Wire's back as the creature licked its tongue and obediently lay down. Following Shikamaru's advice, Uchiha Fugaku activated his Sharingan and peered at YR, his brow furrowing in sudden concern. "What is this chakra?" "The reason you cannot perceive the presence of the Two Tails is that it has perished. The immense chakra of the Two Tails has been sealed by me. What you see in Wire is the chakra that once belonged to the Two Tails, now altered by my influence. You killed a tailed beast to obtain its chakra?" Uchiha Fugaku had never encountered such a method. Even Senju Hashiramas would release, and the Uchiha Sharingan could merely suppress or control a tailed beast. "Well, I have provided you with sufficient explanation. Now, I require your assistance in completing certain tasks. What is it? Konoha has endured the ravages of war, and many areas require reconstruction. I need you to help me secure several plots of land. What do you intend to do? You are aware that my Nara family has persevered from the Warring States period through the mastery of medical arts and herbal commerce. Therefore, I require the establishment of research and commercial facilities within Konoha. This poses no issue. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in agreement without hesitation. The dust has settled, and the rubble has been cleared. In merely a few days, Konoha emerged from the shadows of war. On the streets, the villagers of Konoha were fervently engaged in reconstruction efforts. Soon, the ruins wrought by conflict became nearly invisible, revealing blank expanses awaiting the villagers' revival. Konoha is vast. So much so that even after decades of development, there remains a significant amount of wasteland in the outskirts, ripe for development. Compared to other ninja villages, Konoha boasts a substantial population, yet it still cannot fully populate the entire village. Other major ninja villages, facing resource shortages, have been continuously reducing their populations. Konoha, however, is the only village still welcoming outsiders. In the Hokage building, the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails from Kirigakure, Yutaka, sat leisurely in the conference room, puffing on a pipe. Opposite him sat the third Hokage, along with two members of Konoha's High Council and Nara Shikamaru, who has been nominated as the leader of the Jonin class. Lord Yutaka, could you elucidate why the Three Tails has suddenly appeared in Konoha? In response to Mitarashi-en's malicious inquiry, Yutaka exhaled a plume of smoke with nonchalance. Ever since the previous Jinchuriki of the Three Tails perished, it has remained in a wild state. The climate and terrain of our land of water are quite suitable for its survival, hence it has not caused any disturbances. Due to internal reasons within our village, we have not been able to recapture it. Who would have thought that the Three Tails would suddenly materialize in Konoha? It truly is regrettable. Mitarashi-en, with a scowl, retorted, "Did your village not notice the issue regarding the Three Tails beforehand? What issue? What troubles does the Three Tails pose?" Yutaka replied, feigning innocence, akin to a child failing to grasp the implications of the words spoken. "Stop pretending. Without the assistance of your village, how could the Three Tails have been sealed and brought to Konoha?" Tsunade Kamurasaki slammed her hand on the table in frustration. Though she typically appeared as a kind-hearted elder, her wrath was truly formidable. Yet, Yutaka maintained his nonchalant demeanor in the face of her stern accusations. "Huh? You people from the land of fire infiltrated our land of water, stole the Three Tails, and now you dare question us? Do you not find that laughable?" Yutaka's retort left Tsunade Kamurasaki momentarily speechless. Shikaku interjected with a threat. "Are you not concerned that we may refuse to return the Three Tails? That is of no concern to me. It is the fourth Mizukichi who should be worried." Yutaka shrugged indifferently. Shikaku furrowed his brow. This opponent, seemingly careless, was skillfully stepping on Konoha's sore spots and should not be underestimated. Moreover, since the first 5 Kage summit, the Three Tails has been recognized as the asset of our village. Kirigakure, I am aware that Konoha is currently engaged in capturing the Three Tails, which is causing unrest in the land of fire. The sealing technique for the Three Tails is an art in which no one excels more than us, the Mist Ninjas. Should you require assistance? Our village of Kirigakure can provide both a Jinchuriki candidate and skilled ninjas adept in Jinchuriki sealing. However, the necessary expenses must be borne by your Leaf Village. After all, the internal issues within your land of fire have caused significant losses to our Kirigakure. This duplicitous demeanor is enough to vex even the shrewdest strategist, Saratobi Shikaku. Very well, but who is the Jinchuriki you are providing? Saratobi Hiruzen ultimately inquired. Our Jinchuriki candidate has already departed from Kirigakure. You will learn of this when you pursue the Three Tails, replied Yutaka with a smile as he rose and slowly exited the conference room. Hiruzen, why did you concede so readily? Amidst the puzzled gazes of the others, Saratobi Hiruzen sighed in resignation. The Three Tails has wreaked havoc upon numerous feudal lords and their estates, resulting in considerable loss of slaves. The feudal lords are exceedingly irate and have ordered us to resolve this matter with utmost urgency. This issue directly affects the reconstruction progress of Konoha. As the Six Tails suggested, the experiences of the land of water can be utilized, and a modest expenditure is hardly worth quibbling over. Nara clan. Brother, there is an eccentric old man looking for you. When Nara Shikamaru entered his room, he found himself seated on the floor, examining blueprints. "Ah, that must be Master Takomi. Please direct him to the reception room in the courtyard." Uchiha Fugaku had secured the parcels of land Shikamaru desired. Recently, he had just delivered the land use permits. Though the Nara family found it peculiar that Uchiha Fugaku would assist Shikamaru in such matters, they ultimately dismissed it, unaware of Shikamaru's intentions. Nara Tamari was somewhat curious about the blueprints in Shikamaru's hands, but merely out of curiosity. She felt too shy to inquire about what these plans were from her foolish brother. Master Takumi was an elderly gentleman sporting spectacles, short in stature, yet brimming with vitality. Upon meeting Shikamaru, he wore a somewhat bewildered expression. "Are you the one who sent me the blueprints?" As the most renowned architectural expert in the Land of Fire, Takumi was taken aback to find himself facing a mere child. "Indeed, Master Takumi, I wish for you to design and construct several buildings for me. These are the blueprints." Takumi sat down, scrutinizing the documents on the table, and let out a sigh. "Master Takumi, the expenses will not be an issue. No, it's not a matter of cost. The architectural designs on these blueprints are remarkably innovative and present quite a challenge for me. However, these constructions cannot be realized solely by my team." At that moment, Nara Tamari approached with a cup of tea and snacks, overhearing Takumi's words, and her curiosity intensified. Even more perplexingly, the brother who usually contested her for pocket money was now audacious enough to claim that expenses were not a concern. "Then who do we need?" Shikamaru inquired. "The craftsman from the Land of Waves, Tazuna. If he and his team are willing to assist, combined with the manpower I have, we should be able to accomplish this." "I understand. I will address the matter on Dazna's side. If that is the case, I have no further issues here. When do you need to commence work?" "The sooner, the better." "I understand." Jiangming nodded with excitement as he accepted the task. After all, in this day and age, there are few individuals with such artistic vision. The people he usually encounters are nobles from the Land of Fire, who not only lack any discernment but also seek to embellish their homes with opulence to display their status. For someone like Jiangming, who has an artistic pursuit, this is undoubtedly a torment. Nara Tama suppressed her curiosity until she had sent Jiangming away. Then she inquired of Shikamaru, "Brother, where did you acquire so much money?" Shikamaru stood up, ruffled Nara Tama's hair with a look that suggested her youthfulness, and replied, "Money will always be found." Nara Tama gazed at Shikamaru, incredulous. "So you possess not a single silver coin yet wish to deceive others into helping you build a house? If money can accomplish things, that is no great feat. If one can achieve results without money, that is true skill." Amidst the vast sky, the furious voice of the Three Tails echoed. Surrounding the small lake, tumultuous waves crashed. Trees were uprooted, and the earth fractured. Only a handful of ninjas dared to approach the vicinity of the Three Tails. "It is no longer safe here. Retreat." Kakashi, wielding the ancestral white fang, had just been forced back by the Three Tails and now followed his companion, Nohara Rin. On the battlefield, medical ninjas typically position themselves in safer rear areas. However, before the medical ninjas lay a field cluttered with combat and reconnaissance ninjas. Yet, the struggle against the tailed beasts cannot be measured by ordinary standards. The tailed beasts possess immense destructive power capable of transforming even a once secure rear area into a perilous zone. Nohara Rin nodded and retreated. The strategy employed by Konoha relied on a small number of elite ninjas to launch surprise attacks, utilizing numerous explosive tags to assault the Three Tails. However, the Three Tails' resilience far exceeded the expectations of the Konoha ninjas. Only when the explosive tags dwindled did they realize their prior preparations were woefully inadequate. Now, they had completely provoked the wrath of the Three Tails. In its rage, the Three Tails unleashed indiscriminate attacks. To the tailed beast, the majority of humanity seemed no different from insects. Amidst the chaos, ninjas skilled in water release and earth release could barely cope, while those adept in other elemental techniques could only retreat far beyond the reach of the Three Tails' assault. "Kakashi, what shall we do next?" Uchiha Obito rolled over to Kakashi's side. The Uchiha clan, proficient in fire release, held little advantage against the water-affiliated Three Tails. Obito's Manjiki Sharingan had yet to awaken, and his current strength had not qualitatively changed compared to an average J-Nin. "You take Rin and retreat, and pass me the scroll containing the sealing explosive tags," Kakashi instructed. "Kakashi, this seems rather risky." In the face of true danger, Obito was no longer filled with prejudice against Kakashi, expressing a hint of concern. "I understand. The current state of the Three Tails is precisely indicative of its waning strength." Kakashi stood before Lin, her expression tinged with sorrow, as if she wished to utter something profound. Yet her voice remained trapped within her. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi vanished, leaving behind only a flickering brilliance of white light. Obito clenched his teeth and urged Lin, "Let us go. Trust in Kakashi." The white radiance continued to flash, as long as the technique persisted. Any ninja adept in the Flying Thunder God technique could traverse its expanse ceaselessly. Kakashi nodded, casting his kunai into the air. With a precise grip and release, he executed a series of swift movements, successfully soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, the Three Tails, despite its furious roars, could not pinpoint Kakashi's whereabouts. To master the Flying Thunder God technique, a ninja must possess an exceptionally high level of taijutsu. The Leaf Village ninja beheld Kakashi's figure above the Three Tails, resembling a hawk swooping down with incredible speed. Thud after thud echoed as Kakashi unfurled a scroll, unleashing numerous explosive tags. These tags cascaded downward, illuminating the area surrounding the Three Tails with a blinding radiance. Kakashi landed on the ground, his body nearly spent. The Three Tails, severely injured, was on the brink of unconsciousness. Was it not yet enough? Unlike the fourth Hokage, Kakashi had only recently grasped the Flying Thunder God technique, and its utilization demanded a substantial expenditure of chakra. Crouching upon the shattered earth, he gazed at the retreating Three Tails, acutely aware of the growing numbness in his limbs. A bird's cry pierced the air. Above, a colossal white bird soared past. Kakashi then noticed the ninja atop the bird casting down a multitude of white objects from the sky. Uncertain of their nature, his instincts urged him to flee, yet even lifting a hand felt like an insurmountable challenge. A tremendous explosion resonated, a cacophony of small bombs eclipsing even the collective might of the explosive tags previously hurled by the Leaf Ninja. Under such an onslaught, the Three Tails, already teetering on the edge of unconsciousness, succumbed completely. Kakashi's form was engulfed in the inferno. Ignoring the peril, Lin sprinted toward Kakashi, her terrified voice echoing in Obito's ears. He stood there, frozen, overwhelmed by a surge of emotion. The anguish of potentially losing Kakashi plunged him into a tumult of despair. His Sharingan subtly shifted, reflecting his turmoil. Following the explosions, silence enveloped the surroundings, interrupted only by Deidara's laughter from atop the giant bird. Ha ha ha. This is art. Do you see it, Brother Scorpion? The area around the lake, where the Three Tails resided, had been transformed into a vast crater by Deidara's clay bombs. The water diverted and evaporated, revealing the lakebed in some elevated areas. Enough chatter. The Leaf Ninja remained nearby. We must seal the Three Tails quickly. Shadow Absolute intended to encircle the Three Tails when suddenly a swift figure appeared from the periphery. A colossal shadow loomed, as atop the giant bird, the red sand scorpion hastily pushed Deidara aside, narrowly evading a fatal blow. Nevertheless, the sudden onslaught destabilized Deidara, causing him to tumble from the avian mount. With Deidara's control lost, the red sand scorpion had no choice but to leap from the giant bird to prevent a disastrous fall. As Deidara rose, dust-covered and disheveled, he beheld a child brandishing a massive staff before him. Who are you, brat? How dare you ambush me? The red sand scorpion, exhibiting far greater composure than Deidara, smirked and remarked, so you lay in wait beneath the water, waiting for the Leaf Ninjas to exhaust themselves in battle with the Three Tails before striking? While your methods may be somewhat underhanded, possessing such a level of water release ninjutsu indicates that you are no ordinary child. I am not a brat. I am an adult. In an instant, a multitude of mist ninjas, including the Six Tails Yuga, appeared behind the child, displaying utmost reverence. His identity became unmistakable. Lord Mizukage. These two are formidable foes. Exercise caution. The fourth Mizukage, Karatsuchi Yatsukura, had come in person to seal the Three Tails within himself, becoming the new Jinchuriki. The fourth Mizukage. You say? Gazing at the child, the red sand scorpion's expression remained indifferent. Brother Scorpion, it appears we must first deal with this contingent of mist ninjas. The Leaf Ninjas surrounding them were enraged by the actions of the mist ninjas, who, despite being allies against the Three Tails, had remained passive during its recent rampage, offering no assistance. They were equally taken aback by the sudden appearance of the two ninjas. The sheer number of mist ninjas far exceeded their own, even surpassing the number of surviving Leaf Ninjas present. Yet, the two ninjas exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, they radiated an unsettling indifference toward the multitude of mist ninjas, exuding an exhilarating anticipation for the impending conflict. Kakashi! Kakashi! Hinata Rin's voice echoed in the ravaged woodland, filled with an anxious urgency that seemed to consume her. She searched relentlessly, yet amidst the wreckage of splintered trees, Kakashi's silhouette remained elusive. Hinata Rin, you must leave this place at once. It is no longer safe. Called out a Leaf Ninja, but she appeared deaf to their warnings, tirelessly sifting through the debris. Rin's heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions on one hand. She yearned to find Kakashi, while on the other, she dreaded the sight of him entangled beneath the wreckage. This inner turmoil left her visibly distraught and conflicted. In the skies above, Deidara's white giant bird ascended once more, unleashing a barrage of clay bombs that scattered like shooting stars across the battlefield. The landscape was once again engulfed in flames. Deidara conducted his assault with indiscriminate ferocity, yielding a devastation even more terrifying than the earlier chaos wrought by the Three Tails. The enraged-tailed beast had long since lost its sanity, while Deidara, seemingly frenzied, maintained an exceptional calm amidst the tumult of battle. He understood that not all mist ninjas could withstand his clay bombs. Thus, he skillfully evaded entanglements with the elite mist jounin, directing his onslaught toward those utterly defenseless ninjas. Deidara did not overly concern himself with the gains and losses of individuals or territories. He relentlessly utilized the aerial advantage of his colossal bird to bombard the ground. In a fleeting moment, the mist ninja suffered substantial losses, and their once formidable ranks dwindled drastically. How infuriating! What manner of ninja is this? Capable of posing such a threat single-handedly? Yagura bit down, gripping the coral staff in his hand, deftly maneuvering across the battlefield. He yearned to launch a surprise assault on the ninja atop the giant bird, but the enemy had wised up, maneuvering the colossal avian to greater heights while continuing their bombardment from above. The fourth, another ninja, had yet to engage in combat. Yugao dashed to Yagura's side, offering a reminder. The fourth Mizuki's gaze fell upon the standing figure of Sasori, his expression darkening. The leaf ninja stood nearby, showing no inclination to assist. Of course, Yagura had no intention of enlisting their help. Yet, despite deploying so many mist ninja, they were being toyed with by just two. No, to be precise, one ninja. If word of this were to spread, where would the dignity of the mist ninja be placed? Deidara, cease your games. We are in the land of fire. And our time is limited, Sasori remarked, his impatience palpable. What? In that moment, not only the mist ninja but even the leaf were taken aback by Sasori's words. What does he mean by cease your games? It is a rare occasion to encounter so many ninjas. Naturally, one might lose control of oneself. Deidara's colossal bird hovered in the air as he scratched his head, appearing rather bashful. Explosive clay, shadow clone bomb. Deidara formed hand seals, creating a duplicate of himself. His original self swiftly departed, while his clay clone began to descend, expanding ominously. Not good run. As the clone swelled, all the ninjas instinctively sensed the danger and retreated as swiftly as possible. Boom. The clone detonated, sending flames soaring into the sky. The enormous explosion reverberated, audible even 10 miles away. However, ninjas differ from ordinary folk. They possess various ninjutsu techniques that allow them to evade threats on the battlefield. Yet, the explosion was merely the beginning of a nightmare. The ninjas were astonished to discover that the clay clone contained minute metal fragments, which, upon the explosion's dispersal, inflicted horrifying damage. Magnet release, sand world technique. Sasori's cold voice echoed as the scattered metal fragments in the air ceased their chaotic drift, exhibiting an almost sentient quality as they gathered and spread, manipulated by his will, relentlessly assaulting the ninjas caught within the magnetic field. What is happening? The leaf ninjas at the battlefield's edge experienced minimal impact. Once they regained their awareness amidst the explosion's upheaval, they surveyed the scene, horrified to find the ground littered with the corpses of the mist ninja. Just moments ago, the formidable mist ninja had been reduced to mere remnants. Only the fourth Mizuki and the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails remained standing. Magnet release. A puppet master? Struggling to rise. Yagura beheld Sasori skillfully manipulating the puppet of the third Kazekage. This is the combined ninjutsu developed by Chisuna, no Sasori and Deidara during their training in the Hidden Dew Village. A three-wave assault, delivered with such swiftness that even the formidable fourth Mizuki and the Six Tails Jinchuriki found themselves gravely injured. Yutaka, transform into your tailed beast form. It is no longer merely a matter of face for the mist ninja. The strength of their adversaries is truly terrifying. A moment's inattention could spell their doom here. As the fourth Mizuki issued commands to the Six Tails, two figures emerged behind him and Yutaka. Kisame Hashigaki and Obito sprang forth from the water and shadows, brandishing their blades, launching a lethal strike at the remaining two mist ninja. Fourth, you have been exceedingly careless. We never claimed there were only two of us. Kisame's voice resonated from behind Kurigane Shikamaru, inflicting a severe wound on the fourth Mizuki without pursuing the advantage. Shikamaru's body lay nearly curled upon the water's surface, and Yutaka's condition was scarcely better. Kisame Hashigaki. The level of this water release ninjutsu ensures that the death of the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish is not in vain. Akatsuki's plan was meticulously orchestrated, with a series of coordinated attacks and ambushes, allowing the four ninjas to incapacitate the fourth Mizukage and the Six Tails before they could unleash their full potential. With the fourth Mizukage and the Six Tails rendered powerless, the battlefield fell into a sudden silence. 8 shadows encircled the three tails, and Obito had already positioned himself to execute the multi-shadow will prison technique to seal the tailed beast. The 4 Akatsuki ninjas found themselves momentarily idle, their gazes drifting towards the edge of the battlefield where the Konoha ninjas stood, their eyes wide with terror, before shifting to another location, to where Nohara Rin stood. Although Rin was in close proximity to the battlefield, she had remained unharmed by the recent upheaval. For before her stood Uchiha Obito, enveloped in a shimmering blue light. Despite some discrepancies, this was undoubtedly the forbidden technique Susanoo described in the intelligence reports. An Uchiha clan member? There lies a remarkable figure hidden here. This spells trouble. The Meijiki Sharingan, you say? The 4 Akatsuki ninjas conversed with a blend of jest and resignation. Little Rin, I will protect you. Uchiha Obito strode forward, undeterred by Rin's pleas, his face a mask of fury. Kakashi is unharmed. This little one will be safe as well. Suddenly, a man with flowing white hair and clad in a red robe appeared before Rin, gazing towards Uchiha Obito in the distance, shaking his head as if sighing for some reason. The azure light enveloping Obito gradually morphed into skeletal forms, limbs, and a head. Could one wield such a degree of Susanoo merely upon activating the Meijiki Sharingan? The technique of Susanoo is chronicled in the forbidden scrolls passed down through Konoha, having seemingly vanished with the death of Uchiha Madara. It is astonishing that within such a short span, the Uchiha clan has produced 2 members capable of activating this technique. In that moment, Jiraiya found himself at a loss, pondering whether this was a divine intervention guiding Konoha toward greater glory or the harbinger of its demise. Standing before Shaolin, Jiraiya quietly sighed. The fate of the Uchiha clan, so deeply entwined with love, spiraled into madness upon loss. You just mentioned that Kakashi is fine. Where is he? The gaze of Nohara Rin focused intently on Jiraiya as she inquired. Kakashi is at Myaboka Mountain. I used reverse summoning to save him during the recent explosion, Jiraiya replied, glancing back to find an unexpected charm in Nohara Rin. Yet, despite his usual propensity to flirt with beautiful women, he found himself too preoccupied to indulge in such distractions, directing all his attention to the battlefield ahead. To witness the legendary technique of Susanoo was a privilege, one that even Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, could not resist pausing to observe. Upon hearing that Kakashi was unharmed, a spark of hope ignited in Rin's eyes. She turned her gaze towards the distant battlefield, where the 4 members of Akatsuki had engaged in combat with Uchiha Obito, a wave of worry washing over her for him. At the heart of the battle, Uchiha Obito was enveloped by Susanoo, providing him with formidable protection. Despite their meticulous coordination, the 4 Akatsuki members, who had swiftly defeated the Mist's 4th Mizukage, now found themselves at a loss against Obito. That technique is even more troublesome than rumored, Deidara exclaimed as he distanced himself from Uchiha Obito, continuously bombarding Susanoo with explosive clay, yet to no avail. Retreat, Sasori shouted, prompting the other 3 Akatsuki members to swiftly withdraw from the range of Susanoo's attacks. Rin observed this and felt a sense of relief, only to hear Jiraiya declare, that kid is about to be defeated. Defeated? Rin questioned, puzzled, as Obito seemed to hold the upper hand in this confrontation. That boy named Obito has yet to fully master Susanoo. He fights merely on willpower. And with his chakra rapidly depleting, this form cannot be sustained for long. Those peculiar ninjas have noticed this as well. Hence their strategy of merely skirmishing with him rather than expending a significant amount of chakra, as they did against the Mist ninjas, Jiraiya explained, his extensive combat experience informing his assessment. As he anticipated, the once impenetrable exterior of Susanoo began to tremble slightly over time, and Uchiha Obito himself appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Stay here. Rin glanced at Jiraiya, only to discover that, unbeknownst to her, 2 talking toads had appeared on his shoulders. Are you ready? One of the toads inquired. Little Jiraiya, it is time. However, our opponents are formidable and exhibit remarkable teamwork. The other toad added. I understand, thus time is of the essence. We must conclude this swiftly. Jiraiya nodded, a determined expression gracing his face as he entered Sage Mode, which amplified his strength manifold beyond his usual capabilities. I had promised to protect Rin, yet I have failed to do so, he reflected. On the battlefield, the Susanoo gradually faded, and Uchiha Obito's consciousness became increasingly blurred as he slowly fell. Just before losing consciousness, he glanced at Nohara Rin and noticed her worried gaze fixed upon him. Rin is truly adorable, was the only thought that flashed through Obito's mind before he succumbed to darkness. The Akatsuki ninjas had yet to breathe a sigh of relief when Jiraiya's figure appeared on the scene. The Red Sand Sasori had long been aware of Jiraiya's presence at the edge of the battlefield and had been on guard against him. However, Sasori soon discovered that his meticulously crafted defenses crumbled effortlessly under Jiraiya's might. Without employing any ninjutsu, Jiraiya simply delivered a punch that sent Sasori, embedded within his magnetic sand defense, staggering back several dozen steps. Despite having repelled a member of the Akatsuki with a single blow, Jiraiya did not pursue. Instead, he swiftly darted towards Deidara. The sound of explosions echoed, and fierce flames illuminated the sky. Yet, in Sage Mode, Jiraiya possessed extraordinary sensory abilities. Even before Deidara's clay bombs could approach, Jiraiya had already evaded them. Frustrated, Deidara pondered, what kind of ninja is this? He realized he had never found himself in such a predicament before. Deidara was acutely aware of the weaknesses of his clay bombs. He had previously lost battles due to his techniques being thoroughly countered by lightning-based jutsu. However, this time was entirely different. His opponent had not utilized any techniques at all and merely evaded with physical prowess, rendering Deidara's clay bombs clumsy and redundant. Deidara's mood soured. He had never felt his art to be so inadequate, yet Jiraiya drew closer with each passing moment. Be careful. At a critical moment, Kisame Hashigaki, wielding the Samahata, intercepted Jiraiya's lethal strike. Could this blade absorb chakra? Sensing his own chakra gradually dissipating, Jiraiya furrowed his brow slightly. A pair of soft sounds echoed. Kisame and Deidara were completely oblivious to anything amiss when their bodies suddenly curled up, as if struck by a powerful blow, falling onto the water's surface. Observing Jiraiya swiftly gaining the upper hand and injuring 3 members of the Akatsuki, the Konoha ninjas finally reacted. Lord Jiraiya! It's Lord Jiraiya! Cheers erupted, and the previously demoralized Konoha ninjas ignited like kindling set ablaze by oil, their spirits soaring. The name of the legendary 3 was deeply etched in the hearts of Konoha ninjas, a symbol of their storied history of warfare. Jiraiya stood resolutely at the center of the battlefield, momentarily basking in glory. However, he did not let his guard down. Focusing his attention on the last remaining ninja who had yet to engage, Tobi. Tobi formed hand seals and summoned Shikamaru's projection using a summoning technique. Sage Mode. This is troublesome. Shikamaru observed Jiraiya on the battlefield, smirking slightly, realizing that even if his true self were present, the outcome against Jiraiya remained uncertain. Meanwhile, the Three Tails, previously unconscious, had awakened. The Three Tails was now alert. Between the group of ninjas and Jiraiya stood the Three Tails, who, despite being a tailed beast, was far from a mindless fool. In fact, the intelligence of tailed beasts, when compared to ordinary humans, was considerably higher. The reason most people perceive tailed beasts as irritable and devoid of reason is that, in comparison to their immense power, humanity appears pitifully weak. Just as a person rarely pays heed to the activities of ants, so too do tailed beasts regard humans. However, this situation was different. On one side stood Jiraiya, now in Sage Mode, accompanied by 2 frog sages perched on his shoulders. On the other side were the ninjas who had just incapacitated him, each possessing the strength to suppress a tailed beast. Particularly, one among them emanated an inexplicable chakra that instilled fear in the Three Tails. As the Three Tails regained consciousness, it remained motionless, while Shikamaru and Jiraiya refrained from unnecessary actions. The creature glanced to either side, confirming that the ninjas would not attack in the immediate moment. It then chose to slowly submerge beneath the water, moving with deliberate calm until its massive form was entirely enveloped, leaving behind a trail of bubbles. Had the tailed beast fled? This perplexity quietly seeped into the minds of the Leaf Ninjas. They had never witnessed such an unusual occurrence, and soon, cheers erupted among them. Truly, Jiraiya-sama possessed the might to send even a tailed beast fleeing. An overzealous fool among them had proclaimed this, and the Leaf Ninjas celebrated as if victory was already theirs. In stark contrast to the exuberance of the Leaf Ninjas, Jiraiya remained remarkably composed. Shikamaru's projection lingered nearby, its colors reminiscent of an antiquated television screen, rendering it indistinct. Jiraiya had never underestimated any ninja before him, even after gaining a decisive advantage. In Sage Mode, his senses were exceptionally acute, yet he could not discern the origins of the recently summoned ninja. Such a bizarre technique was unlike anything even the seasoned Jiraiya had ever encountered. Therefore, he hesitated to act recklessly. Little Jiraiya, that chakra from the projection is quite peculiar. Frog Sage Fukasaku remarked after a moment of contemplation. We may soon engage in battle. No detail can be overlooked. However, Shima lacked Fukasaku's patience, exclaiming, "What about the child's father?" In an odd twist of perception, it seemed that the projection could absorb the surrounding natural energy. The notion of absorbing natural energy surprised both Jiraiya and Shima. They had both felt the volatility of natural energy and understood the immense difficulty in condensing sage chakra. Countless toads in Mayaboka Mountain had been petrified throughout history due to unsuccessful sage training, so the idea of a mere projection, seemingly capable of such feats, surpassed the understanding of the two toads and Jiraiya alike. "Are you seeing things, father of the child?" Shima asked incredulously. Shinzua's bulging eyes widened in astonishment as he proclaimed loudly, "There is no mistake. The opponent's projection is unstable, yet it is indeed absorbing natural energy. No, to be precise, he is not merely absorbing natural energy, but rather using it to harmonize and stabilize the bizarrely unstable chakra within him." Jiraiya inhaled deeply. Both he and the Toad clan of Mount Mayaboku exerted tremendous effort to harmonize the natural energy they absorbed into their bodies, often facing failure. In stark contrast, the strange projection did the opposite. Regardless of how incredulous Shinzua's words sounded to him, Jiraiya chose to believe. "Wake that little brat on the ground. There is little time for him to be slumbering." Jima nodded, spitting out a mouthful of water that cascaded like a waterfall, abruptly rousing Uchiha Obito. Achoo! Obito sneezed, seemingly choking on the water, and with a grunt, he finally regained consciousness. What met his eyes was an oddly shaped man and two toads, leaving him utterly bewildered. "Who are you?" "Little brat, now is not the time for questions. Do you possess Susanoo? Take that girl and cover the retreat of the Leaf's ninjas." Shinzua comprehended the gravity of Jiraiya's words, fully aware that the upcoming battle would be exceptionally brutal. A toad can actually speak? However, Obito's thick-headedness rendered him oblivious to the urgency conveyed in Shinzua's words, as he continued to grumble. "You are called Obito, correct? Kakashi is safe, having been rescued by me. Although you have activated Susanoo, you are not in a condition to participate in the forthcoming battle. Take that girl and the others, including those two mist ninjas, and return to the Leaf immediately. Report the situation here to the old man. This is your mission. Who are you?" "Jiraiya." As Jiraiya uttered his name, Obito seemed to grasp something, nodding in understanding. "Rest assured, I will ensure their safe return." Jiraiya's gaze remained fixed on Shikamaru's movements. Once Obito departed, he could finally unleash his full potential. My goodness, this is a fight to the death. Jiraiya was utterly serious at this moment, and seeing him in such a state, Shikamaru felt a sense of helplessness. His true form was not present here. Relying solely on this projection, he could not utilize many techniques. The four Akatsuki ninjas would find it quite challenging to contend with Jiraiya in his current state. "Retreat." Thus, Shikamaru decisively issued the command. "But sir, the Three Tails has already fled. We are not far from the sea. Once the Three Tails submerges, no ninja will be able to capture it. Though we have not caught the Three Tails, as long as we ensure they cannot capture it either, we can deem it a victory. Move swiftly." With urgency, Shikamaru shouted, directing everyone to follow Jiraiya's attacking figure. The Leaf ninjas vanished from sight, while the four members of Akatsuki retreated as well. On the battlefield, only Shikamaru's projection and Jiraiya remained. Shikamaru performed hand seals, summoning a colossal prison gate. Jiraiya had never encountered such a peculiar door. Momentarily at a loss as to whether to advance or retreat, the dark, flowing shadows entwined around the simple yet formidable entrance, which gradually creaked open, revealing what seemed to be a chasm of darkness, still and frigid. "Hurry, young Jiraiya," Daisuke bellowed, for he could already sense an immense chakra striving to escape its confines beyond that door. The sky appeared to be stained a deep crimson, and as the formidable chakra approached the gate of the abyss, the world around them seemed engulfed in flames, the temperature rising sharply around Jiraiya. A monstrous feline head desperately sought to break free from behind the gate, its visage both grotesque and terrifying, emitting a thunderous roar. "Is that the Two Tails?" "Young Jiraiya, we can no longer hesitate. Our time for summoning is running short." Just as Jiraiya intended to retreat using reverse summoning, the door began to close slowly. With the despairing roar of the monstrous cat, tranquility returned. Before Jiraiya, both Shikamaru's projection and the Akatsuki ninja vanished without a trace. Have we frightened them? Due to the delay of the projection, Shikamaru, who had been soaking in a hot spring in the land of water, opened his eyes, uncertain of the situation. Murmuring to himself, Kakashi, weary, blinked awake to a picturesque landscape. The sounds of croaking frogs and chirping insects surrounded him, while in the distance, a waterfall shimmered with a golden hue. You're awake, young Kakashi. Jiraiya's companion, Jima, emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of food, and greeted him warmly. Who are you? Just call me Granny Jima. You are in Myaboka Mountain, brought here by young Jiraiya. It was evident that although Jima was a frog, she held a particular fondness for the handsome Kakashi. Lord Jiraiya? Although Kakashi was unsure why he had suddenly found himself in this place, he had heard of Jiraiya's esteemed reputation, which eased his previously anxious heart. Young Jiraiya and your father have gone to meet the great sage Toad. You have been unconscious for quite some time and need to regain your strength. Come, let us eat. Thank you. Kakashi felt a pang of hunger. But when he arrived at the dining table, he was met with a spread of fried insects, sushi made of insects, and insect soup, an array of high-protein, raw delicacies. Kakashi hesitated, wanting to express his thoughts, but seeing Jima's enthusiastic hospitality, he ultimately held his tongue and bit into an insect. Within the expansive hall, stone pillars stood in rows, adorned with mysterious inscriptions and symbols. The great sage Toad, a colossal and rotund figure, lounged comfortably in the center of the hall. Seemingly in a state of reverie, Jiraiya and Daizuko entered and approached him, momentarily at a loss for words. With each breath, the great sage Toad appeared profoundly tranquil in his dreamlike state. Just as Jiraiya felt himself on the verge of slumber, the great sage Toad awakened languidly. I am aware of your intentions, yet I cannot provide the answers you seek. Great sage Toad, aside from us and those sticky creatures, are there any other beings in this world capable of wielding natural energy? Your perspective is indeed rather limited, little Shinsaku. The great toad sage's enormous mouth opened slightly as he spoke. Despite your several hundred years of cultivation on Mount Myaboku, it remains a fleeting moment in the grand tapestry of this world. Before the emergence of chakra, there existed only a singular form of energy, the very source of sage arts. Neither Mount Myaboku, the Dragon Cave, nor the Wetbone Forest have truly comprehended natural energy. I cannot divulge the reasons, for even I am unaware. But Sage Toad, your divinations are infallibly accurate, Jiraiya exclaimed loudly, struggling to grasp the notion that even the omnipotent great toad sage could find himself at a loss. I can glimpse the future in my dreams. Yet what I perceive may not align with reality. Time is composed of continuous fragments, and I can only witness a fleeting moment within it. Inferring potential future events from mere hints is the extent of my capabilities. Is that so? Jiraiya, somewhat disheartened, closed his mouth. To be unable to extract useful information from the great toad sage was a significant loss for him. Little Jiraiya, let us depart. Upon finishing his words, the great toad sage closed his eyes, retreating once more into slumber, while Shinsaku murmured softly. The grand doors of the temple began to close slowly. Contrary to what Shinsaku and Jiraiya had envisioned, the great toad sage, who typically slumbered for extended periods, awakened swiftly this time. Before the great toad sage, a light began to coalesce. The light shimmered into existence, akin to a flickering candle, fragile and prone to extinguishing at any moment. So, you have come, Kagaya Otsutsuki. You were aware all along? The figure of the Sage of Six Paths materialized from the distant realms of time and space before the great toad sage. His expression filled with perplexity. The future has shifted, and it is veering towards a direction you would rather not witness. Can you endure it? The great toad sage appeared unenthused, lacking any semblance of reverence for this legendary existence. What on earth has transpired in this era? The Sage of Six Paths wore a face etched with deep furrows, a hint of anger evident, devoid of the enigmatic aura attributed to the progenitor of the ninja world. I do not know. The great toad sage's oversized doctoral hat trembled slightly as he adjusted to a more comfortable position, chuckling softly. Is there truly anything in this world that you're unaware of? A smirk flickered across the Sage of Six Paths' face. Yet, within this dimly lit and enigmatic temple, that smile bore an ominous quality. You must have heard my earlier words. I have yet to perceive the factor that alters the future, even among the Otsutsuki clan. You are a formidable presence. However, even with your chakra enabling you to traverse the seams of time, you remain incapable of altering an era that is not your own. Is that so? Kagaya Otsutsuki remained noncommittal to the great Toad Sage's words. An inexplicable stillness enveloped the temple. A surge of formidable chakra manifested, the ensuing pressure almost causing the very structure to rupture. The great Toad Sage gently waved his webbed hand, and another surge of chakra emerged, akin to a gentle breeze that suppressed the chakra of the Sage of Six Paths, instantly bringing tranquility to the hall. It appears that all these years have not been in vain. A hint of derision crept onto the face of Otsutsuki Kagaya. The greater the power you wield, the more your essence will be constrained by the rules of this space-time. In your current state, you are utterly powerless. The great Toad Sage opened his mouth to respond to Otsutsuki Kagaya. In this realm, I can no longer sense Indra's chakra. There is but one explanation for this. He is dead. Although Indra's power was modest, he was not easily slain by mere trivialities. If that factor capable of altering the future has indeed accomplished this, it signifies that in the not-so-distant future, he will possess the strength to annihilate the Otsutsuki clan. Do you believe I am the only one who wishes to avert such a fate? Is it so? The great Toad Sage parted his lips but chose not to elaborate further. Both you and I have acquired incomplete sage techniques. No one can wield the power of the Otsutsuki clan to eradicate its own kin. For years, I have safeguarded the secrets of sage arts. If those within the Otsutsuki clan were to discover them, what do you think would transpire? Is it so? I always assumed that your desire to keep the secrets of sage arts hidden aligned with mine. A sly smile emerged on the great Toad Sage's eternally unchanged visage. Seemingly unperturbed by this threat, Otsutsuki Kagaya gritted her teeth, suppressing the anger within, and spoke. I may indeed be unable to act directly upon this world, but that does not imply I cannot alter this space-time. As the candle flickered out, shadows faded, and the clamor subsided, the hall returned to silence. The great Toad Sage closed his eyes once more, sinking into slumber. The sea swelled, waves crashing violently, as the ship rocked precariously, battered and broken. This was a small vessel bound for the land of waves, struggling against the tempest, on the brink of destruction. Shikamaru stood at the bow, gazing at the distant rumblings of thunder and the thick, dark clouds, feeling little resistance within. The strength possessed by a ninja, even in such harsh conditions, grants them a far greater chance of survival than the ordinary folk trembling amidst the waves behind him. While the common citizens quaked in fear, Shikamaru stood on the deck, enjoying the cold wind and admiring the sea with a somewhat resigned expression. Of course, Shikamaru did not come here of his own volition. In truth, the space on board this small vessel was exceedingly limited, with most areas that offered shelter from the storm occupied by others. The land of waves is exceedingly impoverished. Although there are many routes through this nation, the frequency of service is particularly sparse. Most who venture to this land are war refugees left homeless by conflict. Are the Umbu still inside? Shikamaru inquired, turning to White's approaching figure. Yes, it seems they are hiding among the crowd, likely fearing we might notice them. Aware of White's prowess, these Konoha Umbu dared not come too close, masquerading as war refugees concealed within the cabins below the deck. In the vast expanse of the sea, they were not overly concerned about losing their way. A storm was imminent. White gazed at the distant clouds. Being from the land of water, he was quite familiar with such weather. The fishing industry in his homeland was remarkably prosperous, and many villagers relied on it for their livelihood. White vividly recalled that during such weather, neighbors who would ordinarily be scarce for days on end would remain indoors, waiting for the tempest to pass. Of course, those kindly uncles often brought him gifts of seashells and other marine treasures, enchanted by his charming appearance. Reflecting on the past, his thoughts turned to those neighbors who had drawn their blades upon discovering his lineage as a bloodline ninja, casting a shadow of sorrow across his features. The darkened sky howled with the wind, visibility dimming. Bai, ever vigilant as a ninja, did not let his guard down easily. Over there, a ship was swiftly approaching. Shikamaru followed the direction of Bai's outstretched hand and beheld a large vessel racing toward them across the water. Unlike the small, dilapidated boat they occupied, this grand ship appeared immensely formidable, maintaining its stability even amidst the tumultuous waves. What purpose did this ship serve? Bai wondered aloud, a hint of confusion in his voice. Soon enough, he discovered the answer, for a black sail had been raised upon that ship. It was a pirate ship. In an instant, Shikamaru felt as though he were in a play, pondering whether a man claiming to be the pirate king would soon emerge from its decks. It was evident that the ship was powered by superior means compared to their humble craft, sailing with remarkable speed. A horde of pirates leaped from the deck of the ship, boarding Shikamaru's vessel with alarming swiftness. Without much resistance, their captain declared surrender. By Shikamaru. And the members of the Konoha Anbu were swiftly transported onto the pirate ship's deck. This band of pirates appeared exceptionally well-trained, rivaling the armies of minor nations. Clearly, they were anticipating something. From the throng emerged a diminutive man with a pair of goat-like sideburns. It was apparent that this individual commanded the respect of the pirates. "I am Kato, the captain of this ship, and I shall one day be the wealthiest man in the world, owning the largest shipping company," he proclaimed with an air of arrogance and confidence. His gaze swept across the crowd and soon fixated on Bai. Undoubtedly captivated by her striking beauty that rivaled that of a stunning maiden. "Take this girl to my quarters," Kato commanded his imposing henchmen. As the two burly men approached, Bai glanced at Shikamaru, who signaled her to remain still. Complying obediently, Bai followed the men toward the captain's cabin at the fore of the ship. The remaining captives were soon segregated and confined in groups. Kato was in high spirits, marveling at the fortune of encountering such exquisite beauty during this raid. His heart was in a state of tumult, and after arranging the return journey, he hurried back to his chamber. However, what awaited him was not a gentle slumber, but rather a chaotic upheaval. The tender maiden he had envisioned morphed into a tempestuous fiend, prompting him to urgently call upon his subordinates outside the door. Yet, there was only an eerie silence. There was no need for concern. All of his men outside had succumbed to a perplexing illusion and were now in a deep slumber. Shikamaru's silhouette appeared before Kato, casually perusing a book from the shelf. "An illusion? You are ninjas," Kato lamented inwardly, never anticipating that he would entangle himself with such formidable adversaries. "Where did you acquire these?" Shikamaru inquired, a hint of surprise in his gaze as he regarded Kato. The volumes contained intricate designs of ships, and their concepts were remarkably innovative compared to the naval vessels of this era. Sensing his own vitality waning, the somewhat disheveled Kato surprisingly found his resolve hardening. "These are all my designs," he declared defiantly. "You?" Shikamaru's skeptical expression incited Kato's ire, compelling him to hastily validate his claims. "What? Does being a pirate preclude one from being talented? Can one not harbor dreams simply due to an unseemly appearance?" Shikamaru chuckled, responding, "You just mentioned wanting to establish a shipping company. What is your plan?" "Of course, I intend to master trade routes, monopolize maritime commerce, and then reap colossal profits. In that case, I shall wield dominion over places like the land of waves, where I can command the winds and rains at will." In this moment, Kato finally discerned a psychological advantage. Such rudimentary matters need not be articulated. Evidently, these ninjas were merely brutish fools. So foolish. Shikamaru's exclamation rendered Kato momentarily speechless. "With such talent, you confine your aspirations to a mere speck like the land of waves? What do you mean?" Faced with Shikamaru's unbridled enthusiasm, Kato found himself somewhat at a loss. In this world, for the 5 great nations are coastal. With sufficiently powerful warships, one could effectively blockade all maritime routes. What would that imply? The majority of trade in this world would fall under my control. The order of this ninja-dominated realm would be irrevocably altered. We could effortlessly bring the land of water under our sway. But are you not a ninja? Kato looked at Shikamaru, bewildered, unable to fathom his intentions. "That is of no consequence." Shikamaru waved his hand dismissively. "From this day forth, you shall be my subordinate. Is that even possible?" Kato stared incredulously at the youthful figure before him, grappling with the audacious vision he had just articulated. Almost immediately, he regretted his words. How could he possibly align himself with this person's delusions? Kato was a man of dreams. Despite his precarious life as a pirate, a profession tinged with legend and fraught with uncertainty, he remained a dreamer at heart. Yet, dreams are meant to be realized. He would never indulge in daydreaming. In this world, only a select few ninjas can ascend to the pinnacle, possessing powers that are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. The vast majority of ninjas are merely stronger than the average person. Once the force of chakra becomes accessible to the common folk, ninjas will no longer hold their esteemed position in this world. Perhaps the allure of the future envisioned by the young boy before him was too compelling. Even a hardened figure like Kato, who had weathered tumultuous storms for many years, found himself pondering the implications of such a possibility. This is impossible. Chakra is a force that cannot be wielded by ordinary people. Kato felt a sense of unease and countered. Why do you believe that? Only those who can sense and harness chakra can become ninjas. Therefore, only ninjas can utilize chakra. Is that not so? This world is vast. so expansive that even those ninjas who wield immense power cannot hope to grasp its entirety. The understanding of ninjas remains decidedly archaic and conservative, much like the Uchiha clan. Their bloodline grants them strength, yet the constraints of the ninja way render them remarkably foolish. Ultimately, the very concept of the ninja way holds no necessary existence. CHG remarked with a smile. Shiro, who did not hail from a ninja lineage, felt little resonance with CHG's words. However, Kato was different. Though he was not a ninja, he frequently interacted with them. Those ninjas, whom he could only admire from afar, predominantly emerged from ancient ninja families. The ninja way was of paramount importance to them, something they would fight for in an instant. The ninja way, passed down from the Sage of Six Paths, is a tradition revered and developed by all ancient ninja clans, yet it was effortlessly dismissed by the young boy before him. To a certain extent, the ninja way bequeathed by the Sage of Six Paths has shaped the very fabric of this world's order. Furthermore, the youth before him was indeed a ninja. If word were to spread, the ensuing uproar would be unfathomable. Kato could scarcely imagine it. For a moment, he equated the boy with madness. Do you comprehend what you are saying? Release me at once. I refuse to be your subordinate. As Kato struggled, the sounds of a violent skirmish suddenly erupted from outside the cabin. What is happening? Kato exclaimed in astonishment. Ah, I forgot to mention. There are members of Konoha's Umbu infiltrating this ship. Umbu. Kato, having traversed the underworld for many years, was well aware of the fearsome reputation of Konoha's Umbu. Ruthless, merciless. Shrouded in darkness, they kill without shedding blood. An array of negative descriptors flooded Kato's mind, causing him to break into a cold sweat. If Kato could be considered a villain, then the Umbu of Konoha represented the pinnacle of darkness, an existence that instilled terror in all. You are deceiving me. Why would the Umbu of Konoha suddenly appear on my ship, despite his protestations? Kato clung to a glimmer of hope that the boy's earlier remarks were merely an attempt to intimidate him. I neglected to introduce myself. My name is Nara Shikamaru. And these members of Konoha's Umbu are here to offer me covert protection. You must be aware that for individuals like you entrenched in the underworld, the Umbu of Konoha show no hesitation in taking action. Boss. The astute Cardo cried out without a shred of dignity. Speaking of which, my dear subordinate, over the years, through your acts of thievery, you must have amassed quite a fortune from ill-gotten gains, haven't you? Observing the sudden shift in Shikamaru's demeanor, Cardo felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart. Boss, you know well that the profession of piracy is fraught with peril. The investment is substantial, but the returns are meager. Furthermore, I must navigate the intricate affairs of the nobles in the land of fire, the land of soup, and the land of waves. Thus, little remains. Shikamaru crouched down, gazing at Cardo pinned to the floor by White. I understand. You are aware that although I hail from Konoha, the Umbu ninjas do not necessarily heed my commands. The Umbu maintain a stance of swift eradication towards those in your line of work. Convincing them to spare you without any legitimate reason puts me in a difficult position. As the sounds of battle outside grew increasingly intense, beads of sweat formed on Cardo's forehead. Rest assured, boss, I shall mend my ways and become a better person. I am willing to donate all my ill-gotten wealth for you to engage in charitable deeds. Observing Cardo's earnestness, Shikamaru nodded in satisfaction. Mount Myaboku. Is this the sage mode? A power even my teacher could not fully master? Upon entering this wondrous realm, Kakashi's previous understanding of ninjutsu underwent a profound transformation. Before Kakashi, Jiraiya was diligently refining his sage mode under the watchful eye of Fukasaku. Witnessing Jiraiya's transformation into a frog-like state, Kakashi couldn't help but express his astonishment. Young Jiraiya's sage mode is not flawless. His face still bears traces of his transformation. Moreover, he requires assistance from me and the kid's father to enter sage mode, and cannot fight independently. Sage Fukasaku seemed particularly fond of Kakashi, explaining, imperfect? Kakashi gazed in astonishment at Jiraiya, who effortlessly hurled and shattered a massive boulder. If this is the power of imperfection, how formidable must true sage mode be? Sage Fukasaku. Might I learn sage mode as well? The initially enthusiastic sage Fukasaku shook his head with a hint of resignation, stating, to learn sage mode, one must possess a vast reservoir of chakra, and you still fall short of that requirement. Additionally, the sage arts of Mount Myaboku are unique to our frog clan. To master our lineage of sage mode, you must carve your own path within these stringent conditions. Young Jiraiya has found his way, albeit imperfectly. Minato is still honing his skills. rendering a sage mode unsuitable for practical application. As for you, you are still a bit away from the threshold of sage mode. Therefore, your training at Mount Mayaboku must focus on increasing your chakra reserves. Without the extensive chakra consumption required to maintain the Sharingan, Kakashi possessed a significant amount of chakra. Nevertheless, in Sage Fukasaku's eyes, he still had a considerable distance to cover before entering Sage mode. Increase my chakra reserves, you say? I understand. Has the moment finally arrived? The sky cleared, and the ship arrived at the harbor of the Land of Waves. Shikamaru disembarked the deck, followed closely by a dozen disbanded Umbu and the cautious Kato. If Konoha were a bustling metropolis, the entire Land of Waves resembled a quaint fishing village in stark contrast. As far as the eye could see, only a few modest fishing boats were docked at the harbor, and the pier appeared quite dilapidated. Kato's grand vessel, upon docking, exuded an air of remarkable presence. Boss. This is the most renowned port of the Land of Waves. The person you seek, Dasna, resides in the nearby village. Kato respectfully guided the way amidst the scrutinizing gazes of the Umbu. Observing Kato's demeanor, the Umbu displayed visible displeasure. Shikamaru, why do you choose to protect such a person? The leader of the Umbu, Moonlight Breeze, a descendant of the Konoha flow, questioned. For dark forces like Kato, Konoha's Umbu would typically eliminate them without hesitation, given that their combat prowess hardly surpassed a trivial score of 5. After all, if a person is willing to reform, we in Konoha should always extend a chance. Shikamaru replied resolutely, amidst the skeptical stares of Moonlight Breeze and the Umbu. Shikamaru, although your intentions remain unclear, the Land of Waves has always been under the influence of the Mist Village. If your actions are too outlandish, it may complicate matters within the village. With their identities compromised, the Konoha Umbu had essentially failed their mission, and reluctantly, they had to transition from shadows to the open. Moonlight Breeze cautioned Shikamaru, trailing closely beside him. Under the influence of the mist, is it? Shikamaru murmured. Despite the Land of Waves being in proximity to the Land of Fire, the latter had never regarded this small nation, merely separated by a body of water, with any significance. Though the 5 great ninja villages appeared to be at odds, their respective spheres of influence were distinctly defined. Such influence corresponded to the quantity and quality of missions, which in turn determined the financial resources of each ninja village. While Konoha possessed formidable strength, it had never overstepped its boundaries, particularly in sensitive times when the Umbu were expressly instructed by higher-ups to exercise extreme caution. The town where Dasna resided was relatively affluent even within the Land of Fire. Following the Third Great Ninja War, the world had turned into a wasteland. The reconstruction efforts necessitated not only a vast supply of materials but also a considerable number of skilled laborers. Nearly all the townsfolk in Dasna's village were professionals in this field. As a result, the standard of living here was comparatively decent. When Shikamaru located Dasna, he found him in a small tavern, indulging in drink. You want me to collaborate with Takumi and Konoha to construct several buildings? Have you agreed to this? Kato interjected. Absolutely not. Dasna declared decisively after taking a swig of his drink. Why not? Shikamaru inquired, perplexed. Are you unaware that Takumi and I are mortal adversaries? It is utterly impossible for me to work alongside him. You scoundrel, you show no respect for my superior. Do you wish to court danger? Kato, fully embodying the traits of a gangster, immediately resorted to threats when his invitation was declined. With a resounding thwack, Shikamaru struck Kato on the head. Do not forget. You are no longer a member of the underworld. You are a good person. The blow rendered Kato subdued. Shikamaru understood well that individuals like Dazuna had tempers that were proportional to their abilities. If he were susceptible to threats, he would not have risked his life to construct a bridge connecting the Land of Waves to the outside world. What a pity. This was a project that even the legendary master carpenter, Kame, had admitted could not be completed alone. If someone were to accomplish it, would that not signify their superiority over Kame? Shikamaru lamented. Reeking of alcohol and unfazed by Kato's threats, Dazuna turned to Shikamaru, a flicker of interest suddenly igniting in his eyes. At the other end of the small town, a stunningly beautiful woman entered the tavern. She was youthful yet possessed a sultry allure, exuding a maturity beyond her years, her every smile and frown radiating charm. Lady Terumi Mei. This tavern served as a stronghold for Kirigakure in the Land of Waves, with both the owner and the staff being Miss Shinobi. Upon her entrance, they greeted her with utmost respect. Terumi Mei appeared as a lovely and gentle woman, yet the Mist Shinobi within the tavern dared not exhibit any frivolity or disrespect. This was due to the fact that she was the only ninja possessing 2 bloodline limits. Her formidable abilities and fierce ninjutsu compelled even the 4th Mizukage, Karatsuchi, to acknowledge her strength and rely on her for numerous matters. Has there been any news from the Mizukage? Terumi Mei inquired. The 4th Mizukage had led a contingent of elite Mist Shinobi to the Land of Fire in pursuit of the Three Tails. Terumi Mei was initially designated as backup. However, the agreed-upon time frame had long since passed, yet there had been no communication from the Mizukage. The Kagea represents an entire ninja village, and the Mizukage is the leader of all Mist Shinobi. The absence of news from the 4th Mizukage in the Land of Fire was no trivial matter. It was a serious issue that could potentially incite a new wave of conflict. There has been no word from Konoha, nor have we received any updates from our base in the Land of Fire. The last intelligence we received indicated that Kisame Hashigaki had slain the formidable Lord Gyuki from the Watermelon Mountain and subsequently defected from the ninja village. Furthermore, Samahata has fallen into the hands of this traitor. What did you say? Kisame Hashigaki has defected? Terumi Mei exclaimed in astonishment. Although she was not well acquainted with Kisame, she had certainly heard of his reputation. He was known for his unwavering commitment to completing even the most daunting missions. It was difficult for her to fathom that such an individual would become a rogue ninja. Despite her incredulity, Terumi Mei restrained her emotions. She nodded and said, I have come here on a temporary mission from the village, and I require your assistance to fulfill it. What is it? A large aqueduct in the country has fallen into disrepair, and there are insufficient hands available domestically to undertake its restoration. Thus, the village has been tasked with seeking the expertise of the esteemed craftsman, Dasna, from the Land of Waves. Although the mission is of modest rank, it holds considerable significance. We have learned that Dasna resides in this quaint town. Take me there at once. The warm sunlight streamed in, illuminating the pristine white sheets, as the 4th Mizukage, Kagaya Shira, gradually opened his eyes to behold the somewhat aged ceiling above. A subtle ache began to invade his body and consciousness as he slowly propped himself up. In the solitary hospital room, another figure was already present. The golden hair shimmered more brilliantly under the sunlight, and upon noticing Shira's awakening, Minato Namikaze greeted him with a gentle smile, stepping forward. Lord Mizukage, you are awake? Who are you? Shira inquired, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he slightly tilted his head. Though he instinctively recognized that he was in the hospital of Konoha, he found himself questioning the identity of the man before him. My apologies. I assumed my name was already well known. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Minato Namikaze, he replied, displaying the bashfulness characteristic of a young man, scratching his head with a slightly embarrassed expression. This hospital was quite secluded, with few patients, and the occasional whispers of those walking outside could be heard. Upon hearing the name Minato Namikaze, Shira's expression shifted immediately. It was akin to a wild predator sensing a rival in the wilderness, as a mixture of vigilance and unease swept over his youthful visage. There's no need to be anxious, Lord Mizukage. I brought you and Lord Hitaki to Konoha's hospital for treatment. I harbor no ill intentions, Minato hastily explained. Sensing the absence of any formidable presence around him, Shira began to understand that Konoha did not intend to imprison him, and he let out a sigh of relief. I am not anxious. I am an adult, he retorted. Minato appeared somewhat at a loss in dealing with such a personality. As the Hokage, he had captured the leader of an enemy village, yet why this arrangement? It was perplexing, having grown up in the fiercely competitive environment of the village hidden in mist. Shira's life philosophy revolved around the law of the jungle. Capturing the leader of a village would yield benefits and intelligence beyond imagination. In his mind, any resolution would be preferable to the current situation. You misunderstand me. I merely desire peaceful coexistence between the 2 ninja villages. Peace? Laughter filled the hospital room, and Shira was taken aback to discover that the legendary Yellow Flash was such a naive individual. Peace? Is that truly possible? The world of ninjas is rife with bloodshed. We exist in a hellscape where our only option is to bring down our enemies. No, the ninja way that has been passed down among us was never meant to be this way. If we can take even the smallest of steps, I firmly believe we can find hope for the future through exploration, using love to mend the wounds of hatred. You foolish old man. Why are you still here? My mom's calling you back for dinner. Uzumaki Naruto barged in, expressing his grievances toward Namikaze Minato. I apologize. I have a few matters to attend to. Please tell Kushina I will return shortly. Minato replied. Honestly, my stomach is growling. Today is the day for my favorite barbecue. How much longer must we wait? Naruto huffed with a hint of pride. The harmonious atmosphere at that moment left Kirigane Ichikura astonished. Such ordinary exchanges between a father and son seemed remarkably rare to him. As a ninja, such moments were not expected to occur. This scene challenged Ichikura's understanding, and he found himself increasingly curious about the father-son duo before him. I apologize. I'll return immediately. It's just a little kid here, right? Silly dad, are you deliberately stalling? Naruto shot a glance at Ichikura, pouting. I am not a child. I am an adult. Ichikura declared eagerly, yet Naruto ignored him entirely, rolling his eyes. What a joke. You're clearly just a kid, pretending to be grown up. Naruto, do not be disrespectful. This is the fourth Hokage, Minato interjected hurriedly, wearing an expression that suggested he was cleaning up after his troublesome son. Is the fourth Hokage so impressive? Today is all about my favorite barbecue. Naruto continued to vent his frustrations toward Minato. I apologize, Hokage-sama, for the disturbance today. I shall return home for dinner, Ichikura said, observing Minato's continuous apologies without any pretense. Just before Minato led Naruto out of the hospital room, Ichikura finally spoke up. Hokage-sama, is it love that brings hope? The future you speak of, I shall consider. In the land of water, within a small tavern, tensions were palpable. The arrival of the Mist Ninjas had transformed what was once a peaceful atmosphere into one fraught with anxiety. Sukiakari Kase did not wish to witness such a scene. To him, wasn't it merely about constructing a few buildings? Why escalate tensions with the Mist Ninjas over something so trivial? Shikamaru. The third Hokage instructed us to avoid significant disputes and to resolve issues with love, Kase reminded, although his counsel appeared to fall on deaf ears. The discord between Shikamaru and Terumi may had long since escalated from a mere contention over Dizuna to a matter of honor between Konoha and Kirigakure. What a farce. You say you want to take it, as if you hold Konoha in high regard. A young Mist Ninja interjected. This is our territory. And what makes you think Konoha is so great? Terumi Mei and Shikamaru continued their heated exchange. Meanwhile, Dizuna, who was meant to be the focal point, had been reduced to a mere bystander. Is Konoha truly so formidable? Had we Mist Ninjas participated in the last Great War, would your victory have been so effortless? One of the Mist Ninjas accompanying Terumi Mei remarked, instantly igniting the ire of the assembled Umbu. My esteemed lord, I implore you to be mindful of your manner of speaking. In the heart of Moonlight Shifong, the status of Konoha remains unassailable, leaving no room for even the slightest slander from others. Do not presume that Konoha is so remarkable. Had it not been for our Mist Shinobi's absence from the three great ninja wars, you would have long since faced defeat. What a jest. Even with your Mist Shinobi's participation, the outcome would remain unchanged. With a resounding crash, a cup was hurled, striking Moonlight Shifong squarely upon his head. The powder keg ignited instantly. At that moment, the teachings of the third Hokage had entirely vacated Moonlight Shifong's mind. Love, hope, the ever-burning leaves. Strike for me, Shikamaru bellowed. And Moonlight Shifong, along with the Umbu behind him, instinctively surged forward, engaging in a brawl with the Mist Shinobi like ruffians. Observing the chaos of battling ninjas, Shikamaru raised his hands in resignation, exclaiming, Love? It does not exist. Within the tavern, the clamor of combat raged fiercely. Both the Mist and Konoha Shinobi seemed disinclined to reduce the establishment to ruins. Thus, they tacitly resorted to mere physical combat, refraining from employing more destructive jutsu. Perhaps unable to endure the foolishness of the assembly, Terumi Mei intervened. In an instant, all present, be they from Konoha or Mist, were dispatched one by one. Terumi Mei's martial prowess was both graceful and formidable. As she surveyed the previously boisterous ninjas now rendered silent, a satisfied smile graced her lips. Akin to the relief of swatting away an incessant fly, all patrons had fled the tavern, including the owner who sought refuge. Terumi Mei regarded Shikamaru before her, her expression brimming with pride, clearly questioning whether the young boy felt fear. However, her sense of triumph was short-lived. The very ground trembled, reminiscent of a massive stone crashing down. An ominous aura pervaded the air, and distant cries reached her ears, causing Terumi Mei's delicate brows to furrow in concern. What was happening? With a flicker, Terumi Mei vanished from the tavern. When she reappeared, she stood tall atop the town's high tower, gazing toward the source of the commotion in the distance. At the coastal mountains, tumultuous waves roared, and the great swell of water effortlessly tore apart the ship docked at the shore. A thick fog rose, transforming the once clear sky into a tempestuous scene. The darkened heavens bore only faint, wavering lines, remnants of sunlight lingering. Amidst the swirling clouds, Terumi may discern the silhouette of a colossal beast lurking within. What is that? Is it the three tails? Terumi may murmured in awe, then turned to Shikamaru beside her, her expression shifting to one of shock. When did he arrive? As the sole ninja possessing mastery over two bloodline limits, Terumi May wielded formidable strength alongside striking beauty. The combination of these attributes deterred most male ninjas. So powerful that she had no suitors. This was a source of both concern and pride for Terumi May. Yet now, the appearance of this young boy stirred a hint of uncertainty within her heart. In this world, there are indeed individuals capable of appearing beside her without any prior warnings. And she astonishingly failed to notice. A tremendous roar reverberated, causing all the inhabitants of the Land of Waves to flee into the depths of the islands. Ordinary ninjas are powerless against tailed beasts, and within the Land of Waves, there are scarcely any ninjas, rendering resistance impossible. The only sensation Shikamaru could perceive was the palpable terror etched on the faces of the fleeing residents, reminiscent of the dread one might feel at the end of days. Beside him, Temari appeared to be deep in thought, and after a moment, she gently shook her head, finally setting her gaze towards the direction of the three tails. What a woman of justice, Shikamaru mused, observing Temari's figure moving against the tide of panicked citizens. My lord, should we seize this opportunity to seal the three tails? Bai half knelt beside Shikamaru, inquiring earnestly. The timing is not yet right. Furthermore, among the shadows I can summon in such a short time, there are few skilled in sealing techniques. Where is JZ? The information from Lord Yukura indicates that JZ is currently at his own residence in the Land of Waves. Let us proceed. What about the three tails? Bai hesitated, glancing at the howling beast by the coast. Fear not, Temari's ninjutsu is more than sufficient to handle the three tails. JZ's residence lay hidden deep within the mountains, constructed with utmost discretion. In the courtyard, water flowed gently, with springs cascading down from the mountains, channeled into the yard. The serene forest setting was picturesque, yet the occasional howls were somewhat jarring. Outside, the courtyard resembled a hell's cape, while within, tranquility reigned. Lord Shikamaru, you summoned me here for what purpose? JZ was aware of the unusual circumstances outside, yet he remained remarkably composed. For the sake of the Land of Waves, a mere small nation? A hint of disdain colored JZ's tone, though as a merchant, he ought to strive to suppress such sentiments. Indeed, what would you have me do, Lord Shikamaru? Establish a shipping company here. JZ shook his head, setting down his cup. With all due respect, establishing a shipping company here would not be profitable. The maritime trade yields miserably low profits compared to the trade among the nations on land. The primary reason lies in the Land of Water's negative stance towards outsiders. As the maritime overlord, their attitude towards sea trade is crucial. I understand. However, for the time being, we need not concern ourselves with the Land of Water's disposition. In Shikamaru's perspective, chakra was not a power exclusive to ninjas. In fact, the ability to isolate chakra and seal it within separate containers for external energy output confirmed Shikamaru's hypothesis. Thus, the development of a compact device capable of containing chakra became imperative, as it would signify that chakra could be utilized by the common populace as an independent energy source. Once successful, this would precipitate a qualitative transformation in the world, leading to the emergence of various new weapons equipped with such chakra devices. Even super battleships possessing formidable firepower and defensive capabilities would come into existence. What does Lord Shikamaru imply? The Land of Water is rather insular. As long as our shipping company operates under the aegis of Konoha, they will not engage in disputes with the village over such a modest enterprise. Until the arrival of a monumental transformation, our business remains relatively secure. In today's world, the combined total of ninjas from the 5 great ninja villages barely exceeds 100,000, an insignificant fraction when compared to the populace of various nations. Yet, this scant number possesses an immensely formidable power, chakra. This energy, originating from the Tsutsuki clan and usurped by Kagaya, flows through the veins of countless ninjas, passed down through bloodlines. To ensure the continuity of these bloodlines, ninjas intermarry while simultaneously harboring animosities, adhering to their respective ninja paths, and engaging in mutual slaughter. To Shikamaru, this is undoubtedly a disgraceful squandering. Imagine, a force capable of transcending physical laws and wielded by humans. What transformations could it bring to this world? The ninjas possess a wealth of treasure, yet they merely toss around the gold bricks within, engaging in conflict under the pretense of preserving their ninja way. To Shikamaru, nothing could be more foolish. Change? Will it truly come? Kazuna murmured, still questioning. even in the presence of the astonishing youth before him. Rest assured, change will inevitably arrive in this world. As the tide recedes, the air is thick with a caustic mist that erodes all that meets the eye. The Three Tails retreats once more into the ocean. Terumi Mei watches helplessly from the shore, her ability to suppress tailed beast rendered futile. Having just battled the Three Tails, she has expended a considerable amount of chakra. With her knees slightly bent, her graceful silhouette stands out as the most vibrant sight amidst the wreckage of the harbor. Alas, there are none here to appreciate this beauty. Echu. Echu. Though diluted, the acrid mist in the air still carries an intensely stinging odor. Shikamaru slowly approaches the harbor, exclaiming, "Ah, you've worked hard." Terumi Mei intended to respond, but accompanying Shikamaru were Dasna and a dozen of his construction workers. Why are they here? Terumi Mei was taken aback. Dasna had seemed indecisive during the earlier conflict. Why now does he appear so resolute? Because of money. Shikamaru provided Terumi Mei with a straightforward answer. Money? Don't we, the Mist Ninjas, have any? Upon hearing Shikamaru's words, Terumi Mei felt a pang of reluctance. Adopting an air of financial abundance. The land of waves is barren, and now it has been ravaged by the Three Tails and your actions. To rebuild, we require a substantial amount of construction materials, hence I have agreed to compensate them with equivalent materials. I did not cause this destruction, it was all the Three Tails doing. I am merely protecting everyone. Terumi Mei argued desperately, fervently attempting to shed the blame Shikamaru had cast upon her. The devastation wrought by the Three Tails at the harbor is merely a secondary concern. In order to confront the Three Tails, Terumi Mei resorted to a large-scale utilization of both dissolution and boil release techniques, resulting in devastation that far exceeded that caused by the tailed beasts. We all comprehend that her intentions were merely to safeguard everyone. However, the reckless youth often tend to produce outcomes contrary to their expectations. Although it may seem like a comforting phrase, hearing it from a rival, particularly one as youthful as Shikamaru, offered Terumi Mei no solace. Instead, it ignited a surge of fury within her. That insufferable brat. Watching Shikamaru's departing figure filled her with a seething resentment. At the Hokage building, in the conference room, the high-ranking officials of Konoha convened alongside the 4th Mizukage, Karatsuchi, and the 4th Kazekage, Raza. The meeting was presided over by Minato Namikaze, who nodded at Jiraiya, prompting him to distribute the documents to the attendees. For Konoha's upper echelon, improving the dire conditions surrounding the village in the aftermath of the Third Great Ninja War and drawing the Land of Water and the Land of Wind closer was of paramount importance. Despite the Land of Wind's aloofness and the Land of Water's lack of any intention to form an alliance, bringing them back to the negotiating table was the most favorable outcome under the current circumstances. Both Tsunade and Mito Gates Ino expressed their confidence in Minato's capabilities as Hokage. Even Shimura Danzo, though his expression was grim, could not deny that Minato had indeed performed admirably. This is the intelligence we have on the Akatsuki, Minato stated after distributing the documents. News of Akatsuki's assault, which resulted in the deaths of numerous Mist Ninja and nearly led to the capture of the Three Tails, had reached them. This was undeniably a grave incident for the hidden Mist Village. While there were not many forces capable of annihilating such a significant number of elite Mist Ninja, that could not be entirely dismissed. However, the number of ninjas dispatched by the enemy was merely 4, with only 2 truly engaging in combat, which raised alarms among the prominent figures present. So few? Karatsuchi shook his head, finding it difficult to grasp the specifics of the Akatsuki organization from this intelligence. The organization had been established for a brief period, with few members. Yet their strength was formidable and their operational scope expansive. Gathering intelligence on them was no task for ordinary ninjas. Currently, we can ascertain that their stronghold is likely located in one of 3 nations: the Land of Hot Water, the Land of Rivers, or the Land of Birds. The Land of Birds? Upon hearing Minato's assertion, Raza's brows furrowed, as if a realization dawned upon him. Lord Raza? Minato noticed Raza's unusual demeanor and gently prompted him. Hokage. Please continue, Raza urged, prompting Minato to nod in acknowledgement. It is now confirmed that among the 4 Akatsuki members who attacked the 4th Mizukage, we have identified 3 of them: the Wind Country's rogue ninja, Sasori of the Red Sand, the Water Country's rogue ninja, Kisame Hashigaki, and the Earth Country's rogue ninja, Deidara. What about the one wielding the blade? The recent confrontation had left a profound impact on Karatsuchi, and the formidable strength of the Akatsuki members instilled a sense of trepidation in the 4th Mizukage. The sensation of teetering between life and death is one that Goya Shikura has not experienced in a long while. we remain oblivious to it. That individual seldom engages in combat, typically relying solely on physical techniques, and the swordsmanship he employs eludes our comprehension. It appears to be a martial art that should not persist in this era. After speaking, Minato Namikaze shook his head in disbelief, as if he had uttered something peculiar. Additionally, Lord Raza, the intelligence we gathered on the battlefield confirms one thing. The third Kazekage of Sunagakure, who mysteriously vanished, is indeed deceased. What? Raza's expression was one of incredulity. He had initially attended this meeting regarding the Akatsuki's threat merely to observe. Yet now, he could not fathom how the Akatsuki could be linked to the third Kazekage. Minato's countenance darkened as he stated, during that attack. One of the puppets used by Sasori of the Red Sand employed magnet release. What did you say? Raza rose in anger, directing his gaze not at Minato, but rather at Goyashikura, for he believed that the answers from the fourth Mizukage would be far more credible than those from the higher-ups of Konoha. You are undoubtedly more aware of Sunagakure's bloodline limits than I. I cannot be certain that puppet was the third Kazekage, but it indeed utilized magnet release. Sasori of the Red Sand. Raza clenched his fists, his teeth seemingly on the verge of shattering from the intensity of his rage. His fury was palpable, easily felt by all present. Regardless, the Akatsuki's pursuit of tailed beasts has jeopardized the fundamental interests of all villages. I propose that we form a cooperative team among our 3 ninja villages to counter the Akatsuki's threat. Furthermore, let us jointly issue an extermination order against the Akatsuki. The air was thick with tension, the pines stretching endlessly. The sound of bamboo rustling accompanied the moonlight hanging above. Amidst the encircling mountains, travelers flowed in and out. Within an inn, Shikamaru was luxuriating in a hot spring. The surroundings were tranquil until Deidara burst in noisily, plopping down with a great splash. It was evident that he was in a foul mood. Beside him, Sasori and Kisame wore expressions of restraint. Yet their demeanor conveyed a singular message. They shared Deidara's sentiment. The members of Akatsuki are all prodigies from their respective villages, unlike the ninjas within their villages. They possess formidable powers at a tender age, accompanied by a strong sense of individuality. Thus, before their defection, they were often regarded as problematic children by their villages. In their childhoods, they lacked nothing except for a good thrashing, of course, dishing it out to others. However, during the battle to capture the Three Tails, Jiraiya's appearance significantly altered their perceptions. With sheer might, Jiraiya delivered a resounding lesson to these geniuses, one that resonated from their faces to their very souls. Who on earth is that old man? The techniques he employs are unlike anything I have ever witnessed. The question that Deidara had harbored for so long finally escaped his lips upon seeing Shikamaru. Jiraiya, is he truly one of the legendary Sannin? The scorpion of the Red Sand murmured, having long been aware of the illustrious name of the legendary 3 ninjas. Yet, he never anticipated the vast chasm that separated him from such mythical beings. The reason you find it difficult to cope is that Jiraiya employs not mere ninjutsu, but sage arts. Sage arts? The 3 members of the Akatsuki organization, who are fearless and have witnessed much, had never before encountered the concept of sage arts. What exactly are sage arts? Ordinary chakra is a fusion of spiritual energy and physical energy, whereas sage chakra is a harmonious amalgamation of spiritual energy, physical energy, and natural energy. Possessing sage chakra not only alleviates the physical fatigue associated with the use of ordinary chakra, but also enables the user to transcend the limits of body and mind. Sage arts are notoriously challenging to master, and even Jiraiya's proficiency is far from perfect. If such imperfection could render them in such a state, what would happen if he were flawless? Just as the other 2 felt a twinge of trepidation, the scorpion of the Red Sand pondered aloud. To transcend the limits of body and mind, you say? Shikamaru, where can one learn sage arts? Unlike other ninjas of the Akatsuki, the combat prowess of a puppet master is intrinsically linked to the quantity and quality of the puppets they can manipulate. In terms of quantity, the scorpion of the Red Sand had already reached his limit. However, the sage arts that Shikamaru spoke of seemed to offer him a new avenue of possibility. Myaboka Mountain, the Dragon's Cave, and the Whetbone Forest. Shikamaru slowly articulated the names of 3 locations, unfamiliar to the assembled Akatsuki members. Jiraiya learned from the Toad clan of Myaboka Mountain, and it is impossible for them to teach you. The other 2 locations are also exceedingly difficult for ordinary people to access. Furthermore, each faction's sage arts differ, and not everyone can comprehend or grasp them. Additionally, sage mode comes with its own drawbacks. Does this imply that learning sage arts is a formidable challenge? No. There is someone who can assist you. Who? Orochimaru. In the land of rice, within the hidden sound village, Kabuto Yakushi entered the underground secret base, carrying a tray, while Orochimaru remained seemingly oblivious at the experiment table. Lord Orochimaru, how are the research results? The chakra of the two tails is indeed exceptionally pure. Orochimaru's serpent-like pupils glimmered with an indescribable excitement. The unknown in this world holds immense significance for him. Orochimaru's sound village is heavily fortified to ensure the safety of his research. He sets remarkably high standards for selecting his subordinate ninjas and exerts formidable control over them. Ah, Orochimaru, you're still awake at this late hour. A warm greeting sent Kabuto into a state of heightened anxiety. Who could possibly bypass the stringent defenses of the Sound Village to reach this core base? Yet, Orochimaru showed no sign of concern, his gaze fixed intently on the instruments before him. Kabuto, there is no need for undue anxiety. Since Lord Burshadow has arrived, it is only to be expected that those fools outside cannot hinder him. Shikamaru had appeared in Orochimaru's base, accompanied by 3 members of the Akatsuki. Deidara, Sasori of the Red Sand, and Kisame Hashigaki staunchly guarded every exit of the underground base, effectively trapping Orochimaru. You've caused quite a commotion, and yet you still have the audacity to trouble me? Huh. A mere extermination order holds no weight in my mind, Deidara declared boastfully. The true terror of the extermination order does not solely lie in the relentless pursuit. While you may perceive the majority of ninjas from the various hidden villages as weaklings, when these so-called weaklings unite, they can yield unexpectedly formidable results. Konoha, Kirigakure, Sunagakure, they will organize highly targeted teams based on the intelligence they gather, intent on countering you. Even if you are immensely powerful, evading their arrows, both visible and concealed, will be nigh impossible. Orochimaru's deep, raspy voice echoed throughout the room, yet Shikamaru paid him no heed, instead taking a keen interest in the equipment surrounding him. In this world, some place their hopes in lineage, others in hard work, and still others in love and warmth. But Orochimaru is undoubtedly the most peculiar of all. He places his hopes in science, to alter the future through technology. In many respects, he and Shikamaru share similar aspirations. The room brimmed with an array of experimental instruments, some of which appeared remarkably advanced. Observing Shikamaru's insatiable curiosity, Orochimaru felt a twinge of surprise. In Odagakure, aside from Kabuto, it was rare to find anyone else interested in such devices. Even those who blindly idolized Orochimaru among the sound ninjas were more focused on his power and never pondered the source of that power. I have prepared the device you requested. However, for mass production, I require more of the two tails chakra. Shikamaru casually tossed a sealing scroll to Kabuto, saying, I've brought you what you wanted. However, this time, I seek something in return. What is it? The location of the dragon's cave. Upon hearing Shikamaru's request, Orochimaru finally set down the instrument he was holding. He stood up, turning to face Shikamaru. What do you intend to do? You need not concern yourself with the details. I merely wish to meet the White Snake Sage. It appears you know far more than I anticipated. Through the reverse summoning technique, Orochimaru guided Shikamaru to the dragon's cave. The landscape was dense with trees and low-lying terrain. Along the way, Shikamaru encountered numerous snakes, many of which displayed aggression even in the presence of Orochimaru. Instead of summoning the mighty Manda, Orochimaru scattered a substance resembling realgar powder around them. Observing these serpents, Shikamaru's curiosity piqued. Didn't you sign a summoning contract with the snakes here? Why do they still attack you? In response to Shikamaru's inquiry, Orochimaru scoffed disdainfully. Snakes are cold-blooded and ruthless. Moreover, the dragon's cave is vast, and many snake species inhabit this area. Manda is merely the leader of one faction. As they continued along the path, the number of snakes began to dwindle in the damp forest. The cave ahead is where the White Snake Sage resides. Are you certain you wish to enter? Orochimaru is a figure unbound by morality, yet when the name of the White Snake Sage is mentioned, a flicker of trepidation crosses his visage. The White Snake Sage reigns as the leader of all serpents within the Dragon Cave. Unlike the warmth found in Miyaboko Mountain, this domain is governed solely by the frigid laws of the jungle. Shikamaru nodded, and the great door slowly creaked open, revealing an abyss of darkness that devours all. The White Snake Sage's colossal form twisted and coiled, nearly filling the cavernous space behind the door. With a pipe clenched in its jaws, it regarded Orochimaru's entrance with an expression that remained unchanged. However, when its gaze shifted to Shikamaru, its massive body trembled inexplicably. What is this young one about? Young man, what is your name? Orochimaru beheld the White Snake Sage with newfound intrigue. It lacked the inscrutable aura of past encounters and the inherent cruelty that seemed to flow in its veins. Strangely, Orochimaru sensed a hint of reverence in the sage's tone. Nara Shikamaru. The sage meticulously savored the name, as if striving to recall something significant. Like the Uchiha and Senju clans, renowned throughout the ninja world, they possess a rich lineage. After a prolonged moment of reflection, the White Snake sage finally recollected the origin of the Nara surname. Shaking its head in confusion, the sage remarked, "You seem to possess a power that is incongruous with your name." Shikamaru smiled and replied, "A monumental transformation is imminent within the ninja world. The significance of bloodlines will wane. I am here to negotiate a deal." The audacity of the youth's words surprised the White Snake sage, who tempered its demeanor and inquired earnestly, "What sort of deal? You have practiced for a millennium, yet you remain merely a serpent. You must have sensed the limitations of the sage arts practiced by your kin. I can assist you in perfecting it." Orochimaru turned, astonished, and regarded Shikamaru as if he were seeing him anew. "I do not doubt your capabilities. Yet, what do you seek in return?" "I require your aid for all members of my organization, Akatsuki, to master the sage mode." This proposition appeared to favor the sage. The White Snake sage opened its vast maw, flicking its tongue. Surprisingly, the sage possessed an unwavering commitment to fairness. "Then let us add a condition. Within the confines of the Dragon Cave, permit me to establish a research base, allowing Orochimaru and my subordinates to conduct their studies here." Agreed. Exiting the shadowy cavern, Orochimaru exhaled a sigh of relief. As he glanced at Shikamaru, his gaze bore an entirely different weight. "What exactly do you intend to achieve?" From ancient times to the present, the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths has coursed through this world. The ninja clan has always revered bloodlines. You should fully comprehend the might of Kekkei Genkai. But are ninjas truly powerful? Orochimaru fixed his gaze upon Shikamaru, intrigued by his thoughts. "What do you mean?" "For the vast majority of ninjas in this world, the chakra at their disposal remains perpetually limited. The potency of ninjutsu ultimately fades like a fleeting spark. The existence of tailed beasts serves as testament that immense quantities of chakra can indeed be sealed and utilized. Moreover, the efficiency of chakra usage far surpasses that of any ninja. Imagine, if one day a machine were to emerge capable of rapidly outputting or storing chakra as a form of energy. What transformation would this world undergo?" As Shikamaru's words lingered in the air, Orochimaru's expression morphed into one of peculiar intrigue, a blend of shock, hesitation, inner turmoil, and even a hint of fear. With a subtle motion of his shoulder, a long sword slipped from Orochimaru's sleeve, its cold gleam flashing momentarily. In the next instant, the Kusanagi blade lay gently upon Shikamaru's shoulder. "Do you wish to obliterate the entire ninja hierarchy?" Shikamaru had not anticipated that the notorious rebel, Orochimaru, would respond in such a manner upon hearing his words. In that moment, Orochimaru resembled a guardian, fiercely defending the dignity of ninjas. Yet, Shikamaru remained undeterred, chuckling softly. "Everyone must face their moment of death, including the ninja class. If it were to vanish one day, it would merely signify that the ninja class has become obsolete." Orochimaru's hand trembled. This feeling of weakness, reminiscent of the time he witnessed the death of his loved ones in his youth, resurfaced within him. He hesitated. Despite being perceived as an irredeemable monster by outsiders, he alone understood that the golden leaves swirling through Konoha during his childhood, glimmering under the sunlight, represented the most beautiful scenery in his heart. The will of fire, the way of the ninja, once bestowed warmth upon Orochimaru's soul. Nothing else could replace it. The era of ninjas may indeed be drawing to a close, and yet, you might very well become the harbinger of that end. "Harbinger?" Orochimaru murmured the word softly. In the next moment, without hesitation, he lunged the Kusanagi blade towards Shikamaru. There was no blood, no wailing. The strike merely cleaved through a shadow. When Shikamaru's form re-emerged, he stood once more before Orochimaru, showing no intention to retaliate. This strike was one that Orochimaru, once a ninja, felt compelled to deliver. A smile broke across Orochimaru's face as he sheathed his sword. Had the former ninja, Orochimaru, indeed perished? A glimmer flickered in Shikamaru's eyes as he quietly inquired. "When I departed from Konoha, should I not have died then?" The melancholic voice echoed through the sweltering forest, Orochimaru's tone soft yet unwavering. "Shikamaru, you have arrived." Beneath the sun's rays, sweat beaded on his forehead as Dazna wiped his brow, crouching slightly as he greeted the approaching Shikamaru. "Uncle Dazna, thank you for your hard work." After nearly half a year of effort, new skyscrapers stood tall, enveloped by lush greenery. The roads were tranquil, with sparse foot traffic. Although situated in a remote area of Konoha, the environment was exceedingly pleasant. The construction of this building is nearly complete. Shikamaru, what is the purpose of this edifice? Are you establishing an arms dealership? No, it's a ninja tools company. So it's a shop for ninja tools. However, Shikamaru, building such a large structure seems somewhat extravagant. Dasna scratched his head, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, and chuckled. Currently, all the scattered ninja tools of the 5 great nations are produced in the village of craftsmen, and due to market demand. The annual production of these tools is not immense. It is adequately absorbed through the limited ninja tool shops in various ninja villages. Dasna evidently misunderstood Shikamaru's intentions. He did not aim to open a retail outlet but rather a large-scale monopolistic ninja tools company that encompasses raw material procurement, design, manufacturing, sales, and after-sales service. And the products would extend beyond traditional metal ninja tools. Naturally, achieving this ambition appears to be a distant dream at present. At least, the company exists merely as a shell for now. The most crucial element, however, is talent. After all, in this era, there are few ninjas, like Orochimaru, who dare to break the bloodline monopoly through technology. Excuse me, are you Nara Shikamaru? A boy approached Shikamaru with a sincere smile, inquiring. The boy had a square face, thick eyebrows, and wore a pair of hefty glasses. Despite being older than Shikamaru, he seemed somewhat awkward in his presence. I am. May I ask who you are? Wonderful. My name is Toyama H. Suk. I've heard you are starting a technological ninja tools company, and I am here to seek employment. Toyama H. Suk? The name rang a bell for Shikamaru. It seemed to belong to a minor antagonist from later events. Yet now, this minor antagonist wore a hint of shyness. In the expansive Hidden Leaf Village, Toyama H. Suk was indeed an anomaly. However, he did not possess the insatiable thirst for the unknown and power as Orochimaru did. Nor did he wield formidable strength. Toyama's chakra was exceedingly scant. After barely graduating from the Ninja Academy, he had struggled to pass the CH Nin exams over the years. Although many ninjas fail to pass the CH Nin exams, Toyama was truly a rarity among the inept, a failure among failures. The only ninjutsu he could manage was a rather rudimentary shadow clone technique, and he was so clumsy that even catching a cat or dog would end in disaster. He lacked social skills and appeared rather foolish, having reached a considerable age without attracting any romantic interest. In short, he could be summed up in 2 words: a failure. Nevertheless, Toyama H. Suk was a technology enthusiast. He firmly believed that through technology, even without the ability to perform ninjutsu, a ninja like him could ultimately attain strength comparable to that of CH Nin or J Nin. Very well. You may start work tomorrow. After hearing Toyama's predicament, Shikamaru aptly expressed his intention to recruit him. Foolish brother, school is starting in a couple of days. What are you doing here idling about? Father is looking for you. Nara Tsubaki's voice rang out, hands on her hips, her expression filled with discontent. Nara Shikaku was indeed waiting for Shikamaru, his demeanor serious as he did so. Shikamaru, you must understand, as the eldest son of the Nara clan, you appear to outsiders as rather unorthodox in your pursuits. Ninjas are dedicated to their training. Whether it be physical prowess, ninjutsu, or jinjutsu, one must excel in some aspect. Neither Nara Shikaku nor the leaders of other ninja clans, nor even the higher echelons of Konoha, would be astonished by Shikamaru's desire for a few plots of land. Ultimately, what matters to a ninja is their strength. Although Konoha does not shun the democratization of ninjas, the notion of a ninja, particularly the firstborn of a prestigious family, idling away with a group of construction workers, artisans, and so-called technicians is undeniably a source of ridicule. Outside, some ninjas have even begun to refer to Shikamaru as the great fool of the Nara family. While it is true that each generation of the Inoshikacho trio consists of only one team, as the firstborn of the Nara clan, you should at least familiarize yourself with the shadow techniques passed down through your lineage. The Inoshikacho combination could be inherited by little Tamami instead. I have little interest in it. In stark contrast to Shikaku's serious demeanor, Shikamaru reclined lazily, half lying down as he spoke. You knucklehead, do you understand what Inoshikacho signifies? It is a testament to the blood alliance forged between our Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans since the Warring States period. Do not feign indifference. Shikaku's previously stern expression faltered, veins bulging on his forehead. In other words, the need for unity arises from a lack of sufficient strength. When it comes to the Senju and Uchiha clans, have you ever seen them ally with other ninja families? Shikamaru shrugged, sipping tea leisurely. resembling an elderly man in his dotage. Indeed, I find it difficult to resonate with this kid. Shikaka gazed at Shikamaru, exuding a sense of helplessness. Regardless, in a couple of days, the Ninja Academy would commence its new term. You must focus on your studies there, and do not disclose the existence of your bloodline limit. Only a select few within Konoha are privy to this information. Should it be revealed, the third Hokage would undoubtedly face considerable difficulties. Shikaku had already heard whispers that Shimura Danzo had proposed a special management plan regarding Shikamaru's bloodline limit to the higher-ups of Konoha. This essentially amounted to a covert form of house arrest to research and develop Shikamaru's new abilities. While Danzo would not be able to act too excessively due to the Nara clan's influence, if this plan were to be approved, Shikamaru would no longer be able to grow up like an ordinary child from a ninja family. Ultimately, the plan was rejected by the third Hokage, leading to a heated argument between Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Nevertheless, the senior members of the Konoha Advisory Council sided with Hiruzen. Despite this, should Shikamaru's abilities be exposed, it would inevitably spark new turmoil, something that no one, save for Danzo, would wish to witness. I understand. Shikamaru nodded noncommittally, wearing an expression of indifference. The discord between Danzo and Hiruzen likely did not stem from him, but was a pre-existing issue. It seems the time has come to exert more effort. In the evening, Nara Shikaku sat beneath the eaves of his home, enjoying the cool breeze, when he heard Yoshino announce, "Akimichi Sage G has arrived. Didn't you say you wouldn't tea drink recently?" Nara Shikaku murmured, observing the distant figure of Ino. The trio known as Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi has long been regarded as a symbol of wisdom and strength. Shikaku glanced at the corpulent CHG, who hesitated, his rotund form jiggling. Eventually, Akimichi CHG settled across from Shikaku, first expounding on the profound friendship forged among their families since the Warring States period. Then recounting the hardships faced from that era to the establishment of Konoha, and finally summarizing the lessons learned and the commendable deeds of their forebears. What exactly do you wish to convey? Nara Shikaku, overwhelmed by CHG's ramblings, felt as if his head might burst. My son informed me that Shikamaru's company has recently developed a device called a refrigerator, which can freeze and store food. Upon inquiry, I learned that they have only produced a limited quantity, and the price is exorbitant. I was unable to procure one. At this point, a sheepish expression emerged on CHG's chubby face. Is that so? Shikaku feigned ignorance. You know, our Akimichi clan has a significant demand for food due to our unique secret techniques. Traditionally, our ingredients were specially supplied. However, due to issues with sourcing and transportation, these ingredients lose their freshness upon arrival in Konoha. With this portable refrigerator, it would greatly facilitate our clan's training. I see. Not a problem. I shall have Shikamaru provide it for you at no charge, Shikaku declared, displaying a grand demeanor that pleased CHG immensely. However, as CHG departed with satisfaction, Shikaku's expression fell. Despite his confident assurances, he always felt a sense of strain when it came to dealing with Shikamaru. As he often remarked, he and Shikamaru were not particularly compatible. Yet, one cannot renege on a promise. So with some difficulty, Shikaku rose and made his way to Shikamaru's room. Taking a seat before him, gazing at Shikamaru's round, rosy face, Shikaku hesitated. He first recounted the deep-rooted friendship that had existed among their families since the Warring States period, followed by the tribulations encountered leading up to the foundation of Konoha, and finally, the valuable lessons learned and the exemplary actions of their ancestors. After a lengthy preamble, Shikaku finally articulated his intent. You mean for free? Shikamaru looked at the extravagant elder, asserting that free was an impossibility, that it could never be free in this lifetime. But Shikamaru, CHG is a good friend of mine, and the Akimichi family is our closest ally. Does development incur no costs? Does production incur no costs? What about the initial promotional expenses? The subsequent rent for the store and staff? Isn't there a cost associated with all this? But what about it? Shikamaru interjected. I've heard that the Akimichi family imports vast quantities of rare ingredients from around the world each year, and their trading routes in the Land of Fire are tax-exempt. If they permit my company as products to traverse their export channels, I could provide a substantial quantity of portable refrigerators in one fell swoop. And I would assure them that our products would have priority for trial use in the future. I shall discuss this matter with him. The tone of Raza was somewhat hesitant, suggesting uncertainty. In the hidden sand village, within the Wind Shadow building, Raza's brow furrowed increasingly as he gazed at the reports scattered across his desk. This year, the the Wind Country has faced a significant grain shortage. While the nobles hoard their supplies without yielding an ounce, the common folk, deprived of sustenance and oppressed by the aristocracy, have risen in rebellion. The pressure on the daimyo of the Wind Country escalates, and correspondingly, the burdens placed upon the hidden sand village intensify. In the presence of ninjas, the commoners possess little capacity for resistance. Through reconnaissance, infiltration, assassination of key figures, and the destruction of logistical supplies, the waves of rebellion are swiftly quelled. However, the use of force merely addresses temporary issues. The true predicament facing the Wind Country lies in the scarcity of food. As Raza's gaze traversed the world map laid out before him, he pondered various regions. The Hidden Sand has already forged an alliance with the Hidden Leaf, which should facilitate the procurement of some grain from the Fire Country. Yet, this would merely quench their thirst without resolving the fundamental problem. His eyes shifted leftward, moving from the Rain Country, through the River Country, and the Grass Country, ultimately resting upon the Bird Country. There, the abundance of food is notable. However, since the establishment of the Hidden Deer Village, particularly following the death of the former ruler, the Bird Country's stance toward external affairs has become increasingly rigid. As an established and formidable ninja village, the Hidden Sand maintains vigilant surveillance over emerging powers such as the Hidden Deer Village. Raza is aware that not only his own village, but also the roots of the Hidden Leaf and the Umbu of the Rock Village have operatives monitoring the vicinity of the Hidden Deer Village. Maki entered, his expression heavy with concern. What news? We have discovered that several refugees along our borders have been entirely accepted by the Bird Country. The Bird Country? What purpose do they have for these refugees? Raza inquired, perplexed. Despite their wealth, the Bird Country lacks the capacity to accommodate these displaced individuals. This presents a stark reality. The immense financial burden of supporting these refugees would impose significant strain, even on a great nation like the Fire Country, let alone a smaller entity such as the Bird Country. We have ascertained that after the Bird Country accepted these refugees, they did not settle them domestically, but instead relocated them to the Snow Country. The Snow Country? Raza thought, recalling its frigid and inhospitable landscape. They cannot even sustain their own citizens, let alone outsiders. However, within the borders of the Snow Country, a colossal energy tower has emerged, capable of melting ice and snow, ushering in the arrival of spring. My ninjas have witnessed this firsthand. The Snow Country now possesses vast expanses of arable land, with the only deficiency being population. The Hidden Deer Village, the Snow Country. At this moment, Raza remains oblivious to the intricate connection between the two, perceiving it merely as a form of employment relationship. In the land of snow, the village of Deerhide was commissioned to seek out the displaced and subsequently extradite them to their homeland for land development. And that was the extent of it. Have we found any trace of that scoundrel Deidara? Maki shook his head, replying, since we last discovered his whereabouts in the land of birds, our shinobi have not caught a glimpse of him. It is as if he has vanished from this world entirely. Regardless, we must certainly locate Deidara. As evening fell, Nara Shikamaru sat beneath the eaves of his home, enjoying the cool breeze, when he heard Jino announce, Akimichi Choza has arrived. Wasn't it said that he has refrained from drinking recently? Shikamaru mumbled quietly as he watched Jino depart. The trio of boar, deer, and butterfly was often regarded as a symbol of wisdom, with the deer denoting intellect and the butterfly representing martial prowess. Shikamaru gazed at the rotund Choza, who seemed hesitant to speak, his corpulent form puffed up. Eventually, Akimichi Choza settled across from Shikamaru and began to elaborate on the profound friendship that had been forged among the three clans since the Warring States period. He recounted the hardships they endured from that era to the establishment of Konoha, culminating in a summary of the lessons learned and the admirable deeds of their predecessors. What exactly are you trying to convey? Nara Shikamaru, overwhelmed by Choza's incessant rambling, felt as if his head might burst. My son informed me that Shikamaru's company has developed a new invention called a refrigerator, which can preserve food by freezing it. I inquired. But they have only produced a limited number of refrigerators, and the price is exorbitant. I couldn't even procure one. At this juncture, a sheepish expression spread across Choza's plump face. Is that so? Shikamaru appeared completely unaware. My dear brother, you are aware of the unique dietary needs of our Akimichi clan, which are quite substantial. In the past, our food supplies were specially allocated. However, due to issues with sourcing and transportation, these provisions were no longer fresh upon reaching Konoha. With this mobile refrigerator, it would greatly facilitate our clan's training. Oh, I see. No problem. I shall arrange for Shikamaru to provide it to you free of charge. As a longtime comrade of Choza, Shikaku confidently proclaimed. His grandiose demeanor pleased Choza immensely. Watching Choza depart with satisfaction, Shikaku's expression fell. Although he had assured Choza that it was no issue, he always felt a sense of strain when it came to Shikamaru. As Shikaki would put it, he and Shikamaru were rather mismatched. Nevertheless, one cannot neglect promises made, and with some effort, Shikaku rose and made his way to Shikamaru's room, sitting before him. Gazing at Shikamaru's round, rosy face, Shikaka hesitated. He began to recount the profound friendship forged among the three clans since the Warring States period, narrating the arduous journey from that time to the establishment of Konoha, and ultimately summarizing the lessons learned and the admirable deeds of their ancestors. After a lengthy preamble, Shikaka finally revealed his purpose. "Are you suggesting it will be free?" Shikamaru gazed at the extravagant gentleman before him, asserting that nothing could ever be truly free, not in this lifetime. However, he acknowledged that Dingzwo was indeed a dear friend of his, and the Akimichi clan was an esteemed ally of the Nara family. Did research come without cost? Was production devoid of expense? What of the initial promotional efforts and the subsequent rental fees for storefronts along with staffing? Yet, he pondered, I have heard that the Akimichi clan imports a plethora of rare ingredients from across the globe each year, and they benefit from tax exemptions within the Land of Fire. If they would permit my company's products to utilize their export channels, I could offer a substantial number of mobile refrigerators in one fell swoop, while guaranteeing that the Akimichi clan would enjoy the privilege of priority access to our products in the future. I shall discuss this with him. Shikaku's tone bore a hint of hesitation, suggesting uncertainty. In Sunagakure, within the Kazekage Tower, Raza scrutinized the reports laid out upon his desk, his brow furrowing with increasing intensity. This year, the Wind Country faced a considerable grain shortage, while the nobility clung tightly to their supplies. Meanwhile, the common folk struggled to put food on the table, rising in rebellion under the weight of oppression. The pressure on the feudal lord of the Wind Country escalated, consequently amplifying the burdens placed upon Sunagakure. Before the skilled shinobi, the commoners possessed little means of resistance. Through reconnaissance, infiltration, the assassination of key figures, and the destruction of logistical support, the surging forces of rebellion were swiftly quelled. Yet, brute force could only remedy immediate concerns. The true dilemma facing the Wind Country lay in the scarcity of food. Raza's gaze traversed the world map spread before him, his eyes dancing across various names. Sunagakure had forged an alliance with Kannabi, which should facilitate the acquisition of some grain from the Land of Fire. However, such supplies would only serve as a temporary reprieve, incapable of addressing the fundamental issue. His gaze shifted leftward, surveying the land of rain, the land of rivers, the land of grass, until finally resting upon the land of birds. There, an abundance of grain could be found, yet since the establishment of the Hidden Leaf Village, particularly following the death of the former ruler, the Land of Birds had adopted an increasingly hardline stance toward external relations. As a long-established powerful shinobi village, Sunagakure maintained vigilant surveillance over the burgeoning influence of the Hidden Leaf Village. Raza understood that not only Sunagakure but also the roots of Konoha and the Umbu of Awagakure had operatives monitoring the vicinity of the Hidden Leaf Village. Just then, Maki entered, a grave expression upon his face. "What news? We have confirmed that the refugees at our borders have all been taken in by the Land of Birds." "The Land of Birds? What purpose do they have for these refugees?" Raza inquired, perplexed. While the Land of Birds was indeed affluent, it lacked the capacity to accommodate these displaced individuals. This posed a stark reality. The immense financial burden of sustaining these refugees would weigh heavily even on a great nation like the Land of Fire, let alone a smaller nation like the Land of Birds. We have ascertained that the Land of Birds, upon accepting these refugees, did not settle them within their own territory, but rather relocated them to the Land of Snow. The Land of Snow? Raza mused, recalling that the Land of Snow was characterized by its frigid, icy landscapes. Their nation cannot even sustain its own citizens, let alone the refugees from other lands. Within the borders of the Land of Snow, a colossal energy tower has emerged, capable of melting ice and snow, allowing the earth to awaken from its frozen slumber. My ninjas have witnessed this phenomenon firsthand. Today, the Land of Snow boasts vast expanses of arable land, yet it suffers from a dearth of inhabitants. The village of Deershide, the Land of Snow. At this moment, Raza remains oblivious to the profound connection between the two, viewing it merely as a transactional relationship. The Land of Snow has employed the village of Deershide to seek out refugees and then facilitate their relocation to cultivate the land, nothing more. Have we found any trace of that scoundrel Deidara? Maki shook his head and replied, "Since we discovered his whereabouts in the land of birds last time, our ninjas have not caught sight of him again. It is as if he has vanished from this world. Humph. Regardless, we must find Deidara. In the Dragon Cave, atop a steep hillside, the scorpion of the red sand meditates with closed eyes. The rugged terrain is surrounded by dense forests teeming with insects, while the occasional serpent hunts within. Following the directives of the White Snake Sage, members of the Serpent Clan, regardless of their strength, dare not approach these strangers. Sage Art Heartstrings. As a puppet master, the physical limitations of the scorpion of the red sand allow him to control only 10 puppets at a time. However, upon gathering Sage Chakra and entering Sage mode, he can distinctly sense a significant enhancement in both his mental acuity and physical energy. This transformation enables him to transcend his previous limits, utilizing Sage Chakra infused with the In attribute to create heartstrings that control his puppets. Unlike ordinary chakra threads, heartstrings are not confined by quantity or distance. Instead, the potency of a puppet master's abilities hinges on the quantity and quality of the puppets themselves. The scorpion of the red sand opened his eyes, gazing at the multitude of puppets hovering beside him, his focus settling on the puppet crafted by the third Kazekage. A hint of regret flickered in his gaze. The puppet fashioned by the third Kazekage was once his most prized creation. Yet, with his newfound abilities, particularly after studying sage techniques during this period, he now harbors a sense of disdain for his former masterpiece. What a pity. If I were to create it now, I could make it perfect. For now, I can only make improvements. Boom. As the scorpion of the red sand contemplated this, a violent explosion resonated from afar, accompanied by a wave of scorching heat. The other members of Akatsuki and the White Snake Sage held little objection. Only Deidara remained a source of frustration with his ninjutsu. He was prone to wreaking havoc. When Deidara first arrived, he nearly collapsed the underground palace where the White Snake Sage resided, inciting discontent among the Serpent Clan. There was no choice. The White Snake Sage had to resort to separate instruction, sending him to a remote location for training. Yet, even so, with Deidara's recent training and the growth of his abilities, even the previously safe areas have become perilous. The scorpion of the red sand brushed his hair, dislodging a cloud of dust. In the depths of the distant forest, a golden light shone from Orochimaru's research base. It was a convergence of information. By the time the scorpion arrived, even Deidara, who hailed from the most remote corners, had already made his presence known. "Ah, Nagato, what brings you here?" Deidara greeted. As the leader of Akatsuki, Nagato was the only member who had yet to enter the Dragon Cave to train in sage techniques. Lord Hkage has issued a new mission. Unlike the ninja world, Orochimaru's research base was equipped with a large generator, providing a continuous power supply. The bright lights illuminated what was typically a dimly lit laboratory, causing Orochimaru, who stood beside Nagato, to feel somewhat disoriented. "What?" inquired the members of Akatsuki, only to see Nagato turn his gaze towards Orochimaru. At that moment, Orochimaru was meticulously examining a black rod. A grotesque smile plastered across his face that made both Deidara and the other members of Akatsuki feel a sense of revulsion. Sensing Nagato's scrutiny, Orochimaru finally shifted his attention back to reality. "Before we proceed with this mission, allow me to explain. This black rod in my hand is crafted using Nagato's Rinnegan abilities. As a weapon, it can disrupt an opponent's chakra. By piercing it into their body, even-tailed beasts can be subdued." After Orochimaru's explanation, observing the excitement radiating from his countenance, the members of Akatsuki wore expressions of understanding. No wonder Orochimaru had displayed such a repugnant grin moments earlier. Noticing the collective comprehension among the group, Orochimaru let out a slight huff, speaking with a hint of pride. "However, in my view, the greatest utility of this black rod lies not in its capacity to disrupt an enemy's chakra, but rather in its ability to facilitate ultra-long-distance chakra transmission. Indeed, it can transcend the constraints of space. Your upcoming mission will relate to this." Nagato nodded, gently sweeping aside his bangs to reveal his Rinnegan to the assembly. While exploring the capabilities of these Rinnegan, I inadvertently discovered another world. "Another dimension?" the group remarked in surprise. "Precisely. According to my preliminary investigations, this world is remarkably ancient. As Orochimaru described, it has yet to evolve intelligent species akin to humanity, yet it is teeming with prehistoric creatures. Furthermore, I possess the ability to control some of the formidable ancient beasts using the Rinnegan." I reported my findings to Lord Hkage, who commanded us in Akatsuki to establish a base in that world, equipped with supply and communication capabilities, and to retrieve several samples for Orochimaru's research. Research? Deidara inquired, filled with curiosity. Indeed, the intrinsic value of these prehistoric creatures far surpasses their combat capabilities. If we can obtain samples, it would significantly advance fields such as medicine and materials science. This black rod is the key to this mission, Orochimaru elucidated, lifting the rod in his hand as a gesture to the assembled members. In this undertaking, I shall employ the art of reverse summoning to bring you back to that realm. Following preliminary reconnaissance and diligent research, we have broadly determined the location for our base. Your task is to establish this base and utilize the black rods I have crafted to establish communication with me. Nagato retrieved a map from his sleeve and handed it to Deidara. This is a long expedition, despite the period of training in sage arts. It remains a formidable challenge for the members of Akatsuki. Had Nagato joined, the expedition would have proceeded more smoothly. However, he must remain at the base in the Dragon Cave to ensure their safe return and maintain communication with this realm while establishing the otherworldly base. The preparations have been thorough, with scrolls sealing various supplies and tools, a chakra sealing device powered by tailed beasts, and a considerable number of black rods. Indeed, like the legendary tales of many who have shaped history, the genesis of all this is often unremarkable. As the smoke dissipated and the peculiar summoning sigils faded from the ground, Nagato rose, only to find the Akatsuki members had vanished. The platform outside the base was remarkably spacious, were it not for the unsettling abundance of serpents in the vicinity of the Dragon Cave. The scenery would undoubtedly be deemed picturesque. Orochimaru observed all this with a calm demeanor, yet his heart brimmed with excitement. The earthen cannon, stout and round, was displayed on the hillside outside the Hidden Leaf Village. Yamanaka FK stood beside Shikamaru, somewhat exhilarated as he introduced his newly devised product. This is the cannon I constructed at Lord Shikamaru's request. Although he was initially puzzled by Shikamaru's desire for such an unusual device, Yamanaka FK poured his enthusiasm into its creation. Several staff members clad in white lab coats retrieved a specially crafted shell from a box beside the cannon and loaded it into the stout barrel. With a resounding bang, the cannon's mouth erupted in flames and a deep roar as a shell shot forth at a visible velocity, landing 100 meters away and creating a sizable crater in the earth. The stout cannon recoiled several centimeters, and Yamanaka FK looked apologetically at Shikamaru. Although it was designed per Shikamaru's specifications, the power displayed felt somewhat inadequate given the funding he had received for his research. Even a mere nin could effortlessly employ jutsu that far surpassed the damage of this cannon. Excellent. To his surprise, Shikamaru appeared quite satisfied with such a seemingly modest cannon. Lord Shikamaru, grant me some time, and I shall certainly enhance the cannon's power. Believing Shikamaru was offering him consolation, Yamanaka FK adjusted his thick glasses and clenched his fist in assurance. Shikamaru shook his head and remarked, with the current manufacturing technology, no matter how much you augment this cannon's power, it will always struggle against ninja. At a distance of 100 meters, a nin could close the gap in an instant, and a nin would require mere seconds. Once a ninja is upon you, this weapon becomes utterly useless. No. It should be stated that even from a distance, this weapon alone cannot inflict harm upon a ninja. Ferrano Housuk felt a twinge of frustration, his hands drooped, and his thick glasses seemed to sag as well. If that is the case, then this weapon is utterly useless. Ferrano Housuk, a rather despondent individual, had languished at the lower echelons of the ninja world for an extended period, which rendered his self-esteem quite susceptible to blows. He yearned to rely on scientific ninja tools, aspiring to rejoin the ranks of his former companions and reclaim all that he once hoped for within the ninja realm. Shikamaru cast a sidelong glance at Ferrano Housuk and remarked, "Useless, you say? This weapon possesses significant advantages. Advantages that ninjas cannot match." What? A glimmer of hope rekindled in Ferrano Housuk's eyes as he inquired. "It is durable, resilient, and most importantly, affordable." Affordable? Ferrano Housuk struggled to grasp the implications of Shikamaru's words, yet he responded with an air of optimism. "Lord Shikamaru, please bestow a name upon this weapon." Shikamaru gazed into the distance and declared, "Let us call it the Pippi Cannon." Shikamaru's company soon developed a weapon named the Pippi Cannon, which rapidly spread throughout Konohagakure. Contrary to external perceptions, the ninja community was not as divided as it appeared. In fact, information circulated among ninjas with remarkable swiftness, especially since ninjas were inherently engaged in intelligence work. The Pippi Cannon was deemed by many ninjas within Konoha as a mere toy created by children. Naturally, any weapon that posed no threat to ninjas was classified as a toy. When the third Hokage learned of this news, he merely chuckled. After Minato Namikaze took office as the fourth Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi retreated into the shadows. He had anticipated a tranquil retirement. However, the challenges faced both within and outside Konoha far exceeded expectations. Externally, to maintain the international environment surrounding Konoha, an alliance was forged with Sunigakure. Yet, the appetite of this ally was rather astonishing. Fortunately, this was not the most pressing concern. Konoha's prosperity equipped him to manage Sunigakure's considerable demands. What truly occupied his mind was the increasing pressure from the Uchiha clan within the village. Unlike their predecessors, under the leadership of Fugaku Uchiha, especially with the assistance of elite youths like Obito and Shisui, the Uchiha clan had set aside their former arrogance and began to engage with the ordinary ninja ranks of Konoha. This was inconceivable to Hiruzen Sarutobi and the upper echelons of the Senju clan. In any previous era, the Uchiha territory resembled a village within a village, and the Uchiha clan was synonymous with pride. Once this dynamic shifted, the number of supporters the Uchiha clan garnered far surpassed Hiruzen Sarutobi's expectations. Although he once suspected that Fugaku Uchiha's transformation had ties to Nara Shikamaru, and later actions seemed to indicate a profound connection between Fugaku and Shikamaru, Hiruzen Sarutobi found himself lacking sufficient evidence to draw any definitive conclusions. He considered monitoring the bloodline limit associated with Shikamaru to keep it under his scrutiny. Yet he remained unable to further deduce his schemes, which left Sarutobi Hiruzen somewhat vexed. Over the past few days, aside from continually tinkering with a seemingly frivolous ninja tool company in the eyes of outside ninjas, Nara Shikamaru had exhibited no other movements. Within the conference room, a fervent discussion erupted. The crux of their debate revolved around whether to allow Uchiha Fugaku to join the advisory council of the Hokage. Since the era of the second Hokage, the Senju clan had firmly maintained the boundary of excluding the Uchiha from the upper echelons of Konoha. However, Uchiha Fugaku's recent outstanding performance had rendered this boundary somewhat ambiguous. Absolutely not allow Uchiha into the advisory council. Their arrogance and ambition will ultimately lead to Konoha's ruin, declared Shimura Danzo, his voice resounding throughout the conference room, causing a hint of discomfort to cross the face of Namikaze Minato. For it was he who had brought this proposal to the table. Uchiha Fugaku, as the captain of Konoha's police force and a leader of a significant department. If denied entry to the advisory council, would it not be somewhat excessive? Minato's proposal incited vehement opposition from Danzo, who harbored an inherent distrust towards the Uchiha. The Senju clan had long held a firm grip on Konoha's power, exhibiting an acute sensitivity to every move made by their long-standing adversary, the Uchiha. The Uchiha's ambitions were glaringly evident, yet refusing their inclusion seemed equally unjustifiable, especially considering the recent contributions of the Uchiha clan to Konoha. Though Nara Shikamaru verbally acknowledged such sentiments, his gaze ultimately turned towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, silently imploring him to provide a solution. How about this? Beneath the Hokage, in addition to establishing an advisory council, we could form a strategic council, inviting the heads of Konoha's prominent clans to join, directly led by Minato. With the council's function revolving around the discussion of Konoha's daily governmental affairs, in a land swept by fierce winds and engulfed in dust. What once was the most prosperous town in the northern wind country had been reduced to ruins after the ravages of war. This place had become a refuge for the displaced, bandits, and a multitude of merchants. To the ordinary populace, the turmoil and famine represented a nightmare. However, for merchants, it presented lucrative opportunities. Human trafficking. With just a morsel of food, one could procure precious slaves from the hands of the starving populace, and if they were strikingly beautiful, a swift resale could yield profits multiplied by dozens or even hundreds. Yet, under the relentless pursuit of the daimyo's army, a large contingent of rebels had descended upon this town, leading to the immediate cessation of the slave trade. The merchants and their guards were cast out. Having seized a considerable amount of resources, the rebels temporarily stabilized their internal situation. However, a more dire issue soon arose. The exiled merchants disclosed intelligence to the daimyo's army, exposing their location entirely. The shogunate's forces could arrive at any moment, while the rebels lacked the means to resist. They had no choice but to relocate once more. In the stark confines of their war room, the leader of the rebels ultimately issued this command. The number of rebels was vast, including many elderly and weak. Should they be forced to move again, it was uncertain how many lives would be lost. In the land of wind, the climate is harsh and water is scarce, with vast expanses of yellow sand engulfing the outskirts of the town. Viewed from the outside, This town resembles an isolated island amidst a sea of sand. Within its confines, there exists food and a water supply, albeit meager, yet it is better than nothing. When the leader of the rebels issued this command, his subordinates wore expressions of doubt. Could we not resist? This was the collective sentiment echoing in the rudimentary conference room among the majority of the insurgents. The leader of the rebels, however, shook his head and said, I have just received intelligence. There are dozens of sand ninjas among the troops besieging us. We can contend with the armies of the daimyo, but we are ill-equipped to face the sand ninjas. Once again, these detestable ninjas. How many times must we endure this? The resentment towards the ninjas ran deep within this group of rebels. Each victory against the shogunate's forces had been thwarted by the intervention of these ninjas. Just a few dozen sand ninjas, how formidable can they truly be? A soft female voice echoed as paper shurikens danced in the air. To the astonishment of the rebels, the paper coalesced into the figure of a graceful woman. Conan appeared before the insurgents, inciting a wave of panic. You are a ninja? Anxiety compelled the rebels to draw their blades, yet before they could advance, they were struck down by the flying paper. Do not engage. The leader of the rebels halted his subordinates, fully aware that this particular ninja was extraordinary. Annihilating everyone present could be but a fleeting thought for her. What do you seek? He inquired. I can provide you with weapons sufficient to combat the shogunate's forces and the sand ninjas. What do you desire from us? Conan smiled and stepped forward, her enchanting visage akin to that of a divine being, ethereal and dreamlike. The leader is indeed astute. However, what I seek is beyond your current means. She continued, if you can defeat the shogunate's forces, I shall return to seek you out. No sooner had she spoken than her form transformed into a flurry of white, scattering into the air. How beautiful! An exclamation of wonder escaped from among the rebels. Had these insurgents lost their senses? When the shogunate's army arrived at the rebels' town, they found that the insurgents had not fled. Instead, they had taken positions on the heights outside the town. Strange, what are those large cylindrical objects? Heisuk, leading several ninjas, accompanied the commander of this army to serve as protection and to gather intelligence on the enemy. My lord, we do not fully understand the situation. Perhaps we should wait. The commander, mounted on horseback with a katana at his waist, bore a disdainful expression, radiating an unparalleled aura. My lord, you worry too much. They are merely desperate refugees. What could be so peculiar? With such a short distance, a single charge from my cavalry would be sufficient to overwhelm these destitute civilians. According to conventional wisdom, these unprotected refugees should be no match for a cavalry charge. The samurai general unsheathed his lengthy katana, commanding his cavalry, charge. The cavalry, composed of a caravan, surged across the desert, stirring up clouds of golden sand. Haishu observed the formation of the rebels, puzzled. Despite the cavalry drawing near, the insurgents remained eerily still. To be precise, their actions perplexed Haishu. They opened boxes beside a large cannon and inserted peculiar objects into it. Boom, 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 boom. A dazzling brilliance erupted, and a tremendous sound reverberated through the winds as shells soared from the cannon, showcasing formidable explosive power. Firepower deployed. The rebel leaders shouted hoarsely, following the instructions provided when they acquired the weaponry. Accuracy and power were of little concern, with hundreds of cannons firing in unison. The area destruction caused by the continuous barrage was equivalent to any high-level ninjutsu. Even a well-trained elite ninja could not sustain the use of third or fourth-level ninjutsu for more than 2 minutes. The earth trembled as the initial charge of the shogunate cavalry disbanded. The formation of the shogunate troops became chaotic due to the unexpected weaponry employed by the rebels to gain an advantage. Haishu prepared to lead his ninjas in a charge to obliterate the insurgent stronghold, but calamity struck unexpectedly. Earth release, Earth Dragon Wall. As a shell hurtled toward him, aimed directly at the samurai general, Haishu conjured an earthen wall from the sand to shield himself from the projectile. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the general's steed, startled, bolted in panic. The seasoned rider found himself unable to control the frightened horse in such haste and was thrown from his mount. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The general called out helplessly, and under the escort of his ninjas, the shogunate's forces hastily withdrew. Haishu turned to glance back, and a cacophony of jubilant cheers erupted from the rebel camp. For the first time, under the intervention of ninjas, the shogunate forces had not achieved victory. Haishu gazed at the ominously gathering clouds in the distant sky, a dawning realization flickering in his mind. In a tranquil courtyard, where verdant trees swayed and clear springs murmured, Uchiha Fugaka sat opposite Shikamaru, sipping tea, a refreshing sensation blossoming in his throat. Beyond the eaves of the courtyard, The sun blazed fiercely, yet a cool breeze enveloped them, causing Uchiha Fugaku to furrow his brow slightly. I had anticipated that with the recent outcry from the lower echelons of Konoha, I would seamlessly enter the advisory council. However, I did not foresee that Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his cunning, would establish such a council, rendering my efforts futile. Shikamaru took a sip of tea and replied with a smile, "Now, the heads of the major clans in Konoha have joined this advisory council. It appears significant, yet it lacks real power. The daily affairs of Konoha are managed by this department, alleviating the burdens of the Hokage and quelling the fervent discussions among the prominent clans eager to partake more deeply in the governance of Konoha. The cunning of Sarutobi Hiruzen has rendered the recent efforts of Uchiha Fugaku futile." Shikamaru set down his teacup, appearing unconcerned about the matter in contrast to Uchiha Fugaku. Nevertheless, there are advantages to this situation. Indeed, the Uchiha clan has been a foundational pillar of Konoha, yet they have been marginalized for decades. The approach of fostering closer relations with commoners has sparked considerable debate within the clan. Were it not for the staunch support of the three powerful users of the Sharingan Fugaku, Obito, and Shisui, the conservative voices within the Uchiha would have long drowned out Fugaku's pleas. In the world of ninjas, the perspectives of a select few elite can dictate the direction of the majority. However, this is not an absolute truth. Uchiha Fugaku must demonstrate the validity of his decisions to secure continued support from his kin. Thus, he ardently aspires to ascend to Konoha's upper echelons, to wield greater authority. In a sense, he has achieved this. Although the advisory council is merely a nominal position, it nonetheless grants him a foothold within Konoha's hierarchy. Shikamaru retrieved a scroll from behind him and presented it to Uchiha Fugaku. "What is this?" Fugaku inquired as he unfurled the scroll, discovering it was inscribed with peculiar symbols, terminologies, and designs. "This is a generator. By harnessing chakra to produce electricity and laying down wiring throughout the village, we can electrify Konoha. I hope you can propose this at the next advisory council meeting and secure its approval to construct a large power plant in Konoha. This machine is an advanced version of the heater developed by Orochimaru. Unlike the heater that converts thermal energy, the generator transforms electrical energy. With various chakra attributes and sealing techniques, the conversion of energy and technological advancement can be seamlessly executed. What Shikamaru now needs is a plethora of specialized talents to facilitate this transformation, and the vast population of Konoha and the Land of Fire can meet this requirement. Building the power plant is merely the first step. The extensive use of electricity will enable the rapid mass production of machinery in the factory Shikamaru plans to establish. Uchiha Fugaku did not perceive this as a monumental endeavor and casually set the scroll aside. "I will assist you with this. The Uchiha clan stands at the pinnacle of this world. A single fire technique could effortlessly obliterate all before him." Fugaku understands that the invention known as the electric light, produced in Shikamaru's factories, if installed along the streets of Konoha, would illuminate the nights. This transformation could enhance the security of Konoha during nighttime and even recalibrate commercial relations. For Uchiha Fugaku, who serves as the captain of the Konoha Guard, this is undoubtedly a favorable development. Sunagakure, Kazakage Tower. Raza is busy, not only managing the internal affairs of Sunagakure, but also addressing the insurrection issues plaguing the Land of Wind. As a ninja, Raza's foremost duty is to fulfill the tasks assigned by his lord. He harbors little remorse for those who rebel. The Hidden Sand Village has long adhered to a policy of ironclad elitism, and the ninjas dispatched to execute missions show no mercy. However, a significant dilemma confronts Raza, one that he, as the Kazakage, must face. The economic foundation of the ninja system relies on accepting various tasks and completing them for remuneration. Yet, suppressing rebels necessitates sending a substantial number of ninjas, and the compensation offered by the feudal lord of the Wind Country falls far short of what the village typically earns from standard missions. In response to the circumstances following the Third Ninja World War, the Sand Village has had to reduce its number of ninjas and implement an elitist policy. This is linked to the diminishing resources provided to the village by the feudal lord of the Wind Country each year. More critically, the harsh environment of the Wind Country has led to a languishing economy, compounded by the turmoil that has decreased the number of potential clients capable of commissioning tasks from the Sand Village, resulting in its gradual decline. The Sand Village is in a continuous state of deterioration, while the neighboring Leaf Village grows ever stronger, an observation that Raza, the fourth Kazakage, can perceive firsthand. In an effort to bridge this widening gap, Raza has exerted himself, implementing various strategies, yet to little avail. Maki entered the Kazakage's office, his expression far from pleasant. "What is the matter?" Raza inquired, glancing up at Maki. "The operation in Haishu has failed." "Failed? Did the number of ninjas he led diminish?" Raza did not grasp the full extent of Maki's concern, as he believed that any loss of ninja in dealing with rebels constituted a failure of the mission. No. The shogunate forces sent to suppress the rebels encountered fierce resistance, resulting in the army's rout, and the lieutenant was gravely injured. Moreover, many in Haishu's ninja squad also sustained significant injuries. "What did you say?" Raza set down the affairs he had been attending to, raising his gaze to Maki with a serious demeanor, ensuring that he was not jesting. "Are there foreign ninja forces aiding the rebels?" This was the only explanation Raza could conceive for the shogunate's defeat. In truth, there were none. The rebels had merely employed a novel type of weapon capable of inflicting damage equivalent to the power of high-level ninjutsu within 2 minutes. Our ninjas were caught off guard and suffered severe injuries due to their negligence. "Investigate the source of this weapon," Raza commanded, having sensed the underlying anomaly. "Yes." Maki nodded in affirmation, stating, "The shogunate has sent word, requesting that our Sand Village dispatch Jonin to assist them in continuing the suppression of the rebellion." Raza felt a headache coming on, furrowing his brow. The Sand Village is in dire need, but what it lacks most is manpower. "Inform the shogunate that our Jonin will be dispatched." In the Dragon's Cave, the verdant forest lay in utter silence, with serpents slithering through, hunting in their sanctuary with unbridled joy. Much like Mayaboko Mountain and the Wetbone Forest, the Serpentine clan within the Dragon's Cave possesses wisdom akin to that of humans. Under the protection of the White Snake Sage and a multitude of snake sages skilled in senjutsu, this place can be deemed a paradise for the Serpent clan. However, with a sudden puff of smoke emanating from a secluded corner of the Dragon's Cave, a resounding roar shattered the tranquility of the paradise. It was as if an ancient behemoth had emerged from the mist. Surrounding the colossal creature were the members of Akatsuki. This was dire. Upon unraveling the reverse summoning technique, this beast had broken free from our bindings. Delata observed the infuriated giant, running a hand through his disheveled yellow locks, feeling quite troubled. In the moment of its escape, the beast had displayed a fleeting calmness, its eyes scanning the unfamiliar surroundings, engulfed in confusion and trepidation. Rage and destruction were the sole responses it could muster. A mere sweep of its paw obliterated vast swathes of forest, annihilating countless serpents and the creatures dwelling therein. The chaos did not persist for long. As the members of Akatsuki prepared to confront the beast, from the deepest recesses of the cave, where the white serpent sage resided, a shadowy figure swiftly darted forth. The members beheld the elongated silhouette approaching the giant, its gaping maw wide open, and in one fell swoop, it devoured the creature whole. The members of Akatsuki were taken aback. The white serpent sage appeared markedly different from their initial encounter. The sage's elongated form, now swollen from the consumption of the behemoth, no longer lay flat against the ground but hovered slightly above it. Gone was the hat atop its head, replaced by a pair of horns. Addressing the members of Akatsuki, the white serpent sage bellowed, "You rascals, what do you think you are doing in someone else's domain?" Its voice resonated like thunder, sending shivers down the spines of the Akatsuki members. "How terrifying," Yisong muttered, visibly shaken despite having faced the giant moments earlier without flinching. After dispatching the beast, the white serpent sage returned to its sanctuary. The members of Akatsuki hurried back to their base within the Dragon's Cave, where they were greeted by Nagato and Orochimaru. However, unlike Nagato, Orochimaru's countenance was brimming with excitement. Having witnessed a living ancient behemoth, the prospect of utilizing such creatures as research subjects ignited an uncontainable thrill within him. A fervent researcher and a firm believer in the transformative power of science, Orochimaru was also somewhat unhinged. Thus, when addressing the Akatsuki members, he bypassed customary pleasantries and eagerly inquired, "So, how's the base coming along? How many samples did you bring back? Will I be able to visit that world myself next time? What was the deal with that giant?" His barrage of questions left the Akatsuki members somewhat overwhelmed. "You can see for yourself," Nagato replied helplessly, summoning a few behemoths through the summoning technique. These creatures, pierced by black rods and influenced by Nagato's chakra, exhibited the distinct circular patterns of the Rinnegan in their eyes. Staring blankly ahead, they stood motionless before the base, startling numerous birds and attracting a throng of curious serpents. Orochimaru approached with palpable excitement, swiftly extracting a vial of blood and some tissue samples from the colossal beasts. "I also possess some botanical specimens and seeds," he remarked. As Leaf Warehouse observed Orochimaru's fervor, He prepared to unveil the scroll from behind him, only to have it snatched away by Orochimaru. Where has Lord Orochimaru gone? The Sound Village ninjas, led by the formidable quartet, besieged Kabuto, seeking answers. The Sound Village was established by Orochimaru through cold-blooded and coercive measures. After bribing the feudal lord of the Land of Rice, he decisively eliminated both the lord and his advisors, bringing the entire region under his dominion. Yet, after becoming the nominal ruler of the Land of Rice, he refrained from expanding his military or indulging in hedonism, choosing instead to delve deeper into his dark, cramped laboratory for research. To Orochimaru, humanity could be simply categorized into two groups: those who obstruct his research and his subjects of study. The shinobi of the Sound Village either trembled in fear of Orochimaru's iron-fisted methods or harbored profound admiration and reverence for him. The quartet before Kabuto epitomized the latter. Typically, Orochimaru would vanish for days or weeks, but never had he been absent for such an extended period, neglecting the affairs of the Sound Village. Lord Orochimaru is engaged in crucial research. He has instructed me that only matters of utmost importance should disturb him, Kabuto awkwardly stated, adjusting his glasses. Is what transpires in the village not significant? Without Lord Orochimaru's restraint, the villagers are becoming increasingly restless, exclaimed the sole female among the quartet, Doya. Very well. I shall meet with Lord Orochimaru and relay the situation here, Kabuto reluctantly conceded, finally persuading the Sound ninjas to disperse. That night, disregarding the peril, he invoked reverse summoning to arrive at the Dragon's Cave. Upon encountering Orochimaru, he was struck by the sight of his master, who bore dark circles under his eyes, bustling about the laboratory while occasionally mixing potions. Lord Orochimaru, during your absence, the Sound Village has nearly descended into chaos. Orochimaru, fixated on the pale green potion in his hand, replied, Kabuto, your timing is impeccable. My aptitude for potion-making pales in comparison to yours. You have arrived just in time to assist me. But what about the situation in the Sound Village? That is of little consequence, Orochimaru said, pulling Kabuto closer. Observe this potion. I find its properties to be somewhat unstable during my preparations. Would you care to test it? What is this? Kabuto inquired, glancing at Orochimaru's documented preliminary research findings before scrutinizing the green potion. In a certain sense, Kabuto and Orochimaru shared a kinship. Moments ago, Kabuto had been fretting over the troubles in the Sound Village. Now, he scarcely remembered where that little village lay. Meanwhile, Delata, holding a bowl of seafood instant noodles, opened the laboratory door, intending to voice something but paused upon witnessing Kabuto transform to mirror Orochimaru's state. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, another one has gone mad. Ah, youth. With a watermelon-shaped head and clad in algae-green attire, Little Lee rose to train before dawn. His resounding voice echoed like a crowing rooster. And after receiving numerous complaints from irate neighbors, he ultimately opted for a training locale far removed from residential areas. Completing 500 push-ups and 300 pull-ups was merely part of his daily regimen. It was this unwavering commitment that garnered the admiration of Might Guy. In the realm of ninjas, physical prowess has always been regarded as a complement to ninjutsu. After all, regardless of how advanced one's physical training may be, the human body inevitably has its limits. Even a ninja who has devoted their life to mastering physical skills can be easily outmatched by a novice employing simple techniques. While there exist renowned ninja clans celebrated for their physical abilities, such as the Hyuga, the Hatake, and the Might Clan, which nearly annihilated the 7 ninja swordsmen under the banner of the lower ranks, it remains evident that physical skill differs fundamentally from ninjutsu. To maintain such prowess, ninjas must endure rigorous training daily, and not all can persevere until the end. Moreover, during the process of honing their physical abilities, without the guidance of elders, ninjas risk incurring irreparable injuries. The low barrier to entry and minimal returns associated with this training have led to the unfortunate reality of neglect surrounding physical arts. Little Lee today is brimming with youthful exuberance. Might Guy made his timely appearance, joining Little Lee in his training. Might Guy-sensei, you two radiate vitality and the spirit of youth today. Oh, for the sake of youth, let us run 300 more laps. Just as the duo, both with their watermelon-shaped heads, reveled in the joys of youth, a sudden crackle of fireworks erupted in the clear skies of Konoha. A large balloon ascended, trailing a banner that proclaimed, newly developed medicinal remedy by the Nara clan now available for sale. A new medicine developed by the Nara family? As a practitioner of physical arts, the importance of supplementary medicinal aids alongside rigorous training cannot be overstated. After concluding their training, Might Guy and Little Lee made their way toward the commercial district. Literally, allow me to treat you to some Ichiraka ramen. Yes. Thank you, Might Guy-sensei. For literally, Might Guy was undoubtedly a life mentor. He emulated his every action and even his appearance. Upon reaching the commercial district, they encountered two lovely bunny girls enticing customers outside the Nara pharmacy. How vulgar, Might Guy muttered softly, blood trickling from his nose as he led Literally into the shop. Literally, before we indulge in ramen, let us first take a look at the medicinal supplies. As ninjas, injuries are an inevitable part of both training and missions. Thus, it is crucial to be well prepared with quality medicine. Inside the shop, Shikamaru was seated, seemingly organizing accounts. Hello, shopkeeper. Might Guy greeted enthusiastically, his surprise evident upon recognizing Shikamaru. Might Guy-sensei, what is that child doing? As a fellow student of the Konoha Ninja Academy, Literally stood out among his peers, being one of the few who was extremely introverted, wholly focused on his training. So, he must be the owner of this establishment. Shikamaru was drawn to the sound of Might Guy and lifted his head to behold an extraordinary figure, unique in the Hidden Leaf Village, undoubtedly that man who nearly kicked off the grand finale. A distinguished customer has arrived, Shikamaru remarked with a smile. Our shop is now open, offering a new type of injury remedy at a limited time discount of 20%. A new injury remedy? Might Guy approached Shikamaru's counter, eyeing the assortment of medicines with a hint of confusion. What is its purpose? As ninjas, are we not often susceptible to unforeseen injuries during missions? And does not our body ache after training sessions? Shikamaru elaborated. This newly released remedy guarantees that with just a single application, one will feel as vigorous as ever the following day. Is it truly that miraculous? Might Guy picked up a bottle, shaking it gently, his eyes scrutinizing the dark liquid within. He soon placed it down, his attention captivated by another vial containing a pale green potion. This is extraordinarily expensive. Might Guy counted the zeros on the label, his eyes widening in astonishment. What sort of potion is this? Why such a steep price? This is a special remedy designed to maintain the stability of chakra transport channels during the body's heightened chakra flow, while simultaneously ensuring the body's adaptability and mitigating the stress responses induced by such extraordinary chakra transport. Shikamaru explained at length, prompting Might Guy to interject. Boss, could you simplify that a bit? Very well. Have you heard of the forbidden technique, the 8 gates? Shikamaru inquired. Of course, Might Guy grinned, revealing his signature bright smile that sparkled in the sunlight. In simple terms, this potion extends the duration of the forbidden technique when a ninja opens the 8 gates, while also protecting the user from the backlash that accompanies its use. Is that true? Indeed. If you doubt it, find a ninja skilled in the 8 gates and have them open the death gate. I can do that. Shikamaru had not anticipated that his words would prompt Might Guy to actually activate the 8 gates, and he swiftly opened the 4th gate. In this state, Might Guy's speed could surpass the speed of sound. With a light flick, the airwave generated by his fingers shattered the counter, and he seized the pale green potion, gulping it down eagerly. This feeling is indeed different, Might Guy exclaimed, sensing the damage from the accelerated chakra flow within him gradually healing. He shouted in exhilaration, dashing out of Shikamaru's shop, stirring up a tempest on the streets, and rapidly bolting beyond the walls of the Hidden Leaf Village. What a passionate man, Shikamaru mused, scratching his head as he felt he had forgotten something. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Might Guy halted, the effects of the 8 gates fading. Yet the usual overwhelming fatigue that follows such intense training did not resurface. This potion is truly remarkable. Well, are you satisfied? Accompanied by Shaoli, Shikamaru timely appeared before Might Guy. How delightful. With this potion, my youth shall undoubtedly become more exuberant. Kakashi, I am coming for you. Before you revel in your youthful exuberance, could you settle your debts first? Upon seeing the bill presented by Shikamaru, Might Guy's face turned an ominous shade of green. Observing Might Guy's dismal expression, Shikamaru's eyes, reminiscent of dead fish, dimmed. Could it be? Youth. Youth. Within Shikamaru's newly opened apothecary, Might Guy found himself compelled to work off the exorbitant cost of the potion, unable to repay the debts. Shaoli, eager to train alongside his mentor, willingly joined in the endeavor. Shikamaru looked at the two watermelon-headed figures bent over, diligently scrubbing the floor with rags, his expression one of resignation. In truth, despite the somewhat embarrassing task, the two seemed to take pride in their labor. Shaoli, youth is often fraught with mistakes, yet we must possess the courage to rectify them. Oh, Teacher Guy, your vitality today is as radiant as ever. After their exclamation, they resumed their vigorous scrubbing. And before long, the floor of Shikamaru's shop gleamed like a polished mirror. Shikamaru's establishment thrived, for no ninja could train without sustaining some injuries. As the door swung open, a beckoning fortune cat waved its arm, and a charming girl entered. "Oh, Shaolin. Kai, you're truly here." Nara Rin's sudden appearance infused the somewhat quiet shop with a breath of youthful vigor as she greeted Shikamaru. "Little Shikamaru, may I borrow Kai for a moment?" The slightly ambiguous tone of her words left Shaoli momentarily stunned as he blurted out, "Teacher Kai, is she your girlfriend?" "Truly, Shaoli, your perception is sharp." Although Might Guy was nearly kicked into a grand finale, he remained a man not favored by the ladies. In that moment, the old man's pride compelled Kai to speak. But before he could finish, he was hastily interrupted by Nara Rin. "Not at all. We are merely friends," she stated, bending slightly. Her words delivered amidst Shaoli's bewildered gaze. "By the way, what do you need from Kai?" Shikamaru, standing aside, idly dusted the glass display case and inquired. "Kakashi has returned from training, and I am preparing a celebration for him. Kai, you will be the main organizer." "Kakashi is back? Perfect. I want him to witness the fruits of my recent training." Might Guy, upon hearing of Kakashi's return, displayed even greater enthusiasm than Nara Rin. Shikamaru, observing all of this, noted the hopeful glimmer in Kai's youthful gaze and resignedly waved his hand. The relationships between Kakashi, Obito, Shaolin, and Kai seemed ripe for a romantic drama. In a darkened chamber, Kakashi knelt on one knee. Before him stood the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, flanked by Tsunade and Mito. "Kakashi, upon your return from training, we have yet to allocate time for you to reunite with your friends, for which I sincerely apologize. However, this mission is of utmost urgency and secrecy, and within the village, there are no other suitable candidates to undertake this task." The third Hokage spoke slowly, turning to gaze at Mito Minion beside him, explaining, "A rebellion is currently unfolding in the Land of Wind. Typically, such occurrences are not uncommon in that region. However, the military forces of the Wind Country, with the assistance of the Sand Shinobi, suffered significant losses in an engagement against the insurgents. A defeat that could almost be described as catastrophic." "A catastrophic defeat? How could that be?" Kakashi responded incredulously, his half-covered face revealing a look of astonishment in his lifeless eyes. "Within the realm of ninjas, ordinary people are perceived to possess little capacity for resistance. A military force bolstered by ninjas has always been relentless in combat. We have received intelligence from our Umbu in the Land of Wind, indicating that these insurgents have employed a novel weapon. It is through this weapon that the rebels have triumphed over the forces of the Wind Country." "A novel weapon?" "Indeed." Tika Kamachi nodded in affirmation, stating, "The rebellion in the Land of Wind is escalating increasingly. To quell the unrest, Sunagakure has deployed a significant number of ninjas, and our Shah is overwhelmed with the situation. The inception of all this turmoil lies in that new weapon. We suspect that this weapon is linked to the emerging village of Deer Shadow in the northern part of the Land of Wind." Deer Shadow Village? From my recollection, this village has only gained prominence in recent years, seemingly making quite a name for itself. Could such a small village truly stir such tumult? "Do not underestimate this ninja village." Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Kakashi with a serious expression, saying, "The Umbu of the village has dispatched several teams. However, among them, some have either returned empty-handed or mysteriously vanished. Moreover, intelligence suggests that the Akatsuki organization, which has been notably active during the incidents involving the Two Tails disappearance and the Three Tails capture, has close ties with this ninja village. Hence, your mission is to infiltrate the northern part of the Land of Wind, investigate the origins of this weapon, and ascertain whether Deer Shadow Village is supporting the rebels against the Wind Country." "Understood. Exercise caution. Although this mission may appear routine, you may encounter members of the Akatsuki at any moment. Their peril should be clear to you from the events surrounding the Three Tails incident. Be vigilant." As Sarutobi Hiruzen issued the mission, a note of concern tinged his words. Kakashi, after all, is not an ordinary ninja. He is the disciple of Minato Namikaze and the successor to the third Hokage's vision for the next Hokage. As Kakashi's figure vanished into the shadows, Mito Minion turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, expressing his concerns. "Is this mission perhaps too perilous for the boy? Kakashi has trained diligently in my Bokuzen for an extended period. He must have made significant progress. Moreover, as Hokage, it is essential to earn the recognition of other ninjas. If Kakashi remains isolated, all our efforts will be in vain." Bright lights and a joyous atmosphere accompanied the gradual opening of the grand doors, with colorful streamers fluttering in the air. As Shaolin, Obito, and Guy prepared to surprise Kakashi, They were unexpectedly greeted by a contrite Minato Namikaze. "Sensei, what brings you here?" Obito inquired, glancing curiously at the empty space behind the fourth Hokage. "I apologize for disappointing you," Minato replied. "Kakashi is unable to join us today due to an urgent mission." "What a shame. I was looking forward to showcasing my newly mastered jutsu to Kakashi." His astonished expression would have been quite amusing, Obito lamented, feeling a twinge of regret as he turned his gaze towards a girl standing alone amidst the vibrant lights, her loneliness striking a chord within him. Under the relentless sun, which blazed almost blindingly, the lengthy coastline was patrolled by the forces of the shogunate. A thick fog had enveloped the sea in the early morning, gradually dissipating under the afternoon heat. The coastal region of the Wind Country was one of the wealthiest and most stable areas in the nation. Suddenly, a horn echoed through the air, shattering the tranquility of the afternoon. A colossal ship approached, and as it drew near, the soldiers of the shogunate watched in astonishment as the vessel's hatches slowly opened. Crimson cannonballs erupted forth, bombarding the shogunate's encampment on the shore. Without any chance of resistance, the camp was reduced to rubble under the sheer force of the bombardment. The soldiers of the shogunate, clad in armor and wielding meteor hammers, were utterly incapable of repelling the massive ship. As the cannon fire raged, they landed on the coast, effortlessly sweeping away the remnants of the shogunate's forces. This was an unanticipated assault. The attackers swiftly eliminated the forces of the Wind Country's daimyo before making a hasty retreat. In the valley, a massive mobile fortress shifted position. Inside the dimly lit control room, a gentle-faced man received word of the successful attack, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Lord Hyde, why must we attack them?" A small child named Timothy asked, his expression filled with reluctance as he stood before Hyde. "Timothy, to achieve true peace, some sacrifices are unavoidable. To create our ideal nation and establish a world devoid of war, such actions are necessary." Though he did not fully comprehend, Timothy nodded, instinctively choosing to trust this man. As he gradually exited the control room, Hyde's previously gentle demeanor took on an ominous quality in the shadows. The Wind Country was experiencing a large-scale rebellion, presenting a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to advance our plans. For the sake of our envisioned nation, it was imperative to locate the crucial Grell Stone. Yes, in the Wind Country, the hidden sand village was engulfed in chaos. Where on earth did these mysterious fleets come from? The roars of Raza echoed throughout the Kazekage building. To combat the domestic insurgents, Raza had dispatched numerous ninjas to assist the shogunate's forces. Yet, this sudden fleet had plunged Raza into a predicament from which there seemed no escape. In the once resource-strapped Sunagakure, the village's daily financial income had dwindled to a bare minimum in an effort to quell the insurrection. A significant portion of the village's income derived from undertaking missions, necessitating the retention of a certain number of ninjas to maintain this balance. However, within Sunagakure, this number had reached an alarmingly low point. Maki shook his head and remarked, "Our village's strength is limited. We cannot afford to dispatch a large contingent of ninjas to eradicate this fleet. Moreover, while we have an alliance with Konoha, we must not underestimate the powers surrounding us. Hanzo of the Salamander from the Rain Village, along with the forces from the hidden village of Konoha, could take advantage of our apparent weakness if we display any signs of vulnerability." Raza, rubbing his temples in fatigue, inquired, "What should we do then?" "Deploy the tailed beast." The resolute voice echoed within the office. As Maki's words resonated, the elite shinobi exchanged glances, murmuring amongst themselves. Yet, Raza knew that Gaara could not perfectly control Shikaku. Maki had long held the belief that the first Kazekage's attitude towards the tailed beasts during the first 5 shinobi world war was misguided. Apart from Konoha, Sunagakure had been the only village possessing a single tailed beast. The absence of such formidable power left Sunagakure in a state of perpetual disadvantage. Although it had once been the strongest village beneath Konoha, the harsh conditions of the land had rendered Sunagakure's recovery capabilities exceedingly fragile. After several shinobi world wars, the village's strength had continued to wane. The characteristics of Shikaku differ from those of other tailed beasts. If we allow Gaara to fall asleep, Shikaku will fulfill our desires. Raza contemplated this and, albeit with difficulty, nodded in agreement, stating, "Let it be so. Maki, you shall personally lead the team, taking Gaara to the coastal region to obliterate these landing fleets in their established bases." Understood. In the hidden village of Konoha, the night enveloped the earth, the tranquil lake shimmering with waves. Compared to Konoha, this village exuded a primal aura. Kakashi successfully evaded the village's guards, infiltrating the area beside the leader's mansion. "What is the situation?" Where did this fleet invading the land of wind originate? Conan observed the intelligence report in her hand, puzzled. Among the members of Akatsuki, 2 individuals typically remained in the village to address any unexpected incidents. Yagura, seated opposite Conan, remarked in this manner. Both the northern and southern regions of the Land of Wind will become battlegrounds, and Lord Toby's plan should proceed more smoothly. Kakashi crouched beside the leader's mansion, observing 2 young, striking female ninjas within, though he felt no inclination to admire them at that moment. Toby? Who is that? Only the leaders of the 5 great shinobi villages were typically revered as Kage. However, some leaders of smaller villages often overstepped this title. At that moment, a figure materialized within the dwelling. Unlike any ordinary body flicker technique, a man appeared before Kakashi's eyes. Is this a space-time ninjutsu? Leader, Nagato, utilizing his summoning technique, returned from the Dragon Cave to the Hidden Leaf Village, bearing a message from Shikamaru. Lord Pain instructed that the 2 of you should set forth to the landing site of the colossal fleet along the coastline of the Land of Wind, to seize the designs of all the vessels within that fleet. Before Nagato could finish his words, a pair of eyes suddenly gazed outward, an overwhelming aura erupting forth. In the next moment, his figure had already materialized atop the roof of the hut where Kakashi resided. In the darkened sky, streaks of white light began to appear. Observing Kakashi retreating swiftly using the Flying Thunder God technique, Nagato remarked, "Space-time ninjutsu, is it? You certainly flee with remarkable speed." Nagato leaped down from the roof, with Conan and Yahiko hastening to follow behind him. Who could that be? In the current ninja world, aside from the 4th Hokage, it seemed only his disciple Kakashi possessed the capability to wield the Flying Thunder God technique. This implies that the Hidden Leaf Village has indeed taken notice of this location. At present, it is unnecessary to engage in conflict with such a formidable entity as the Hidden Leaf. Lord Pain's command requires you to proceed to the landing site of that fleet and acquire the blueprints of all its ships. Understood. Is this the encampment of the invaders up ahead? Maki, leading a small team of 3 or 4 ninjas, swiftly approached the coastline. The distinctive earth manipulation techniques of the Sand Shinobi allowed them to effectively conceal themselves within the unique soil of the Land of Wind, enabling a rapid yet undetectable advance. Maki was astonished to discover that the invaders constructing their encampment along the coastline had only established basic facilities. This did not appear to be indicative of a large-scale invasion. What could these individuals possibly be planning? Maki expressed his confusion, while a ninja behind him furrowed his brow and explained, "According to our soldiers, these peculiar invaders seem to lack awareness and do not require supplies. This likely accounts for their only constructing rudimentary fortifications." Gaara. Maki pulled the usually silent Gaara into view, noticing the dark circles under his eyes. The prolonged torment of insomnia and mental strain had left Gaara in a state of tense pressure, harboring hostility towards the majority of individuals except for a select few. Gaara, sleep now. A previously unseen gentleness graced Maki's face, prompting a flicker of confusion on Gaara's otherwise refined countenance. Sleep? No. It will come out. Gaara struggled, yet Maki's calm words were laden with temptation. This time, it is permissible. Gaara, surrender to the realm of dreams. As Gaara slowly closed his eyes, the nearby Sand Shinobi swiftly distanced themselves from him. Sinister laughter echoed across the coastline as a vast amount of the One-Tail's chakra surged around Gaara's youthful form. This chakra quickly transformed into sand, dehydrating the surrounding moisture. A torrent of sand erupted from Gaara's body, coalescing into the colossal figure of Shikaku. Upon gaining freedom, the tailed beast, long confined within the Jinchuriki, sought immediate release. Shikaku surged toward the beach, heading directly for the invaders' encampment. In mere moments of contact, extensive destruction ensued. The invaders, clad in full armor and wielding meteor hammers, exhibited no semblance of awareness, having been fabricated by the biochemical machines within the mobile fortress of Hade. Confronted by the colossal tailed beast in the sky, they displayed neither fear nor retreat, steadfastly brandishing their hammers as they advanced. Their ferocious assaults were nothing more than a mere tickle to the guardian, Shikaku. A multitude of invaders swarmed around Shikaku's feet like ants, provoking its palpable irritation. In the heavens above, the massive ships that had previously anchored along the coastline detected Shikaku and promptly opened their deck hatches, revealing formidable cannons. Crimson projectiles erupted forth, striking Shikaku's form. A thunderous roar reverberated as Shikaku lashed its tail, sending clouds of dust soaring and scattering the armored foes entangled around it. With a gentle flick of its tail, a powerful gust began to coalesce in the air, distorting the previously azure sky. With a resounding crash, the ship's cannons fired again, coinciding with Shikaku's wind projectiles. The once unstoppable cannonballs, upon encountering the wind blasts unleashed by Shikaku, detonated in midair, erupting into blinding flames. Yet the wind projectiles did not relent, they surged forward, striking one of the ships that had just opened fire. The fierce blaze reflected upon the sturdy hull of the vessel, which, upon contact with the tailed beast wind release, withstood only for a fleeting moment before shattering. Shikaku's assault showed no signs of abating, as the immense chakra stored within its being effortlessly transformed into potent ninjutsu. The warships, crafted with advanced technological prowess and moored upon the sea, were reduced to fragments under the onslaught of the tailed beast, becoming mere debris adrift in the waters. The encampment lay utterly devastated, yet Shikaku remained unsatisfied. Its gaze turned towards the high cliffs along the coastline, where several silent sand village ninjas observed the chaos. Maki witnessed all of this with keen eyes. In the past, the sand village had exerted tremendous effort to suppress the rampage of Shikaku, but this time, the beast's strength was directed against their foes. Maki felt an entirely different sensation, though all were elite ninjas. None of the comrades beside him possessed the courage to confront Shikaku directly. As the beast pressed ever closer, only Maki remained motionless. "I'm sorry, Gaara. I couldn't allow you to rest a little longer." Maki formed hand seals, and the jutsu activated, causing Gaara, ensnared within Shikaku's body, to convulse violently as immense pain surged through him, rousing him from his deep slumber. Shikaku ceased its advance, its sand-coalesced form beginning to fracture, yearning to unleash its ninjutsu to eradicate the bothersome humans before it. However, the vast chakra emanating from Gaara's body was rapidly drawn back within him. The once mighty-tailed beast, reduced to a mere heap of sand and debris by the simplicity of a human technique, exemplified the true extent of its destructive power. The sand ninjas carried Gaara away. As Konan and Yahiko appeared upon the shore, with a man slumped lifelessly behind them. "Who are you truly? What is that colossal monster? Why does it seek to annihilate our fleet? We merely aspire to establish a utopia devoid of war. Why must it obstruct our efforts?" Clearly, this man has mistaken Xiao Nan and her companion for allies, ranting with a hint of madness. If one yearns for a world free from conflict, why then initiate war? Xiao Nan inquired with curiosity. "What do you understand? The noble sacrifices deemed necessary are unavoidable." The man seized Xiao Nan's garment, seemingly perplexed himself, questioning the very essence of the noble sacrifices he spoke of. Were they truly worth it? Xiao Nan forcefully shrugged off the man, and Yutsong grasped his collar, demanding, "We have no interest in your so-called utopia. What we seek to know is the location of the design blueprints for these warships." The deranged man, evidently taken aback, could not fathom that these two beautiful women desired mere blueprints. His mind seemed to unravel, the loss of his comrades weighing heavily upon him as he lamented. "They are within Lord Hader's mobile fortress." "A mobile fortress?" Xiao Nan murmured, casting a glance at Yutsong. Their figures swiftly vanished along the coastline. On the expansive beach, only a solitary figure remained, murmuring in agony, "Noble sacrifices. These are all noble sacrifices." In Sunagakure, within the Kazakage Tower, Raza sat at his desk, absorbing the report from his most trusted aide. "Have the invaders been dealt with?" "Yes, Lord Kazakage. One-tail Shikaku has flawlessly eliminated the invaders. However, during the subsequent investigation, we uncovered a survivor among the fleet. Upon interrogation, we learned that the invaders hail from another continent, and their headquarters is a massive mobile fortress." "A mobile fortress?" Raza pondered, uncertain of what this entailed. "Indeed, it can be understood as a colossal city that is capable of movement. According to the survivor, their leader is named Hader, and their arrival on this continent appears to be in pursuit of the Greel Stone." "The Greel Stone? I believe I have encountered that term somewhere before." Raza rose and rifled through the bookshelf adjacent to his office, retrieving a tome. Maki observed clearly that the cover bore the inscription Mythical Era. The Greel Stone, a mythical mineral reputed to possess immense chakra. In ancient times, a civilization on this continent flourished by harnessing this mineral, but internecine strife led to its rapid depletion. On the ravaged land, this civilization resolved to seal the last vein of Greel Stone and traverse the seas. A mineral with chakra? Maki pondered, perplexed, as he believed that inanimate objects could not possess chakra. Although this was merely a legend, the motives of the invaders were evidently not unfounded. A glimmer of avarice flickered in Raza's eyes, which Maki perceptively noted. No one understood Raza better than Maki, and he quickly grasped Raza's intent. However, Lord Windshadow, is this merely a legend? Luo Sha chuckled and replied, even if it is just a tale, it is worth our endeavor. Imagine livestock that can grow within a single day and an endless harvest of fruits, even if the Grail Stone is not as wondrous as the legends suggest. If it possesses even 1% of the legendary effects, it could bring about tremendous change to the barren wind country. The alluring vision in Luo Sha's words ignited a spark in the usually composed Maki. Indeed, if they could transform the desolate appearance of the wind country, their village of Sand Hidden would also grow in strength, no longer trailing behind Konoha and becoming the subject of derision from other ninja villages. Lord Windshadow, there is another piece of intelligence obtained from that survivor. What? When Shikaku destroyed the intruders' camp, 2 young women infiltrated the fleet and rescued that survivor. There are survivors at the scene? From Konoha? Luo Sha's expression immediately fell as he asked anxiously. Maki shook his head and replied, it should not be. I suspect they may be connected to the recently emerged Akatsuki organization. If Akatsuki is also seeking the Grail Stone, it could pose an obstacle for us. Luo Sha nodded and instructed, you must immediately lead the village's elite ninjas to search for that mobile fortress. Regardless of the circumstances, we must find the trace of the Grail Stone. Yes, Lord Windshadow. In Konoha Village, within the Hokage building, the situation of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was significantly worse than that of Luo Sha. The 4th Hokage, this concerns an important issue regarding the ninja legacy, and it cannot be ignored. Before Minato stood Kushina Izumaki, the mother of Naruto, the host of the 9 Tails, and his wife, known for her fiery spirit. Additionally, surrounding them was a gathering of families from Konoha, led by Kushina. Kushina, even with your insistence, I cannot shut down Shikamaru's newly opened arcade. After all, he has followed all the proper procedures and operates legally. Minato looked at his fiercely passionate wife with a hint of helplessness. Ever since Uchiha Fugaku's proposal to construct a power plant was successfully passed in the advisory meeting, rows of electric lights had been established along the streets of Konoha. However, the transformation brought by electricity was not limited to merely illuminating the nights. Shikamaru's company had capitalized on this opportunity to sell numerous electrical appliances to the villagers of Konoha, making a handsome profit, and subsequently opened an arcade in the bustling commercial district of the village. Initially, these pillar-like machines, nearly the height of an adult, complete with levers and several circular buttons, had not attracted much attention. Yet, the elders of these ninja families gradually realized that the younger members no longer returned home to practice ninjutsu after school as they once did. Instead, they immersed themselves in this arcade for hours on end, sometimes spending entire days and nights inside. Ensnared by the allure of games, they found it impossible to extricate themselves. Gradually, these parents became aware of the underlying issue. Lord Hokage, this is not merely a question of propriety. It pertains to the very continuation of our ninja legacy. It is not just the children of our clan who are ensnared in this obsession. Even some children from commoner families have succumbed, neglecting the diligence expected of a ninja. If this persists, the entire educational system of Konoha stands to be obliterated by this arcade. This is a matter of grave significance concerning the future survival of our village. If these children continue to indulge in games, how shall the will of fire be inherited? Among the crowd, a stout woman shouted, her expression evoking the dire consequences of the arcade's existence and Konoha's potential demise. Why not seek out Shikamaru himself? She suggested. With a swift motion, Kushina leaned forward, her hands pressed against the table, her striking eyes wide with intensity. Do you think we have not sought out this boy? Alas, his words are undeniably reasonable. Which is why we have come to you, imploring you to forcibly shut down this arcade. What did he say? Someone inquired. He mentioned that if we were willing, his family's hospital offers a form of electrotherapy that could liberate the children from their gaming fixation. However, upon reviewing the costs associated with this therapy, we found them exorbitantly high. Thus, we thought it more prudent to come directly to you to request the closure of this arcade. After much effort, Minato Namikaze finally managed to send away the troublesome women, wiping the sweat from his brow. At that moment, amidst a swirl of smoke, a frog appeared in his office, clutching a scroll. Is this intel from Kakashi? Minato inquired as he unfurled the scroll with deliberate slowness.